In the barbarian continent, there are 10,000 races, and the weak are the strong. Crossing over to the barbarian continent, Lin Feng realized that the human race was one of the weakest races in the barbarian continent, with a large number of clansmen, but they could only be captive and enslaved by other races. When Lin Feng was in danger, he unlocked the rise of the human race system, which allowed him to summon creatures called players from other worlds to help him open up new territories. Chapter 1: A virtual game with 100% realism. Lin Feng, cough cough. From today onwards, cough cough, you're the new patriarch of the tribe. From now on, the tribe will be in your hands. I hope you can take those few children and live tenaciously. If you really can't survive, go and join the Whitewood tribe. The old patriarch coughed violently and swallowed his breath after explaining his last sentence. Lin Feng looked at the corpse of the old patriarch, and then looked at the 5 little kids who were looking at him with tears in their eyes, and let out a long sigh. It had been 3 years since he crossed over to this world called Barbarian Continent. In the Barbarian Continent, there were 10,000 races, and the weak were the strongest. The human race without any powerful racial talent in this world belonged to the lowest level of existence. The human races distributed all over the continent either became vassals, slaves of powerful races, and survived under the shelter of the powerful races. Either that, or they were hiding in barren corners. Lingering on, Lin Feng was lucky and didn't cross into the territory of some powerful race, but instead crossed into a sea island in the eastern sea waters of the Barbarian Continent. It's a giant island. According to the old patriarch, the name of the island was Abbott's Island. The tribe was located in the eastern part of Abbott Island, and in the past 3 years, although life had been hard, it had not encountered any major changes. Along with the strong men of the tribe, Lin Feng went out every day to hunt for a living, and spent 3 years peacefully until one day ago, when the tribe was attacked by a pack of jackals. There had never been any traces of jackals in the eastern part of the island, and Lin Feng speculated that they had migrated from the northern or southern part of the island. The tribal men, women, and children combined were only about 30 people, and faced the attack of dozens of jackals without any resistance. The clansmen had fought to the death to block the pursuit of the jackals before allowing the old patriarch and Lin Feng, with their 5 children, to escape to this gourd-shaped valley. The old patriarch was seriously injured on the way to escape, and when he fled into the valley, he used his last strength to give a few words, and then he passed away. Only Lin Feng was left with 5 children. The oldest is 12 years old and the youngest is only 5. Big brother Lin Feng, what do we do? The 5 children looked at him with tears in their eyes, and at the moment, he was the backbone of the children. Lin Feng scratched his head. With 5 children, surviving on this crisis-ridden island was almost impossible for him. The best thing to do is to go to the Whitewood tribe. Though, he greatly resented the patriarch of the Whitewood tribe. It was a vampire through and through. But at this time, the Whitewood tribe was the only existence that could shelter them. Just as he was about to tell his 5 children about his decision to go to the Whitewood tribe, a ding sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for becoming a tribal patriarch. The rise of the human race system is officially activated. Lin Feng was first shocked, then ecstatic. In the past 3 years, he had more than once spat out why he didn't have the perks of being a traveler. The system? Even if there's no system, it's okay to have some other golden finger. Now it seemed that he was not without a system, but that he needed to become a tribal patriarch before the system could be activated. It's not a pit stop. If the tribe was not attacked by jackals this time and he was in danger, the position of the tribe's patriarch would not have been his turn for another 100 years. Big brother Lin Feng? When the children saw Lin Feng's delay in speaking, they called out to him again. Hold your horses, guys, let me think about it. Lin Feng pretended to think, his mind already entering the system. A few moments later, he finished understanding the system's functions and clenched his fists in excitement. This system, it's so powerful. The biggest function of the system is to connect to the other world and generate a virtual game in the other world. Humans from other worlds can enter this world as players through the game and help him develop his tribe and grow bigger and stronger. Is the connection to the other world beginning? The system's voice echoed in his head. Connect, 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 connect. Lin Feng replied without hesitation. It's hard to wait for the system. Cootie. It's not connected. Randomizing connection to the other world. Please wait. Connection successful. With the successful connection, the information of the other world appeared in Lin Feng's mind. It's a world similar to Earth, where people live on a planet called Blue Star, with a level of technology equivalent to Earth circa 2020. Game generated successfully. Please name the game. Rise of the People. Lin Feng thought about it and said, the game was named successfully. The official website was generated successfully. You can recruit players through the official website. The system presents a pop-up window publicity opportunity. Please choose the country to publicize. The names of more than 200 countries of the blue star, large and small, appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Summerland. Lin Feng didn't hesitate to make a choice. There are 2 reasons for choosing Summerland. First, Xia is the most populous country on the blue planet. Secondly, the Xia civilization, which is very close to the Huaxia civilization of Earth, is easy to communicate with. Blue star. Summerland. Inside the detached villa, Chen Xing sucked on bubbly noodles while looking for a game in the portal. He is a veteran online gamer and has played every online game on the market by name. In all the games, his ID is Daching. In the game, he is generous. Encountered a favorite game. Punch a few 100,000 is a common thing. Coupled with the fact that he has plenty of time, he is simply a representative of Liver and Krypton. The ID Daching is quite famous in the online gaming community. What a mess all the new games are these days. 1,000 of them. No innovation at all. Looking at the latest game released on the website, he couldn't help but spit. These games do not need to play. He clicked into the official website to see a glance. The game content, gameplay, guess a 7 or 8, so that he could not mention half a point to download to play the interest. Just as he was about to close the web page with a sense of disinterest, a game pop-up advertisement appeared in the bottom right corner of the computer desktop. He subconsciously slid his mouse to the fork of the pop-up advertisement, ready to close the pop-up window. These game advertisements are usually web games with crude graphics, simple gameplay, and a screen full of recharge activities, so he can't muster any interest. Just as he was about to close the pop-up window, a few words flashing on it stopped him. Rise of the People. A virtual reality game with 100% realism. To give you a second life. The mouse stopped. Are all games nowadays so heartless when it comes to advertising? 100% truthfulness. How dare you write that? Out of curiosity, he gently clicked on the pop-up ad to see what the hell this game was. The game's official website popped up, with no button to start the game and no option to download the client. Just a description of the game's background and gameplay. The background of the game is a barbaric continent where all races coexist. The human race is in decline, and the player needs to help the human race rise. It looks pretty good. The official website posted a couple of in-game CG images of a pristine valley that looks very authentic. The CG is well done. A small company making page games has this technology? It couldn't have been shot in real life inside some valley and taken out to fill the void, could it? Chen Xing thought to himself. He'd seen too many games with the wrong goods, where the promotional videos and pictures were one thing, and the game was something else entirely. Quite outrageous. Moving on down the line. To operate, you need to wear a game helmet and enter a virtual game world with 100% realism. What? A series of question marks appeared in Chen Xing's head. A gaming helmet? Entering a virtual game world with 100% realism? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The game helmet he can understand is a fully enclosed VR glasses, but even the most advanced VR technology, but not dare to say 100% realism, right? Sight and hearing can be simulated, but what about touch, taste, smell and all that? He had also tried all the better VR games on the market, and to be honest, it was very disappointing and didn't feel like what he wanted at all. It's like playing house. At the bottom of the official website is an appointment button. Chapter 2. The game helmets have really arrived. The number of reservations is indicated next to the reservation button. Number of reservations, 0. 0? Chen Xing's curiosity was completely piqued. The game is clearly engaging in false advertising by claiming 100% realism and claiming that you need a gaming helmet to log in. Since it's false advertising, it only makes sense to get hundreds of thousands, millions here in reservation numbers, right? What does 0 mean? Suddenly so honest? If the number of reservations there was really hundreds of thousands or millions, Chen Xing might have just smiled and turned the page off directly. But this 0, however, aroused his curiosity. What the hell is the game officially up to? With that in mind, he clicked on the reservation button. Reservations require a name, phone number and address to be used to mail the helmet. The game is in closed beta stage. Closed beta quota will be drawn in the reservation players. Drawn closed beta quota official will be free of charge to the game helmet mailed to the player. Do not charge any fees. There are 2 final special reminders. First, in order to ensure the smooth delivery of the game helmet, please fill in the address and phone number truthfully. Second, helmets are unique to each player. Please keep them in a safe place. Damaged or lost helmets will automatically disqualify you from the game. Chen Xing frowned. To fill in a phone address? Is this not a fraudulent website used to collect personal information? One step forward is twilight. One step back is life. Just as he hesitated to fill it out, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up his cell phone and connected. Ching. LOL hacking for missing. Come on. I've been at you in the group for half a day, but you didn't respond. The voice of the game basher came out of the phone. Just a minute. I'm booking a game. Chen Chang said. Game? What game? Is it fun? The other couldn't wait to ask. Chen Chang is a well-known player in the online gaming world, and he is invited into the testing of many games during their closed beta stage. 9 times out of 10, the game he's even going to book is a good one. It's a pop-up window that popped up. It's called Rise of Man. It says it's some kind of virtual reality game with 100% realism, and you need a gaming helmet to log into the game. Chen Chang replied as he filled in the information on the reservation screen. He thought about it and decided to make an appointment to try it out. It's not that he believes the game really exists. He's just curious as to what the game company is playing at. It's a conversation starter with your in-game buddies later. He kept a sharp eye on the address and didn't fill in the specific door number, but rather the stagecoach station at the entrance to the villa area. 100% realism? Need a game helmet to log in? Isn't this just the same setting as those previous online game novels? Ching, you don't believe there's really such a game, do you? With the current level of technology, it's simply impossible. I guess, it's either a gimmick or a fraud. The caller said. Of course I don't believe it. I just want to make an appointment to see what this game is up to. Chen Chang said. Savage Worlds. After the game was successfully released, Lin Feng continued to study the system. He realized that he couldn't endlessly summon players into this world. The system placed a certain limit on the number of players. The current maximum number of players is 30. As the tribe's sphere of influence continues to grow, the maximum number of players will continue to increase. 30 people, and that's enough for now. Lin Feng thought to himself. Players are uncontrollable, and summoning too many players over at first is not necessarily a good thing. He decided to summon a single-digit number of players over first, using these players as test subjects to experiment with the various functions of the system. It wouldn't be too late to summon more players in when all the system's functions were mastered and the perfect rules were established. As the administrator of the game, he has a lot of authority. The first is the authority to issue missions. He could, through the system, issue various quests to players. The system will automatically generate experience rewards based on the difficulty of the quest. However, the system also only provided experience rewards, and additional rewards of money or items would require him to pay out of his own pocket. On top of that, he can set one or more bonus values at will. For example, honor value, points, contribution value, merit, and so on. Of course, the rewards that these values could be exchanged for would require him to pay out of his own pocket. In other words, the only reward the system can provide is experience. In addition to the quest system, there is also a title system. Lin Feng could generate any title and gift it to the player. Titles without any additional attributes were completely free, and Lin Feng didn't need to pay anything extra. Titles with attribute bonuses were based on the strength of the additional attributes and required Lin Feng to use his experience value to redeem them. After the system was activated, Lin Feng also had his own attribute panel. Name, Lin Feng. Race, human. Realm, mortal realm. Grade, 3. Experience value, 110 of 300. Strength, 11. Physical fitness, 11. Agility, 11. Intelligence, 11. According to the system settings, the initial level was 0, and all 4 basic attributes were 5. As a system host, he had +2 to his full attributes for every 1 level up. Players are different, as players need to choose their primary attribute after logging into the game. After upgrading, the main attribute is +2 and other attributes are +1. In addition to the attribute panel, after the system awakened, he also had an exclusive quest system. At the moment, there was only a lone quest on the quest panel. Mission, first players. Type of mission, mainline mission. Quest requirement, 5 players in the game, 0/5. Quest reward, 300 experience value. Rhinoceros leather armor *1. The rewards for the mission are very generous. 300 experience points. Able to helicopter him to LV4. Rhinoceros leather armor, which allows him to increase his defense and greatly increase his survivability. He glanced at the game's official website, and the number of reservations, 4, hadn't grown for more than 10 minutes. Sighing softly, it seemed that the first players were these 4 lucky ones. He is not in a hurry, waiting for the 4 lucky winners to enter the game. See the 100% real degree of the game is how real. Certainly will not wait to recommend to friends. It's only a matter of time before the player count reaches 5. Just as he had been ready to finish the task late, the number of appointments jumped gently. Number of reservations, 5. Lin Feng was overjoyed and went through the system, granting 5 people the qualification to play. The system would automatically deliver the helmet to the player, and as for how to deliver it, it wasn't something he needed to think about. Blue star. Ding dong. The message beep sounded. Chen Shang picked up his cell phone and opened the message. Your delivery has arrived at the stagecoach. Pickup code May 8th, 11:30. Courier? What courier? I haven't bought anything online lately. As Chen Shing thought about it, he suddenly thought of the game he had booked an hour or so ago. Shouldn't it be? The official website says the gaming helmet has arrived? That fast? He found a jacket to put on and left the villa. 10 minutes or so later, he returned to the villa carrying a suitcase. Opening the box, inside was a black gaming helmet with a cool, technological look. Next to the instructions, Chen Qing opened the manual. It's very easy to operate. Just put it on your head. The instructions specifically state at the end that the body will go into a deep sleep when you enter the game with the gaming helmet on. Stay up all night and be refreshed the next morning. Chen Qing cupped the helmet in his hands and scrutinized it. He booked the game just to see what the game's official gourd was selling. He never expected that the game company would actually express a game helmet over in less than 2 hours. That said, this thing on your head, it won't suddenly explode, will it? After a brief moment of agonizing, he gritted his teeth and lifted the helmet to his head. Chapter 3. This game is too real, isn't it? The game will open at 20 o'clock p.m. Please be patient. Chen Shang put on his helmet, and a line of prompts appeared before his eyes. The opening time was set by Lin Feng. The time of the Blue Star was just the opposite of the Savage World. 20 o'clock in the Blue Star was 8 o'clock in the morning in the Savage World. The opening time is set so that 5 new players can enter the game at the same time, saving yourself from having to receive them one by one. Of course, if any player didn't enter the game when time was up, it was out of his control. I guess no player can resist the temptation to enter the game and try it out after receiving the helmet, right? Chen Shang took off his helmet and looked at the time. It was now 10 a.m. There were still 10 hours before the service started, so he could only wait patiently. Savage Worlds. Late night. All of you go to bed early. I've decided that I won't go to join the gang of vampires from the Whitewood tribe. We'll stay in this gourd valley and develop our own tribe, Lin Feng said to the 5 children. But big brother Lin Feng, with just a few of us, is it really okay? Win Yi, who had just turned 12 this year, raised his hand and asked weakly. Everyone in the tribe was surnamed Win, with the exception of Lin Feng, an outsider. Yes, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. I'll tell you a secret. There is another world in heaven and earth besides our barbarian world. A world ruled by the human race. The supreme ruler of the human race is known as the human emperor, an existence comparable to a deity. Learning of our human race's hardships in the barbarian world, the human emperor has already sent down an oracle, and from tomorrow onwards, he will send heaven sentinels to the barbarian world one after another to help our human race rise. Lin Feng snubbed. This was a game setting that he had edited on the game's official website, and all players would see this setting when they logged into the game and descended on the barbarian continent as a Skyfaller. Human Emperor, Skyfaller. The kids were dumbfounded. Blue Star. At exactly 2000 hours, Chen Xing immediately picked up his helmet and put it on his head. He couldn't wait to see what this so-called game was all about. He lay down on his bed and put on his helmet as a barbaric landscape came into view. In the barbarian world, there are 10,000 races, and the weak are the strong. The human race lives at the bottom of the barbarian continent and suffers humiliation. When the human emperor learned of this, he decided to send a group of heaven sentinels into the barbarian world to help the human race rise. You were chosen by the Emperor of Man to be a member of the Skyfallers, and the responsibility you bear is to do everything you can to help the human race rise in the barbarian world. Skyfaller, go fulfill your mission. After the restored narration, a system prompt sounded in Chen Sheng's ears. Please name the character. Da Qing. Please select the main attribute. Chen Xing carefully looked at the introduction of the 4 basic attributes and chose strength. The next moment, the scene in front of him changed, and he had appeared in a valley. Is it a game world? Chen Sheng stood in the valley, his eyes wide and incredulous as he surveyed everything around him. It was a valley filled with bushes and grasses and tall trees, and the sunlight poured down from the sky, illuminating the entire valley. He was even able to smell the fresh scent of grass and trees, hear the chirping of insects and birds, and feel the wind blowing gently on his body. The clothes on his body were sewn from animal skins, full of primitive flavor. He touched the fur on the clothes and it was soft to the touch. All senses, be it sight, hearing, smell, touch, are generally the same as in the real world. Is this a game? This is a game? This is a game. This is too real. An excited voice interrupted Chun Cheng's thoughts. Chen Qing raised his eyes and saw a player who was also wearing animal skins, jumping up and down in excitement. Bro, you're a player too, right? This game is too real too. This game is too real too. The player is excited beyond belief. Yes, I'm a gamer too. And this game is truly out of this world, Chen Qing exclaimed. Turns out the official website really isn't misrepresenting itself. It turns out that they really do use gaming helmets to log into the game. Turns out it really is possible to achieve 100% realism. Bro, my game ID is called Kaleidoscope. I don't know what you call yourself? After the excitement, Kaleidoscope introduces himself. Da Ching, Chen Cheng replied. As he spoke, 3 more silhouettes appeared one after another. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this really a game world? I'm not traveling across the world, am I? The game officials call this a 100% real game world? This is another world altogether. I can even smell the fragrance of the earth around me. That said, how do they simulate the sense of smell? The 3 new players marveled. When they booked the game, their mood was similar to Chun Ching's. They wanted to see what the game was all about. When they received the helmet, they were all stunned, unable to imagine that the game official would play for real and actually send the game helmet over. But even after receiving the helmets, they didn't believe that there would really be a 100% realistic virtual game. If Blue Star had this kind of technology, how could there be no news at all from the outside world? If you have the technology, how awesome is it to use it in the military industry? Why would you use it to make games? Now that they are in the game, they are all stunned. The game, surprisingly, is really capable of doing this. The crowd introduced themselves to each other, and the 3 new players, with game IDs of I Shot You Not Guilty, Windflower, and Wine Over 3, say, what are we going to do next? After getting to know each other, I'm going to shoot you for not being guilty, curiously asked. Didn't the opening animation say that we, as Skyfallers, are going to help the human race rise? Da Ching said. As for how to help the human race rise, he didn't have a clue. Just then, the quest panels of all 5 people updated with quests at the same time. Task name, first time. Mission, please go to the Gunstar tribe and report to Patriarch Lin Feng. Quest reward, 1 point of experience. The Gunstar tribe was the name Lin Feng had given to the tribe. Where's the tribe? That said, does this game even have an autopath? The wine passed by and surveyed the surrounding area, silently spitting. Where's the 100% realism when you get auto-seeking? Windflower surveyed the surroundings similarly. There's a cave over there. Let's go over there. It makes sense for primitive tribesmen to live in caves, doesn't it? Windflower said as she pointed to a cave not far away. In fact, his analysis was very correct. Lin Feng and the 5 children did reside in the cave. Congratulations, the quest first players has been completed. In the cave, the system's voice rang in Lin Feng's ears. His level, from 3 to 4. At the same time, a rhinoceros leather armor appeared in his system backpack. Lin Feng took out his leather armor and wore it on his body, which instantly made him look much more heroic. Time to meet my players. The task is completed, indicating that the 5 players who reserved the game have entered the game. He was going to go out and greet them, so they wouldn't have to find the place and run around. Just as he stepped out of the cave, Lin Feng saw 5 players with curiosity in their eyes, coming up to him. I am the patriarch of the Gunstar tribe, Lin Feng. Skyfallers, welcome. A smile floated up on Lin Feng's face and he said, Chapter 4 Logging and Hunting. Wow, is this the NPC in the game? It's almost exactly like the real thing. Aren't you talking nonsense? You can't get you a cartoon decal NPC in a game this realistic, can you? I wonder how intelligent the NPCs are in this game. I hope the intelligence is higher. Or else the game is made so realistic that the NPC is like a retard with only 3 or 2 lines. That would be too out of character. The 5 players surrounded Lin Feng, talking and discussing. This leather armor on him is quite handsome. I wonder what the defense is like. As the wine said, the sinful right hand was already reaching for Lin Feng's chest. Ahem. Lin Feng coughed lightly twice, interrupting the movement of the wine. Skyfallers, please pay attention to your words and actions. According to my agreement with Lord Human Emperor, all of your actions will be under my command after you come to the savage world. If anyone disobeys the command and maliciously causes trouble, I will report it to Lord Human Emperor and disqualify him from coming to the savage world, Lin Feng said seriously. The 5 players were much more honest after hearing this. Disqualifying us from coming to the savage world, meaning it shouldn't be a seal, right? Whine through the face of horror. With a game this real, if you miss this one, you'll never find another. He didn't want to be blocked. It should be. It seems that this NPC's authority is quite high and cannot be offended. Da Qing concurred. Look at me. Windflower stepped forward with confidence. He was a veteran RPG gamer, and he was very experienced in dealing with NPCs. Dear Lord Clan Chief, we have come with the orders of Lord Human Emperor and the mission to revitalize the human race. May I ask what we need to do? Windflower asked in a serious manner. The 4 players next to him gave sideways glances. This kid, is he that deep in the movie? Very good. Lin Feng nodded towards Windflower Snowmoon in satisfaction. This was what a player should look like. The first thing we need to do is to establish ourselves in this world. A day ago, the tribe was attacked by jackals. The original tribe has been completely destroyed by the jackals. Most of the clan members died bravely in the battle. We need to build a new tribe in this valley. At the same time, we're running low on food, and if we don't catch any more prey, we're all going to starve. I've decided to split up into 2 groups. 2 men will come with me to hunt. The other 3 will gather some wood, and we'll need to build a fence to close off the passage between the inner and outer valleys in case any beasts from outside break in. Lin Feng said. This valley was shaped like a gourd, with the inner valley slightly smaller and the outer valley slightly larger, and the passage between the inner and outer valleys was only about 10 meters at its narrowest point. Constructing a defensive fence at the passageway can be a good defense against wild animals or other tribal incursions. Lin Feng checked the attributes of the 5 people. Da Qing and Wine over are strength. Kaleidoscope is physique. I shoot you not guilty is agility. And Windflower is intelligence. A player's base attributes at level 0 are not the same as his. His base attribute at level 0 was 5 points for all 4 attributes. Player, the main attribute is 7 points and the other 3 attributes are all 5 points. 2 more attributes than him. Of course, after he upgraded, he was +2 to all attributes, while the player was +2 to main attributes and +1 to other attributes, and was much weaker than him in terms of growth. Da Qing, Wine over. You 2 follow me outside to hunt. Kaleidoscope, I shoot you not guilty. And Windflower, you guys are in charge of cutting down trees to collect wood and build fences. Lin Feng began to assign tasks. In the player's quest bar, the first arrival quest is completed and a new quest appears. Task name, Hunting. Quest, follow Clan Chief Lin Feng and go hunting outside the valley. Quest reward, 20 experience points and an additional experience point reward based on performance in the hunt. Task name, Construction of a fence. Task, gather wood to build a strong wooden fence for the tribe. Quest reward, 20 experience points and an additional experience bonus based on performance in the build. Receiving the mission, the 5 players were very happy and couldn't wait to get started. Lord Patriarch, do we have any tools? An axe or something? Windflower asked. Since you're building a fence, those thin branches that fall off definitely can't be used. And the best option is to cut down some trees. But when you cut down a tree, you can't do it by hand, can you? Of course. Lin Feng nodded. There are a few stone axes in the cave. You guys can go pick a few smooth ones. When he heard Lin Feng say of course, Windflower Snowmoon's heart rejoiced. But when he heard the word stone axe, his heart sank again. This game is made so real. The stone axe here, it can't really be the most primitive kind of stone axe, right? Chopping down trees with that? Besides the stone axes, there are stone spears in the cave for hunting, so go in and pick one of those too. Lin Feng said again to Da Qing, who had received the hunting mission and the wine that had passed his lips. Since it's a hunt, bare hands definitely won't do. The players followed Lin Feng into the cave, which wasn't very big, and 5 children were playing around with some tools piled up next to them. Seeing the players, the 5 children stopped playing and looked at them with curious and somewhat fearful eyes. Are these the Skyfallers that Big Brother Lin Feng was talking about? By the looks of it, it's awesome. There are other NPCs in the tribe, but why are they all children? I wonder if these NPCs can trigger quests. You can try it later. The players looked at the 5 kids and talked. Ahem. Lin Feng coughed lightly twice, interrupting their discussion. Other NPCs do have the ability to post quests, but they need to grant permission through the system themselves to do so. Lin Feng hadn't granted the children the authority to issue quests for the time being, so the only one who could issue quests for the time being was himself. Time is running out. Pick the weapons and tools you need and let's get moving. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he took the lead in picking out a fairly sturdy stone spear from the pile of tools. The players followed suit and started picking. The so-called stone spears and stone axes are made of sturdy wood with a handle and a diamond or axe-shaped, polished and sharp stone fixed to it. This thing can cut down trees? Kaleidoscope surveyed the stone axe in his hand in question. It's definitely possible to cut. It's just that it will be more laborious. That said, what did the planners think? Couldn't they brush a few iron axes out? I'm going to shoot you for not being guilty of silently spitting. Since it's a 100% real game with such a backward tribe, of course it's more realistic to use stone axes. Windflower is a bit more optimistic. The 5 people each chose their weapons and tools and followed Lin Feng to the outside of the cave. You 3 gather wood. Just gather it in the outer valley. You don't need to go out of the valley. There are wild beasts everywhere outside the valley. And when you encounter a ferocious one, you won't even have a chance to escape. Lin Feng commanded. The Gourd Valley is a hidden valley that the tribe stumbled upon before they were attacked by the Jackals. The old patriarch did not immediately relocate the tribe to the valley, but used this valley as a retreat for the tribe. There had been some wild beasts in the valley, all of which had been hunted down by the hunters of the tribe. It's different outside the valley. The barbarian world was full of 10,000 races, and these 10,000 races could not only refer to intelligent races. Some races of unintelligent beasts are counted among them. If these little newcomers who just entered the game were to wander outside the valley alone, it is estimated that they would not survive until noon, and then they would become the dish of the beasts. Understood. The lumbering trio nodded. You too. Stay close to me when you get out and don't take any liberties. Lin Feng instructed again to De Qing and Wine over the top who were beside him. Yes. The two agreed very readily. Chapter 5, Tasks in Progress. Gourd Valley. Outer Valley. The 3 budding players each carried a stone axe and searched for suitable trees. Say, does this axe really cut down trees? Kaleidoscope was still skeptical about the stone axe in his hand. Why are you thinking so much? Don't forget, this is just a game. I'm not guilty of shooting you. I waved the stone axe in my hand. Maybe if we chop the axe on the tree will break by itself. Just like inside other sandbox games. I just don't believe that they can make the game so realistic that trees still really need to be chopped down with an axe. As they spoke, the 3 of them came to a forest in the outer valley. The trees in the woods weren't too thick, and were cut down and processed just enough to make a fence. Look at me. I'll shoot you for not being guilty of swinging the stone axe in my hand and chopping an axe into the tree trunk. The trees did not fall in response as he expected, and the force of the recoil made his tiger's mouth slightly numb. Looking at the trunk again, there was only a chop mark of about 3 centimeters, less than half a centimeter deep. I'll shoot you for not being guilty of staring and chopping 2 more axes. Naya, this doesn't really require us to chop the tree trunks off 1 axe at a time, does it? It's just a game. Is it necessary to make it so real? I'll shoot you not guilty, said incredulously. Looking at the scars on the trunk, the official website says it's a virtual game with 100% realism. So of course it won't be like a sandbox game that lets you take an axe and break a tree trunk with 2 random swings. With a smirk on his face, Windflower fell back on an expected expression and stepped forward to survey the wounds on the tree trunk. One thing's for sure. Look at this bark, and the sap that seeps out after you cut into it. This game is too good at detailing, isn't it? When I was a kid, I chopped down a tree with my family's axe, and it looked exactly like this. Windflower said in awe. Indeed real. Every leaf, every weed, is just like the real thing. Kaleidoscope also sighed along with him. This technology is also too powerful. Such a powerful game company. Why haven't I heard of it before? What do you care? The more realistic the game is, the more fun we'll have. Keep chopping down trees. The 3 men swung their axes and began the great business of lumbering. If they were in the real world, letting them chop down trees, not to mention using this rough and inferior stone axe, even if they were allowed to use a steel axe, they would definitely not be happy about it. Doesn't it smell good to brush up on short videos when you have that kind of time? But in the game world, they do it with extra vigor. It's a quest, with an experience bonus. Lin Feng took the 2 budding players and arrived outside the valley. Each of the 3 held a stone spear, carried a rough wooden bow, and had a few poorly made wooden arrows stuck in their belts. Stay close to me. Lin Feng gripped the spear in his hand tightly and catapulted himself forward carefully. Eyes alertly surveyed the surroundings. This grassland outside the valley was mostly small and medium-sized beasts, and it was relatively safe. Of course, that doesn't rule out large carnivorous beasts coming over to feed. When they encountered a large beast, with the fighting strength of the 3 of them, they could only run away immediately. There is still some chance of escape if caught early. 2 players followed him, looking around curiously and gossiping in low voices. This game is also too friendly. Our first time out to fight monsters. There are even NPCs with us. Is this considered a novice guide? I guess it counts. I don't know how the monster AI is in this game. If there's a blood bar or something set up. I don't think so. We players also only have 4 basic attributes. No life value or magic value. I guess the planners probably wouldn't set up something like a blood bar in order to make the game seem more realistic. Whether it's a player or a monster. Hit the vitals and die directly. In that case, it really is a bit more real. When I saw the pop-up ads, I thought the game company was falsely publicizing, but I never thought it was really so real. When I get offline, I'm definitely going to blow up this game in the group and get all my base runners to play it. That's right, I'm going to hurry up and install it for my friends as well. The game has just started closed beta testing, and there should be a limited number of closed beta spots, so I'm afraid I won't be able to grab them if I'm late. Lin Feng walked ahead and listened to their conversation with deep comfort. Not bad for a player I handpicked to actively think about helping promote the game. Nice. Shoo. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and made a silent gesture to the two of them. Da Ching and the wine stopped talking. Something's going on? That way. Follow me. Lin Feng led the two of them, cat-like, to behind a boulder through the cover of weeds. Across from the boulder, in the meadow, a wild deer was grazing leisurely. Looks like we got lucky today. Lin Feng had a small smile on his face. Wild deer, arguably, are one of the hunter's favorite prey. Of the many game animals in the wild, wild deer are medium to large. Of the medium to large game species, wild deer are considered the least threatening and easiest to hunt. An adult wild deer is about 200 pounds and yields about 100 pounds of venison, minus the hide and bones. Making it into jerky and picking some wild fruits to eat with it would be enough to feed a few of them for at least 10 days or so. What's the deal? Patriarch, shoot with a bow and arrow? Dikion took off his bow and arrows from his back and leapt into action. Bows and arrows can't do serious damage to it, and we can't catch it if it runs. Lin Feng shook his head. These bows and arrows in the tribe's stockpile are of poor quality. Shooting some small game is barely okay. Shooting wild deer, you'd be lucky to get a shot through the hide. I'll try throwing a spear first. It should be able to seriously injure it. If it can still run after being injured, you guys immediately chase after it. Lin Feng finished speaking and stood up, revealing half of his body from behind the boulder. After rising to level 4, his agility attribute had reached 13 points, and his speed was only faster than that of a wild deer. You can catch up if you have to, but chasing a wild deer that was frantically fleeing in the wilderness was obviously not a wise act, and if you were not careful, you would attract an even more powerful beast. Being able to seriously injure it with a single strike and make it lose its ability to escape was the best option. He gripped the stone spear tightly in his right hand and raised it above his head, shifting his weight back to build up his strength. The muscles of his entire body were tensed, and his entire body was a powerful bow that had been drawn to full strength. Whoosh! The stone spear was like a huge arrow that he threw. The sound of breaking air rang out. The wild deer that was eating grass raised its head alertly, and the next second it was penetrated through its body by a stone spear. The feral deer wailed and fell into a pool of blood. Ness! Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his fist in celebration of his beautiful strike. 5 points of strength. A physical indicator for an average adult human male. After rising to level 4, his strength attribute had reached a staggering 13 points, which was more than twice that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the fact that he had survived in the barbarian world for the past few years, he had also often followed the hunters of his tribe out hunting, and had practiced his exceptional spear throwing skills. A perfect combination of skill and strength, which allowed him to seriously injure the wild deer with a single blow. Matriarch Ness, great job! The two players applauded Lin Feng. Hunting, it seems, is not that difficult. You guys carry this deer on and we'll head back to the tribe. Lin Feng said. Back to the tribe? Not continuing the hunt? The two players were a bit surprised. They had just had some eye candy, watching the NPC clan leader wild deer die in a single blow, and were thinking of experiencing the feeling of hunting for themselves. That's going back? It's not fun. A wild deer. Our harvest is enough for today. If we continue hunting, in case we encounter a powerful beast, we might even have to take this deer. Lin Feng said. As a human being, you must not be greedy, especially in the barbarian world. Okay. The two players were a bit reluctant, but decided to follow the matriarch's arrangement. The patriarch had the authority of a seal, and disobeying his orders was obviously not a wise decision. Besides, as long as you can log into the game, isn't it only a matter of time before you're free to hunt? Chapter 6, The Three Brothers of the Pan Family. Lin Feng walked in front to open the way. Da Ching and Wine overcarried the already dead wild deer and followed him. The wild deer had already been bled by Lin Feng, and the wound pierced by the stone spear had been treated and was no longer dripping blood. Bringing blood all the way back to the valley was not a wise thing to do. Maybe some ferocious beast will follow the blood trail and break into the valley. Walked for over 10 minutes. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped and cautiously looked ahead. The stone spear in his hand was raised to his shoulder, ready to be thrown. "Who's there?" Lin Feng shouted in a low voice to a 1-meter-high bush. A moment ago, he saw a pair of eyes peeking out from the bushes and shrinking back before he could get a good look at them. "Lin Feng," a voice came from the grass, somewhat surprised. Immediately afterward, 3 figures drilled out of the bushes one after another. Da Qing and Wine over curiously stared at the trio that had burrowed out. New NPCs? There's the plot. The two of them stared wide-eyed, afraid of missing the details of the plot's animation. Lin Feng saw the familiar faces of the 3 people and let go of the stone spear in his hand. "What are you guys doing here?" Lin Feng asked curiously. These 3, all from the Whitewood tribe. The Whitewood tribe was the largest human tribe on the island, or at least the eastern part of the island, with a size of 300 to 400 people. The tribal chief even befriended the most powerful race in the eastern part of the island, the Red Feather Clan. As long as you pay some tribute, you can be sheltered by the Red Feather Clan. The Red Feathers are the most powerful race in the eastern part of the island. The reason why Lin Feng knew the people of the Whitewood tribe was because he had just crossed over to the Savage World and was living in the Whitewood tribe. It was only later that he couldn't stand the exploitation of his people by the patriarch, Shirokimori, and left. What made him curious was that the Whitewood tribe wasn't nearby, and the hunters of the Whitewood tribe, why would they run here? These 3 people from the Whitewood tribe were 3 brothers, and their names were Pan Xiong, Pan Hu, and Pan Wolf, according to their age, from oldest to youngest. Taking the name of an animal as a name is not uncommon in the human tribes. Bears and tigers aplenty. When Lin Feng lived in the Whitewood tribe, he was neighbors with the 3 Pan family brothers, who taught him many basic hunting skills. Lord Patriarch asked each household to surrender more than 300 pounds of prey as tribute to the Red Feather Clan. And everyone is so busy hunting that prey near the tribe is already very scarce, so we can only come to a faraway place to take our chances. Discord Bear said bitterly. The time when tribute needs to be offered to the Red Feathers is the hardest time for the tribe. The Red Feather Clan's appetite was so big that they couldn't look at less tribute. If they lost the shelter of the Red Feather tribe, the days of the Whitewood tribe would be much more difficult. Lin Feng, your tribe isn't nearby either. Right. Why did you come here too? Panhu asked curiously. At the same time, he didn't forget to look at the 2 players behind Lin Feng and the wild deer they were carrying. There was a flash of envy in his eyes. Not a bad haul. Our tribe was attacked by jackals the other day, and the tribe's original quarters have been destroyed, so we moved to the neighborhood. Lin Feng explained. The 3 Pan family brothers were shocked at their words. Jackals? There are jackals in the eastern part of the island? Never heard of it. Jackals don't have the best reputation. It was a group of cruel and bloodthirsty fellows, and more importantly, their average strength was far above that of the human race. It took 3 ordinary human men joining forces to defeat a jackal. Maybe they migrated from the south or the north. I'm not sure. Lin Feng shook his head. Anyway, be careful when you guys are hunting. When you run into those guys, hide far away. Lin Feng kindly reminded. The 3 brothers of the Pan family were all excellent hunters. Their physical qualities were a lot stronger than ordinary humanoids. Teaming up to deal with 1 or 2 jackals might not be a problem, but when they encountered more than 2, they would be in a state of hysteria. The Whitewood tribe had the shelter of the Red Feather Clan, and the jackals, no matter how ferocious they were, generally didn't dare to attack the tribe. But when encountered out in the open, jackals have few scruples. Understood. Pan Xiong nodded. I will tell the clan leader about this when I return, so that the clan leader can inform everyone to be careful. Lin Feng, you guys were attacked by jackals. Your losses should be pretty serious, right? If you really can't, you guys should come and join our Whitewood tribe. Disc Wolf, who hadn't said anything, suddenly offered. As the youngest of the 3 Pan family brothers, Pan Wolf was somewhat introverted and rarely spoke. That's right. Although the matriarch was slightly that harsh on us, at least it's a lot safer than wandering around like you guys. Pan Bear seconded. Lin Feng naturally understood their good intentions. If he didn't have the system, his best option would indeed be to defect to the Whitewood tribe. Now, completely unnecessary. It might not be long before the Whitewood tribe came to join him. I appreciate the kind words, but I think it's fine for now. Lin Feng laughed. Saying goodbye to the 3 Pan family brothers, Lin Feng returned to the valley with 2 players. Da Qing, Did you understand what the matriarch and those 3 NPCs were saying just now? Walking down the road, the wine asked. There's not even a subtitle for the hell of it. Daching spit. Just now, when Lin Feng was chatting with the 3 Pan family brothers, they all thought that they had triggered a plot animation and didn't dare to blink their eyes as they listened attentively. But the 4 NPCs gabbled a lot, and they didn't understand a single word. The language of the NPCs in the game is not the same as the language of Blue Star. The common language of the Blue Planet is a world language that evolved from the language of Xia, and is spoken all over the world. But the language of the NPCs, which sounded similar in syllables and tones to the Xia language, they couldn't understand a single word. What's wrong with the planners of this game? Why design a new language? Wouldn't it be good to just use our summer language? Whine over silent spit. Maybe that's part of the 100% authenticity. After all, how can an otherworldly language be exactly the same as our blue planets? I just don't know if these NCP languages are just some meaningless syllables, or if the game party actually designed a new language out of it. Chen Cheng analyzed. Designing a new language? That's not possible, is it? Drinking over the latter statement was skeptical. Every language, simple or complex, is the result of human wisdom, developed over time. Creating a language out of thin air is not very realistic by any stretch of the imagination. If it was any other game, of course it wouldn't be possible, but not this one. Daching said, a game with 100% realism has been made for them, so it's not strange to design a language, right? Instead, he found it simpler to design a language than a black technology like a 100% realism game. Then again, why does the matriarch know our summer language? Whine over questions. The patriarch is a newbie instructor. If we can't communicate with him, how are we going to play? I'm guessing that the functional NPCs in the same camp all know our Xia language. Daching said. Lin Feng walked in front and couldn't help but smile as he listened to the discussion between Daching and Whine over. It was true that the language of the savage world was different from Blue Star's speech, and there was nothing he could do about such things. He himself had lived in the barbarian world for a few years and slowly learned before mastering the language of the barbarian world. But that wasn't a bad thing, he thought. It doesn't rule out the possibility that there are talented players who have been playing the game long enough to learn the language of the savage worlds, but that's at least a year or 2 away. Of course, there is another scenario. He could, through the system, give the language of the Blue Star to the beings of the savage worlds, so that they could directly master the Blue Star language. But as Daching said, he only grants it if it's a functional NPC from the same camp. Outside, all the people do not speak the same language. Only the same camp NPC can communicate normally. More can increase the player's sense of belonging to the tribe and sense of identity. Chapter 7 Hunger is also real. Returning to the valley. The 3 of us who shot you not guilty are humming and hawing in the woods, cutting down trees. Daching and Whine oversaw this scene and were visibly stunned. They had thought that chopping down a tree was just taking an axe and swinging it casually against the tree a few times, and the trunk clicked off. After all, it's just a game, so you can't really chop away at it with an axe, can you? At this moment, seeing me shoot you not guilty of the 3 of them cutting down the tree, it was obvious that it really was the latter. This is too real. When the tree-cutting trio saw the 2 Daching men carrying the wild deer, they stopped what they were doing and were filled with envy. They went out hunting and came back so soon? It's a deer that's carrying it, isn't it? It's not fair. Why should they get to go out hunting with the clan leader and we have to toil here chopping down trees? If you ask me, chopping down trees isn't bad. Chopping 1 tree has 2 experience points. Cut down a dozen or so trees, and with the 20 experience points rewarded by the quest, we'll be able to level up to level 1 straight away. Level 0 to level 1 requires 50 experience points. Chopping more than 10 trees. Are you talking? I've been humming and hawing for half a day, and I've only chopped 3 trees. It's too hard. Lin Feng didn't hear the trio's complaints as he brought the 2 Daching back to the cave and began to dispose of the carcass of the wild deer. If you don't do anything with it, the feral deer won't last more than a day or 2 before it rots. In the tribes, the usual method of dealing with raw meat is air drying. Larger tribes, like the Firefeather and Whitewood tribes, also choose to pickle with coarse salt. Abbott Island was a sea island, and salt was naturally not in short supply, especially for a dominant race like the Firefeather clan. But for the small tribe that survives at the bottom of Abbott Island, salt is a very precious commodity. The areas along the coast were controlled by powerful races, and they couldn't get close at all. If they wanted to obtain some coarse salt, they could only trade with larger tribes. Just like Lin Feng's tribe, all the coarse salt was exchanged with the Whitewood tribe with their prey, so naturally they wouldn't be so extravagant as to use it to pickle their food. Air dry storage is the only option. After living in the savage world for several years, air-drying raw meat was naturally not a difficult task for Lin Feng. He began to break down the venison after first having the two Dachings help skin the deer, followed by cutting a large chunk of meat to save for today's consumption. The two Dakyungs helped out at his command. Noon. Goo goo. What's that noise? I'll shoot you, not guilty of curiously surveying the surrounding area. It's my stomach growling, Kaleidoscope said, pointing to his stomach. I'm feeling a little hungry too when you say that. Windflower rubbed her stomach. After chopping down trees all morning, can you not be hungry? Speaking of which, it's amazing that this game is even so realistic in terms of hunger. Instead of simply representing it with a hunger value, it's worthy of being a game with 100% realism. And the pain. Windflower looked at the somewhat swollen palm. The pain, though, doesn't seem as real as in reality, he said. In reality, chopping down a tree for a morning and having your hand swell up like that should hurt a lot more than that, right? It's certainly impossible for the pain to be 100%, or else getting bitten while fighting a monster would hurt like hell, Kaleidoscope said. That made sense to him. It's true that players want the game to be as realistic as possible, but the pain, well, it's better not to be so realistic. The pain can be set. Look at the properties panel, guys. I'll shoot you, not guilty said. Windflower and Kaleidoscope opened the attribute panel and saw the option to set the pain level. Maximum 30%, minimum 1%. The default is 10%. The two silently adjusted their pain levels all the way down to 1%. This level of pain, even if the arm was cut off, would probably be about the same as a mosquito bite. The adjustable range of pain level was set by Lin Feng through the system. It can be set up to 100%. Lin Feng, after much deliberation, finally set the adjustable range at 1% to 30%. Set it too high, and he's afraid there really is a cutie. 4 kicks. Turn the pain level up to 100%. It would be bad if you got seriously injured in the game and passed out from the pain. Affecting reality. Let's go to the matriarch and see if there's any food for lunch. We can't have food and have to find it so real ourselves, can we? Kaleidoscope said. As it turns out, the patriarch's heart is not so black. When they returned to the front of the cave, Lin Feng had already raised a bonfire at the entrance of the cave, and a large piece of venison was set up on the bonfire and roasted with oil. A few dozen meters away, the aroma could be smelled. Goo goo goo. The three men were even hungrier. The roast will have to wait a little longer. So let's have a fruit first. Dakiai by the campfire picked up a few green-colored fruits by the campfire and handed them to the three. The fruit was picked in the inner valley by 5 little ones, and there was no question of safety. In the tribe, the adult men were responsible for going out hunting, while the women and children were responsible for picking wild fruits around the tribe. Little ones naturally know which wild fruits they can and cannot eat. You guys are comfortable following the clan leader out hunting and grilling meat here. The three of us have been giggling and chopping down trees all morning, and we're dead tired. I'm going to shoot you for not being guilty of sitting around a campfire, nibbling on wild fruit and grumbling. Ugh. Stop it. After 3 rounds of wine but straight shaking his head, we followed the patriarch on the hunt, and the patriarch shot that wild deer with a single spear. We didn't help at all. We just followed for nothing. When the quest was settled, the system said that our contribution in the hunt was too low, and deducted half of our experience, only giving us 10 points. A depressed face after 3 rounds of drinks. The tree-cutting trio's hearts were much more balanced when they heard this. In the course of the morning, each of them had also cut down 5 or 6 trees and gained more than 10 experience points. It was a bit tiring, but the experience gained was no less than theirs. But the wine didn't say that they later helped the matriarch with the carcass of the wild deer, which also gave quests and experience to come. Lin Feng grilled the meat while listening on the sidelines. The experience rewards for the quests were automatically generated by the system, and he couldn't control them. If he could control it, he couldn't wait to just give the players hundreds of millions of experience and let them all rise to full level. Then swept across the savage world. The roast is ready to eat. Lin Feng sprinkled some coarse salt on the roasted meat and flipped and roasted it for a while, saying, the 5 long-awaited players' eyes lit up at the words. They waited with their harangues. Lin Feng removed the roasted meat from the rack and pulled out a small bronze knife, dividing the roasted meat into several portions. This small bronze knife, which he had obtained in exchange for hunting trophies from the Whitewood tribe. Of course, the Whitewood tribe did not have the technological process to create bronze weapons. The only ones on Abbott Island that could make bronze weapons were the 4-armed giant tribe that lived in the center of the island, the absolute hegemon of the entire Abbott Island. The Firefeather clan was still a dominant force in the eastern part of the island, but in front of the 4-armed giant clan, it was a younger brother. The 5 players took the roasted meat and couldn't wait to put it in their mouths and feast on it. Delicious. This game's flavor system is made too real. It smells so good. Is this the flavor of venison? It sure tastes better than beef or mutton. And I wonder if venison, in reality, tastes like this? Despite being seasoned with a simple coarse salt, the 5 players still ate it with gusto and gave it a 5-star rating. Chapter 8. This game is bunker. After eating the roasted meat and resting for a while, Lin Feng once again gave the quest to the 5 players. The tree-cutting trio's task of building a fence was not yet complete, so naturally they continued. After the big celebration and the wine, Lin Feng also gave the task of building a fence, so that they could join the logging business together. 5 players carried axes and worked feverishly. You can't chop like this. You have to. It's more efficient. I'll shoot you for not being guilty and not forgetting to point out the 2 newbies. After all, he was a veteran with a whole morning's worth of experience cutting down trees. The task of building fences is time-consuming and labor-intensive with little experience reward, which seems like a poor value for money. But if you think about it, every tree you cut down has an experience bonus, so the overall benefit is still very substantial. Other games, entering the game are fighting monsters and upgrading. But we are chopping down trees and upgrading. It's too unreasonable. I'll shoot you without guilt while chopping down trees and spitting. I asked the clan leader about this question, and the clan leader said that we are now too weak to go out hunting alone yet. We can't fight the powerful prey, and we can't chase the weak prey. Daching said helplessly. If the game's monster system is made as realistic as reality, going hunting with our current strength is indeed a problem. The monsters in other games, even a rabbit, would dare to stand up to the players. In this game, when a rabbit encounters a player, it's probably long gone. I don't think that our speed can catch up with the rabbits, Wineover said. He feels that the game is being too realistic in this regard, and it's an annoyance. To be honest, I never thought before that I would actually be able to play this kind of virtual game that only exists in novels. Logged in with a helmet, and with 100% realism in my lifetime. Such a real game. I'll play it even if I'm allowed to chop down trees for the rest of my life. Windflower exclaimed. He loves reading novels, and when he was in high school, the most popular ones were online novels. In fiction, it's all about this virtual reality game. At that time he had fantasized more than once that it would be great if there was really such a game in the world. It's practically the equivalent of starting a second life. As he grew grand in age, he stopped having such fantasies. He understood that with Blue Star's current level of technology, such a game was impossible. That's why he would click into that pop-up ad that looks like false advertising to make an appointment. It's because of the sentimentality of the year. Now, he's incredibly glad he booked the game because of sentimentality. It turned out that this kind of virtual reality game really existed, and the game was much more realistic than he had fantasized. In his lifetime, he finally realized his original fantasy. The sky was getting darker, and the time in the game had come to more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The lumber for the construction of the fence has been put together and stacked at the passage between the inner and outer valleys. The 5 players looked at the wood on the ground and were fretting about how to work the pile into a fence. So, do you guys know how to do the fence? Daching asked, scratching his head. I probably know a little bit about normal wall-type fences, but that kind of fence obviously won't keep out wild beasts. Looking at the mission requirements, we need to build something sturdy that can at least withstand the average medium-sized beast onslaught. Wineover said. With the current conditions, it's not very realistic to build fences that can withstand large beasts, such as tigers and bears. The real-world tiger's jumping height can reach 2 meters. In this barbaric world, the tiger is a billion points stronger than the real world, so it's reasonable to jump 3 or 4 meters, right? There was no way that the 5 of them, budding players, would be able to build a fence out that was 3 or 4 meters high. Building a fence that could withstand a medium-sized beast, like a coyote or something, was already their limit. And that's if the medium-sized beasts in this world aren't too different from the real world. It's already starting to get dark, and the real time is already after 6 in the morning. So let's get something to eat and get offline. Go back and look up what to do with the fence online and continue tomorrow, Windflower proposed. Without realizing it, it had been playing all night. It's okay, this game is probably only going to stay in the cave after dark, and it's not much fun. Might as well get offline and rest for a while and look up some information. Kaleidoscope seconded. Let's go. Let the matriarch grill us some meat. Eat the roast. At the mention of barbecue, they couldn't stop their harangues from running down their faces. For the players who had worked hard for a day chopping down trees, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be stingy and roasted a large piece of venison for them. Night is the most dangerous time in the savage world. With your current strength, you definitely can't go outside again. Stay in the cave and rest well. By the campfire, Lin Feng instructed the players. When he says rest, naturally, he means down the line. Don't worry, matriarch, we won't run around. Da Qing immediately chimed in. How do you run around when people are offline? On the European-style soft bed inside the villa, Chen Qing took off his helmet and let out a long breath. Surprisingly, I'm really not tired at all. It seems like the game's propaganda is true, that when you put on the helmet and enter the game, your body goes into a deep sleep. Doesn't this mean that I can spend all my time in the game except for the necessary meals and exercise every day? It's so cool, but then again, logging on during the day when it's late at night in the game, there's not much to do but stay in the cave. Later, when you're higher ranked and stronger, you should be able to move around at night. Chen Qing's heart was filled with anticipation as he thought about everything in the game. This game is just so real and fun. Compared to this epic-making virtual game, the online games that we used to play in the past were nothing but garbage. This game, he believed, would definitely be able to catch fire in the future. He's going to play until he shuts down the service. Being lucky enough to be one of the first players of the game myself, it's simply impossible to say that you won't accomplish something in the game when you have a head start. It's kinda hard to get up this early though. In the game, they'd finished work a little after 6 and had dabbled in another roast at the patriarch's place, and it was only a little after 7. It was the first time he had gotten up this early. Most of the time in the past, he played games until 1 or 2 in the morning and then went to bed. The next day, when he woke up from his sleep, it was past 10 at the earliest. He was able to envision that after he started playing Rise of Man, his routine would be much more regular than before. Lots and lots. Getting up and shuffling around. He couldn't wait to take out his cell phone, open the group chat, and dial the group voice. It was a gaming group, and counting him, there were only 5 people in the group. He had played a lot of games and naturally knew many friends who liked to play games, but the ones with the best relationship were these few in the group. Several people often open new games together and team up to hack together. Now that there was such a fun game, he naturally wanted to recommend it to these friends first. Though, odds are they're still sleeping right now. Ding dong 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 dong. As the voice ringtone rang, the first to connect to the voice is a group nickname called Shooting a Little Library Guy. What's wrong with you, Brother Chang? It's the middle of the night. What's with the voice playing? I was just dreaming of having a deep conversation with a goddess and you woke me up. Shooting a bit of a library grumbled desperately. Give me back my goddess. You slept silly. And most of the night. It's after 7 now. Chen Sheng said. For me, 7 o'clock or so is the middle of the night. Shooting a bit of library vibration. As we were talking, another group member connected in. Group nickname. Ranger. Da Qing. What's with the voice so early? I was just about to fall asleep. The ranger sounded very tired. He played LOL until after 6 and had just gone to sleep when he was woken up by Chen Qing's voice. What are you sleeping for? Come book a game. I'm telling you guys, this game is bunker. Chapter 9, I don't believe in this game. I'm telling you guys, this game is bunker. Chen Shang shouted excitedly into his cell phone. He couldn't think of a more appropriate adjective other than bunker. He can't wait for these little guys to get into the game and break new ground with him. What? Whose bunker is it? An excited voice rang out, with a hint of a lazy imperial tone. The last 2 members of the group connected as well. The nickname of the group was Su Ziyi, and she was the only female player in the group. When she connected in, Chen Sheng did not hear the previous words, only heard the 3 words bunker. Immediately excited, he asked, the last member of the group. The nickname of the group is Super Invincible Crackling Tyrannosaurus Rex. Bunker? Ha ha, so exciting? He chuckled. Leaf, Tyrannosaurus, don't start a ruckus. I'm talking business. Da Qing shouted. Surprisingly, we have business in our group? Su Ziyi sounded surprised. Tell me about it. Well, don't be afraid when you hear what I'm about to say. Da Qing psyched up the crowd ahead of time. Come on, the ranger prodded, his eyes already barely open from sleepiness. When I was looking for a game yesterday, I overheard a game pop-up advertisement claiming to be a virtual reality game with 100% realism. I was curious for a moment and made a reservation. Chen Sheng said. He still couldn't figure out why such a dangling game had to use such a low publicity method as pop-up ads. With a game this awesome being made, how bad is it to spend that kind of publicity money? Is that the game you told me about yesterday? It sounded like a scam. And you actually made a date? Chen Sheng's words restored a bit of spirit to the ranger whose eyelids were fighting. He was the one who was on a voice call with Chen Sheng when he booked the game yesterday. I thought it was a scam and false advertising too. But after I filled out the reservation information, A gaming helmet was really delivered to the downstairs delivery post. The game just opened at 8 p.m. last night, and I was completely shocked when I entered the game. It turns out that the game officials didn't lie, and this is really a virtual game with 100% realism. Chen Xing shouted excitedly. What? On the other end of the line, all four men were confused. What game helmet? What virtual game with 100% realism? Do you want to hear what you're talking about? All I did was sleep and there's such a deep generation gap between us? Shooting a bit of a library and Su Ziyi said successively. They understood every word Chen Xing said, but when they connected them together, they were a bit unable to understand. A virtual game with 100% realism? This is some kind of bull **********. Ever read an online gaming novel? It's the kind where you put on a gaming helmet and enter a virtual world to play. Chen Xing asked. Shooting a little bit of library, I have not read. I am not interested in this kind of theme of the novel. I like to read the urban passion, classical martial arts and so on. Su Ziyi, shut up you. Super Invincible Crackling Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior, online game novels? I've read them. Xiong Ba Tian, Thieves in the World, Melee Mage, Suzy Leaf, so? This game I'm talking about. It's the kind that's in online game novels, and it's even more realistic than what's written in online game novels. I entered the game yesterday and the level of realism was like entering another real world. Not only the sense of sight and hearing, but even the sense of touch, smell and taste were incredibly real. The roasted meat inside. It smells so good. Chen Xing excitedly recounted his gaming experience. It's a feeling that you won't understand until you get into the game and experience it for yourself. The crowd finally understood what he meant. But how can such a game really exist? Ranger, Daching, are you drunk or just not awake? How in the world can there be such a game? Super Invincible Crackling Tyrannosaurus Rex, yes. While I wish there was a game like this, it's simply not technologically possible. Shooting a bit of a library, if you really have this technique, you can't possibly use it on top of a game. Can you? Obviously. No one believed Chen Xing's words. They preferred to believe that this was a prank by Chen Cheng who couldn't sleep and purposely woke them up. You'll find out if it's true when you make an appointment. I'll send the URL of the game's official website to the group later, and you all go to make reservations. This game is still in the closed beta stage. There shouldn't be too many closed beta spots released. I'm afraid I won't be able to grab them if I'm late. Chen Cheng said. The official website says that the closed beta isn't censored. The sooner you get into the game, the sooner you can establish an advantage. Ending the call, he sent the connection to the game's official website to the group. Although the four partners in the group do not believe that there is really such a 100% real degree of virtual game, but for the sake of Chen Cheng's face, or enter the official website to fill out the information to make a reservation, they preferred to believe that this was Chen Xing trying the lousy money of the game company, helping the game company to carry out false propaganda. Just think of it as supporting Chen Xing's performance, not stuttering. Savage Worlds. After the players went offline, Lin Feng organized the various tools in the cave again and told the five little ones a story. After putting the five little ones to bed, he started to sleep. Before going to bed, he set the game's loggable time to 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. in the Savage Worlds. That's 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. in the real world, a total of 14 hours. After all, he wasn't really an NPC and needed to sleep and rest, without limiting the login time. In case a player is idly bored and logs into the game at night, or a new player enters the game, do they still want to sleep? There's not much for players to do when they log on at night anyway, so it's better to restrict them from logging on and let them enjoy their lives in the real world. It's kind of an anti-addiction thing. Of course, the restriction on login time is only temporary. Now that there are fewer players, and every new player needs to be personally guided by themselves when they log into the game, it's natural to limit the login time to make sure you get a break. Once the players slowly get more and the game is on track, new players will not need to be personally guided by themselves once they log into the game. He can delegate this task to other NPCs or even players. At that point, it's time to consider liberalizing full-time logins. Before going to sleep, he took a look at the number of reservations on the official website. 13 people. This does not include the Daching 5, who have already qualified for the game. That means 13 more new players have reserved the game. The system-given pop-up advertising campaign had ended, so naturally no newcomers would find the game's official website. These 13 new players who made reservations should all be friends of the 5 old players. There are limited places in the pregame, and it's good to publicize the game through this method of mutual amenity among friends. Lin Feng thought. Those who come in are all friends and know each other, so they naturally work together more seamlessly. It's also easier to manage. Blue Star. A playgroup of 5. Shooting a bit of a library. Holy, I actually received a gaming helmet. Speaking of which, is the courier so fast? I just made a reservation in less than 3 hours, and the helmet was delivered downstairs at my house. Suzie, sis got it too. Ranger, I got it too. I just put it on to try logging in, and the system suggests that during the closed beta period, the game can be logged in only from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. Super invincible crackling Tyrannosaurus Rex warrior, and limit login time. This game is so crazy. Ranger, Da-Ching, was there a time limit when you logged into the game yesterday? At Da-Ching. Da-Ching, this game only opened at 8 p.m. last night, and I didn't pay attention to the login time limit. I tried it just now, and it's indeed there. Ranger, this game is a bit strange. What kind of tawdry maneuver is it to limit game time? Da-Ching, it should be a means of preventing indulgence. After all, with such a real game and no limit on game time, there might be people who live in the game 24 hours a day, dragging their bodies down. Shooting a bit of library, how real can it be? At most, it's almost the same as those VR games, right? I've played a lot of VR games, and it's just like that, but it's quite an idea to make a VR game into an online game. This game company's strength is not simple. Da-Ching, VR? LOL. You'll know when you've played it. There was no point in saying more. He couldn't explain any more than letting them log into the game and see it for themselves. He couldn't wait to see their shocked faces. Chapter 10, the second batch of players. About 15 miles north of Hulu Valley, the Whitewood tribe. The 3 Pan family brothers rushed back to the tribe before darkness penetrated. Pan Wolf was carrying 2 hares in his hands, and Pan Xiong and Pan Hu combined their efforts to carry a wild boar. With this boar, their hunt could be considered a bumper one. The Whitewood tribe was situated in a birch forest, with about 30 acres of land cleared in the middle of the woods and a 5-meter-high fence built of wood around it. The 3 Pan brothers were relieved to see the birch forest. The savage world at night was extremely dangerous, and if they couldn't make it back to the tribe at night, but instead spent the night out, they probably wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. The guards at the entrance of the tribe showed envy when they saw the boar they were carrying. Pan Bear, good harvest, a guard said. Hey, good luck. Pan Bear hemmed and hawed. Wild boar is not a rare thing. Normally it would be good to be able to hunt one in a month. Not only does the wild boar produce a lot of meat, the thick and hard pig skin is the best material for making leather armor. The 3 carried the boar to the tribe's slaughterhouse. According to the rules of the Whitewood tribe, medium and large-sized prey cannot be slaughtered privately, but must be sent to the tribe's slaughterhouse. After slaughtering, 50% of the meat goes to the tribe and 50% to the individual. The pelts can be brought back by themselves, sold to the tribe, or exchanged for raw meat. The furs brought back can only be used by themselves, and if they are sold, they can only be sold to the tribe. If they are found to be sold privately to outsiders, they will be severely punished. This boar, will it be slaughtered, or will it be handed over as tribute? The butcher asked, looking at the boar on the ground. Tribute, Discord Bear said. They had gone out hunting this time, originally to put together the tribute required by the tribe. I thought I would have to hunt a bunch of small and medium-sized game to make up 300 pounds, but now this one boar is more than enough. You guys go to the back and weigh it. If it's enough for 300 pounds, you'll have your tribute this time, the butcher said. Pan Xiong nodded and asked Pan Hu and Pan Wolf to watch the weighing while he himself left the slaughterhouse to pay his respects to the patriarch. The patriarch of the Bai Mu tribe was named Bai Mu Shang. In his 40s, with a stout figure, he sat on a wooden chair and surveyed Pan Bear, who stood respectfully 3 meters away. You mean to tell me that you saw the winner's tribe about 15 miles south of the tribe? Bai Mu Shang asked in a deep voice. Yes, Pan Xiong replied respectfully. How are they doing? Shiraki Shang asked again. Lin Feng said that they were attacked by jackals and migrated over there. I didn't ask about the details. I'm just here to report it to you so that you can remind everyone to be careful of the jackals when hunting. Discord Bear said with his head bowed. Got it. I'll inform the clan to be careful. You go down. Shiraki Shang said with a wave of his hand. After Pan Xiong left, Bai Mu Shang contemplated for a moment and sought out one of his inner circle. I'll write a letter and you deliver it for me. Savage Worlds. 6 o'clock in the morning. The figures of the 5 players appeared on time in the open space outside the cave. Players' birth and resurrection points, as well as where they go offline, can only be set within a certain area. Lin Feng set it up in the open space of the inner valley. Players can only go offline normally in areas set by the system. Going offline outside of the defined area will leave the body where it is. It was hard to say what would happen to a soulless shell left in this barbaric world. It's suffocating, but I'm counting the minutes and waiting for the game to open. And it's like years. Just after entering the game, Windflower shouted. After playing this game, everything he did felt tasteless. That's right. After playing this game, all other games are garbage in my eyes. Even my favorite LOL doesn't smell good anymore. I'll shoot you, not guilty attached. A game without 100% realism is tasteless. Kaleidoscope feels the same way. A few people made small talk, but none of them walked away. They were all waiting for their friends. When they got off the line in the morning, they all couldn't wait to get this game to their buddies and tell them to hurry up and make reservations. There are those who believe and those who don't, but all have friends who have reservations and plan to come in and check it out. New players will be a few minutes slower than they are when they have to watch the opening animation and take a character name. A few minutes later, a white light flashed and a new player appeared in the valley. It was a tall girl with a few English eyebrows. She looked around in amazement, glancing at her hands and pulling back the collar of her animal skin blouse to look at it. It's too real. Da-Ching really didn't lie. Yeep. This way. Da-Ching waved at her. Although the system had made some adjustments to the character's appearance, Da-Ching, who was very familiar with Su Ziyi, still recognized her at once. Da-Ching? Su Zai walked over with a smile. I shoot you without sin. Seeing that Da-Ching invited into the game is a beautiful young lady, I cannot help but regret patting my head. Why didn't I think to invite a couple of girls in to hang out with me, but instead shouted out the 3 guys from my dorm? This game is so real. Invite a girl in, play together for a long time, day by day. Maybe something can happen. After Su Ziyi, there was a constant flash of white light as a new player appeared in the valley. Everyone who entered the game was shocked at how realistic the game was. Is this really just a game? It's not too much of a stretch to say that you've traveled to a real world. The new players, all of whom were amenable to the 5 older players, each found friends and got together after entering the game. The Da-Ching 5 had also come together. Bunker, bunker, bunker. This game is really bunker. The super invincible crackling Tyrannosaurus Rex warrior shouted in excitement. As a veteran reader of online game novels, this kind of game is, simply, his most coveted thing. The Ranger is much more subdued in comparison. It's amazing that there really is this kind of game. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. How is it possible to have this kind of technology? The bland Ranger kept screaming irrationality. Da-Ching, slap me and see if it hurts. After a few unreasonable shouts, he looked up to Da-Ching. The pain level in this game is adjustable, with a maximum of 30% and a minimum of 1%, with the default being 10%. That's probably the only thing about this game that's not 100% real. I think that this should be a means of planning to protect the players. After all, the game definitely has a lot of combat elements, and injuries are inevitable. If you really want to be slashed or bitten by a monster, not to mention the 100% pain level, even if it's 50% pain level, I'm afraid most of the players won't be able to stand it. Da-Ching said. Oh, the pain level is adjustable? Where? Ranger asked. It's right there in the personal attributes panel. Da-Ching replied. The 4 Rangers sniffed and all opened their personal panels to find the pain level adjustment and silently adjusted the pain level to 1%. Only the shooting is a bit of a library. And for a more realistic feel, the pain level is pulled right up to 30%. Still afraid of pain in the game? Like what words? This game is so realistic. I wonder how it is in terms of freedom. Shooting a bit of Coop curiously said. Such as? Da-Ching looked to him. For example, in terms of dress code, I wonder if these animal skin pants will come off. With that said, shooting a bit of Cove had begun to unbuckle his belt in preparation for pulling his pants down. Ahem. Can you step on the horse and be normal? Da-Ching coughed dryly twice and stopped the hot shot of shooting a bit of Coot with a kick. The shot that didn't come off his pants was obviously a bit unwilling, and turned his eyes back on Su Ziyi. Hey, Sister Yi. He smiled cheaply and came over to Su Zai's side. What for? Su Ziyi gave him a blank look and asked. Can I touch it? Don't get me wrong. I just want to try out how well the game has gone into detail in that regard, and if there will be any unrealistic settings like forced inaccessibility or mosaics. Saying that, his hand had already reached for Su Ziyi's chest. Get thee outta here. Su Ziyi throws a teasing leg kick. Ah! The shot let out a mournful scream, being kicked in the vitals, and with his pain level cranked up to 30%, the pain was palpable. He covered his crotch and screamed in agony, cranking the pain level up to 1% as fast as he could. Alright, stop it. I'll take you guys to the clan leader first to get the quest. Da-Ching said. There are a total of 6 NPCs in the tribe, and apart from the patriarch, the other 5 are all children. The only NPC that can issue quests for the time being is the patriarch. Ching introduced himself as he walked. All 4 of the Rangers' quest bars have also been updated with the first arrival quests. Walking down the road, the 4 Rangers looked at the sunrise that was rising in the sky, at the grass under their feet, the dewdrops on the blades of grass, and the feeling of the morning breeze blowing on their bodies. Still can't help but TSK, TSK, TSK. This game is so realistic when it comes to details. By the way, what did you all pick for your main attributes? Walking down the road, Ching asked. I chose power. After asking, he added, I chose power as well. I want to be the #1 warrior in the entire service. Tyrannosaurus rolled up his sleeves and showed off his muscles. I chose agility. And I'm going to be the #1 archer in the entire service. Shooting a little bit cool has a model and makes a bow and arrow pose. I'm also agile. Ranger said. I'm intelligence. Suzy laughed. That said, what are the functions of each of the 4 attributes? According to my analysis, it should be similar to traditional games. Strength lineage players have more strength and stronger attacks. Physique lineage players have high defense and strong recovery. Agility players are faster and more flexible. For the intelligence department, I don't know if there will be a mage profession in the future. Ching analyzed. As they spoke, they had arrived at the cave, and Lin Feng was standing at the entrance waiting for them. Chapter 11. I can improve the bow and arrow. There were a total of 18 players who came in front of Lin Feng one after another. The new players curiously surveyed Lin Feng. Not only are the scenes done realistically, but the NPC looks real too. Just like a real person. Ahem. Lin Feng coughed lightly twice. We need to get the fence between the inner and outer valleys done as soon as possible. And today, I'll put more people in charge of that. Because of the increase in the tribe's numbers, the wild deer we hunted yesterday wasn't enough to last too long. And we need to hunt more game. After saying that, he released a new quest. The 5 veteran players from yesterday, plus the 8 new players from today, 13 in all, were charged with continuing to build the fence. With more people, it's naturally more efficient, and it should be done by noon today. The quests for the 8 new players have an experience bonus of only 10 points because of the missing logging component. The other 5 new players, on the other hand, received hunting quests. Grab your weapons and follow me. Under the envious gazes of the other players, Lin Feng left the valley with the 5 budding players and set off on a hunting expedition. Early this morning, Lin Feng triggered a new system mission. Task name, Hunting Guide. Task, mentor 10 players cumulatively and teach basic hunting skills. Quest reward, 300 experience points. His current level is 4 and his experience value is 110/400. After completing the quests of the Hunting Guide, you will be able to level up to level 5. He planned to take 5 players in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, and complete the mission in one day. The 5 players who followed Lin Feng on his hunt had the following IDs. Super Invincible Crackling Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ranger. Strong Cold and Flu. A snail is not a cow. Leave a white spot of ink. Arriving outside the valley, the players were all shocked by the scenery in front of them. Towering giant trees, lush vegetation of ferns and xerophytes, and a far-flung atmosphere. The whole scene, like a huge work of art. Any scenic spot on the blue planet is not as stunning as the scenery here. The cold spirit wowed with excitement. The ranger scrutinized the vegetation on the ground. Every blade of grass, even every leaf, had a unique shape that was not repeated. How much work does it take to design this kind of artwork? It just doesn't make sense. Even if the game map is only done for the island they're on, it's a horrible amount of work. Keep it down. We're here for a hunt, not an outing. Lin Feng glanced at the yelling cold spirit. The cold spirit rushed to keep his mouth shut. NPCs in his game know how to go on field trips? Large beasts rarely appear near the valley and are relatively safe, but they should never be taken lightly. I want you to study your hunting skills carefully, so that as soon as possible you will be able to do it on your own. Lin Feng said. He couldn't have been out hunting with his own team all the time. Once these players have mastered certain hunting skills, this task can be left entirely to the players. Today's luck was obviously not as good as yesterday's and there were no encounters with medium to large game like wild deer. In the course of the morning, only 2 pheasants, 2 hares, and a silly roe deer were hunted. The performance of the players surprised Lin Feng. He had thought that players who were used to modern life would have a hard time getting started with things like hunting. But surprisingly, the players learned very quickly. He teaches hunting skills that players quickly master. There were even a number of constructive comments. Today's harvest is not bad. Let's go back first. Lin Feng looked at the sun in the sky. It was already noon and said, I also wonder how the fence construction is going for the players who stayed in the valley. On the way back, Stay White. Ink silently came over to Lin Feng's side. Matriarch, I feel that the tribe's bows and arrows are a bit too rough and could be improved, Stay White. Ink said. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Feng with a bit of apprehension. The intelligence of this NPC was unknown, and I wondered if he would respond to such questions that were clearly outside the program settings. In case you don't respond, won't you look like a dork? Lin Feng twisted his head to look at him. You know about modified bows and arrows? Get it? Getting a response from Lin Feng, Stay White and Ink was overjoyed. He can know too much. In the real world, he is a cold weapon enthusiast and has handcrafted many ancient cold weapons, including bows and arrows. With the shortage of tools in the game, making bows and arrows would definitely be much more difficult than in the real world. But even without tools, he was confident that the bow and arrow he made would definitely be better than this one in his hand. Is the craftsmanship of the barbarian world so crude? Very well, then the task of improving the bows and arrows for the tribe is yours, Lin Feng said with a smile. It was a complete surprise to him. Players actually improve and manufacture their own equipment? A new quest appeared on the quest panel of Stay White. Inc. Task name, Improvement of Bow and Arrow. Mission, improve the bow and arrow for the tribe to make the bow and arrow shot more powerful and have a longer range. Reward for the mission, experience, depending on the completion of the mission, and the title craftsman. The title rewards were added by Lin Feng without any attribute rewards, without any extra effort. Staying White. Inc. was overjoyed to see that there was also a title reward. What is experience value? It's the title that is the proof of high play, even if it didn't reward any experience value. Just with this title, this quest was worth it. The players on the sidelines revealed expressions of envy when they saw Stay White and Inc. triggered the exclusive quest. The ranger was even summarizing silently. The intelligence level of this game's NPCs was surprisingly high, and they were actually able to communicate with the player outside of what was supposed to be a set text, and generate the appropriate quests. That said, is this intelligence reasonable? One more thing, quests can be triggered not only passively, but also actively. This is something that I must share with Daching and the others when I get back. Returning to the valley and coming to the passageway between the outer and inner valleys, Lin Feng realized that the fence and the passageway had already been completed. A group of players are gathered around the fence, working on some details. Right in the middle of the fence, a gate over 2 meters wide was left for access. Lord Patriarch, the fence is finished. Please inspect it. Daching stepped forward and reported. Lin Feng nodded and walked over to the fence to check it out. The main body of the fence was a segment of a tree trunk that was more than 2 meters tall and as thick as an arm. This was a common tree in the valley, somewhat similar to the cypress trees of Earth. Players bury the lower half of the trunk in the earth, and the upper half is tied and reinforced with ropes made from woven tree vines. Lin Feng pushed it with his hand, and it was surprisingly sturdy. He had intended for the players to build a simple fence that would ward off some of the smaller beasts and just keep them from breaking into the valley and causing trouble. This fence built by the players, not to mention fending off some small beasts, even some medium and large beasts. As long as they were not particularly strong or jumping ability kind, they could all be fended off. Simply an unexpected surprise. You guys finished well, Lin Feng said approvingly. On the player quest panel, the quest to build a fence has been completed. Because of the overcompletion of the mission, the system very generously rewarded each person with an additional 10 points of experience. I'm upgraded. Haha, I've upgraded too. Daching and the other 5 first players, because they had already accumulated some experience yesterday, went straight to level 1 after the quest was completed. +2 to main attribute, +1 to other attributes. New players, casting envious glances. Chapter 12, The Jackalope. Lunch is still wild fruit and grilled meat. Like the 5 veteran players, the new players had tasted the wild fruits and roasted meat, and had expressed surprise at the realism of the flavor system. It's almost exactly like eating barbecue in the real world. The ranger yelled unreasonably as he nibbled on the roast. With a full meal and wine, Lin Feng led the players to start the afternoon. For this afternoon's hunt, I'm going to explore a bit farther and need stronger followers, Lin Feng said. Stronger followers, naturally, referred to the 5 players who had reached level 1. In addition to prey, the tribe will need some reserves of timber for the construction of houses. The task of logging will be left to you. There are enough trees in the valley for you to have free reign, Lin Feng said to the remaining players. Early game, lumbering is an efficient means of upgrading, especially paired with the quests he posts. Players' quest panels simultaneously refresh with logging quests. In addition to leaving white dots of ink, he was responsible for improving the bow and arrow. The new players are excited to pick up their stone axes and start the logging spree. Stay White. Ink also began to wander the valley, looking for which wood would be better suited for his improved bow. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took 5 old players and left the valley, entering the wilderness to hunt. How big is the map of this game, you guys? Walking through the wilderness and looking at the endless wilderness. Daching sighed. I don't know. According to the background setting, our current location is just a large island with a much wider continent to the west. Kaleidoscope said. All of this information was available on the official website, and not being able to log into the game during the day, he had been studying the limited few sentences of background information on the official website. It's all almost memorized. Gaming time always flies by, and before you know it, the sky is starting to darken. The afternoon's harvest continued to be good, as they found a nest of pheasants, 5 in all, in one pot, and a couple of wild eggs, other prey, including a hare, a stray dingo. The hunt was over and Lin Feng's quest was successfully completed and his level came to level 5, +2 to all attributes. Starting tomorrow, the task of going out hunting will be yours. On the way back to the valley, Lin Feng said. The 5 people of Daching sniffed and revealed excited expressions. During the hunt, the patriarch had already taught them the various techniques of hunting, as well as the things they needed to pay attention to. They can't wait to practice it. Don't worry, matriarch, we will definitely bring back enough prey for the tribe. Daching patted his chest and promised with conviction. Just as the players were reveling in their visions of independent hunting, a sudden change occurred. 3 figures suddenly sprang out of the bushes nearby and pounced on Lin Feng and the 5 players. Look out! Lin Feng let out a low shout and raised the stone spear in his hand. The black shadow had already pounced in front of him. The distance was too close for the stone spear to work. Lin Feng could only put the stone spear across his body to resist. With a click, the wooden spear shaft shattered in response, and the hideous wolf's head appeared in front of Lin Feng's eyes, close at hand. Jackalope. Lin Feng didn't have time to think about it, and hit a square stomp on the jackal. Having already risen to level 5, his strength value was as high as 15 points, which was 3 times that of an ordinary human. Although the physical quality of a jackal was higher than that of an ordinary human race, it was only about 10 points, much worse than Lin Feng today. With a wail, the nearly 200-pound jackal was stomped away. The jackal is a humanoid creature that walks upright and generally stands between 1.9 and 2 meters tall and weighs about 200 pounds. They have tough gray-black fur and a jackal-like head. Although they can walk upright, their running speed and pouncing speed, when they are on all fours, are dramatically increased. Compared to ordinary humanoids, jackals are beasts of burden. Lin Feng kicked the jackal that attacked him down. The players weren't so lucky. The other 2 players that the jackals pounced on were Daching, who was at the front of the line, and I shoot you not guilty, I'll shoot you without sin is an agility player. After rising to level 1, except for the main attribute agility which is 9 points, all other attributes are 6 points. With 9 points of agility, he could have dodged the jackal's attack, but the first time he was attacked by a monster, he didn't react and dodge in the first place. Perhaps the game was too real. He froze in place for a second in his panic, and that second was enough for the jackal to pounce on him. With a strength attribute of only 6 points, he was completely unable to resist the jackal's lunge and was directly pressed to the ground. In the next second, the jackal's sharp fangs had bitten into his neck. All he could feel was a blackout and the game connection had been broken. Trying to log into the game again, the system prompts a 24-hour wait for resurrection. Lying on his bed, he tossed his helmet aside in exasperation. What a tie game. It takes so long to resurrect. Savage Worlds. As opposed to being spiked I shoot you not guilty, Daching is a little better. The jackals attacked, and he too fell into a brief panic, but quickly reacted. He stretched out his hands and pressed them dead against the jackal's shoulders. As a strength player, he had 9 strength points after level 1, not much weaker than a jackal. He clutched desperately at the jackal's shoulders, taking several steps back from the jackal's onslaught, but finally not being pounced upon by the jackal. Help! He yelled towards the 3 kaleidoscopes off to the side. The 3 also finally reacted. Kaleidoscope was the closest to Daching and immediately swung the stone spear in his hand, stabbing at the jackal that attacked Daching. The wine and the wind and the flowers are then stabbed at the jackals who are tearing at the body of the we shoot you not guilty. On the other side, after kicking the jackal that had attacked him off, Lin Feng didn't hesitate and directly rushed towards the jackal that had tumbled to the ground. The broken stone spear stabbed straight out. Jackals are slightly more physically fit than humans, and the average jackal has a strength attribute of around 10 points, and agility and constitution of around 7 points. Level 5 Lin Feng. All 4 attributes crushed the jackal. The jackal that tumbled to the ground couldn't resist in time, and the stone spear had already pierced into its front chest, pinning it to the ground. Pulling out his half-stone spear, Lin Feng looked towards the player who was fighting the other two jackals. The remaining 4 players, working in pairs against the jackals, were being beaten by the jackals with shrieks. After 3 rounds of wine and Windflower teamed up to deal with a jackal, but the jackal was not afraid at all, and ferociously attacked towards the 2 of them. After 3 rounds of wine the stone spear stabbed out, only for the jackal to see his chance and take hold of the wooden shaft. With a little force, the wooden spear shaft clicked and snapped. The Windflower on the side saw the opportunity and stabbed the spear into the jackal's left ribcage, but only 6 points of strength was not enough for him to cause much killing. The stone spear pierced into the jackal's fur, pierced the jackal's ribs, and was blocked by the hard ribs, making it difficult to survive any longer. The injured jackal let out a howl of pain, but became even more vicious. Damn human race, go to hell! The jackal turned, ignoring the stone spear that pierced his body, and with a lunge tackled Windflower to the ground. As intelligent beings, jackals can talk. It was just the language of this world that the player couldn't understand, so he didn't know what the fierce jackal in front of him was shouting. After pouncing on Windflower Snowmoon, the jackal's mouth was bared, revealing its sharp fangs as it bit into Windflower Snowmoon's neck. Seeing that Windflower was about to perish under the wolf's kiss, Lin Feng had already come to him in quick steps. The stone spear in his hand stabbed into the back of the jackal's neck and out of his throat. The tip of the spear pressed against Windflower's cheek and stabbed into the grass. Windflower was scared out of his wits. This spear was slightly askew and it would have taken him with it. Chapter 13, Tribal Contribution Points. After resolving the second jackal, Lin Feng turned his attention to the last jackal. The jackal, who was wrestling with Duching and Kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope was on the jackal's back, his arms strangling the jackal's neck hard. Duching grabbed both of the jackal's arms on the front, trying to keep the jackal in check. The whole scene looks like 3 street punks fighting. Although the jackal was wrangling with the Duching duo, he had been observing the situation on the battlefield. Seeing that his 2 companions had been killed one after another, his heart suddenly went cold. These few humanoids were far more powerful and ferocious than he had imagined. Ordinary humanoids, not to mention 6, even if there were 7 or 8, would only be able to hold their heads and run away when they suddenly attacked. Seeing the human who was holding a half-empty spear and had taken out 2 of his companions step by step, the jackal knew that it would be too late if he didn't leave. With a roar of rage, he pushed away the Duching in front of him, who was arm wrestling with him, and then pulled on the arm that was strangling him and threw the kaleidoscope behind him with a forceful fling. Getting away from the 2 humans, it got on all 4s and started to run away. The jackal's agility attribute was only about 7 points, but when he ran on all 4s, his speed was no slower than a human with 10 points of agility. It's a racial gift. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let him go. Jackals were a very vindictive creature. Letting it escape back, there might be a dozen, or even dozens of vicious jackals appearing in the neighborhood tomorrow. It was less than 2 miles from the valley, and the jackals could easily spot the valley as they searched the neighborhood. 3 or 5 jackals he could still deal with. If 20 or 30 jackals appeared in the valley, even with the help of more than 10 players, he would never be a match for these jackals. The tribe of jackals that attacked the horde was conservatively estimated to be 40 to 50 jackals. Unless he recruited all 30 players and had each of them leveled up to level 2 or higher, he was no match for this jackal horde. You guys wait where you are and don't run around. I'll go after it. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he carried the stone spear that was broken in half and chased after the fleeing jackal with wind-like speed. The jackal wasn't slow, but it was still much worse than Lin Feng, whose agility attribute had already reached 15 points. Only 4 players remain. Looking at each other. This game, the combat system is made so realistic. That said, these jackals should be considered newbie monsters, right? Are all the newbie monsters this powerful? Daching couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he might have been directly bitten by the jackal's throat just like I shot you without sin. How can they be novice monsters? These rabbits and pheasants we killed by hunting are the novice monsters. These jackals, conservative estimates are all above level 3. Wineover said, it's not too much of a stretch to be able to rub them. Level 1 players, on the ground, level 3 or higher, right? It's just that this game doesn't show the monster's level or blood bar at all, and they can only rely on guessing the exact level. I have to say, the AI of these monsters is quite high. Not only do they know how to sneak attack, but they also know how to escape if they can't win. Kaleidoscope commented as he looked at the jackal that had run out of sight. It's really much better than those stupid Almost killed monsters in other games that stand and jerk off with the player to the end. Windflower agreed. But standing around with the player is what monsters should look like in the game, right? Running away if you can't win doesn't feel right no matter how you think about it. That said, when a player dies, don't the bodies refresh off? Daching looked down at the body on the ground. That I shot you, not guilty. The neck was bitten off. So tragic. It may take some time so that it seems more real. I wonder if he's already been resurrected at the resurrection point in the valley. The wine said as he stroked his chin. You guys say this game is so real. Will it not resurrect at all after death? Even if you die in the game, the reality will be. Windflower pretended to be alarmed. Shut up. What horror stories are you telling? Kaleidoscope interrupted. It's an unlikely event, but it sounds oddly oozy. While several people were talking, Linfeng had already returned with the bloodied broken spear. With his agility attribute up to 15 points, chasing down a jackal was naturally not a difficult task. Go, Linfeng said to the players. Don't these bodies need to be disposed of? Daching asked, pointing at the body of the jackal. There's no need for that. It's the wilderness and the body couldn't have been left until the next day. Linfeng said. The strong smell of blood would soon attract carnivorous beasts that would gnaw and divide the bodies, making it basically impossible to see the sun the next day. If it was the carcass of prey, he would naturally have the players carry it back, air dry it and use it as a food reserve. Jackals were intelligent beings after all, and had the word human in their name. To use it for food, he just couldn't get past that mental hurdle. Unless there is a real shortage of food. Where's the innocent body? Wine overlooking at the body I shot you, not guilty, asked. You are all heavenly descendants sent by Lord Human Emperor, and your corpses, after you die, will automatically disappear after a while and be reborn in the tribe. Linfeng looked at the corpse and said, according to the system description, the player's corpse was however refreshed, but a condition had to be met, i.e., 3 consecutive hours of non-existence in the view of any intelligent life. Daching and the others nodded. It seems that the player's body refreshes, and the horror stories told by Windflower don't exist, but he died for the sake of the tribe after all, and even if the body will disappear, it's not appropriate to expose the corpse to the wilderness like this. Find a hole and bury it, Linfeng said. Linfeng's group returned to the valley, and the sun was already setting. The players who stayed in the valley had been cutting down trees all day and were gathering in front of the cave to rest and blow off some water. The chat also went from in-game, all the way to out-of-game, to the international situation of the entire blue planet. Do either of you know how to handle prey carcasses, as well as grilling or cooking? Linfeng asked towards the players. As the number of players grows, so will the number of hunts that need to be handled each day. As the clan leader, he couldn't always handle the prey carcasses himself, as well as help the players cook. It's naturally best to find 1 or 2 from among the players who can do the job. If you can't find them, then train 2 of them through quests. The big deal is to reward them with a title that has no attributes. Me. Surprisingly, as soon as he spoke, a small player stood up with his hand raised. Linfeng glanced at his game ID. Full house. This ID is an exceptional cook at first glance. You can cook? Linfeng asked. Of course, I'm a new Oriental graduate, Manchu Chinese said proudly. He then reacted to the fact that the NPCs in the game probably didn't know what the new Oriental was. So he switched to a way that NPCs could understand. I received systematic culinary training in the other world ruled by Lord Human Emperor, and I am proficient in the 8 major cuisines such as Lu, Sichuan, Hunan, and Cantonese, Manchu candidate said. It's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's something that can't be examined. Linfeng nodded in satisfaction. Proficient in 8 cuisines is okay. Very well, then I'll leave the disposal of prey carcasses and cooking to you from now on. You can find 1 or 2 people to help out, and I'll post tasks for you accordingly. In addition to experience, I will also give you a certain amount of tribal contribution points as a reward. Not just cooking, but in the future, cutting down trees or hunting. As long as they contribute to the development of the tribe, they will be rewarded with contribution points. Linfeng said. Contribution points, a thing he had just figured out. Chapter 14, Patriarch. Let me explain. At this stage, the only quest rewards for players are experience values, without any money rewards or item rewards. The players might not care, but Linfeng felt that it was a bit too monotonous. Rewarding monotony is only one aspect. Most importantly, the system's automatically generated experience value rewards seem to Linfeng to have many irrationalities. For example, the experience value of hunting will be on the high side, But boring things like logging and cooking are considered by the system to be easier and given less experience value. At first, players may not care about the difference in experience rewards out of novelty, and take the task of chopping down trees, cooking, and the like seriously. But after a while, the novelty passes, which will surely lead to players preferring to do hunting-type quests, and no one wants to do chores that can help the tribe grow. The best way to motivate players in this area is to set up an additional reward on top of the system-generated experience reward. Monetary rewards. He couldn't take for the time being. The entire Abbot Island does not have a uniform currency, and the main way of trading is bartering. Perhaps when it came to the savage continent, in the territory controlled by those powerful races, there would be such a thing as currency. The tribe was only a few people now, and there was no need for him to set up a currency out of his own to fool himself. Item rewards. Being penniless, he had even less to show for it, so he thought about contribution points. Contribution points will be issued to players as a supplement to experience rewards in missions, increasing their motivation to perform various types of missions. When he encountered quests that were relatively boring and had low experience value rewards, he could increase the contribution point rewards as a way to motivate players. As for the role of contribution points, to be honest, he hadn't thought about it yet, but it doesn't matter. In the future, he could allow players to exchange their contribution points for props, money, titles, or set up a sort of intratribal ranking system with contribution points. These are fine. He even felt that even if the contribution points did not serve any purpose, as long as they could be displayed in the attribute panel, the player would be filled with a sense of fulfillment and be happy to do so. There is nothing in the world more satisfying than a player, outside the cave, full house, which claims to be well versed in the 8 major cuisines, sets up the cleaned roe deer on the campfire and grills them with all its heart. The skinning and disposal of the entrails were done by him and another player together, gaining a lot of experience points, as well as contribution points. I don't know what the contribution points are for, but it's good to save them. The players on the side couldn't help but gulp as they looked at the roe deer on the racks that were bubbling with oil and smelled the aroma of the meat coming out of their noses. So yummy looking. It was too late. As I watched the jackals pounce on Da Ching, without saying a word, I raised my stone spear and stabbed it. Just a click. Kaleidoscope stood by the campfire, dancing around and recounting the battle with the jackal. How? You stabbed the jackal to death? Shooting a bit of a library is very much on your ear. That didn't happen. There was a click and the stone spear in my hand was snapped off by a jackal's claw. The weapon was broken, but I didn't panic in the least, and took a sliding step behind the jackal. This jackal, without exaggeration, is more than 2 meters tall and ferocious, but I'm not afraid of it at all. With a leap, I jumped onto the jackal's back and strangled it dead with my arms, choking him to death. Kaleidoscope gestured, making a strangling motion with an exaggerated expression. The jackal was strangled by you? Shooting a bit of a library asked again. That's not true. Then the jackal got scared and used all its strength to break free from my hands and run away. Otherwise, I could definitely strangle it to death, Kaleidoscope said regretfully. Da Ching listened on, smiling without saying a word. Strangle the jackal? If it weren't for the clan leader's fighting prowess, your neck would probably have been bitten off by a jackal. Of course, Kaleidoscope was blowing a gasket and he wasn't going to tear him down. Monsters still run? Players have expressed surprise. Of course, the monsters in this game are smart. I just don't know if all monsters are like that, Kaleidoscope said. Speaking of which, what's taking innocents so long to come back to life after being bitten by a jackal? The player who spoke is called I Am a Fish, a housemate of I Shoot You Not Guilty. I just purposely went offline and asked him about it, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that I have to wait 24 hours before I can resurrect it. Another roommate in the dormitory, borrowing another $500 from heaven, said, Holy, 24 hours, that long? The time cost of this resurrection is too high, isn't it? Looks like it's better to die as little as possible. I can't stand it if I can't log into the game for 24 hours when this game is so enjoyable. Players have expressed their inability to accept the 24-hour resurrection time. It's baked and ready for dinner. Fuller interrupted the crowd's discussion. The roast was cut into pieces and distributed to the crowd. Yummy. This game's flavor system really blows. If only I could eat in the game and be full in reality. You're thinking fart food. Players eat and rave about the food. The mankind smiled as he listened to the crowd's praise. What's more satisfying than being recognized for the food you've cooked? It's much better than what the patriarch baked. Kaleidoscope sighed as he ate. The next moment, he felt a gaze cast upon him. Turning his head, he saw the matriarch looking at himself meaningfully. The heart couldn't help but stutter. He had played a lot of games, and NPCs with a certain amount of AI in the game usually had a goodwill setting, with high favorability. You might be able to get some hidden quests or something. Looking at the patriarch's intriguing expression, the patriarch's favorability towards himself must have dropped with his own words just now. Damn this mouth. Kaleidoscope hated to slap his own mouth. Patriarch, let me explain. I didn't mean that. The players reluctantly went offline by 8 p.m. The tribe, which had been bustling with activity, was once again quiet. Lin Feng extinguished the bonfire at the entrance of the cave and returned inside the cave. There was also a campfire in the cave, and 5 children were gathered around it, eating fragrant roasted meat. The 5 kids didn't have much contact or interaction with the players over the past 2 days. After all, the language barrier. However, the tribe has only one NPC that can communicate with itself, which is a bit monotonous for the player. He cast his eyes on Yi, the oldest of the 5 children. At 12 years old, he was still a child in his eyes, but in this savage world, he was already considered half an adult. A lot of tribes, kids as young as 12, are starting to go out hunting with hunting parties. It's also time to give him some responsibility and exercise. Take some of the burden off yourself, by the way. Yi. Lin Feng called Yi to his side. Matriarch, what is it? Yi, his mouth stuffed with roasted meat, came over and asked. Big brother Lin Feng was already the tribe's patriarch, and he had already thought of changing his address to Big brother Lin Feng to patriarch. This seems more respectful and formal. When he heard Yi change his name from brother Lin Feng to clan chief, Lin Feng was a bit surprised, but he didn't care too much. It's just a term of endearment. I have decided to teach you the language of the world where the Skyfallers live. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for issuing tasks to the Skyfallers and leading them in gathering wild fruits. Lin Feng said, there are 2 main sources of food for the tribe, hunting and gathering. With players around, there's no need to worry about hunting. Naturally, give the players some time to familiarize and adapt, and they will all become excellent hunters. But collection can't be ignored. A combination of meat and vegetables will ensure nutrition. Not to mention that gathering is a more stable way to get food than hunting. Chapter 15 Mission, Elimination of the Jackal Horde. Before going to bed, Lin Feng glanced at the number of appointments. 27 people. Apparently, these were booked by word of mouth from veteran players. It's just that the player cap is 30 right now, and with these 27 players, he can only choose 12 of them. Everyone else, they'll just have to wait. Lin Feng thought about it and randomly chose 12 of the 27 reserved players to make up the 30-player quota. With that, he updated a developer log on his official website. Hello everyone, I'm the game planner Feng. Thank you for your support of the game. The game is still in the closed beta stage, and there are only 30 slots available for the time being, all of which have been given out now. For those who have already reserved the game but haven't gotten a spot in the closed beta yet, please be patient. Today, the game is getting some updates. Add a new functional NPC Yi. He will be responsible for conducting the newbie guidance and quest release of the gathering system. Players who like gathering, go ahead and bother him. Add a contribution point system. You can earn a certain amount of contribution points by completing quests. Contribution points will be of great use in later versions. Lin Feng posted the developer log on the official website and went into Dreamland. In the dream, he was standing on a high cliff in a tech-filled armor. Below the cliffs, a group of green-skinned humanoid creatures were marching in a crooked line. Occasionally someone looked up at his figure on the cliff with a gaze full of gratitude and admiration. Blue Star, Brother Chang, this game's closed beta quota is already full. Can you contact the game company's planner and put a few more spots open for us? At Daching, there are only 30 closed beta spots. That's too few. In the gaming group, people were constantly at Daching, asking about closed beta spots. After a few of his best friends got closed beta spots into the game, Daching recommended the game to the gaming group he usually hacks with. There were over 100 people in the group, all of whom he had met in various games. He advertises a virtual game with 100% realism in his group, and most people don't believe it. Even if they didn't believe it, they still recognize Daching's taste in games. A game highly recommended by Daching should be quite fun even if the 100% realism was just a publicity stunt. Many people in the group clicked into the official website and started making reservations. The quota is full? Let me see. Daching logged onto the official website just in time to see the developer log that Lin Feng had just posted. One's guess was right. The spots released during the closed beta phase were very valuable. Only 30. Luckily, I had asked Ranger and the others to make an appointment a day in advance and managed to get a closed beta slot. If you make another appointment today, odds are you won't get one. As for the group asking him to contact the game planner for a couple spots, where does he know any game planners? The official website for this game doesn't even have a customer service. Let's all wait a little longer. There should be some more spots handed out later on, he replied to the group. With that, he posted another message below the developer log. Ching, Mr. Planner, when can you release more spots? A lot of my friends over here are waiting to play. Just after 5 a.m. Lin Feng woke up on time. He first glanced at the game's official website, and the number of reservations had come to 39. Looks like his players are trying to help him promote the game. Unfortunately, the 30 slots have already been used up. At the same time, he also saw under the developer log, Ching's message. After thinking about it, he edited a reply. Phone, the closed beta quota. We are handing out based on the size of the Gunstar tribe. Nowadays, with the size of the Gunstar tribe, 30 players is already enough. When the tribe grows and needs more players, we will release some more closed beta slots, so please keep an eye on the official website for information. After replying to Ching, Lin Feng exited the official website and entered the system. The system's mission panel was updated with a new mission. Quest name, Destroy the Jackal Horde. Mission, Destroy the Jackal tribe active in the eastern part of the island. Quest reward, 1000 experience points. Unlocking the illusionary realm Jackal tribe. Lin Feng looked at the quest rewards and got a little misty-eyed. 1,000 experience points was enough to level him up to level 6, or even level 7. The most important thing is to unlock the Jackal Horde fantasy world. Lin Feng glanced at the introduction about the Mirage Realm. After the Mirage Realm was activated, players could team up to enter the Mirage Realm to practice. After clearing the illusion, you will be rewarded with experience and equipment. Great stuff! Lin Feng couldn't help but get a little excited. The appearance of the Phantasmagoria can effectively accelerate the growth of players. The stronger the player, the stronger the tribe. However, the Jackal Horde wasn't weak, and it wasn't realistic to exterminate the Jackal Horde just by relying on him and 30 players who were only level 0 or 1. It's going to take a few more days of development until the players level up. At 6 a.m., players began to come online. 12 new players, inevitably shocked by the realism of the game, let out a gasp. Also glad I booked early enough to grab the last 12 closed beta spots. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll be able to wait until I can play a game with such a bunker. The veteran players looked at the yelling new players with smiles on their faces and got satisfaction in their hearts. Look at you all looking like you've never seen the world. Look how calm we old players are. Lin Feng issued quests to the players. Some went out hunting, some stayed in the valley to cut down trees, and some followed Ng Yi to pick wild fruits. Only the 5 people of Ching, who had been standing on the sidelines, did not make any movements. Lin Feng gave them a curious look. What are these guys doing milling around if they don't come for the mission? The 5 Ching men came together and whispered. Ching, Ranger, is what you're saying feasible? Ranger, I don't know. Try it. Based on the level of AI the matriarch has shown, the success rate is high. Shooting a bit of coop, in case it doesn't work, it's a disaster. All the good quests are taken by others and we're left to jerk off trees. Super invincible crackling Tyrannosaurus Rex warrior, jerking trees is not bad. The experience value is quite high. As he spoke, the players around Lin Feng had already taken their respective quests and all dispersed. The 5 Ching people looked at each other and came to Lin Feng in pairs. Greetings, honorable matriarch. Ching took the initiative to greet Lin Feng. Greetings, Skyfallers. Lin Feng didn't know what they wanted to do, so he looked at them with a smile. Lord Patriarch, those jackals yesterday, they were our enemies, weren't they? I remember you said before that the tribe was attacked by the jackals and migrated to this valley. Ching asked. Of course, those dastardly jackals are our sworn enemies and the tribe's greatest threat, Lin Feng said through gritted teeth. The 5 Ching people's eyes lit up when they heard this. There's drama, Lord Patriarch. The tracks of the jackals appeared near the valley, and I think that sooner or later they will discover the valley and our tribe, and we have no information about the jackals whatsoever. For the safety of the tribe, the 5 of us have asked for orders to investigate the Jackal tribe for information. Ching volunteered. Lin Feng's eyes also lit up when he heard this. These players know me too well. After receiving the quest to eliminate the Jackalmen tribe, he had planned to find a few reliable players to scout for information about the Jackalmen tribe, or at least to know how many people were on the other side. Knowing the enemy and knowing himself, he was able to judge how many levels the players had reached before the tribe had the ability to exterminate the jackals. Now that the players themselves have offered to investigate the Jackal horde, it's only natural. Chapter 16. That's what I call a bow. Are you sure you want to go on this difficult mission? The jackals are very powerful and dangerous. If your tracks are discovered by the jackals, all of your lives will be buried there. Lin Feng put on a serious expression. Okay, it's an honor to contribute and sacrifice for the tribe, Da Qing said righteously. What's wrong with sacrificing your life? 24 hours later it's a good man again. Very well, then the task of investigating the Jackal tribe is yours. Your main task is to investigate where the Jackal tribe is located and the approximate number of people. Of course, it would naturally be best if there was more detailed information. Remember, during the mission, try to avoid direct conflict with the jackals. You guys aren't a match for those guys yet, although you are able to be reborn. In my opinion, your lives are still precious. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he issued a quest to the 5 Daching people. Looking at the quests that appeared on the quest panel, the 5 people of Daching could not help but feel a bit excited. They had guessed correctly that the quests in this game could be actively requested and actively triggered. Don't worry, matriarch, we promise to complete the mission. With excitement in their hearts, the 5 people of Daching walked out of the valley. The 5 men each held a stone spear and did not carry bows or arrows. Obviously, they didn't think that the tribe's inferior bows and arrows would be of much use in a fight with the jackals. Even the killing of pheasants and rabbits is very limited. Ha, I was right in my analysis. Quests can indeed be actively triggered. The ranger at the front of the line laughed triumphantly. I'm a genius. Game genius. This is indeed an important discovery. A discovery that can help me quickly accumulate advantages in the early part of our game and stand out from the crowd, Daching said. While all the other players were still performing the daily quests issued by the NPCs such as hunting and gathering, they had already received the quest to scout out the Jackal tribe. The experience rewards and contribution point rewards are a whole lot higher than the daily quests. I hope the other players don't find out about this too soon, Ranger said. Naturally, he would not be so generous as to share this discovery with other players. I found it on my own merits. Why should I tell you? He couldn't even wait for the other players to never find out and let them have this advantage all to themselves. The future of this game is very promising to him. The only virtual reality game on the market, and it's close to 100% realism. There's no way this game won't catch fire. The official website has also clearly stated that the closed beta isn't censored. If you can build up enough of an advantage in the early stages of the game to make a name for yourself, the benefits later on are almost predictable. You guys should also be careful not to mention this when communicating with other players, the ranger instructed his companions. Don't worry. Understood. The companions were assured. But this game's equipment, how come it doesn't even have an attribute? Or is this humble stone spear not even considered equipment? The Tyrannosaurus warrior looked at the stone spear in his hand and said, maybe it's also for authenticity reasons. Just like the monsters in this game, all of them don't have a level or blood bar display. We players also only have an attribute panel and quest panel, not even an equipment bar or backpack. Daching said, real is real, just a little too inconvenient. Su Ziyi sighed. There wasn't even a system package. All items had to be carried around. This was the first time she had encountered such an odd game. Can't the planners design a system backpack out of the box to make it easier for players? The more things of a game-like nature there are, the less real the world seems. And the planners are presumably looking for a balance between the two. Ranger said, realism and gameplay. It's really hard to have it both ways, and one has to be sacrificed. Say, where are we going to look for that tribe of jackals? Shooting a bit of a bank interrupts the crowd's discussion about the game's setting and brings the conversation back to the quest itself. Just keep heading northwest. Daching pointed to the northwest. The patriarch said that the tribe migrated from the northwest, and when we encountered a jackal attack yesterday, that jackal also fled in the northwest direction. The tribe of jackals, in all probability, is in this direction, inside the Gourd Valley. Staying white and dotting the ink with a bronze dagger in one hand, he carefully and meticulously thinned the center of the bow's back. This bronze dagger was a quest prop lent to him by the clan leader after he received the bow-making quest, and it was said to be the only bronze weapon in the tribe. It wasn't very smooth, but it was better than those stone knives polished from stone. The wood used to make the body of the bow was something he found in the valley, a bamboo-like plant. Unlike bamboo, this plant has broader leaves. He also didn't know what this plant was called, but it didn't matter. He only needed to know that the trunk of this plant was an excellent material for making bows. Of course, he gave the plant a name, broadleaf bamboo, for ease of reference. For the bowstring, he used the sinew of the wild deer the patriarch had hunted 2 days before. Finally done. Staying white and dotting the ink, he took the finished longbow in his hands and tried to pull the bowstring, a satisfied smile on his face. That's what I call a bow. As the number of players increased, Lin Feng didn't need to go out hunting anymore. So he simply stood at the entrance of the cave and became a real NPC. Although his hands were not working, his mind was not idle. He stood still and kept thinking about the future direction of the tribe and how to better manage these players so that they would shine for the tribe. Just as he was thinking, he then pulled far away to see Stay White. Ink holding up a longbow and running over cheerfully. His eyes lit up. This little player, completing the bow and arrow improvement quest so quickly? Honorable clan chief, I have completed the improvement of the bow. Please take a look. Stay White. Ink handed the longbow to Lin Feng and panted. Lin Feng took the longbow and carefully examined it. There was no need to test fire. Just by looking at the shape of this longbow, it had already finished off those inferior longbows of the tribe. This longbow made by leaving White. Ink had a bowstring that was more than a meter long and was made of deer tendon. There was a groove in the center of the bow to serve as an arrow platform for fixing the arrows. The top and bottom 2/3 of the bow are each wrapped in a piece of buckskin that has not yet dried. He tried pulling the bowstring, and there was plenty of tension. These two buckskins are? Lin Feng asked curiously. It's to increase the strength of the bow, as well as to prevent it from breaking. Stay White. Ink explains. Don't underestimate these two pieces of buckskin. With them, you can make the bow shoot faster and make the longbow last longer. Very good. Lin Feng nodded. Not sure what the principle is, but it sounds awesome. Any arrows? He asked. Yes. Stay White. Ink took out a few wooden arrows made of tree branches from behind his back and handed them to Lin Feng. These arrows are for my testing, just sharpening the front end to make arrows. When hunting, we can make arrows from stones or bone fragments, and the killing power will be stronger. Stay White. Ink said. Lin Feng nodded and took the arrows, taking one out and resting it on the bowstring. Opening his bow, he aimed at a large tree a few dozen meters away and shot an arrow. With a whooshing sound, the stringed arrow turned into a residual shadow and shot into the distance. The arrow brushed against the tree and flew another 20 to 30 meters before landing. Chapter 17, Unicorn Saber-Toothed Tiger. Not bad. The range of this bow is much improved over those before the tribe. Lin Feng looked at the arrows in the distance and nodded in satisfaction. The tribe's previous bows had an effective range of only about 50 meters. The bow made by Stay White. Ink has a visual effective range of nearly 100 meters. Almost double the boost. Receiving the patriarch's appreciation, Staying White and Ink was very happy. Turns out the patriarch was testing the range of the bow and arrow, and I thought the patriarch was trying to shoot that big tree and missed. What an underestimation of the patriarch. Stay White and Ink mind. Patriarch, it's not that I'm bragging. Give me some more time to find more suitable materials, and I can even make a recurve bow. The range and power can be raised a whole lot more than this straight-drawn bow. Stay White. Ink said confidently. Recurve bows are a bit more demanding in terms of materials, and harder to make than straight-draw bows, but it wasn't hard to beat him. Not to mention recurve bows, with the right tools and materials, he can even make compound bows by hand. Of course, with the condition of the tribes today, it would be impractical to make compound bows, but recurve bows can be tried. A recurve bow? Lin Feng's eyes lit up at his words. Very well. From now on, you'll be in charge of the tribe's bow and arrow making. Lin Feng patted Stay White. Ink's shoulder and said, the quest to improve the bow and arrow was completed successfully, and the level of Stay White. Ink went straight to level 1. At the same time, a new recurring task appeared in his taskbar, bow and arrow making. For every bow or arrow he crafted, he would be rewarded with a certain amount of experience and contribution points. The better the quality of the bow, the higher the rewards you get. Promise to finish the job. Stay White. Ink looked at the quest in the quest bar and said excitedly, the quest rewards for crafting bows and arrows are not at all lower than hunting. There was no need to go out and fight monsters. All he needed to do was to stay in the valley and keep making bows and arrows, and he would be able to gain a steady stream of experience points and contribution points. It's so cool. In the wilderness, the 5 people of Daching traveled cautiously through the bushes. The stone spears in the hands of both Su Ziyi and the ranger had disappeared, and in their place were 2 wooden sticks found from nowhere. The ranger's left arm was wrapped in a piece of animal skin with blood oozing out of it. The Tyrannosaurus warrior had 3 half-foot-long claw marks on his shoulder, which had been treated briefly, but still kept oozing blood. Originally, they were in a very relaxed mood, but a little over half an hour ago, they were ambushed by a cheetah. It was said to be a cheetah, but its head was a circle larger than cheetahs on Earth, and its size was close to that of an ordinary lioness. After a fierce battle, the 5 managed to repel the cheetah, but at the heavy cost of 2 injured. Su Ziyi and the ranger's stone spears also broke during the battle. This was also thanks to Daqing's promotion to level 1, with a power of 9, and being able to hold back a little on the front side. Otherwise, all 5 of them could have been wiped out by this cheetah's ferocious attack. It was also because of this attack that the 5 had a clear understanding of the dangers of the savage world. Walking on the road, he no longer dared to be as casual as before, but tried to hide his figure with the help of plants. The eyes that looked around were also much more alert. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the front. The loud roar was accompanied by a burst of miscellaneous shouts, but in a language they couldn't understand. Something's up ahead. The 5 men stopped and looked cautiously in the direction from which the voice had come. Feel your way over and check it out. Be careful and try not to get caught, Daqing said. By the sound of it, it sounded like there was a group of people fighting some kind of beast. The unintelligible language felt somewhat familiar to him, as if the patriarch and the 5 children of the tribe were communicating in that language. It should be the lingua franca of this world. The 5 hid their forms and quietly felt their way up, hiding in the bushes and looking out. Jackals, the ranger at the front of the line whispered, a glint of joy in his eyes. The mission objective. At last, Daqing and the others felt their way to his side and peered ahead through a gap in the bushes. Only a dozen or so jackals were seen, besieging a black beast. This beast looks a lot like an Ice Age saber-toothed tiger. Unlike the saber-toothed tiger, its fur is a deep black and it bears a single horn on its head. The unicorn horn is sharp, like a scimitar, or a dagger. This saber-toothed tiger was obviously much fiercer than the cheetah they had encountered, charging left and right under the siege of more than a dozen jackals, without being the least bit abashed. On the ground lay the corpses of 2 jackals, one of which was still twitching gently in a pool of blood, apparently still alive. The jackals, each holding a wooden stick over a meter long, thick at the top and thin at the bottom. The wooden stick was studded with some sharp, slender stones or pieces of unknown bone, like a roughly made wolfsbane. The jackals surrounded the one-horned saber-toothed tiger to the death, blocking it from escaping while constantly attacking it with their wolfsbane. With each rod, it caused several blood marks on the unicorn saber-toothed tiger's body. These jackals are strong. A flash of surprise appeared in the ranger's eyes. The jackal's speed, strength, and were clearly above their level 0 or level 1 players. Instead of more than 10 players surrounding this one-horned saber-toothed tiger, I'm afraid that it would have already turned into a field of corpses, and the saber-toothed tiger would have already begun happily drying its meal. Yesterday the matriarch took his team out hunting and supposedly cleanly took out 3 jackals. He had thought that these jackals were too weak to fight, but now it seemed that it might be because the patriarch was too strong. Come to think of it, as the leader NPC of the camp, it simply didn't make sense for the patriarch to not be strong. What do we do? Should we go help that saber-toothed tiger? Suzy asked in a small voice. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. The jackals were their enemy. The saber-toothed tiger was naturally a friend. The ranger thought otherwise. How can we help? If we go over there, the jackals can split 2 or 3 of them and take us all out. That saber-toothed tiger may not help us even if it finds a chance to break out. Ranger said. Let's wait and see what happens. After the jackals hunt this saber-toothed tiger, they will definitely return to their tribe with their prey. We'll be able to find the location of the jackal's tribe if we follow, Daqing whispered. Looking at the situation on the field, it was no surprise that it was only a matter of time before the jackals hunted this saber-toothed tiger down. The primary goal of the reconnaissance mission was to determine the location of the jackal horde, and secondarily, the number of jackals. As long as they succeeded in locking down the location of the jackal tribe, a large part of their mission would be completed. But this saber-toothed tiger is so pathetic. Suzy looked at the saber-toothed tiger that was surrounded by the jackals but was never able to break out and sympathized. Hey, you won't feel sorry for him when you meet him alone in the wilderness. The Tyrannosaurus warrior hemmed and hawed. Suzy gave him a blank look and didn't say anything else. The 5 people hid and watched the battle as the one-horned saber-toothed tiger was surrounded by the jackals, and the wounds on its body grew. More than 10 minutes passed, and after the jackals once again paid the price of 2 companions sacrificed, the ferocious saber-toothed tiger finally came to the end of its strength and collapsed to the ground. The jackals let out a cheer and rushed up, raising their wolfsbane sticks in their hands and smashing them against the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger let out a burst of wails, which gradually weakened and eventually died out. The jackals let out a victory cheer and joined forces to lift the dead saber-toothed tiger toward the west. The bodies of 4 jackals on the ground went unnoticed. Follow. When the jackals were 200 to 300 meters away, Daqing waved his hand, signaling his companions to follow these jackals. He wasn't sure how alert these jackals were, so naturally he tried to follow them as far away as possible. More than a dozen jackals were also carrying the corpse of a huge saber-toothed tiger, following even farther without worrying about losing them. Chapter 18, Intelligence from the Jackalope Tribe. Daching's 5 trailed behind a group of jackals, and after more than 20 minutes, the jackal horde finally came into view. Into the eye is a diameter of more than 5 meters of the sky giant tree. The body of the tree is 40 to 50 meters high. The tree crown is like a huge huagai, covering the sky and the sun. A grayish-white beard dangled from the canopy, swaying gently in the wind. What a big tree! Looking at the shocking sky-high trees from afar, Daching and the others couldn't help but sigh. The artwork, it just blows. Around the trunk of the tree was a tent made of animal skins, with one jackal in and out of it. Daching's 5 men stopped more than 100 meters away, lying down in the middle of the grass and surveying the distant tribe of jackals. More than a dozen jackals carried the huge saber-toothed tiger into the tribe, and the tribe let out a burst of cheers as one by one the jackals came out of their tents and gathered around to see what was going on. The 5 of Daching attentively counted the number of jackals in their vision. There are humans. Su Ziyi realized something and whispered. There were more than just jackals in the horde. There were a few ragged humans in view, carrying the saber-toothed tiger's body aside and beginning to dispose of it at the jackal's command. One human was a little slow to move, and was kicked over by the jackal next to him in a vicious beating. Apparently, these humans were a slave-like existence in the jackal tribe. In addition to the humans, there were a few tall, thin creatures that looked to be slaves of the jackals as well. The creature was visually around 3 meters tall, but its waistline was only half that of a human's, like a slender bamboo pole. The legs and arms are also as slender as bamboo poles, with the arms hanging down to the calf position. The skin was wrinkled, like dried bark. What kind of creature is that? Su Ziyi asked with wide eyes and curiosity. I don't know. Daching shook his head. Maybe it's a race from the barbarian world. The official website describes the world background of the barbaric world of 10,000 races. The appearance of some rare and strange races. There is nothing strange. Do you think those human slaves? Could they be from our tribe? Shooting a bit of a library suddenly said. Most likely. Daching nodded. The matriarch had said that the tribe had been attacked by jackals, which was why they had migrated to the Hulu Valley. With the exception of the patriarch and the 5 children, all the others died in covering their escape. Perhaps some of them were not sacrificed, but were captured by the jackals and made slaves. The 5 men hid in the bushes and observed for a long time, and also roughly determined the number of jackals. There were about half a dozen adult jackals, and a dozen or so lesser jackals. Of course, it could not be ruled out that some of the jackals had been in the tent without showing themselves, but not too many. On top of that, there were 6 human slaves, and 5 bamboo man slaves. Go! Getting information about the jackal tribe, the 5 quietly retreated back to the tribe. Towards evening, the 5 of them managed to return to the valley and reported the information they had gotten from their reconnaissance to Lin Feng. At least half a dozen adult jackals. Lin Feng listened to the report and frowned. The number of jackals was far more than he had expected. He had thought that the group of jackals that had migrated from elsewhere would be 30 or 40 at most. Generally speaking, most races don't leave the area they live in and migrate at will. Most migrations are forced. Maybe it's because of food and water shortages. Maybe it's because of a powerful enemy. Abbott Island is fairly resourceful, with large and small freshwater lakes dotting the island, and there are generally no shortages of food or water. As for meeting a powerful enemy, a tribe of 60 to 70 jackals would be considered a powerful party in any region of the island. So what powerful enemy could force them to migrate? The horde only had 30 players today, and in order to eliminate the jackal horde, each player would have to deal with at least 2 jackals. It's not easy. With what the players have now, it's a pipe dream. At least until the average player level reaches 3 or more. As an example, a level 3 strength player has 13 points in strength and 8 points in other attributes. Attribute-wise it's a complete win over the jackal. Of course, intelligence players are going to be at a bit of a disadvantage. Right now, he didn't know what the intelligence attribute did. Make people smarter? Matriarch, what are those bamboo men? Su Ziya's curious voice interrupted Lin Feng's thoughts. The penny man. Lin Feng smiled at his words. I know of the giant tree you speak of, and the race that lives under it we call the wood people, or the bamboo people as you see them. I can't imagine that they were also attacked by the jackals, and the jackals even used their tribe as a stronghold. Lin Feng said, the wood nation is a catch-all term. In the savage continent, the wood clan had many branches and strange looks. They have one common trait though. Their bodies are made of wood and most of them are afraid of flames. It was said that in the barbarian continent, The Wood clan was not a small force and occupied a place in the barbarian continent where strong clans were present. However, this Wood tribe in the eastern part of the island is very weak. The entire tribe was only about 20 men. Strong, but slow-moving and hard to hit the enemy. Ordinary humanoids, all of whom can be teased into submission through agility. Not to mention the jackals? Most of their people, I'm afraid, have been burned as firewood by the jackals. During dinner time, Lin Feng took advantage of the players gathering to tell everyone about the jackal horde. The players didn't feel scared when they heard about the existence of the jackal horde. Instead, one by one, they began to rub their fists together. Asterisk 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 him. Expedition Jackal. The tribe shall prevail. The we shoot you not guilty who was attacked by the jackals and bit his throat has been resurrected. And he is the one who shouted the most fiercely. He swore that he would personally take out at least 3 jackals to wash away the humiliation of being the first player to die on the server. Lin Feng pressed his hands down, interrupting the surging group of players. Your courage to face a strong enemy is very gratifying to me, but with the tribe's strength today, it's not enough to compete with the jackals. In the next few days, I hope you guys can work hard to raise your strength. When we have enough strength to defeat that gang of jackals, I will personally lead you all. Step on the jackal tribe, and make this group of blood debts pay. Lin Feng raised his fist and said, a tribe of jackals that must be eradicated as soon as possible. It's not just about the mission. According to the information brought back by the Daching 5, there were still a few living human captives in the jackal tribe. The few human captives were probably the tribal warriors who had covered their retreat. He had lived in the tribe for 3 years, and every single one of them had a deep bond with him. They must be rescued from the jackals as soon as possible. Over the next few days, the tribe began to grow solidly. Players have some out hunting, some gathering wild fruit, some logging to stock up on wood for the tribe. Everything is organized. Players were also rising in level. Most of them had come to level 2, and some of the top players like Daching had even risen to level 3. With the frantic publicity for the game from players offline, the number of reservations on the official website has come to 277, and there are constantly players leaving messages on the official forum asking for more closed beta spots. Even though most of the players who made reservations didn't believe that any virtual reality game with 100% realism really existed, they were eager to log in and give it a try after hearing their friends with closed beta status bragging about how amazing it was. It doesn't need to be 100% realism. They'd be happy with 10% of the fun the closed beta players claimed. Just when everything was going in a good direction, a sudden news broke the calm. Lord Clan Chief, a group of jackals has been spotted outside the valley. More than a dozen of them. The player named Eating Peach Peach is so cool hurriedly ran to Lin Feng and reported in a breathless voice. Chapter 19, The Unexpected Appearance of the Jackal Squad. Jackals. Lin Feng was shocked. According to the intelligence that Daching and the others had scouted out, the location where the Jackal tribe was located was 20 to 30 miles away from the Gourd Valley. Normally, jackals wouldn't run this far even if they were hunting. The 3 jackals that appeared near the valley a few days ago could still be explained as an accident. Now that more than a dozen jackals appeared in a group, it would be hard to describe it as an accident. Could it be that the jackals had discovered the tribe in the valley? Shouldn't be there yet. If the jackals knew that there was a human tribe in the valley, I'm afraid there would be more than a dozen of them coming over. The biggest possibility was that the jackals had found traces of human activity in this direction and sent a squad of more than 10 people to search for them. That's right, it's the jackals. There are 13 of them in total. Our squad was hunting outside of the hunting valley and stumbled upon them. Eat Peachy Goodness Cool said. He was one of the second group of players to enter the game. A close friend from the realities of drinking. In the past few days, he had been teaming up with Wine over 3 to do hunting quests, and had leveled up to level 2. He was an agility player with fast speed, and after the hunting squad found the jackals, he was sent to report to the clan leader after a few drinks. Have they found you yet? Lin Feng asked. No. The captain sent me back to report that he is keeping an eye on the group of jackals with 3 other men. Good Cool replied, the captain in his mouth. Naturally, is the one who has been drinking? Very good. Lin Feng nodded. The location of the valley, though remote, was not difficult to discover. Since the jackals had already sent out a scouting party to explore the area, it was only a matter of time before they discovered the valley. He couldn't pin his hopes on the fact that the jackals were all blind. It was necessary to take the initiative and take care of this group of jackals. If this team of jackals could be wiped out, it would not only weaken the jackal tribe's power, but also make the jackal tribe wary of this area. A squad of more than 10 people had inexplicably disappeared in this area. Even if it was the ferocious jackals, I'm afraid that they wouldn't rashly send people in to scout again before figuring out the realities. Assuming, of course, that the group of jackals is wiped out. If even one jackal was allowed to escape back, the jackal tribe would know that there was a human tribe of dozens of people hidden in the valley. Then I'm afraid the next time they'll be greeted by a nest of jackals. After thinking about it, Lin Feng went through the system and released 2 quests, almost at the same time. Both the players who were gathering and logging in the valley and the players who were hunting outside the valley all received the same quest. Assemble as fast as you can to the outer valley to set coordinates for an ambush on the jackals. Except for the hunting squads led by Winethrough, the mission they received was, wait for instructions to introduce the jackals into the valley for total annihilation. There were 5 people in the squad that had been drinking, and 4 were left, excluding Eat Peachy Goodness Cooler, who had been sent back to report. After spotting the group of jackals, they had been following these jackals 100 meters behind them, keeping a stakeout. The bushes and weeds that littered the wilderness facilitated their concealment, coupled with the fact that the 4 of them moved cautiously. The jackals did not realize that there was someone trailing behind them despite their keen alertness. Seeing the quests updated out of the quest panel, all 4 of them were all excited. The only mission. This must be the only mission. Take a look at the high triple-digit experience reward in the quest rewards, which was definitely a treat only available in the only quest. 100 points of experience value reward. The system is too generous. The player with the ID Kakashi couldn't help but feel excited and whispered. He was now level 2, and the total experience value needed to level 2 to level 3 was only 200 points. The quest reward of 100 points of experience value was able to allow him to directly ascend half a level. That's too cool. The winewalker in front of him looked back at him and held up a finger in a gesture of silence. No one knew how acute the hearing of a jackal was. If the jackals in front of them found out, the quest experience would be lost. The valley. The strength player who was swinging his axe and chopping down trees couldn't help but grin when he saw the quest on the quest panel. Ha ha, come alive. The few players next to them also received their quests and stopped chopping down trees. Ha ha, it's finally time to fight. I'm level 2 and I haven't fought a monster yet. Let's go. Gather at the mission coordinates. We'll make sure that gang of jackals have no return this time. The players excitedly carried their axes and gathered towards the coordinates. The coordinate point in the quest was near the mouth of the valley, and once Lin Feng released the quest, he took the lead to the coordinate point with his javelin. Looking at the players who were arriving one after another, a smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. Although he couldn't command the actions of every player one by one, he could manipulate the behavior of those players through the mission system. It's like playing an RTS game. This is micromanipulation, one after another. The players rushed to the coordinates to gather, and soon, all 26 players were assembled, except for the 4 people who had been drinking too much to keep an eye on the jackal. 30 players in total, 100% online. Seeing that all the players had assembled, Lin Feng issued a quest to the 4 people who had been drinking. Introduce the jackals into the valley. After 3 rounds of wine, the 4 of them saw the updated quests in the quest bar and their eyes lit up. How do we draw? A player asked. There's nothing technical about luring monsters, but ultimately, you have to have a plan. But don't let the jackals lure them to the valley before they've been massacred by the jackals. The wine looked at the distant squad of jackals for a moment. The speed of the jackals is not slow, especially when they land on all 4s. It's comparable to a level 3 agility player. Let's lean towards the valley first and try to attract the jackal's attention when we reach the farthest position. Wine said. The farther away they were, the longer it would take for the jackals to catch up, and the higher their chances of success would naturally be. Yes. Agreeing on a plan, the 4 of them tailed the jackals while adjusting their direction to lean towards the approaching valley. A few minutes later, the 4 of them came to the side close to the valley, while the position with the jackals had been drawn to 200 or 300 meters away. Any farther and they would have a hard time getting the attention of the jackals and introducing them to the valley. Action. The wine stops after 3 rounds. How? The team asked. That's it. Standing up straight after 3 rounds of wine, he made a trumpet shape with his hands by his mouth and yelled toward the distant jackals. Hey, son thief. The voice traveled across the wilderness to the jackal's ears. The squad of jackals that were marching stopped in their tracks and looked in the direction where Wine and the others were. Run! A low cry of Wine and a scattering of legs. He had seen the strength of the jackals, and it was no exaggeration to say that the 4 of them would be torn to pieces in less than a minute if they were caught up by these jackals. Chapter 20, Lure and Ambush. The leader of the squad of jackals marching through the wilderness was called Shattered Throat Blood Axe. Shattered Throat, the name he had given himself, meant to bite the throats of his enemies. Blood Axe, the name of the tribe and the surname shared by all the jackals in the tribe. Early this morning, he received a task from the Lord Clan Chief to lead a small team to the southeast to look for traces of the human tribe. There's a human race in the southeast? All he could remember was that 3 clansmen had been ordered to search in that direction a few days ago and had never returned. The tribe is speculating that there is a vicious beast in that direction. He wasn't daunted by the rumor. They're powerful jackal warriors. What beast of prey could be a match for a dozen jackal warriors? So, with 12 tribal warriors, he set out on his journey without hesitation. It's a beast of prey, and they'll hunt it down and bring it back to the tribe. Just like the one-horned saber-toothed tiger he led a hunt for the other day. If there really is a human tribe, he recalled the delicious flesh and blood of the human race, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Taking the tribe's warriors with them, they searched all the way toward the southeast, but never found any trace of the human race. Beasts were encountered a few times, but beasts of that class could not even be called the word fierce, not even close to a one-horned saber-toothed tiger. Just when he thought, is it the patriarch's intelligence is wrong? There is no human tribe here at all. A shout of unknown significance came from the right rear. The jackal's innate alertness made him turn around immediately, only to see a human shouting towards them from a bush 200 to 300 meters away. He couldn't hear what the human was shouting, but figured it would be a cry of terror. There were 4 humans in total, and after realizing that they had been discovered, those humans turned their heads and ran without any hesitation. This is a normal reaction of the human race. What weak and timid human would not run away when they see a powerful jackal warrior? Ha ha, finally I found it. Chase. With a wave of his hand, he raised the wolfsbane in his hand and chased after the 4 humanoids. Will there be an ambush? Behind him, a companion asked. Broken Throat grinned. Ambush? What did the weak human race use to ambush our mighty jackal warriors? After 3 rounds of wine, the 4 of them ran through the bushes and spread their legs towards the valley, not forgetting to glance back at the jackals behind them as they ran. When they saw that more than a dozen jackals had all quickly caught up with them, especially when they saw that they were all chasing them on 2 legs because they were holding a wolfsbane in their hands, a wave of excitement ran through the hearts of the 4 of them. Quest rewards are solid. The jackal and the player chase each other through the wilderness. A level 2 player, even if they are not of the agility line, has 7 agility attribute points. Jackals have an agility of about 8 points, and are only a little bit faster than the player when running without using their limbs. Plus they were all carrying weighty wolfsbane clubs, which reduced their speed to almost the same as the players when they had weights on them. A few minutes later, the 4 players had run away for 3 or 4 miles without the jackals behind them looming much closer. The distance between the 2 was still nearly 200 meters. Shattered Throat was not in a hurry. Chasing these humanoids was only one aspect. On the other hand, it was to look for the settlement of these humanoids. He couldn't wait for these players to run all the way back to the tribe and expose the location of the human tribe to him. The jackals were not slow to chase after them, and the 4 people who were running in front of them after 3 rounds of wine had already had a smile on their faces that they couldn't hide. The entrance to the valley had come into view, only a few hundred meters away. The mission to lure the jackals could basically be declared a success. The 4 of them picked up speed and ran to the mouth of the valley in a flash, burrowing into it. As he watched the 4 humanoids burrow into the valley, Shattered Throat had the same smile on his face that he couldn't hide. It seems that the human tribe is hidden in this valley. This valley was indeed hidden, so it was no wonder that they had searched for so long without finding the human tribe. Ha ha, these humans are really stupid. Knowing that we are chasing after them, they still dare to run back. Their stupidity will get everyone killed. Broken Throat couldn't help but laugh. It is said that although the human race is physically weak, their brains are very smart. Now, it seems that they are not that smart. Could there be an ambush in the valley? The jackal who followed Shattered Throat here questioned. It wasn't the first time they had dealt with the people. The other day when they had just migrated to the eastern part of the island, they attacked a human tribe. Although the human race of that tribe was weak, the warriors of the tribe were very brave. In order to cover the retreat of the other tribesmen, they fought to the death until the end. The human he remembered didn't look like he would do something this stupid. Ambush? Shattered Throat couldn't help but snort at his words. There are only 2 human tribes in the eastern part of the island. The Whitewood tribe in the north and the Wind tribe that we attacked the other day. The Whitewood tribe is in the north and is unlikely to appear here. 9 times out of 10, the ones hiding in the valley are the ones who escaped from the winning tribe. It would have been nice to have 10 of those who managed to escape under our attack that day. So what are you going to ambush us with? Shatterthroat looked unimpressed. I still think it's better to be careful. The jackal behind him continued. Shattered Throat looked out over the valley, contemplating for a few seconds. You have a point. Here's the deal. Broken teeth, broken hands, broken eggs. Shattered Throat named 7 jackals. The 7 of you go into the valley first to see if there is any ambush, while the others wait with me at the entrance of the valley. Confirm that there's no ambush inside, then we'll go in. In case of an ambush, we'll kill in behind them and fight you inside and out. Broken Throat said. There was one thing he didn't say, though. In case there are more people in the ambush, we won't go in. Go back and report to the matriarch and bring back men to avenge your deaths. Hoo. Tired old me. It's a good thing the valley isn't far away. I wouldn't be able to run any further. After 3 rounds of wine, the 4 of them ran into the valley and met up with Lin Feng and the others, bending over their knees and panting heavily, running 3 or 4 miles in one breath. Even in the game, even if they were LV2, LV3 powerhouses, they were tired enough. Luckily it's a game. If it were reality, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to run half the distance before they were paralyzed with exhaustion. You guys did a great job. Lin Feng patted the shoulders of the drunken man and then began to give orders. Archers stand by. Release arrows as soon as the jackals enter the valley. The rest of you, take cover on both sides of the valley entrance and cut off the jackals' retreat. The so-called archers are 12 players with bows and arrows. The bows were all handmade by Stay White. Inc. in the past few days, and there were 12 bows in total, distributed in the hands of 12 players with decent archery skills. They will be responsible for the first strike against the jackals pursuing them into the valley. But Lin Feng didn't have much hope for them. With the players' archery skills, it would be nice to get an arrow in. Consider it practice. The 7 jackals entered the valley and cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Those 4 fleeing humanoids were already out of sight. Hiding? A jackal lifted his head and sniffed the air around him hard. There's the smell of human race in the air. More than 4. Chapter 21 Elite Monsters. Lin Feng lurked in the grass, keeping a close eye on the mouth of the valley. When he saw that there were only 7 jackals entering the valley, his brows furrowed lightly. According to the information from Eat Peachy Goodness Cool, there should be 13 jackals. That is to say, the jackals, not all of them, had entered the valley. These jackals, they were a lot more cautious than they thought. Archers shoot. Level 3s continue to hide. Everyone else attack. Lin Feng shouted loudly. After a few days of hard work to upgrade, 11 of the 30 players had already risen to level 3. The other 19 players, too, had all risen to level 2. The reason for not letting the level 3 players show their faces was to show the enemy that they were weak and bring in the jackals outside. There was no reason why 13 jackals should fear 19 humanoids. The jackals outside would definitely rush in to help when they saw that there were only so many humanoids ambushed in the valley. So he ordered in a loud voice for the players who had reached level 3 to continue hiding. He wasn't worried about the jackals hearing him. They wouldn't understand anyway. In the bushes to the left and right of the jackal, 12 bow-wielding players stood up and bent their bows to shoot at the jackal. 12 sharp arrows shot at the 7 jackals. Duck! The jackal named Shattered Tooth reacted the fastest and rolled out of his spot. The reaction of the other few jackals was half a beat slower, and when they wanted to dodge, the arrows had already shot close to them. Whoosh! A sharp arrow that cut through them. Fortunately, the arrows weren't very accurate, slicing past their sides and heads, but none of them hit them. The jackals couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Ah, I'm hit with an arrow. Just then, a mournful scream rang out. Instead, he saw Shattered Tooth, who had rolled for cover, with an arrow stuck in his ass, wailing in pain. Ha ha, I shot it. The only hit the enemies I shoot, you not guilty. Cannot help but high cheers. At the same time, he didn't forget to taunt the other players. You rookies, you can't even hit an arrow. You're too good. The other players were not happy to hear that. If that jackal hadn't dodged, you wouldn't have hit it. It was just a blind cat catching a dead rat. I'll shoot you without guilt, and skimmed my lips in disbelief. You guys know nothing about it. This is called prejudgment. Do you understand prejudgment? Kill these humans. Shattered Tooth, who had taken an arrow in his ass, had gotten up and looked at the smug I shoot you not guilty and charged with a roar of rage. The other 6 jackals, too, had killed the players on both sides. Brothers, help me. I'll shoot you not guilty. Seeing the jackal rushing towards him, his face changed greatly. The memory of being bitten by a jackal and having his throat snapped in one bite came to his mind. Hurriedly, he shouted out for help to the power players on the sidelines. Although the strength player was not pleased with his complacency, in the end, he could not bear to see him die and threw aside the longbow in his hand, taking a stone axe to meet Shattered Tooth. In the grass, a few more ambushed players stood up and killed the jackals. 30 players, with the exception of 11 players who had reached level 3 and were still lurking in the grass. All the other players began to surround the jackal. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to go out either. 19 level 2 players against 7 jackals was not a big problem, and there was no need for him to make a move yet. Outside the valley, Broken Throat's face changed slightly when he heard the sounds of fighting in the valley. There was indeed an ambush in the valley. These cunning humanoids. Shatterfoot, go in and see how many humanoids are in there. Shattered Throat ordered to the jackals on the sidelines. Shatterfoot was the fastest of their squad. Yes, Shatterfoot responded, placing the wolfsbane in his hand on the ground and rushing into the valley on all fours. Despite the constant sounds of fighting and killing in the valley, he was not afraid. He had absolute confidence in his speed. There was no one faster than him in the tribe. Even if he encountered a human attack, he believed that with his speed, he would be able to escape unharmed. A minute later, Shatterfoot checked out the valley and went and returned. How's it going in there? Broken Throat asked hastily. There are about 20 human races that are surrounding Shattered Tooth and the others, but those human races are of average strength. They're holding up for now, Shatterfoot said. Around 20 of them dare to ambush us. These humanoids really don't know what they're doing. A fierce light flashed in Shatterthroat's eyes. Not to mention 20 humanoids. Even if there were 30, he wouldn't be afraid. Follow me. Shatterthroat took a few of his jackal brothers and charged into the valley. The 7 companions inside the valley were fighting the human race fiercely. They attacked from behind the human race, and with the companions inside the valley, they could crush the human race in one fell swoop. Halfway there, he suddenly had to stop and turn his head to look at the broken feet that followed him step by step. Shattered Foot, don't go in. Wait outside the valley. If we don't come out after the sounds of killing inside stop, you immediately return to the tribe to report. Broken Throat confided. Although he was confident that he could crush the human race inside the valley, he decided to keep his hand in. In the event of an accident, at least a companion would be able to send the message back. Yes, Shattered Feet led the order with a serious expression, but in his heart, he was happy. It's nice to be able to not go in there and take a chance. Naturally, in the valley, 19 players and 7 jackals fought to a standstill. The players were all level 2, and were still inferior to the jackals in terms of strength. However, they had the advantage of numbers and were pressing the jackals. It was just that their weapons, whether stone spears or stone axes, had trouble dealing fatal damage to the jackals. After a fierce battle, one of the besieged jackals didn't die. Instead, 3 or 4 players were seriously injured by the jackals. Just then, Shattered Throat rushed into the valley with 4 other jackals. Kill! Tear these humans apart! Shatterthroat roared with a grimace and charged the outermost players. Seeing another jackal charging into the valley, the outermost few players were overjoyed and excitedly greeted them. The gun comes out like a dragon, shining all over the liver and guts. A strength player shouted and raised his stone spear in his hand to stab at Shattered Throat, who was rushing at the front. Shattered Throat let out a sardonic laugh and swung the wolfsbane in his hand, slamming it against the spear shaft. With a click, the stone spear shattered in response. The strength player froze, and in the next second, the wolfsbane in Shattered Throat's hand was already smashing on his head. The bang was like a smashed watermelon. Seeing how fierce Shattered Throat was, the few players around him paled. Asterisk 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 is fierce. It's an elite monster. Look out everyone. The players gasped. Lin Feng, who was ambushed in the bushes, also had a flash of surprise in his eyes. This jackal that was leading the group was indeed much stronger than ordinary jackals. That's normal. Even the human race, which was known for its weak body, occasionally had strong people who could even rival the demon race and the sorcerer race. It's not surprising that there are some elites among the jackals that are stronger than normal jackals. Do it! With a shout, Lin Feng led the 11 level 3 players who had been ambushed next to him to jump out of the bushes and kill the jackals. He, himself, rushed straight for Shattered Throat. With the player's current strength, it wasn't enough to tackle this elite monster. He needs to do it himself. Chapter 22, The Patriarch is so strong. Shattered Throat swung the wolf tooth stick in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, 3 players had already died tragically under his stick. The other players saw him being so fierce and avoided him. Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and charged up. The weapon in his hand was not the stone spear commonly used by the tribe, but a wooden stick that was thicker than his arm and more than a meter long. The lower end of the stick was thin to make it easier to hold in your hand. At first glance it looked very similar to a jackal's wolfsbane, except without the stone and bone fragments set into the wooden rod. This was a weapon that Lin Feng had specially prepared in order to deal with the jackals. The stone spears used by the tribes for hunting, the wood used to make the body of the spear is not particularly tough. It's okay for everyday hunting, and can be used against jackals. where it can easily break with the jackals intentionally attacking the spear. The wooden stick looked inferior, but at least it could stand up to the jackal's weapon. Shattered Throat had killed 3 players in a row and was feeling smug in his heart when he saw Lin Feng striding towards him. There are still people coming to die? With a cruel smile, he raised the wolf tooth stick in his hand and with a whirring sound, he slammed the stick at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't show any weakness and swung the wooden stick in his hand to meet him, choosing to fight hard. The 2 sticks clashed together with a muffled thump. Lin Feng only felt a shock in his tiger's mouth, and each of the 2 wooden sticks bounced away, neither of them taking advantage. Lin Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised. At level 5, he had 15 points of strength, and he hadn't been able to suppress this jackal? This jackal's strength attribute was at least 15 points, half as tall as the average jackal. No wonder the players were defenseless against him. While Lin Feng was surprised, Shattered Throat was even more appalled. This human, surprisingly, blocked his own baton. How is that possible? In their tribe, those whose strength far exceeds that of ordinary jackals are awarded the title of warrior by the patriarch. He was one of the 3 major warriors in the tribe, and in terms of strength, he was the strongest of the 3. The power of the human race was notoriously weak, not as weak as an ordinary jackal, and in front of him it was basically a stick, defenseless. But this human race in front of him had blocked his baton. How can the power of the human race be so great? Again, he was not convinced in his heart. He shouted angrily and once again slammed his stick at Lin Feng. This human was able to block one of his batons. He didn't believe that he could still block his second and third batons. Lin Feng was naturally unafraid and swung the wooden stick in his hand, once again clashing with the wolf toothstick in Shattered Throat's hand. Boom boom boom. Neither of them refused to show any weakness, and swung their sticks continuously, the 2 wooden sticks clashing violently over and over again. In the blink of an eye, they had already sparred with each other more than a dozen times. Lin Feng was getting more and more excited the more he fought, but Shattered Throat couldn't hold on any longer. Each impact of the wooden stick causes some kind of shock to the tiger's mouth. Once or twice the broken throat can still hold up, but after a dozen times in a row, he has been numb in the tiger's mouth. The wolf's toothstick is a little bit unable to grip tightly, and several times almost disengaged his hand. The force of the swing was also much weaker. He stared wide-eyed at Lin Feng, who was getting more and more brave. Is this guy really human? It wouldn't be a demon that's morphed into a human form, would it? On the contrary, Lin Feng smashed over baton after baton without the slightest decrease in force. Not only did he have 15 points of strength value, he also had 15 points of constitution. Physique increases defense and resilience of. The higher the physique, the stronger the resilience. The damage caused by the shock strike to the tiger's mouth could be recovered in an instant with his 15 points of physique. Boo! With a muffled sound, the 2 wooden rods collided again. Shattered Throat only felt a huge shock in his tiger's mouth. His palms were soft, and the wolf tooth rod in his hand had already flown out of his hand. In the next second, the wooden stick in Lin Feng's hand had smashed down on his head. Shattered Throat hurriedly dodged and managed to avoid Lin Feng's baton. Not caring about the cold sweat that broke out, Shattered Throat leapt back 2 or 3 meters, pulling away from the distance before Lin Feng. The heart was not in the right place. If this baton was smashed, he himself was going to meet the ancestor of the jackals. He landed on all fours, his body prostrate on the ground, his eyes looking ferociously at Lin Feng. Although he was suppressed by Lin Feng in terms of power, he didn't choose to retreat. The jackal's attack forms can be divided into 2, the upright form and the creeping form. In upright form, the jackal sacrifices some of its agility for a boost in strength. In creeping form, strength is cut somewhat, but agility can be increased significantly. Since my strength isn't as good as this human's, I'll use the creeping state and win by agility and speed. Broken Throat thought as such in his mind. He stared ferociously at Lin Feng, moving slowly around him, looking for a break in Lin Feng. Human, your power is strong, beyond my expectations, but you are too naive if you think that you can defeat the mighty jackal warriors with this. I'm going to show you the real killer of our jackals. Speed. Lin Feng stood still, quietly looking at him. He wasn't afraid of this jackal with a weapon, and now that he was unarmed, he cared even less. Speed that can match your own 15 points of agility? Wait for the right opportunity and send him to the west with a single blow. Shattered Throat slowly circled around to Lin Feng's left side, and when he saw that Lin Feng didn't turn around after him, he couldn't help but see a glimmer in his eyes. Opportunity. His limbs snapped and he rushed towards Lin Feng as a black shadow, with a confident smile on his face. So what if this human is strong? I'm so fast, he'll never be able to react. I'm going to rip out his throat with my sharp fangs. Lin Feng quietly looked at the rushing shattered throat. It had to be said that in the creeping state, the Jackal was really fast, with an agility value of at least 10 points, almost twice as much as a normal human. However, it was still a bit insufficient in front of him, whose agility value had already reached 15 points. Lin Feng gripped the wooden bat with both hands and assumed a baseball player's stance, aiming at shattered throat's body and lashing out. The wooden stick broke through the air with a whistling sound. The extremely fast speed caused the wooden stick to turn into a residual shadow and heavily smashed into shattered throat's chest. This stick was extremely fast, so fast that shattered throat simply could not avoid it in time, and could only watch the wooden stick whip on his body. With a bang, he was jerked out several meters by Lin Feng's baton, and his chest even collapsed visibly. No need to look, the sternum is definitely broken. Flying backwards through the air, shattered throat's eyes were wide with disbelief. How could this human race be so fast? Thinking about it, his consciousness had begun to blur. With a bang, his body fell heavily to the ground, and he lay on his back and kept convulsing. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth uncontrollably, and his eyes were already failing. When the surrounding players saw this scene, they all looked at Lin Feng with adoration. The strength of this elite monster was evident to the players. One player with a single stick without batting an eyelash. Such a strong elite monster was smashed to death by the clan leader's baton. The patriarch is so strong. Shattered Throat had been killed by Lin Feng, and the battle between the players and the other jackals had come to an end. 11 level 3 players is a strong force to be reckoned with. Level 2 players, who were a bit worse than jackals in terms of attributes, had a hard time defeating jackals one-on-one. Even if it was 2 against 1, or even 3 against 1, it would be difficult to kill a jackal in a short period of time. Instead, the attributes of a level 3 player were above those of a jackal, and he was not a wimp at all one-on-one. With the cooperation of the players, one by one, the jackals died successively in the players' siege, leaving only the last 3 or 4 still resisting. But with many players surrounding them, it was only a matter of time before they fell. Lin Feng stood to the side and didn't step in to help the players. Let them have more experience in real battles so that they can become stronger as soon as possible. The sounds of the fight became smaller and smaller, and soon, all the jackals fell in a pool of blood. After defeating the jackal, the players were very excited, and the jackal's wolfsbane became a precious trophy that was looted. This wolfsbane, isn't it much more powerful than the horde-issued novice weapon, the bone spear? It's at least green quality. The player who grabbed the wolfsbane was jubilant and happy to get a new piece of equipment. Did not grab, can only regret shaking his head, cursing the gang of dogs' fast hand speed. Absolutely a group of single dogs. Lin Feng glanced at the casualties. Although the jackals were all destroyed, the players' losses were not small. 30 players, 6 dead, 4 seriously injured. Battle losses were as high as 1/3. The jackal's strong fighting strength was somewhat out of Lin Feng's expectations. He had thought that after all the players had reached level 3, under his leadership, he would have the strength to exterminate the jackal horde. Today, it seems to be a bit too optimistic. The jackal horde still had at least 50 to 60 adult jackals. Even if all the players had risen to level 3, it was estimated that they were no match for the jackal horde. Unless they waited for the players to all rise to level 4 or 5, they would have to think of other ways to exterminate the jackal horde as soon as possible. Matriarch, the number of jackal corpses is wrong. Just as the players were getting excited about defeating the jackal, the wine came over to Lin Feng and said, Chapter 23, I want to see what it's like to be buried alive. Wrong number? Lin Feng froze at his words. That's right. We counted them clearly when we were tracking these jackals. There were 13 jackals in total, but the bodies on the ground, I counted only 12. The wine passed and pointed to the body of the jackal on the ground. Lin Feng's face changed slightly. The jackals entered the valley in 2 groups, and he didn't break down the number of jackals. Now that one of the bodies was missing, there was only one possibility that another jackal hadn't entered the valley. When did jackals become so cautious? You guys clean up the battlefield and dig a hole to bury these jackals. I'm going after that jackal, Lin Feng said. Never let that jackal escape back. Matriarch, I'll go with you. Wine through the initiative. Lin Feng glanced at him and shook his head. No need. You're too slow. Lin Feng finished speaking and rushed out of the valley alone with his wooden stick. Outside the valley, Shatterfoot listened to the sounds of killing in the valley and nervously kept circling in place. Although he had absolute confidence in his companions, especially Captain Shattered Throat, who was a warrior of the tribe and could at least fight 10 humanoids by himself. It's not easy to deal with 20 humanoids. However, the sounds of killing in the valley did not stop for a long time, and he was still a little apprehensive in his heart. Well, the tussle gradually calmed down. Captain, they've wiped out the humanoids? He peered into the valley, hesitant to go in and look around. However, thinking of the captain's explanation that he would wait for them to come out after the killing sound ended, he still resisted the urge to go in and find out what was going on. He stood at the mouth of the valley, waiting left and right, never seeing any of his companions come out of the valley to tell him the good news of his victory. His heart grew restless. It can't be that the captain and the others lost to those humans, can it? Or was it that the captain and the others were enjoying their feast and forgot to come out and tell them? Just as he was thinking, he saw a figure rushing out from the valley. Not a companion, but a human with a wooden stick. That human was extremely fast, so fast that it overturned his perception of the human race. What was even more frightening was that human being rushed over with an excited face after seeing him. Run! Shatterfoot couldn't think too long and spread his legs in the direction of where the tribe was. Captain, they didn't make it out. In all likelihood something happened. He had to hurry back to the tribe as soon as possible to tell the patriarch the news. Lin Feng rushed out of the valley and at a glance, he saw the jackal who was staring dully towards the inside of the valley. He was instantly relieved. It's okay if this jackal is still around. With his own speed, there was no way he would let this jackalope get away from him now that he had seen him. The next moment, he saw the jackal on all fours, fleeing towards the distance. Lin Feng smiled. This guy's not stupid, but isn't it a little too late to think about running at this point? He threw up his arms and sprinted with all his might after the fleeing jackal. The distance between the two was rapidly closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shatterfoot fled frantically, not forgetting to glance back to see if the human had caught up. When he saw that Lin Feng was rapidly approaching, his entire body was dumbfounded. Hell no! How can the human race be so fast? He used all his strength to run as hard as he could. All four of his claws were almost rubbing smoke, but he was never able to pull away the distance between him and Lin Feng. Seeing that it was only a matter of time before he was caught up by that human, he simply stopped running, stopped with a sharp break and turned around to look hideously at Lin Feng who was catching up. It's just a human being. If I can't outrun you, can't I outfight you? It's not too late to kill this human and then go back to report. Why don't you run? Lin Feng saw that he wasn't running anymore and came to him with a smile. Human, don't be arrogant. Being fast doesn't mean anything. I didn't want to kill you, but you chose to catch up. Since that's the case, then you can go to hell. After Shattered Foot finished, his limbs snapped and lunged at Lin Feng. Speed and strength, in his experience, were inversely proportional. Like himself, he was one of the fastest in the clan, but his strength was much lower than the other jackals. This human race was so fast, its strength must not be as good as an ordinary human race. Definitely not a match for himself. With the confidence of certain victory, Shattered Foot pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng laughed and swung the wooden stick in the same position he had used to defeat Shattered Throat, smashing it against Shattered Foot. This time, though, he aimed not at the chest, but at the head. The wooden stick turned into a residual shadow, so fast that Shatterfoot couldn't react in time. With a bang, accompanied by a mournful scream, the wooden stick slammed heavily into Shatterfoot's skull. The skull shattered instantly, and Shatterfoot only managed to let out a scream before falling to the ground without a sound. One hit kills. Lin Feng nodded his head in satisfaction, slung the corpse of the broken foot over his shoulder and returned to the valley. The valley. The players talked and laughed as they helped the jackal dig a hole. Having achieved a resounding victory, everyone was very happy, especially the dozen or so who had grabbed the loot, in addition to the 6 who had died and gone offline, and the 4 who were lying on their sides with serious injuries. Da Ching, can you stop the bleeding first? I feel like I can still be salvaged. The ranger lay on the ground covering his stomach, his voice weak as he pleaded with Da Ching for help. His stomach was torn open by the jackal's sharp claws, and blood flowed out like money, so he couldn't cover it up. The ground was already a pool of blood. It was a good thing he had adjusted the pain level down to 1%, or the pain would have been excruciating. Da Ching crouched to the side, watching him. How can you save this? Wait for death, Da Ching said, shaking his head. How can we save them when their stomachs are ripped open and the tribe doesn't have the tools for surgery? Besides, even if he had surgical tools it wouldn't help. He's not a doctor. Sister Yi, aren't you a surgical nurse? Save me. The ranger turned his head to Suzy Leaf again. He didn't want to be unable to log into the game for 24 hours. Suzy Yi frowned at his wound. In your condition, even if you are saved, it is estimated that you will have to lie down for dozens of days to recover. Are you sure you want to be saved? Suzy asked with a crooked head. She wouldn't mind practicing on Ranger if he was willing. It doesn't matter if you can't save it anyway. The ranger's face changed when he heard that he would be laid up for dozens of days, lying in bed and recuperating and not being able to gain experience. After dozens of days, other players don't know how many levels they've risen to and they're still level 3? It would be better to die early and be reincarnated. Why don't you guys patch me up? The ranger could only accept reality. 24 hours later. Another good man. I'll do it. I'll do it. As soon as he heard that he could fill in for his teammates, Shooting kind of Coop immediately came together with excitement. Brother, how do you want to die? Why don't I give you a blow towards the head? And make sure it's not half as painful. Shooting a bit of CU waved the wolfsbane he'd just grabbed and excitedly proposed. He hadn't even tried the killing power of this new piece of equipment yet. The ranger looked down and thought, why don't you guys dig a hole for me while you're at it? I want to try what it's like to be buried alive. The ranger looked up, a hunting gleam in his eyes. Why didn't I realize you were so perverted before? Shooting a bit of a library stared wide-eyed at the ranger. Want to see what it's like to be buried alive? What is this hobby? Chapter 24 Wind Wolf's Analysis. Lin Feng returned to the valley carrying the Jackal's corpse, just in time to see the ranger lying in the pit with a peaceful face. A few people from Dacheng are filling the pit with dirt. What are you guys doing? Lin Feng inquired curiously. Enlightened matriarch. He was too injured to be saved and said he wanted to experience what it was like to be buried alive. Shooting a bit of a library held back a smile as he stepped forward to report. Oh, Lin Feng nodded with a dumbfounded expression. These players are playing pretty fancy. Just in time. You guys bury this guy together. Lin Feng threw the Jackal's body on the ground and said, great. Just the thing to keep him and the ranger company. Shooting a bit of Ku smirked as he dropped the Jackal's body into the pit and pressed it against the ranger. Off. I'm not going to be buried with jackals. The ranger in the pit immediately protested. What are you afraid of? Your corpse will be refreshed in a while anyway, and there's only this one jackal left in the pit at the end. Shooting a bit of cooter paid no attention to the ranger's protests and continued to fill the pit with dirt. The ranger shouted a few times and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he had no choice but to accept the reality of being buried with the jackals. Late night, under the giant tree in the sky. In one of the largest tents, the patriarch of the Jackal tribe, Berserker Bloodaxe, sat in the middle of the tent, his face grim. Shattered Throat hasn't come back yet? He inquired in a hushed voice. Early this morning, he sent Shattered Throat, one of the tribe's 3 major warriors, to lead a small team to the southeast to look for traces of the human tribe. But by now, Shattered Throat hadn't returned. It gave him a bad feeling. Not yet. I just went out to take a look and there's no movement outside in the dark. One of the 3 great warriors of the tribe, Hunting Bear Bloodaxe, replied in a loud voice. The name Bear Hunt was given to him because he once defeated a 2-meter-tall bear by himself. Of the 3 main warriors of the tribe, he was the strongest, second only to the patriarch, Mad Butcher. In the tent, in addition to the berserkers and bear hunters, there was also one of the 3 major warriors, Wind Wolf Bloodaxe. Of the 3 warriors, in terms of strength, the Hunting Bear was the strongest. The Shattered Throat was second, and the Wind Wolf was the worst. But Wind Wolf has awakened a special ability, Chemical Wolves. He can transform from a jackal into a black wolf, thus having greater agility and stealth. Relying on this special ability, he was highly valued by the patriarch. Mad too. Could something have delayed you and you stayed out overnight? Wind Wolf guessed. Shattered Throat's character is still quite cautious. If there are no special circumstances, it's unlikely that he would risk spending the night outside. Berserkers frowned and said, something must have happened. Why don't I go check it out? Wind Wolf volunteered. It's too late to risk you. Mad Butcher shook his head. In his eyes, Broken Throat's entire squad combined was not as important as Wind Wolf alone. We'll wait until noon tomorrow, and if they're not back by noon, you'll go and check it out. In the end, Berserkers made a decision. Maybe Shattered Throat was really delayed by something and it was too dangerous to come back at night, so he found a safe place to spend the night outside. Tomorrow morning, maybe they'll be back. At noon the next day, Broken Throat and the others naturally did not return. The bodies have been put in the ground. How do you get back? The Jackal tribe's first scout, Wind Wolf, transformed into a black wild wolf and quietly left the tribe, heading towards the southeast. The grass and bushes along the way provided him with excellent concealment. He traveled all the way towards the southeast, encountering wild beasts and carefully avoiding them, carefully searching for traces left behind by the Shattered Throat squad. But after a long search, there was never any sign of the Shattered Throat squad. What the hell happened to the Broken Throat squad? Was it a powerful beast that was encountered and all but wiped out? Or did you meet with some accident and got trapped and couldn't get out? Just as he bowed his head in contemplation, a wild beast's furious howl suddenly came from the front. He immediately recognized it as the howl of a wild boar. A light flashed in his eyes, and the wind wolf slowly approached in the direction the voice came from. Using the cover of the grass, he silently came to where the sound came from and looked through the gap in the grass toward the front. Only 5 humanoids were seen, hunting a wild boar. There really are people here. The wind wolf was happy in his heart. Since there were human clans hunting in this area, it meant that there were no beasts that were too powerful. The possibility of the Shattered Throat Squad being massacred by a powerful beast can already be ruled out, without the threat of the unknown powerful beasts. Next, he could rest assured that he could slowly search for the Shattered Throat Squad's trail. Maybe there are some clues to be found in these people. Through observation, he realized that these humanoids were very strong, stronger than any humanoids he had encountered in the past. You know, in the wilderness, wild boars are not to be messed with, especially this boar in front of him. With a length of more than 2 meters and a pair of 1-foot-long sharp tusks on its mouth, it definitely could be called the big guy among the boars. Even if it was them, the jackals, against this kind of large boar, they would need at least 4 or 5 of them together to be sure. However, these 5 humanoids in front of them surrounded this wild boar, and they were not even the slightest bit disadvantaged. The 2 humanoids were seen wrapping a rope made of tree vines around the boar's body and pulling desperately to keep it from escaping. The wild boar darted left and right, struggling, but was never able to break free. These 2 human races, so powerful. This scene caused Wind Wolf to marvel. With a boar of this size, even for a jackal that was known for its strength, 2 people might not be able to pull it. But these 2 humanoids, although they were suffocating their faces, kept pulling on the ropes to death. The boar fought and struggled, and although it was able to drag them, it was never able to break free. The power of the human race. How can it be so strong? The other 3 humanoids, taking advantage of the boar being controlled by their companions, were using their weapons to attack the boar in an attempt to hunt it down. A human held a wolf-tooth club covered in stone and bone fragments and smashed it hard on the boar's forehead, causing the boar to let out a wail of pain. Wait, wolfsbane? Wind Wolf reacted. His eyes locked onto the wolfsbane in the human's hand. He could be 100% certain that this wolf toothstick came from their blood axe tribe. Only their tribe could make a wolfsbane with such a unique style. So the question is, did this human happen to pick up this wolf's toothstick, or did the Broken Throat Squad fall into the hands of these humans? The strength of these few humanoids was really good. One-on-one, they all had the strength to single-handedly take on a jackal. But with Shattered Throat's strength alone, it was enough to defeat this squad of 5. There were only 3 possibilities for the human tribe to completely annihilate the Shattered Throat Squad. The first possibility was that this human tribe possessed 30 or more warriors of comparable strength to the 5 human tribes. This is clearly impossible. Generally speaking, those who came out to hunt were the strongest warriors in the tribe. These 5 people should be the strongest warriors of the human tribe. A warrior of this strength, with the physical talent of the human race, it would be good to get 1 out of 30. To gather 30 warriors of this strength, all of them would have to be a large tribe of at least 1,000 people. The largest human tribe in the eastern part of the island, the Whitewood tribe, only had 300 to 400 people, and it was impossible for a human tribe with more than 1,000 people to appear. So this option, first of all, can be ruled out. The second possibility was that the human tribe possessed a strong person whose strength was comparable to Shattered Throat. That's obviously not possible either. That weak body of the human race, even with all the exercise and talent, could not be a match for Shattered Throat. These 5 humanoids in front of him were basically the ceiling of human strength, and were far from Shattered Throat. Eliminate the 2 absolutely impossible options and the truth. There is only one left. Chapter 25. You kill me. Now. Right now. The last possibility was that this human tribe was quite numerous, probably tens or hundreds of people. They spared huge human casualties and surrounded the Shattered Throat Squad. This was the only possibility that Wind Wolf could think of, that the human tribe could regimentally destroy the Shattered Throat Squad. Of course, there was also the possibility that the Shattered Throat Squad had not been killed by the humans, but had encountered other dangers. The wolfsbane in the human's hand was one they had picked up after the death of the Shattered Throat Squad. But this is extremely unlikely. Wind Wolf lurked in the grass, intending to follow these humanoids to their tribe to find out what was going on. The 5 men who were hunting the boar were the very same hunting squad that had been drinking. There were 2 strength players, 2 physique players, and 1 agility player in their squad. The 2 players pulling on the ropes were the powerhouse Sake over Sake and Kakashi. After completing the mission to lure the Jackal yesterday, their entire squad was rewarded with 100 experience points. Kakashi and the others, who were originally only level 2, directly rose to level 3. Already at level 3, Wine Over Wine was still a few dozen experience points short of level 4. Early this morning, he picked up the hunting mission and came out to hunt. Killing prey would earn him experience value, and completing hunting quests would also earn him experience value, and with any luck, he would be able to level up to level 4 today, become the first level 4 player in the entire service. Can you 3 give it a shot? I can't hold out much longer. Wine over 3 rounds of dead pulling the rope in the hands of the boar was brought to the left and right. Simply milk strength to make out. The palms were already strangled with blood. It was a good thing he'd dialed up the pain level to 1%, or he'd have let go of the pain long ago. A level 3 strength player had 13 points of strength value, which still seemed a bit weak in front of this boar. That's right, a boar is just a boar. How many times have you guys smashed it and not killed it? Are your kidneys weak? Kakashi followed suit. He was also a little bit unable to hold on, having almost been thrown out just now. Hearing the two complain, the 3 men who were attacking the boar were not happy. Just a boar? It's easy for you guys to say. This thing's skin is thicker than a city wall. This stone spear was stuck just as it stabbed in. It can only tickle it. Eat peachy goodness, Cool said as he fought to attack the boar with his stone spear. He was an agility player, and even though his level had reached 3, his strength value was only 8 points, and his damage was limited. That's right, I've hit it with this wolfsbane as many times as I can, and it didn't even die. The physique departments call me Peeps panted. He swung his wolf toothstick at the boar's head for I don't know how many times. The boar's head was dyed red, but it just wouldn't die. What can he do? He even suspected that the boar would still be alive and kicking if he died of exhaustion. It might work if they switched the strength department's Sake over Wine and Kakashi to attack, but they couldn't pull this boar with their physique department. The physique line has high defense and strong recovery, but is certainly not as strong as the strength line players. Momo, don't stab it blindly there. It can't even break the defense. You go stab its butt and try. Usually the butt position is more vulnerable. Kakashi offered. Naya, don't call me Peachy. Eat peachy goodness, Cooler protested. Okay Momo. Kakashi agreed readily. That's right, try poking it in the ass. I've seen videos of hyenas hunting with anal pulling. It's tried and true. Peeps followed suit with a suggestion. Okay, I'll try. Eat peachy goodness. Raya readily accepts good advice and raises the stone spear to get behind the boar. Aiming for the middle of the boar's ass, he saw the right moment and stabbed the spear. If it were a player from another lineage, the boar's ass would be twisting around in the middle of a fight, and it wouldn't really be able to stab it. Agility players, however, have the advantage of quick reflexes, speed, and accurate strikes. The spear was fast and accurate, hitting the bullseye. The boar let out a mournful squeal, and the sound was so miserable that it broke the heart of those who heard it and brought tears to those who saw it. The wind wolf, who was hiding in the grass and peeping, even involuntarily clenched his buttocks together and couldn't bear to look at it. Ha ha, hit it, hit it. One hit and eat peachy goodness, Cool shouts in excitement. The boar was struck in the vitals and let out a mournful scream as its eyes turned blood red. It turned around, its crimson eyes locked on the peach-eating good Raya who had attacked its vitals. In the eyes, they are filled with anger, humiliation, hatred, shyness, and all kinds of emotions. With a furious howl, the boar's 4 hooves struggled to plow the ground, exploding with unprecedented potential. Like a chariot in full sprint, it rushed towards Eat peachy goodness, Cool. Cam, I can't pull it off. Pulling the ropes, Sake, Overdrive and Kakashi only felt a huge force coming from them, and they could no longer hold on, and were directly yanked down by the boar. You guys pull back. Eat peachy goodness, Cool looked at the wild boar that rushed towards him. His face changed greatly, and he scattered his legs and ran. The boar, however, recognizes this enemy and drags the fallen Sake, Overdrive and Kakashi in a mad chase towards Eat peach good Cooler. Eat peach good Cool is a level 3 agility player with 13 points of agility. His speed was naturally extremely fast. Normally, the boar wouldn't really be able to catch up with him, but an angry boar is a different story. This angry boar exploded with unprecedented speed, eating peachy goodness Cooler, which had a high agility value of 13 points, couldn't even outrun it at all. In a matter of seconds, the boar had chased after Eat Peachy and arched his head into Eat Peachy's ass. Sharp fangs stabbed right in. Chrysanthemums are broken and full of wounds. Eat Peachy screamed miserably and was knocked to the ground by the charging boar, the wild boar that had succeeded in taking revenge. As if it had accomplished some sacred mission, let out a loud and clear howl. With that, His body slumped and fell to the ground. Having been continuously struck on the head by the wolfsbane, it was already at the end of its strength. The sprint just now was nothing more than a return to the light and a last-ditch effort to avenge the blowout. The great revenge was avenged and it took its last breath. Wine after 3 rounds of 4 people quickly came together. Looking at the boar tusks burst chrysanthemum eating peach. Held back a few times, but ultimately still bung boo live. Buffed. Ha 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 ha. Laughing my ass off. The first person to have his ass blown off in a game. Ha 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 ha. The system simply can't say no without giving you an achievement. 4 of his teammates gathered around Eat Peachy and laughed their asses off. Souls, that's enough of you. Eat Peachy was annoyed. The physical pain was only secondary. After all, it was only 1% of the pain level, but the laughter of his teammates caused serious psychological trauma to him. He hated to bury his head in the dirt. Ha ha, Tao Tao is like this and you guys are still laughing. Is there any humanity? Po ha 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 ha. Quickly help Tao Tao pull it out. Holding his knees after a few drinks, he laughed as he condemned his teammates. The 4 of them then worked together to pull the peach eater from the boar's tusks. Don't worry Momo. I'll definitely carry you back to the tribe and treat you properly, Peach said with conviction. Carry your sister. You guys kill me. Right now. Right now. Eat Peachy yelled. Let him go back to the tribe like that. He'd rather die. Dying is nothing more than waiting for the 24-hour resurrection time to get back to the tribe. And that's a total social death. Social death. Simply permanent death. He could even imagine the abominable faces of the tribe's animals as they let loose with laughter when they saw his injuries. Chapter 26, Is this still a human race? The squad of 5 got into a heated argument over eating Peachy goodness cooler. After 3 rounds of wine the 4 of them, in the spirit of the principle of not abandoning or giving up, insisted on carrying the injured Eat Peachy back to the tribe to help treat him. Unfortunately, Eat Peachy would rather die than comply, and had to have his teammates kill him, even going so far as to threaten to abandon the pit. Both sides held their own views, and neither side could convince the other. Windwolf hid in the bushes and watched. He had wanted to discover some clues about the Broken Throat Squad from the conversation of these humanoids, but these humanoids gabbled a lot, and he didn't understand a single word. He was very puzzled. What on earth were these humanoids arguing about when their prey was dead? As he was wondering, he saw a human pick up a stone spear and come to the human with the injured butt. The injured human held his head high with an expression that he would rather die than give up. What's this about? He was even more puzzled. Standing in front of Eat Momochi with a stone spear was none other than Kakashi. They were not able to convince the stubborn peach eater after all, but had to respect his opinion and patch him off. I'm going to do it. Kakashi looked at Eat Peachy with a regretful look on his face. It's a shame that he wasn't carried back to the tribe for the other players to see. Come on. Eat Peachy held her head high, undaunted. Kakashi sighed long and regretfully, raising his stone spear and stabbing it into the heart of Momochi eaters. Eat Peachy slowly closed her eyes with a look of relief. 24 hours later. Another good man. Wine after 3 rounds of 3 people on the sidelines looking at the dead eating Peach with tears in their eyes. The tears were from laughing just now. Go. What about Momo's body? Throw it here. It'll be refreshed in a bit anyway. After 3 rounds of drinking the 4 men lifted the boar's carcass and returned to the tribe at a merry pace. The Wind Wolf, who was hiding in the grass, looked at the 4 humanoids who were far away, and his eyes flashed with deep shock. That human was only arched on his butt by a boar. It wasn't a fatal injury at all, but his 4 companions disliked him as a liability and even killed him directly. What a cruel act. Even the jackals couldn't do that. What was even more unacceptable to him was that those 4 humanoids killed their companions and then directly left with their prey, leaving their companions exposed to the wilderness. Is this the same human race that talks about unity and love all day long? It's horrible. To this human tribe of unknown origin, Wind Wolf developed a deep scorn, but even more scrupulous, the clues of the Shattered Throat Squad still had to be investigated, and he waited for the 4 humanoids to walk away and quietly followed them. In the late afternoon, Windwolf dragged his weary steps back to the Jackal tribe to report to the patriarch everything he had found out today. Enlightened clan chief, it has been clearly checked. There is a valley to the northeast, and the human tribe is hiding in that Dew Valley. Windwolf resumed his jackal form and reported back to Mad Butcher. Berserker sat in a chair with a saber-toothed tiger's skin spread out on it, the very same one that Shattered Throat had led the hunt for the other day. Any sign of Broken Throat and the others? Mad Butcher asked. The human tribes in the valley were of no concern to him. All he cared about was where his people had gone. I found blood belonging to our jackals in that valley where the people are, and all of Shatterthroats and their weapons fell into the hands of the people. As I was leaving, I found a refurbished patch of land that I secretly plowed, and it contained the body of a clan member. The Broken Throat Squad has in all probability. Wind Wolf didn't continue, but the meaning was already very clear. Hearing that the Shattered Throat Squad had been sacrificed, Mad Butcher took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. How strong is that human tribe? Is it the Wind tribe we attacked before? Berserker inquired, suppressing his anger. Absolutely not. Wind Wolf flatly denied it. The day we attacked the winning tribe, I'm sure that there were definitely no more than 10 people from the winning tribe who escaped. Perhaps they escaped into this tribe in the valley, but this tribe is definitely not the Wind tribe. Wind Wolf said with conviction. As for strength, I found more than 20 humanoids in the valley, mostly men and only a few women. However, all of these humanoids are young, and no old people or children were found. There is a cave in the valley, and I'm guessing that the old people and children are in the cave. Wind Wolf described the situation in the valley. How can more than 20 humanoids be a match for Shattered Throat and the others? The hunting bear standing aside into question. Although Shattered Throat wasn't as powerful as him, it was definitely easy to deal with a dozen or so ordinary humanoids, not to mention a dozen or so of his men. How is it possible to be destroyed by a group of more than 20 humanoids? The human clansmen of this tribe are not weak. At least the hunting squad I saw, everyone's strength is not weaker than the ordinary clansmen of our tribe. Of course, even if that's the case, there's no way that 20-odd human tribes would be a match for the Shattered Throat Squad. I surmise that the young adults of this human tribe turned out to be not just 20 or so, but 40, 50, or even more. It's just that in the battle with Shattered Throat and the others, many died, leaving only the ones I saw today. Wind Wolf speculated. That was the explanation he thought made the most sense. Makes sense. Patriarch Madtu nodded, agreeing with Wind Wolf's speculation. If the human race wanted to destroy the Shattered Throat Squad as a group, even if they were outnumbered, they would have to pay the price of at least 20 to 30 lives. The human tribe killed 13 of our clansmen. This blood revenge must be made to be paid in blood. Berserkers stood up and said indignantly, Bear hunt. Hunting bear, who stood over 2 meters tall, stepped forward. Early tomorrow morning, together with Wind Wolf, you will bring 30 of your clan members and exterminate the human tribe in the valley. Berserkers ordered, with the hunting bears leading the group. Even if they only brought 10 people, it would be easy to eliminate 20 to 30 human stalwarts. However, for insurance purposes and also to minimize casualties, he decided to send 30 of his clan. He wanted to defeat the human tribe in the valley with a crushing force, not giving them any chance to resist. Yes, excitement shot out of the hunt bear's eyes. It's time to go on a killing spree again. Remember to capture their clan leader alive. I'm going to hang him on a flagpole and sun him alive. I'll let him know what happens when he offends us jackals. Berserker said in a cold voice. Don't worry, matriarch, I will definitely capture him alive and bring him back to you. Bear Hunt assured him with conviction. The patriarch doesn't know which one is the patriarch of the human tribe anyway. Just grab any one of them when the time comes. Early the next morning, Hunting Bear took 30 jackal warriors and majestically set out on the journey. The Wind Wolf transformed into its wolf form and led the way in front. More than 2 hours later, they had arrived near the valley. There's movement up ahead. The Wind Wolf leading the way in front suddenly pricked up his ears. I'll check it out. Wind Wolf used the cover of the grass to quickly run in the direction from which the commotion came. In no time at all, he had checked it out and went and returned. It's from that human tribe. There are 5 of them. Hunting ahead, Wind Wolf said. The hunting bear sniffed and grinned broadly. Brothers, charge. Let's take these 5 humanoids first. Hunting Bear led the charge with a big wave of his hand. Chapter 27, A Good Shot. The ones who are hunting in front of them are the hunting squad led by I Shoot You Innocents. There were 2 strength players, 2 agility players, and 1 physique player on the team. The target of their hunt was a black bear that stood more than 2 meters tall. The physical player with the ID Fudo Mingwang held a rough wooden shield in front of him to attract the black bear's attacks. This shield was handmade by him. Being a veteran online gamer, his chosen profession in any game was the meat shield type. After entering the savage world, he didn't hesitate to choose the physique department and continue his tanking route. If you're a tank, what's a tank without a shield? He searched the valley for a long time, and finally found a large, hard-textured tree, and spent a whole day removing a section of wood from its trunk and crafting it into a shield. Became the only powerful MT with a shield among the physique players. Immovable Ming Wang held up his shield in front of him, and 2 strength teammates and 1 agility teammate wandered around the black bear's side, waiting for the opportunity to attack. As the captain of the team, I will shoot you without sin, but stood in a position 30 meters away, holding a longbow with a white dot ink product. As the tribe's #1 divine archer, the only man to shoot a jackal in the last battle, he naturally wouldn't go up and physically fight like the others. The bow and arrow, that's where he belongs. He stood as tall as a pine, his left hand gripping the body of the bow and his right hand pulling the bowstring to full strength. "Give me the center," he snapped and shot an arrow. The arrow turned into a shadow and shot towards the black bear. Whoosh! The arrow sliced against Fudo's cheek, shocking him into a cold sweat. "Cam, will you shoot straight?" The immovable Bright King shouted angrily. "Not only do I have to carry the black bear's attack, but I also have to watch out for my teammates' arrows. So damn tired. Fumble. Fumble. I'll shoot you for not being guilty of a slip of the tongue, but there is no guilt on my face. In other games, the archer's normal attacks are locked, and it's impossible to shoot blanks. This game strives for realism. You have to aim your own arrows, and there isn't even an autolock enemy. Isn't it normal to miss?" He once again opened his bow and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The strength department's I'm a fish was attacking the black bear when he took an arrow to the knee for no reason, and his body nearly fell to the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can you step on the horse? If you can't, stop shooting. I am a fish pulling the arrow off my knee with one hand, cursing as I do so. It doesn't hurt, but it interferes with mobility. On the team, he was in the same dormitory with me shooting you without guilt. The strength department's borrowing another $500 from the sky, and the agility department's closing the door and beating the dog. 4 of them being teammates in the same dormitory. The immovable king was also in their class, just not in the same dormitory. Between classmates, cursing is naturally unceremonious. Trust me one more time. This time I'll get the shot. I'll shoot you not guilty of the letter and guarantee it. Shoot off again and I'll break the bow for you. A fish threatened. I'll shoot you without guilt. Took a deep breath, held my breath, and aimed carefully. Essence, and the arrow in his hand became one. This time, the shot must not miss. Give me the center, he bellowed, cheering himself up, and then shot an arrow. This arrow, faster than the previous 2 arrows, shot farther. The arrow turned into a black residue, slicing through the black bear's side, flying over a fish's head, and shooting into the grass in the distance. The arrow whizzed past his scalp, and a fish broke out in a cold sweat, about to open his mouth to curse, but was interrupted by a mournful scream in the distance. "Ah, I'm hit with an arrow. Spotted. Charge," accompanied by shouts. A group of jackals sprang out of the grass in the distance and came towards them to kill them. Kill them all, especially that archer. He must not be spared. The hunting bear looked at the arrow stuck in his shoulder and said angrily. He was worried that the few humanoids would be scared off if he rushed up directly, so he took his brothers and quietly wrapped up through the cover of the grass, preparing to surround the 5 humanoids before making his move. Unexpectedly, this human archer's perception was so sharp that he spotted them from a long distance away and even shot an arrow into his shoulder. It shocked and angered him, surprised by the strength of the human archer, and angry that he was already injured before the fight even started. It's a shame. It must be washed away with human blood. With his order, 30 jackals rushed towards the "I shoot you not guilty" 5 like wolves and tigers. "Ha ha, I shot it. See, I shot it. I'll shoot you without sin." Looking at the distant hunting bear with an arrow sticking out of his shoulder and staring at him with an angry gaze, he couldn't help but shout in excitement. Let's see who dares to say that master is not good at archery. 1 arrow right on target. Who can do that? Especially this jackal that was hit by the arrow was clearly a circle larger than the other jackals, and was at least an elite monster. Maybe even a mini-boss. Just as he shouted in excitement, the jackals had surrounded him. Fudo Mingwang, who was carrying the black bear to attack, took the brunt of the attack, and a few jackals rushed behind him, swinging their wolf-tooth clubs in a frenzy. With the angry black bear in front of him and the vicious jackals behind him, the immovable Ming Wang, who was only level 3, had absolutely no chance of resisting, and in the blink of an eye, he had already been smashed to the ground. The connection was broken, and he could only helplessly remove his helmet and exit the game. Another 24-hour wait to log into the game. Bad luck. Watching the Fudo Mingwang being surrounded and killed by the jackals, I, who was excited that I had shot the enemy and was shooting at your innocence, finally realized the seriousness of the matter. You guys hold off these jackals. I'll go back and report to the Lord Clan Chief. I'll shoot you for not being guilty. Finished. Spread my legs and ran away. If you don't run, you won't have a chance. Drag your ass. A fish cursed. The wolfsbane in his hand didn't even want it anymore, and threw it on the ground, turning his head and starting to run away as well. In this case, it's a good idea to run one. All 4 of them started to run away. And the strength department's one fish and borrow another $500 from the sky were obviously a whole lot slower than the agility department's I shot you not guilty and shut the door and strike the dog. Before long, the two had been caught up by the jackals and surrounded. Fight them. 24 hours later it's a good man again. The two gritted their teeth and charged towards the jackal. The result naturally goes without saying. These two humanoids, they are bloody-minded enough. They didn't even surrender and beg for mercy here. The hunting bear looked at the two men who were torn to pieces, and a flicker of admiration flashed in his eyes, although he wouldn't let them go even if they begged for mercy. Facing several times the number of jackals, these two humanoids surprisingly didn't beg for mercy at all and fought bravely until the end. Although they were enemies, this bravery that completely put life and death at risk was truly admirable. On the other side, I shoot you not guilty and closed the door and beat the dogs played wildly, with a few jackals chasing furiously behind them. Both of them were level 3 agility players with agility values as high as 13 points, so their speed was naturally extremely fast. But the jackal was on all fours, running in a prostrate form and not slowing down at all. The two were never able to get away from the jackals behind them. Release the dog, block them for a bit and let me run first. I'll shoot you without guilt while running wildly, and said to the shuttered and released dog running beside him. Off. Why aren't you the one blocking them while I run? Close the door and let the dog naturally do not agree to sacrifice themselves to fulfill the I shoot you not guilty of this goods. I've already died once, and haven't you died yet? So you don't want to try what it's like to die in a game? I'm telling you, it's awesome. Oh, so cool you can just go die. I'm not interested. Shut the door and let the dog out to sneer. Who are you fooling? How hard is it to not be able to log into the game for 24 hours after a death? Here's the deal. Go to hell and I'll cover your meals this week. I will shoot you not guilty of biting my teeth and said, off. It's Sunday. Use your bag? Closing the door and letting the dogs out didn't take the bait. Next week. Seeing that closing the door and releasing the dog is not on the set, I will shoot you not guilty of biting my teeth and continuing to increase the size. You said it. No backtracking. Shut the door and let the dog out with a twinkle in his eye. See if I don't eat you to death. Don't worry. Never back out. Whoever backs out is a puppy. I'll shoot you innocent and swear to God. That works. Shutting the door and letting the dog out stopped and turned to rush after the few jackals that couldn't catch up to them. Naturally, the jackals would not be polite to him, and several of them swarmed him and tackled him to the ground. I'll shoot you not guilty looked behind him and let out a long breath when he saw that the pursuing jackals were being slowed down by the closing dogs. Finally, I don't have to die. The last time he died and couldn't log into the game for 24 hours, it suffocated him. As he was celebrating, a dark shadow suddenly sprang out of the grass next to him and pounced on him. Chapter 28. This game will absolutely explode. Blue Star. Inside a university dormitory, Li Fei took off his helmet and shook his head helplessly. His in-game ID is shut the door and let the dogs out, and he was just torn to pieces by a jackal. Any further attempts to log into the game will have to wait until this time tomorrow. Why are you hanging up too? The other two housemates had left the game a few minutes earlier, and all smiled in relief when they saw him take off his helmet as well. The innocent boy asked me to hold off the jackals behind him, and he ran off on his own. Li Fei put his helmet aside and jumped off the bed. And you agree with this? He recognizes you as his father? A fish in borrowing another $500 from the sky looked at him with an incredulous face. When did this kid get so sacrificial? That's not true, but he's promised to cover my meals for a whole week next week, Li Fei said triumphantly. This kid is so generous? A fish in $500 sniffed with envy. A week of liberalized eating. Even if you eat in the cafeteria, don't you have to eat him 1,000 or 800? It's a great deal of money. Why isn't this happening to us? The three were talking when there was a thump on the door outside. A fish sitting near the door opened the door. But it was Wang Ming from the next dormitory. It's also known as Feudo in the game. You're all hungover? These were Wang Ming's first words when he entered. Nonsense. With so many jackals surrounding us, can we not hang? Li Fei shook his head straight. I seriously doubt that this is a plot kill. The dog planner saw that our squad was strong and deliberately arranged it. A fish starts a conspiracy theory. As soon as his words fell, he saw me, who was lying on the bed and shooting you without guilt. Sit up and take off his helmet with a depressed face. Knock thee out. Innocent tossed his helmet aside and said indignantly, ha ha, why are you hanging up too? A fish asked happily. Alas, I was about to run away when a wolf came out of the bushes and bit me on the neck. Before I could resist, I disconnected. Innocent said with a sigh. 2 deaths. both with their throats bitten. Couldn't they have died differently? Are you sure it's a wolf and not a jackal? A fish asked curiously. Nonsense, can't I tell a wolf from a jackal? Innocent said with a skittish grin. Never mind the wolf or the jackal. You owe me a week's worth of meals a meal even if you didn't get away. Li Fei said hurriedly, knowing what he knew about Innocence. 9 times out of 10, the kid would have to think of an excuse to cheat when he hung up. Innocence's eyes rolled at that, and he began to think about what excuse he would use to renege on a week's worth of meals. I gripe. Why isn't your dormitory closed today? Just then, a few of their fellow classmates entered their dormitory hooking up and looking at them with surprised faces. These days, the door to their dormitory 720 is closed at night, and they can't even knock on it. The doors are open today? What a rarity! What retreat! We're playing a game. A holographic game with 100% realism. Get it? A fish said with a look of contempt. These uneducated guys. Ah ha 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 ha. A few of the students who had just come in couldn't help but laugh. What 100% realism holographic game? You're a college student. Do you believe yourself when you say such things? With the current level of technology, it's simply impossible for such a thing to appear. A classmate laughed. This wasn't the first time these 4 guys from dormitory 720 had told them something like this, but how could they believe it? The gaming helmets sitting on their beds they had tried on, and it was black in front of their eyes when they put them on, and there was no game at all. It's true. Wang Ming, who had been silent next to him, suddenly said, I'll shoot you without sin is the first batch to enter the game. The 3 people in the same dormitory are the second batch, and he is the third batch, just in time for the last wave of closed beta spots. Before entering the game, he was also in complete disbelief. A virtual game with 100% realism? Fiction only dares to write that way, but after actually receiving the helmet and entering the game, he was deeply shocked. There is only one way to describe. Awesome. Wang Ming, why are you following their flimflam? A classmate laughed. Does it do us any good to snub these? Wang Ming held up his glasses and said seriously. The guys had just been gagging in their chat, and Wang Ming suddenly being so serious made the others stare. I assure you that this game is 100% real, and as long as this game is not shut down, sooner or later, it will completely change the pattern of the game industry and set the world on fire. Unless another game with the same technology appears, this game will be the dominant player in the global gaming industry. He has 100% confidence in the prospects of this game, for no other reason than just these extra 10 hours or so every night. This second life is enough to seal the deal and make it impossible for anyone who comes into contact with this game to resist. At first, when he saw that the game's official website said that after entering the game, his real body would go into a deep sleep, he didn't believe it. Even if the neurons are connected into the game, they have to think and react to all sorts of things in the game, and the brain simply can't rest. How can the body go into deep sleep when the brain is still functioning? Insomnia is more like it. But when he first logged on to the game and played all night, the refreshing feeling he got after quitting the game at 7 a.m. is something he still can't forget. It was a feeling of unprecedented relief, as if the body and brain had been rested to their fullest and best. Although he didn't understand how it worked, he understood what it meant. This means that you were sleeping 8 hours a day, which now equates to an extra 8 hours of life. Who could resist this temptation? When this game catches fire, as long as the equipment and props inside the game can be traded freely, high-quality equipment will definitely be speculated to a sky-high price. The official website said that the closed beta won't be censored. Being able to enter the game now is a huge advantage, and the returns are definitely higher than investing in any industry. I suggest that you all go and make reservations. There aren't too many people making reservations right now, and there's a high probability that you'll be drawn if the closed beta qualifications are released later. We students can form a guild in the game, if there is such a feature. As closed beta players, we can easily become T1, or at least T2 level players. When the game is open beta, and thousands of players flood into the game, we can definitely gain huge profits. Maybe, this game, it will change our lives completely. Wang Ming said seriously. This university of theirs was only a third-rate school in Xia. Unless their families were rich and powerful themselves, it would be difficult for them to achieve great things after graduation. The probability is to find an ordinary job, or do a small business, and live a mediocre life. But this game, in his opinion, was definitely an opportunity that could make them salty. At the very least, there will be a rare second life, one that is far more exciting than the real world. The entire dormitory fell into a brief silence after his remark. Even the innocent 4, who had entered the game earlier, didn't think so much about it, even though they thought the game was awesome. Looking back at this moment, what Wang Ming said made sense. This game will, indeed, make their lives more exciting, whether it's a game or reality. I'm kinda convinced after hearing you say that. Send me the URL. I'll go back to my dorm later and make an appointment. Send it to me too. And let me start by saying that I certainly don't believe in any virtual game with 100% realism. I just want to see what kind of tricks you guys are playing. Send it to me too. +1, +10,086. Savage Worlds. Lin Feng, who was standing at the entrance of the cave, suddenly frowned slightly. In the system, he could see the position and condition of each player. Just a moment ago, in the system, the 5 players of the I Shot You Not Guilty squad, the statuses were all shown as dead. This unusual situation immediately caught his attention. 30 players, there are 3 squads that are out hunting, respectively, Daching's squad, the squad that has been drinking too much, and the squad that I have shot you not guilty. The other players, all of them, were on logging and gathering missions within the valley. 3 hunting squads, each with good strength. There weren't any particularly ferocious beasts near the valley, and even if I shoot your innocent squad encountered powerful beasts, they wouldn't be wiped out in a group in just a few minutes. Something special must have happened. Simply analyzing it, Lin Feng felt that the biggest possibility was that the jackals were here again, and in greater numbers, for sure, than last time. And then to think that this morning, a player found the body of a jackal buried in the outer valley plowed up. He hadn't cared at first, thinking that some beast had broken into the outer valley in the middle of the night and followed the scent of blood to dig up the body of a jackal. After all, when the players buried those jackals, some of the pits weren't dug very deep. Now that I think about it, it's likely that jackal scouts secretly infiltrated the valley and didn't realize it. Lin Feng thought about it and issued a quest through the system. All players gather at the entrance of the outer valley with their weapons and prepare for battle. Instantly, all players online received a reminder of the quest update. Chapter 29, the illusionary realm system that is about to be opened. The players were all excited when they saw the quests updated in the quest panel. Ha ha, another battle. Go go go, my big stick is horny as hell. The players excitedly gathered towards the coordinates in the quest. Everything is good about this game. It's just that there's so little combat. Other games, the wild mountains of monsters, kill and immediately refresh. Kill cannot finish. But this game, according to the official website, in order to increase the authenticity of the game, the monsters are not directly refreshed. If you want to kill monsters and upgrade, you will have to find them in the wild by yourself. If you're unlucky, you won't encounter more than a few throughout the day. The strength of the monsters also varies. If you're not lucky, you'll encounter all the pheasants and rabbits, and you won't get much experience from killing them, so you might as well stay in the valley and cut down the trees and collect them. For this reason, players have made a thread protesting on the forums, asking for an increase in the number of wildlife refreshes. The official response was quite satisfactory. The planner Afong personally promised that the illusion system will be added in the near future to meet the demand of players to kill monsters and upgrade. The players who had been promised were finally satisfied, turning their dissatisfaction with the low number of monster refreshes into anticipation for the illusionary realm system. Outside the valley, the Daching squad had just hunted down a wild deer and was about to look for their next prey when they received a quest update. Gather in the valley and prepare for battle? The jackals are here again? The ranger glanced at the system quest and said curiously, they hunted outside the valley all day long, and they still had a better understanding of the strength of the beasts near the valley. There were indeed a few strong beasts in the vicinity, which a small team alone would not be able to deal with. However, the strength of these few beasts was not enough for the matriarch to summon all the online players to deal with them. He even felt that one-on-one, these beasts were no match for the clan leader. For something that could make the patriarch take it so seriously, in all likelihood it would be another attack from the nearby jackals. It should be. Daching nodded, acknowledging the ranger's guess. Unless the planning has added some new hostile force in the neighborhood, the odds are that it's a jackal invasion. As the two were talking, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Jackals, Su Ziyi whimpered. Several people looked towards the distance in unison, only to see a group of jackals heading this way in the distant wilderness. Eyeballing it, there were at least 20 or 30 of them. Run! Daching hollered, and, not wanting the wild deer he had just hunted, turned and ran toward the valley. He was confident in the strength of his squad. The earliest to enter the game he has risen to level 4, the second in the whole service, second only to the last battle luck, received the Lord Jackal quest of the wine over 3 rounds. The other 4 teammates, 2, were nearing level 4. In terms of strength, Their squad was definitely the strongest among the existing 30 players. But even if he was confident in the strength of his team, he wouldn't think they were a match for 20 or 30 jackals. The best way to cope is to run away. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. The other 4 teammates' escape speed was not slower than his in the slightest, especially the agility department's ranger and the shooting bitcoon, who had already run 10 meters away. In the distance, the jackals naturally saw the Dachshing 5. Big brother, should we go after them? A jackal asked the hunting bear. The arrow on the hunting bear's shoulder had been pulled out and the wound briefly bandaged. No need. The hunting bear looked at the 5 humanoids who had fled, and then looked at the valley that was already far away in the distance, and shook his head with a sardonic smile. Anyway, if they escape back to the valley, they'll just be waiting to die in the valley. Dachshing looked back as he ran and let out a long sigh of relief when he saw that the jackals behind him weren't catching up. This place was not too close to the valley, not too far away. If the jackals really caught up with them in creeping form, apart from the 2 agility faculties of the ranger and the thrower, the 3 of them would not necessarily be able to run away. The 5 men ran back to the valley in a huff. Out at the mouth of the valley, Lin Feng was leading a group of players, standing by. What's the situation? The ranger was the first to run into the valley, and when he saw how fast he was running, Kaleidoscope asked curiously, "Jackals? There's a pack of jackals coming outside. 20 or 30 of them, if not more." The ranger panted. He'd only glanced at it, and hadn't counted it in detail, and hadn't really been sure of the exact number of jackals, so don't dare to talk nonsense. It would be a great sin if the number he said differed too much from the actual number and misjudged the patriarch's judgment of the situation. Many players had already guessed that the clan leader had issued a quest to summon all online players because the jackals were coming to attack. At this moment, when they received confirmation from the ranger, all of their eyes lit up with excitement. Fighting jackals? They're familiar with it. Lin Feng was also listening on the side. He was also relieved to hear that the intruders were indeed jackals. He would have preferred a jackal to come than some unknown creature. The risk was manageable after all. The number of invading jackals, especially based on what the ranger had brought back, was within acceptable limits. As he spoke, the 4 Dachshing also followed the ranger and entered the valley. Why aren't the innocents back yet? Around the figure of the 5 people who I shoot you not guilty is not seen. Dachshing asked somewhat strangely. He and I shoot you not guilty were both in the first batch to enter the game and have a pretty good relationship with each other. They ran into jackals while hunting and have been reunited. Lin Feng said. Ha ha, what bad luck. Dachshing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Being on good terms doesn't stop him from gloating a bit after the other guy makes a fool of himself. You can still be resurrected if you die anyway. The jackals are coming. Get your weapons and get ready to fight. Lin Feng looked into the distance and said solemnly. The figures of jackals had appeared on the distant horizon, and Lin Feng roughly counted around 30 of them. The quantity is okay. Unlike the 13 jackals that appeared last time, the jackals this time had a clear goal and came straight to the valley. Obviously, they already knew what was going on in the valley. It also showed that there were indeed jackal scouts coming through the valley. This made Lin Feng have curiosity. How did the jackal scouts enter the valley undetected? Although the outer valley was large, there were quite a few players moving around, and it was unlikely that the players wouldn't be able to spot a 2-meter-tall jackal coming in. Patriarch, should we hide in ambush? Kaleidoscope, who was standing beside Lin Feng, suggested. There's no need. Lin Feng shook his head. The jackals came prepared this time. An ambush doesn't mean much. Prepare for a tough fight. Okay. The players raised their weapons in excitement. They weren't afraid of any hard battles, and the more intense the fight, the better. The big deal is to wait 24 hours before getting back into the game. Lin Feng looked at the excited players and the corner of his mouth hooked into a light smile. This time, his mindset when facing the jackal had been completely different from the last time. The last time they faced a scouting party of jackals. Once they brought back the news of the valley, no one knew how many jackals the jackal tribe would send. In case 50 or 60 came at once, the tribe would probably see its end. Even if the players could be resurrected when they died, what about him and the 5 children? That's why he had to wipe out all the jackals and not spare a single one. This time it was different. The team sent out by the jackals was only about 30 people. This point of jackals, he was not afraid at all. The players' levels had now all reached level 3, with individuals even reaching level 4, and their combat power was much higher than before. With himself pressing the battlefield, defeating these 30 jackals was not a difficult task at all. According to the intelligence brought back by the Dachshing squad, there were around 60 to 70 jackal tribes in total. Even if he has 80 13 died last time, And if they could only kill 20 this time, there would only be 40 or so jackals left. At that time, even if the jackals came out in force, he would not be afraid. Even more, if the results of this battle were promising, he could even already consider counterattacking the Jackalese tribe. It just so happened that 2 days ago he had already promised the players in the forum that he would open the illusionary realm system and eliminate the Jackal tribe as early as possible, so that he could also fulfill his promise earlier. Chapter 30, There's something wrong with these humanoids. 500 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters. The jackals were getting closer and closer to the valley, and the players were gripping the weapons in their hands and getting ready for battle. More than a dozen players bent their bows and arrows, ready to shoot a wave of jackals first when they came into range. It'll scare them a bit if they don't shoot. Linfone looked at the ever-approaching jackals, and suddenly, a wave of gratitude arose towards the unseen jackal leader. That's a good man. First he sent 13 jackals to send experience and equipment, and now he sent 30 more, completely based on the strength of the Gunstar tribe. 30 jackals was just enough for the current Ultramarines tribe. You can't beat them with more. You can't beat them with less. After fighting these 30, the remaining jackals were no longer a threat to them. This number of people was chosen just right. Imagine if there were 50 or more jackals on this incoming attack. Would he still be able to stand by like this? It fell away a long time ago. I also wonder what happens when the resurrection points in the valley are taken over, and if that will cause the game to just shut down. Just as he was thinking about it, the jackal had already entered within 100 meters. The hunting bear grinned a sardonic smile as he looked at the 20 or so humanoids standing at the mouth of the valley. How dare such a small number of people form a line to confront them head-on? It's simply out of character. Charge! Tear all these humanoids apart. With a big wave of the hunting bear's hand, the jackals behind him let out a burst of excited howls and rushed towards the players, waving their wolfsbane sticks in their hands, and he walked slowly behind. With such a small number of humanoids, perhaps he didn't need to do anything. His minions would be able to take care of them all. Windwolf had returned to his jackal form and stood beside Hunting Bear, stretching his neck to survey the human race at the mouth of the valley. He was also curious as to where these humanoids got the guts to dare to confront them head-on. Shoot! Linfone gave an order and the dozen or so players beside him shot arrows from their hands. Whoosh! An arrow was fired at the charging jackals. Linfone didn't expect these players' bows and arrows to make much of a difference in the battle. Anyway, if he could hit a few, he'd be earning money, and if he couldn't hit any of them, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. As it turns out, the players' archery skills have really improved over the past few days. A dozen arrows were shot out, and surprisingly, 3 were hit. One of them, moreover, directly hit a jackal's throat, killing him with a single arrow. Linfone looked at the player beside him with some surprise, and wondered if this arrow was masked, or if he was really overly skilled in archery. Ha ha, it was me. I shot it. See, an arrow to the throat. Stay White. Ink raised his bow and arrow and shouted excitedly. He loves bows and arrows, and not only can he make them, he's actually good at archery. After all, you play this a lot in reality and have a much better base than other players. Like this arrow just now. Even though he was aiming at another jackal next to him, the result was very good. A few dozen meters away from a running jackal with an arrow to the throat. Who else? That's enough arrows to last him a year. 100-meter distance was not far for the jackal who was sprinting at full speed. The players only had time to shoot an arrow before the jackals had already rushed in front of them. Kill! Linfone roared, raised the wooden stick in his hand, and charged up ahead of him. The players also grabbed their melee weapons and followed Linfone, colliding with the charging jackals. The sounds of killing resounded through the valley. The Bloodhand rushed towards the human race in the valley with his clansmen, and on his face, he couldn't help but show a bloodthirsty sardonic smile. When he charged just now, the human shot a wave of bows and arrows, one of which hit him squarely in the left arm. Instead of making him flinch, the intense pain stirred up his ferocity and made him become even more excited. He wanted to let these humanoids know what a stupid thing it was to piss off the powerful jackals. He never put the human race in his sights. In his eyes, the human race was a bunch of weak creatures. Just like the last time he attacked that human tribe, he alone took out 3 of them. The look of fear on the human's face when they saw him made him to feel inexplicably satisfied. This time, he was going to enjoy the fear. He rushed with all his might towards the human race in front of him, but the closer he got, the more he felt something was wrong. He was surprised not to see the familiar fear on the faces of these humanoids in front of him. In its place, there was an inexplicable excitement. Excited? Is this the look a human should have after seeing a powerful jackal? Just as he was thinking about it, A human had wailed and rushed to him. Without much time to think, he swung the wolf-toothed stick in his hand and slammed it into the onrushing human. The weapon in that human's hand was also a wolfsbane, the style of which looked to be from their jackals. Needless to say, it must have been these humanoids who killed the Shattered Throat Squad and took it from them. These wretched humans, I will make you pay in blood. Along with his roar, the two wolf-tooth sticks clashed together. The blood hand laughed coldly in his heart. With that weak power of the human race, how dare you fight him? It's a death wish. With a bang, the two wolfsbane sticks clashed together. The bloody hand only felt a huge force coming from the tiger's mouth. The wolf's toothstick was even bounced back, nearly dislodging his hand. He looked at the human in front of him in shock. The power of this human was even above him? How is that possible? Ha ha, again! The player across from the bloodthirster was none other than Wine Over Wine, who had risen to level 4. A 4th level strength player with up to 15 points of strength. A normal jackal has a strength value of only about 10 points. Almost finished. After 3 rounds of drinking, a baton smashed the bloody hand's wolfsbane back, followed by another baton. The bloody hand was horrified in his heart. Not caring about the numbness and pain in his tiger's mouth, he hurriedly swung his wolf tooth stick to resist. With a bang, the wolfsbane in his hand was directly knocked away. In the next second, the huge wolfsbane had already smashed towards his head. The fear of death struck him, and he instantly lost all courage and begged for mercy in terror. Mercy, mercy. But the opposite human race didn't seem to hear his pleas for mercy. The wolf tooth stick in his hand didn't pause in the slightest and directly smashed on his head. There was a proof of blood and brains. A stick shattered the bloody hand's skull, and he couldn't help scratching his head after the whine. What was that jackal screaming about? Never mind. I can't understand it anyway. He carried his wolfsbane and charged the next jackal. The system rewarded him with 50 experience points for killing this jackal. He was going to kill a few more monsters before they were looted. The tall hunting bear carried a wolfsbane and walked leisurely. Like his stature, the wolfsbane in his hand was thicker, longer and full of power than that of an ordinary jackal. He was in no hurry to go to war. There were only 20 or so humanoids at the mouth of the valley, and it would only take a few minutes for the 30 jackals under his command to rush up and kill these humanoids and collapse them. There was no need for him to make a move at all. All he had to do was walk over slowly and figure out what to do with the human captives who were begging for mercy. Do we kill them? Or do we take them back to the tribe as slaves? Hunting bear, there's something wrong with these humanoids. As he was thinking, the wind wolf beside him suddenly said, his voice a little tense. Not right? The hunting bear froze. See for yourself. Wind wolf, who had already regained his jackal form, pointed at the melee crowd and said, Hunting bear was just now thinking about how to deal with the human captives, and did not observe the battle situation seriously at all. It was only when he heard Wind Wolf say this that his gaze condensed and he carefully observed. Then his eyes grew wide. Chapter 31, Are these really the human race? In the hunting bear's imagination, 30 jackals rushed up and could easily scatter the human race at the mouth of the valley, killing them and making them cry and run away. After all, a powerful jackal warrior can take on 2 or 3 weak humanoids by himself. In a fight like this with similar numbers, they jackals could kill indiscriminately. But the scene on the battlefield was the opposite of what he had imagined. The jackals that rushed up were literally being pressured by the humans. In a one-on-one situation, the jackals didn't even have the slightest advantage against these humanoids. More than no advantage. He witnessed a human smash a jackal's head in, then wailed and charged another jackal. The look of excitement sent shivers down his spine. In just a minute or two, the jackals unexpectedly fell at least 7 or 8. The ones that didn't fall were bruised and battered, and were being beaten by humans who cried out and flailed around. Are these really human? Seeing the heavy casualties of the jackals, the hunting bear became furious and charged up with his wolfsbane. Human race, suffer death. He rushed to a player and slammed his baton. The player on the opposite side of the table was an intelligence player. On the official website forums, intelligence players have been spouting off and asking for intelligence to be strengthened. After all, so far, the game has never reflected exactly what advantage the intelligence player has. Attack is not as good as strength, defense is not as good as physique, and speed is not as good as agility. It can be said to be practically useless. Intelligence players choose the intelligence department, and at first they all think about entering the game and choosing a mage-type profession. But when they entered the game, they realized that the game had no profession at all. How does that make them play? Just like the current battle, the other 3 lineage players were able to fight the jackal one-on-one without losing, and the strength lineage was even pressing the jackal to fight. But the intelligence department players, one-on-one is not the jackal's opponent at all. and can only follow the other department players around the paddling. The hunting bear smashed his rod at the intelligence player, who hastily raised the stone spear in his hand to resist, only to hear a click. The spear shaft was smashed by the bear hunt's rod. The wolfsbane in the hunting bear's hand smashed directly into the intelligence player's chest. With a bang, the intelligence player was smashed out and fell to the ground. The hunting bear hummed proudly. The strength of these human races was nothing more than that. This time, the surrounding human race should be shocked by their own strength, right? He had thought that after seeing his powerful strength, the surrounding human race would be thrown into panic. Results available. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Elite monster, elite monster. Come on brothers, there's an elite monster here. Maybe it's a mini-boss. Fight the boss first. The players looked at the hunting bear's significantly taller than normal jackal size, and then looked at his formidable strength, and immediately affirmed his identity as an elite monster or even a minor boss. One by one, both eyes were glowing with excitement as they rushed up. The experience of a boss is, for sure, higher than that of a small monster. Hunting bear looked at the scene in front of him in dismay. It was nothing like he had envisioned. Not only were these humanoids not shocked by his strength and thrown into panic, but instead, each one of them looked at him with two glowing eyes and scrambled to rush over. Aren't these people afraid of death? Since you're not afraid, I'll kill you until you are. The hunting bear's face became hideous and gruesome as he swung his wolfsbane and killed the players. A physique system player rushed to the hunting bear and was hit in the chest by the hunting bear's baton, flying directly 2 meters away. However, the physique department players had high defense and strong recovery ability, and took a hit and didn't fall to the ground like the intelligence department players. He stood up with a donkey roll and shouted excitedly, "I'm gibbering. This boss's attack power is so high." Anger towards the human race caused the hunting bear's combat power to soar, and in just a few dozen seconds, he smashed 3 players. But what puzzled him was that these humanoids acted like they weren't afraid to die. Knowing that he was no match for him, he was still all excited and wailing as he rushed up. For a moment he couldn't tell if it was bravery or stupidity. "Get out of the way guys. This boss is strong. Let me do it." The wine had already killed 3 jackals in a row, and when he saw that the group was besieging the boss, he couldn't help but come up. "Third patrol, the 2 of us join forces." Dacheng also walked up with his wolfsbane. "And me. I'll resist at the front. You guys attack." Kaleidoscope came up holding a round wooden shield. Of the 30 players, only the 3 of them had risen to level 4, and the 3 of them joined forces to claim the strongest battle force in the entire service. Lin Feng watched from the side. Based on his observation, this elite jackal should have a strength value of around 18 points and an agility value of around 10 points, which was much stronger than ordinary jackals. It was even stronger than the elite jackal he had killed 2 days ago. But in a one-on-one fight, he was confident in defeating this jackal, but he wasn't in a hurry to strike. Fighting bosses is also one of the fun parts of the game, and as a planner, he can't just strike out on his own every time and take away the fun that belongs to the players. As a game planner, his mission is to make players have fun. When the player is happy, the liver is more motivated to create more value for him. It's a win-win. It was naturally best if the players could finish this jackal off, and if they couldn't, it wouldn't be too late for him to strike again. With that pleasant thought in mind, he cast his eyes on the jackal standing in the distance, never taking part in the battle. He's had his eye on this guy for a long time. All the other jackals rushed up to fight. Even the elite jackals who were leading the group had already joined the battle, but this guy had been hiding far away from coming over. Wasn't it the dogheads and the jackals? Go over there and take a look. Lin Feng walked towards the Wind Wolf in the distance. Wind Wolf stood on the grass a few dozen meters away, watching the battle at the mouth of the valley. He understood that they had lost this time. He couldn't believe that this was even human. When did the human race become so strong? Just as he was thinking about it, he saw a human carrying a wooden stick and walking towards him. He couldn't help but shiver. In the battle just now, this human race had charged left and right, and at least 5 or 6 clansmen had died at the hands of this human race. This person was definitely the strongest warrior in this human tribe, although he was also one of the 3 warriors of the Jackal Man tribe. His advantage was that he could change forms. In terms of strength, Hunting Bear and Shattered Throat were both stronger than him. He was in no way a match for this fearsome human warrior. Thinking of this, he transformed into his wolf form and ran away. This scene made Lin Feng freeze. This jackal, he can turn into a wolf? He'd never heard of jackals having such skills. Interesting. The Wind Wolf's transformation skill aroused Lin Feng's interest, and he chased after them with a gust of wind, carrying his wooden stick. Jackals have 7 points of agility in standing form and 10 points of creeping running agility. after the wind wolf transformed into its wolf form. Its speed was a bit faster than the speed of a creeping and running jackal, equivalent to 12 points of agility. This speed was already considered extremely fast, but compared to Lin Feng, it was still inferior. There was only a few dozen meters between the two of them, and between the chase and the escape, Lin Feng quickly chased after the wind wolf. "Don't run, or I'll be rude." Lin Feng waved his wooden stick and threatened. Where the wind wolf would stop, he made a change of direction and ran towards the left. Lin Feng quickly chased after him, swung his wooden stick and ruthlessly smashed it against the side of the wind wolf's waist. "Let you run." He swung this bat with all his might, without the slightest bit of mercy. It seemed to him that this jackal who was able to change into a wolf was able to stay alive under this baton, so he tried to capture him and ask about changing into a wolf to satisfy his curiosity. "In case it's killed with a stick, it doesn't matter if it's dead." The wooden stick smacked heavily on the wind wolf, which screamed miserably and flew 3 meters away. Lin Feng walked over with his wooden stick. "Spare your life. Big brother, spare your life." Struggling to get up, Wind Wolf endured the sharp pain in his waist and hurriedly begged Lin Feng for mercy. He was afraid that this human would come back with another stick and just send him away. Chapter 32, Jackals aren't even that cold-blooded. The jackal had conceded so quickly, somewhat out of Lin Feng's expectation. He had expected the other man to resist a bit, to take a few more strokes before he would give in. "Follow beside me, and if you try to wander off, I'll beat you to death." Lin Feng waved the wooden stick in his hand and threatened. Yes, I promise not to wander off." The wind wolves resumed their jackal form, lowering their eyebrows at the threat of death and being better behaved than cats. This submissive attitude made Lin Feng very satisfied. He nodded and asked curiously, "Why were you able to turn into a wolf?" "It's a gift I've awakened." Wind Wolf immediately replied. "Gifted?" Lin Feng frowned slightly, somewhat incomprehensible. In the savage world, every race, whether powerful or weak, has the possibility of awakening a talent, but the more powerful the race, the higher the chance of awakening a talent. Wind Wolf hurriedly explained. Lin Feng nodded. "I also don't know if the human race can awaken the gift." "Do you jackals awaken your gifts much?" Lin Feng asked again. "I'm the only one in our tribe," Wind Wolf answered honestly. Bear Hunt and Shattered Throat were only individually powerful, calling them gifted, but they were not considered gifted awakenings. For every race, there is a chance that some powerful individuals will emerge. It was said that in the savage continent, some powerful races could even break through the limits of their racial strength through cultivation and keep getting stronger. Lin Feng asked about the talent. His curiosity was satisfied, and his attention returned to the battlefield. The battle was nearing its end. Most of the 30 jackals were dead, with only about 10 left seeing the situation and starting to flee. A few agility players chased after them, not knowing if they could catch up. The other players, on the other hand, were besieging the bear hunt. Excluding the "we shoot you innocently" squad that was the first to die in battle, the few agility players that went after the jackals, and the few players that were killed or seriously injured in the battle just now, there were still 11 remaining players, led by the 3 Daching men. The crowd was mobbing the hunting bears. Kaleidoscope brought 3 physique system players to the front, fending off the hunting bear's attacks, while the other players hid behind them and kept attacking the hunting bear. The hunting bears were already scarred from the players' attacks, and it was only a matter of time before they were killed. Lin Feng walked up. Wind Wolf followed with one hand on his waist, twisting and turning. He felt like his waist was going to break after being viciously beaten by Lin Feng. He didn't even dare to think about escaping while Lin Feng wasn't paying attention. The wound on his waist, then his speed dropped by at least 50%. Where could he escape from the clutches of this terrifying human? It's better to behave and maybe even get your life back. Hunting bear, if you are willing to surrender, I can spare your life. Lin Feng shouted at the besieged hunting bears. It was Wind Wolf who told him the name of Hunt the bear. The hunting bear, surrounded by the players, was already covered in wounds, and his forehead had been struck by a player, knocking out a wound over an inch long. Blood flowed out of the wound and into his left eye, turning his vision blood red. Hearing Lin Feng's persuasion to surrender, he grimly bared his teeth at Lin Feng. Surrender? Even if I die, I won't surrender to you stinky humanoids. After saying that, he swung the wolf's toothstick in his hand and fought to smash the kaleidoscope in front of him. In the midst of the desperate situation, he erupted with unprecedented potential, and the power of this strike far exceeded that of before. Kaleidoscope hastily raised his shield to resist, only to hear a click. The tough wooden shield was even smashed out a crack. Kaleidoscope retreated several steps in a row, and only then did he stabilize himself without falling. Come on, let's see if you can stop me. The hunting bear shouted frantically. The wolf-tooth stick in his hand carried the sound of whistling wind, smashing the surrounding players one after another. The hunting bear, whose potential had erupted, was a few points stronger than before, and under his frantic attack, 11 players were actually forced back by him alone. 2 players were a little slower. One was smashed in the head by him and blossomed on the spot. One was smashed in the chest and flew 3 or 4 meters, living or dead. Seeing his potential explode so powerfully, the hunting bear couldn't help but feel a slight desire to survive in his heart. If I'm so fierce now, I should be able to deter this group of people, right? As long as these humanoids don't dare to come forward, I'll be able to take the opportunity to break out and escape back to the tribe. Just as he was fantasizing that these humanoids were shocked by himself and didn't dare to come forward, he was shocked to find that the humanoids besieging him were inexplicably excited. Excitement cried out in a language he could not understand. Berserked, berserked. The boss is berserked. Definitely bloodied. Output, keep up. Hurry up and kill him in seconds. I'm going to take the first kill of the boss. Don't any of you steal it from me. It's common knowledge in the gaming world that a boss will only go berserk if it's bloodied. Seeing the hunting bear turn on berserk mode, the players immediately guessed that the hunting bear was already at the end of its strength, and each of them became excited. This was the strongest boss they had encountered since the opening of the service. If you grab the last hit, you might even get a first kill achievement. Players scrambled to rush towards the bear hunt, fearing that the first kill would be snatched by someone else and miss the chance to make a name for themselves. The unexpected reaction of the players made Bear Hunt's gaze go blank. He really couldn't figure out what was going on when he burst out with such a strong power. And not only were these humanoids not afraid, but they also had an excited look on their faces and were scrambling to rush up first. Aren't these people afraid of death? Aren't you afraid to die? Are you all really not afraid of death? He cried out in despair in his mind. In a state of despair, he felt that the powerful strength from the burst of potential was dissipating, and he became weaker than in his normal state. It was no longer capable of resisting the attacks of the human race. Attacks came from all directions, and severe pain appeared in all parts of the body, head, back, chest, shoulders. The blood blurred his vision completely, and his consciousness followed suit. The pain seemed to have become numb as well. Eventually, the hunter bear's massive body collapsed with a loud thud, his consciousness falling into darkness. Ha ha, the boss is hanging. I got a share of 90 experience points. Cool. Ha ha, I got 120 points. Not bad for a boss. I'll go. Why do you have more experience than me? I'm a strength department. How can my output be compared to an agility department like you? Strongly urge the weakening of the power department. Request to weaken the strength system by +1. Requires weakening of the strength system plus 10,086. Strongly urge the strengthening of the Department of Intelligence. Strengthen the Intelligence Department by +1. Finally defeating the powerful boss. The players gathered around the hunting bear's corpse and cheered excitedly. The only regret is that the boss didn't pop anything, except for the Book of Wolfsbane in his hand. Windwolf stood beside Linfone with his waist covered, looking at the cheering players, his eyes filled with incomprehensibility at this behavior. A victory over a tough opponent is indeed a cause for celebration. But, he glanced at the human corpses on the ground. There were about 10 of them, in addition to the 5 that were surrounded and killed by them in the beginning. The human race had also lost more than a dozen people in this battle. The number of human warriors, totaling only about 30, was nearly half of the casualties. With such huge casualties, shouldn't they first feel grief and sorrow for the sacrifice of their companions? Why is it that all they do is cheer, and not a single one of them mourns their dead companions? They jackals aren't even that cold-blooded. He was just thinking about it when a scene that horrified him even more appeared. Chapter 33, The Windwolf in a State of Alarm. Shooting a bit of cool leaned against the stone wall of the valley, covering his right arm, which had been broken flush with his elbow. In the battle just now, he was accidentally rushed by a jackal and tore off half of his arm. Now, with only half of his right arm left and blood pouring out, he looked miserable. Luckily, it didn't really hurt. A few of his teammates looked at his wounds and shook their heads. After all these days of playing the game, we all know a little bit about the injury system of this game. As long as there are no injuries to vital parts such as the heart or throat, and no broken limbs, both internal and external injuries can slowly recover with the passage of time, even without treatment. Of course, it gets better faster with treatment. In addition to healing, the recovery speed of an injury was directly related to the physique. For the same injury, the higher the physique, the faster the recovery. This is the advantage of a physique player, an advantage that becomes more apparent the later in the game you go. But severed limbs can't be restored. Therefore, Players choose to cut themselves off and resurrect themselves once they have broken limbs, as well as injuries that are too severe and take a long time to recover from. Resurrection is just a matter of waiting 24 hours, which is better than a few days in bed or a lifetime of disability. Unless there's a special hobby and you want to cosplay as the God Eagle Warrior Yang or something. Shooting a bit of a library obviously doesn't have that kind of hobby, and the only way to recover is to choose to be reborn. Tell me, how do you want to die? The ranger asked with a smile as he tapped the shooting a bit of a library on the shoulder. I'm not as perverted as you are and have to experience what it's like to be buried alive or something, so you can just hit me with a stick. Shooting a bit of a library gave him a blank look and said, he didn't ask for much in the way of death. It was the gloating look on the ranger's face that irked him a bit. Just wait. Next time you get hurt, I'll be sure to set off firecrackers to celebrate. Instead, he had forgotten that the last time a ranger was injured and needed to be patched off. He was numb with laughter. Okay, I'll meet you. The ranger grinned and picked up a wolfsbane on the side, aiming it at the head of the shooting a bit of a library. Smash it right. Shooting a little library said. It didn't hurt, but he didn't want to take several hits before he died. Don't worry, one hit is guaranteed, Ranger assured with a grin. Come on. Shooting a little bit of Coop closed his eyes. The ranger was not polite, and swung the wolfsbane in his hand, and swung it hard at the head of the pitched somewhat bank. Boom! The shot kinda bank disconnects right off the bat. All that was left was a body with a blown out head. This scene happened to be seen by Wind Wolf, who was standing beside Lin Feng. He had been observing the shooting a little bit cool, and seeing that he had broken half of his arm, his face was surprisingly not half in pain, and he was even able to communicate with his companions in a breezy manner. So he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this human was really a tough guy. There is no shame in losing to such an enemy. He then saw the ranger grinning and tapping Shooting a bit of Coop on the shoulder as the two were talking about something. Although I couldn't understand it, I thought it was the companions comforting this human race with a broken arm not to be sad, and that even if his arm was broken, they would still protect him or something like that. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw the grinning human raise a wolf-toothed stick and send the human with the broken arm to the west with a single blow. This frightening scene made his wolf hairs stand up all over his body, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. That human had only broken half of his arm, and even if he lost his hunting ability, he could still do a lot of other work, and definitely couldn't be called an invalid or a liability. His companion, however, did not hesitate to kill him. What was even more frightening was that the surrounding humanoids, seeing this scene, were not even half surprised and looked like they were used to it. No one even looked twice. Even the human powerhouse who had captured him, who was obviously the leader of this group of people, was indifferent to this matter. What a terrible tribe. What a horrible human race. He couldn't help but start to cringe. What do you want? Lin Feng, who was on the side, saw that his wolf hairs were standing up all over his body and thought that he wanted to sneak up on him or escape. So he immediately asked vigilantly. No, nothing. Wind Wolf was startled by Lin Feng's questioning and hurriedly replied. The voice had a hint of a sob in it because of fear. Nothing? Nothing. Why are your hairs standing on end? Lin Feng didn't believe him. In his experience, cats and dogs have their fur stand up when they are angry and ready to fight. Think the Jackal should be similar? I'm just a little cold. Naturally, Wind Wolf didn't dare to say that he was scared by their coldness and hurriedly found an excuse. Cold? Puzzled, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and felt the cold wind blowing across the mouth of the valley. It's late fall and it does get a little chilly. You jackals are so afraid of the cold? Lin Feng asked curiously. No, not all jackals are afraid of the cold. I grew up with a weak constitution and can't stand the wind and cold, Wind Wolf said with a sobbing face. He could hardly make it up, but once these terrible humanoids found out that he was lying, they would kill him immediately, right? Luckily, Lin Feng didn't pursue the matter further and turned his head to start directing the players to clean up the battlefield, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to run around. He just obediently followed Lin Feng. Wherever Lin Feng went he followed, just like a little follower. The players on the sidelines looked at him curiously. What's with this jackal? The patriarch's new little brother? Players are just curious, but the Wind Wolf contact with the players' curious eyes. But it is like sitting on pins and needles, such as mango back, like fish in the throat. These humanoids, they're not trying to kill me, are they? After directing the players to clean up the battlefield, Lin Feng brought Wind Wolf to the inner valley and started interrogating. A jackal scout entered the valley yesterday. It was you, wasn't it? Lin Feng asked as he leaned against a tree trunk and looked the Wind Wolf up and down. There were signs of jackal scouts in the valley, but the players hadn't found any sign of jackals, and he had been a little confused. But after seeing the wind wolf, his doubts had been solved. The wind wolf that changed into wolf form would be smaller than the jackal form, and it was normal to use the concealment of the grass to hide from the players. Not, yes, Wind Wolf stammered in reply. He wanted to deny it, but he was afraid that Lin Feng would kill him if he knew he was lying, so he hurriedly changed his words. Yes or no? Lin Feng frowned. What do you mean? Not yes? Yes, it was me. I'm just following orders, so don't blame me. Wind Wolf didn't dare to lie in the slightest. Seeing the Wind Wolf wimp out like this, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and continued to ask, "Your Jackal Man tribe, how many people are there in total? Don't lie to me. You know what happens when you lie to me." After asking, Lin Feng didn't forget to threaten Wind Wolf a little. "You let me do the math," Wind Wolf said, counting on his fingers. "Our tribe originally had 71 adult jackals and 13 children. 13 of the Shattered Throat Squad were killed by you the other day, and 21 were killed in battle today." Well, he broke his fingers to calculate carefully, fearing to make a mistake. His brain was sweating anxiously. The death toll of the jackals today was something he saw when he followed Lin Feng to tally the results of the battle. Well, there are 47 adult jackals left. He finally did the math. Lin Feng gave him a speechless look. It's supposed to be 37, right? This guy's math is so bad too. Can't jackals even read? Bean-sized cold sweat dripped down from Wind Wolf's head. "I'm sorry, my lord. I miscalculated. I didn't mean to. Don't you kill." He plopped down on his knees and begged Lin Feng with a sobbing voice. Lin Feng looked at him with a speechless face. "What's wrong with this jackal? I'm afraid? Killing someone for miscalculating? Am I that brutal? I ask you, are you willing to submit to me and serve our Gunstar tribe?" Lin Feng asked. He had also given some deep thought to how to dispose of the wind wolves. There are 3 choices: kill, take in, or let go. Letting go was naturally out of the question. He had captured them on his own merit, so why should he let go? The wind wolf was quite obedient after being captured, answering whatever he was asked, plus his ability was not bad, so it was a bit of a pity to kill him. The best option is to take it in. The only concern is whether this guy will fake submission and wait for an opportunity to betray. "I am willing. I am willing. You are my master from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will never dare to go west." Wind Wolf immediately replied. He'd do anything as long as it didn't kill him. The moment he agreed to submit, a system alert sounded in Lin Feng's ears. "Congratulations to the host for successfully subjugating the jackal, unlocking the hidden race jackal, which has a certain probability of being triggered when the player chooses the power lineage to choose from." Chapter 34, Intelligence of the Snake People. Wind Wolf respectfully knelt in front of Lin Feng and swore his loyalty to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's mind, however, was already fully immersed in the system. Hidden races? What's that? He entered the system and carefully checked the system introduction, finally understanding what was going on. In short, in the future, if a new player enters the game and chooses the power line when creating a character, there is a certain chance of triggering the jackal race. The size of the odds is not explicitly stated by the system. The jackal belongs to the power profession, and only has a chance to trigger if the player chooses the power profession, and will not trigger if he chooses any other profession. Upon triggering, the player can choose on their own whether to continue with the human or the jackal. The jackal's initial and growth attributes were different from those of a normal strength-based player. For normal strength lineage players, the initial attribute strength value is 7 points, and agility, physique, and intelligence are all 5 points. Growth attribute, +2 to strength value per level, +1 to all other 3 attributes. Overall, the strength values are outstanding and the overall attributes are well balanced. And then look at the jackals. The jackal's initial attributes: 9 points of strength, 5 points of agility, 5 points of physique, and 2 points of intelligence. The total initial attributes are 1 point lower than a human, but the strength value stands out. Growth attributes: each level of strength +2, 2, agility +1, 1, physique +1, intelligence +0, 5. In the long run, strength and agility are slightly higher than humans, and intelligence is slightly lower. Of course, the intelligence attribute doesn't help much if you choose a jackal. Lin Feng didn't know how players would feel about this hidden profession, but in his place, he would never choose it. The biggest reason is that it's so ugly. It's just not worth it to sacrifice face value for a higher power attribute. You can't even find a CP in the game if you want to in the future, unless you get lucky and meet one with a special hobby. Of course, it would be nice to open up such a hidden profession to enrich the game a bit. Anyway, players can choose on their own, and if they don't like it, Just keep choosing human. Some of the more hunted players might enjoy this career. Moreover, since subjugating jackals would activate the jackal as a hidden race, wouldn't it be possible to activate other hidden races in the future when other races were subjugated? Even though the game is called Rise of the People, it does get rather monotonous with only one race to choose from, the people. It's nice to be able to give players some more options. Lin Feng exited from the system only to realize that Wind Wolf had still been kneeling on the ground. Get up, Lin Feng said. Yes, thank you, master. Wind Wolf stood up respectfully with a doggy expression. Since you have submitted, you will be considered a member of our tribe in the future. So address me as patriarch from now on, Lin Feng said. Calling the master was a little uncomfortable for him. It's not like it's a maid outfit lady. Yes, matriarch, Wind Wolf said with delight. Lin Feng recognized him as a member of the tribe, and he was naturally elated. At least lives were saved. By the way, where did you migrate from? Lin Feng suddenly remembered this. There were no jackals in the eastern part of the island before. South of the island, Wind Wolf answered honestly. Southern part of the island? The land of the serpents? Lin Feng asked. He still understood the general situation on Abbot Island. Of course, he had heard all he knew from the old patriarch, and it wasn't always accurate. According to the old patriarch, the most powerful race on the island was the four-armed giant race that was entrenched in the center area of the island. The four-armed giant clan was a branch of the giant clan, small in number but very powerful individually, and had always been the overlord of Fangzhuan Island, the only T1 class race that belongs to Abbot Island. But he'd lived on the island for 3 years and had never seen it. Below the four-armed giant race are 4 T2 level races. The Red Feather clan that occupies the eastern part of the island, the Jade clan that occupies the western part of the island, the Serpent clan that occupies the southern part of the island, and the Minotaur that occupies the northern part of the island. Each of the 4 races has its own side of the island, but each has to pay tribute to the group of four-armed giants in the center area or they cannot survive on the island. Of these 4 races, he had also only seen the Red Feather race. It was when he had just come to this world and was still living in the Whitewood tribe. A Red Feather clan member visited the Whitewood tribe, and he watched from afar. The Red Feather races were similar in stature to the human race, with the same 4 limbs, except that their heads were bird-like heads. Their bodies are covered with red feathers and they have no wings to fly. The other 3 T2 level races he had never seen. At the T3 level are tribes and races that are sheltered by the 4 major races, such as the Whitewood tribe. These races and tribes had varying strengths, but because they had big brothers to cover them, no one usually dared to mess with them. At the bottom, it was the likes of the Wind tribe he was in before, and the Wood tribe that was wiped out by the jackals. Being weak in itself and without the shelter of a strong person, no one would care or be concerned if they were destroyed one day. Yes, it's the land of the Serpent people. At the mention of the Serpent people clan, a trace of hard-to-conceal fear flashed in Wind Wolf's eyes. And hate. Why did you migrate to the east? Lin Feng asked curiously. Generally speaking, a tribe that is not experiencing survival problems will not migrate long distances. Because of the serpents, Wind Wolf said through gritted teeth. The Serpent people demand that all races in the southern part of the island submit to them and take direct orders from them. Those who refuse to submit will be exterminated by the Snake people. We couldn't beat the Snake people and we weren't willing to submit to them, so we had to migrate over here. Our tribe originally had more than 200 people, and was considered a large tribe in the southern part of the island. But under the pursuit of the Serpent people clan, only a few dozen people were left who eventually escaped here. Wind Wolf said despondently. His family, then, died on the run, at the hands of the serpents. Lin Feng sniffed and frowned slightly. Why are the serpents doing this? He asked in disbelief. Generally, powerful races will ask nearby races to pay tribute to them, but rarely do they ask for outright subjugation. Just like the Red Feather tribe and the Whitewood tribe, the Red Feather tribe sheltered the Whitewood tribe, and the Whitewood tribe paid tribute to the Red Feather tribe. But the Red Feather tribe would not ask the Whitewood tribe to completely submit, because it's not necessary. You don't know? Wind Wolf looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Isn't this sort of thing well known on Abbot Island? If you have a fart, let it go. Lin Feng glared at him. If I knew, why would I ask you? Yes, yes. Wind Wolf shrunk his neck and continued. The Serpent People clan has subjugated all the tribes in the southern part of the island, and is preparing to go to war with the Four-Armed Giant clan to take over the Four-Armed Giant clan's position as the hegemon. What? Lin Feng was shocked at his words. That was a bit different from what he had heard from the old patriarch. According to the old patriarch, the Four-Armed Giant clan was the absolute overlord of the Abode Island, and no one dared to mess with them. How dare the Serpent People clan call their bluff with the four-armed giant clan? He asked in surprise. I don't know why these years, but there are constantly snake people fleeing across the sea from the barbarian continent to our avid island. Hundreds at most, dozens at least. These escaped snake people have all merged into the snake people tribe in the southern part of the island. As a result, the strength of the serpent tribe has expanded rapidly, and it is rumored that the adult clansmen have exceeded 3,000. Since the beginning of the year, they have stopped paying tribute to the four-armed giant race, perhaps because they were afraid of the strength of the snake people. When the snake people stopped paying tribute, the four-armed giant clan surprisingly didn't take any action, and completely listened to them. The silence of the four-armed giant race has allowed the snake people race to become even more reckless. More than a month ago, they issued an ultimatum to all racial tribes in the southern part of the island: either submit or perish. It was because we jackals were unwilling to submit to them that we were hunted all the way by them and forced to flee here. I think that after they conquer all the tribes in the southern part of the island, if the four-armed giant clan doesn't make a move yet, they will most likely continue to attack the eastern part of the island and the western part of the island. Wind Wolf said while peeking at Lin Feng's expression. If the snake people really invaded the eastern part of the island, this tribe wouldn't be able to escape. After listening to Wind Wolf's narration, Lin Feng's expression became grave. If the situation was really as Wind Wolf had said, and the serpent people began to attack the eastern and western parts of the island after unifying the southern part of the island, they, the Gunstar tribe, would also have to face the threat of the serpent people. It gave him some sense of urgency. It was necessary to raise the tribe's strength as soon as possible before the invasion of the serpent people, so that they could have the power to fight in the face of the serpent people. Of course, it would be the best outcome if the four-armed giant race suppressed the snake people. He can then continue to develop in peace. But listening to Wind Wolf's account, the four-armed giant race didn't seem that reliable, and he couldn't pin his hopes on others. Improving yourself is the way to go. The easiest and most effective way to increase the strength of the tribe is naturally to increase the level and number of players. And boosting player levels and numbers is going to come from the Jackal Horde. After destroying the Jackal Horde, the illusionary realm system would be opened. With the illusionary realm system, players will naturally upgrade faster. Similarly, by exterminating the Jackal Horde, the player's range of activities will increase, and the system will likely increase the number of player slots. He can then recruit more players into the game. Therefore, the Jackal tribe must be exterminated as soon as possible. Lin Feng's gaze became firm. Players killed in battle today will not be resurrected until tomorrow morning. It would be good to set the attack on the Jackal Horde for tomorrow afternoon then. He had a high chance of winning by himself plus 30 players against 37 jackals. The only variable was the strength of the jackal leader. Your chief, how strong is he? Lin Feng asked Wind Wolf. Chief? You mean our clan chief, right? The strength of the patriarch is naturally the strongest among us, Wind Wolf replied. Although he had defected to the enemy, he was still filled with awe at the mention of the patriarch. How does it compare to that bear hunt? Lin Feng asked. Naturally, it's stronger than a hunting bear, but how much stronger? I can't say, Wind Wolf said. Scratching his head, Lin Feng nodded in understanding. It's really hard to judge such things as strength and weakness. After all, it's not a player. There's a level as a reference. Despite the variable of the jackal leader, Lin Feng decided to attack the jackal tribe as planned. After all, he could afford to lose. Even if the jackal leader was strong, even if the jackals ended up winning, it would definitely be a miserable victory. And the jackals that survived would not be more than 10. After all, his players are not afraid to die and can fight until the last drop of blood is shed. He just had to make sure he didn't die. And when the players came back to life in 24 hours, another wave was in order. With 2 waves in a row, he didn't believe that he still couldn't push down the jackal's crystal. Later that night, the players went offline one by one. Lin Feng didn't let the Wind Wolf enter the inner valley. Instead he had him guard the outer valley. For one thing, it was because he didn't want him to find out the secret of players going offline. Secondly, it was also a test to see if he was truly submissive. If he hadn't been truly submissive, tonight, he probably would have taken advantage of the night to escape. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, we're going to attack the Jackal tribe tomorrow, so we'll catch him once more then and just kill him. After arranging everything, it was already past 8 p.m. Lin Feng entered the game's official website through the system. Since he was going to attack the Jackal Horde tomorrow, he was going to update a preview of the event on the official website first, so that players could be prepared. By the way, I'll also update the information on the Serpentine clan that I got from the Wind Wolves today, so that the players will know something about this future opponent. Entering the official website, Lin Feng unexpectedly realized that there were many more posts on the official website's forum. A couple of them are still just released. He entered the forum section with interest and looked around. There are posts begging for closed beta activation codes, and there are posts questioning whether the game is real or not, and all of these nutrient-less posts Lin Feng directly skipped, until I saw a fairly normal title. An introduction to the strength of the 4 systems of players within the game. Written by Ranger and posted less than an hour ago. Are these guys so idle? Just quit the game not long ago and came back to the forums to water down the threads. But if you think about it, the time the players quit the game was just after 7 AM on the blue planet, and after a full night of deep sleep. They naturally didn't need to go back to sleep. If you don't need to go to work, there really isn't much to do this early in the morning. So it's normal to water down a post to pass the time. Lin Feng clicked into Ranger's post. Chapter 35, Players on the Forum. Last night, the largest battle since the opening of the service took place within the game, with a total of 25 players participating in the battle against 30 jackals led by a jackal boss named Hunting Bear. After a fierce battle, the intensity of the 4 systems of players within the game had also been revealed. The highest strength is undoubtedly in the strength department. As the name suggests, the strength department possessed the strongest strength attribute. Taking a level 3 player as an example, a level 3 strength department player had a strength value of up to 13 points, and one-on-one could completely suppress an ordinary jackal and kill it. In the boss battle, the output damage is also the highest, and the experience value shared is higher than the other 3 departments. By all accounts, it's a well-deserved first in the current version. The physique and agility lines, of similar strength, are both slightly weaker than the strength line. Physique players have high defense and strong recovery ability, so they are the right choice for Meat Shield. However, the monster AI of this game is very high, and the physique department players don't have taunting skills. Practically all players don't have skills. Strongly request to open the skill system. It's hard to pull the monster. A reliable front row, though, is still indispensable in many fights. In particular, the official website reveals that the illusion system will be opened in the near future, and once it is opened, the physique system players will probably usher in the spring. The agility system moves fast, reacts fast, and strikes fast. In a word, it's fast for everything. In addition to speed, the agility line has a hidden trait of hearing and sight. It has been observed that the hearing and eyesight of agility players are much higher than that of normal players. I analyzed that hearing and sight in this game is affected by the agility value. If you open the career system in the later stages, the agility department is suitable for archer, light armor warrior, assassin and this type of career. In PvP, it should be a more powerful existence. However, in the current version, there are no skills and no professions, and it is difficult for agility players to cause effective kills when they encounter powerful monsters, so the strength is slightly lower than that of the strength system. Finally, there is the intellectual faculty. This lineage was really a 1-2 punch. No attack, no defense, no speed, and a level 3 intelligence player couldn't even beat a jackal one-on-one. In the current version of the game where there were no mage-type professions, the intelligence department was at the bottom of the list from any perspective. It can even be said that there is no point in seeing the existence of this department. Not a recommended choice until the game sees an update regarding the intelligence lineage. These are my personal opinions and summaries for new players. Lin Feng nodded approvingly after reading the Ranger's post. Don't tell me that's a good analysis. Especially the problem with the intelligence department. Not to mention that the players didn't know what the advantages of the intelligence department were. However, he believed that the system naturally had his reasons for setting up such a faculty. I just haven't realized it yet. The post hasn't been up for long, but there are already several comments below. This made Lin Feng a bit strange. There were only 30 players in the game in total right now. How many could have seen the Ranger's post and replied to it at exactly this time? What's with all the messages? He looked closer before realizing that several of the people who had left messages were not qualified for the closed beta and had not yet entered the game. Message board. 999 I see. The answer to the version is the power department. I'm going to choose the power department. Planner, hurry up and put some more slots out. Well written. I'm that level 3 solo but can't but the Jackal's intellect department. Strongly request to strengthen the intellect department. Suziyi, strongly request to strengthen the intellectual faculty. And if not, strongly request to be able to open a small number. I'm invincible and you're free to do as you please. Laugh your ass off. Dozens of people fighting is the largest since the opening of the game? What kind of garbage game is this? I'm now playing the national war game. casually as tens of millions of people of large-scale national war. Not better than this garbage game? And also 100% real degree. 3-year-old children only believe. Dutching, what kind of national war game has tens of millions of people fighting upstairs? Let me see it too, funny face? Super invincible crackling Tyrannosaurus Rex warrior, ignore him. This guy is just here to be funny. Unrequited, planner dad. Please give me an activation code. Upstairs doesn't believe this game is real. I do. I shoot you not guilty, nonsense writing. Obviously 30 players. How do you become 25? Ranger, you 5 died too early in the war to be counted, grin. I'm not guilty of shooting you, get lost. Lin Feng read the players' posts for a while and then started his work. First, he updated the background information on the serpent people. He then posted an announcement of the event on his official website. Event announcement. Tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon, 12 a.m. summertime, the crusade against the Jackal horde will be opened. And all players will be able to approach the clan leader to receive a quest and participate in the crusade against the Jackals. Players who participate in the event will be rewarded with generous experience rewards and contribution points, as well as the limited title Jackal Nemesis. After successfully destroying the Jackal horde, the illusion system will be opened. After making the announcement, Lin Feng exited the system and entered Dreamland. In the dream, a futuristic spaceship falls from the sky. The hatch of the spaceship opens, and what comes down inside turns out to be a group of jackals. He stood on the ground as the jackals coming down from the airship came to him and saluted, then paraded off into the distance. I've been dealing with jackals for a while now, and I can't believe I'm dreaming about jackals. The next day when he woke up from his sleep, Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head as he recalled yesterday's dream. It's true that daydreams come and go. The first thing he did when he got up, he habitually opened the official website and looked at it. The number of reservations has come to 520. This number made Lin Feng couldn't help but grin. He wouldn't have to worry about the source of players when the player cap increased. He then looked at the announcement of the event he had posted before he went to bed. There were a few more replies at the bottom of the announcement. Ranger, couch. I'm not guilty of shooting you, there's an event. Punch it. Shooting a bit of coop. Title. I want title. I want to be Jackal Nemesis. Wine over, looking forward to the illusion system. It's just too hard to find prey all over the world. Not to be sought, seeking closed beta activation code. Planning father look at me I'm invincible and you're free to do as you please, lol. A fake game. And pretending to update any event announcements? Susie Leaf, it's a sizable cutie upstairs. Lin Feng smiled and watched for a while, then retreated. Players had started to come online one after another, and Lin Feng issued some quests to them before coming to the outer valley alone to check if the wind wolves had escaped overnight. In a sheltered corner of the outer valley, the wind wolf that had taken the form of a wolf was lying on a pile of hay, its eyes closed and sleeping soundly. When he heard Lin Feng's footsteps, his ears snapped up and he opened his eyes. Greetings, matriarch. Seeing Lin Feng, the wind wolf immediately changed into jackal form and respectfully saluted Lin Feng. Seeing that he didn't take advantage of the night to escape, Lin Feng revealed a satisfied smile. Is it cold to sleep here? Lin Feng asked. It's not cold. Wind wolf hurriedly replied. I'm going to build some log cabins in the outer valley, and when I do, I'll help you build one too. Lin Feng said. Can't keep letting people sleep in the field. As the tribe grew, there were surely inhabitants of this world, human or otherwise, who came to join the Gunstar tribe. It's not appropriate to have players mixing with the inhabitants of the savage worlds. That's why he had been having the players cut down trees and hoard wood, just to prepare for the construction of houses in the outer valleys in the future. Separating the inner valleys from the outer valleys, players go online and offline in the inner valley, while the inhabitants of this world live in the outer valley. The inner valley is a forbidden place and cannot be entered without permission. Thank you, patriarch, Windwolf said gratefully. He has always had a dream of having a cabin of his own, sheltered from the wind and rain. Unfortunately, they jackals don't build houses, only tents. By the way, I'm going to take 30 tribal warriors to crusade against the Jackal tribe, leaving at noon. So why don't you come with me? Lin Feng said. He left with 30 players, leaving the valley with only 5 children. And he naturally didn't feel comfortable letting Wind Wolf stay in the valley. Wind Wolf was shocked at his words. He had come to the valley 2 days ago to scout the area and found only 20 or so human warriors, and had thought that this human tribe had only so many people. But the human tribe had suffered more than a dozen casualties in yesterday's battle, and it was surprising that they managed to scrape together 30 warriors to attack the Jackal tribe today. This showed that the number of people he had scouted was not the entirety of the human tribe. In the inner valley, I don't know how many more people are hiding. Yes. After being shocked, Wind Wolf could only reply like this. Dare he refuse? Chapter 36 Attack. The Jackal Horde. After exchanging words with Wind Wolf, Lin Feng once again returned to the inner valley to issue quests for the newly launched players. Instead, he saw Win Yi wriggle over. Win Yi, what are you doing here if you don't bring the Skyfallers together? Lin Feng asked strangely. These days, Win Yi's contribution to the tribe was also there for all to see. Lin Feng had granted him the status of NPC through the system, giving him the ability to communicate with the players. These days, he had been leading the players in gathering, making a huge contribution to the tribe's food storage. The wild fruits and vegetables he led the players to pick became delicious ingredients in the hands of a full house. It was also fortunate that with him around, the intelligence players had a more efficient way to upgrade. After all, neither hunting quests nor logging quests were suitable for intelligence players. Hunting quests. Unless it was Su Ziyi who had a fixed team, no one would group intelligence players to hunt together. Logging quests, where intelligence players do not have high strength values, are slow and efficient. Only the gathering quests are best suited for intelligence players. I heard from the Skyfallers that you're taking them to attack the Jackal tribe today? Winnie asked with glowing eyes. Without the language barrier, he was naturally able to understand the players' discussions and knew about Lin Feng's plan to attack the Jackalese tribe. Although communication is possible, there is some shielding by the system between players and NPCs. If players discuss things outside of the game, such as things in the real world, or topics like Savage Worlds being a game, the system will automatically block them. Exactly. Lin Feng nodded. I'm going too. Receiving an affirmative answer, Win Yi immediately said. He looked at Lin Feng with an expectant face, hoping that Lin Feng would agree. No. Lin Feng didn't even think about it and rejected him decisively. Fighting isn't something kids should worry about. Besides, with Win Yi's strength, he couldn't even defeat a single jackal, so it would be a burden to go, and a distraction to take care of him. Why? I'm an adult, and I'm going to fight for the tribe. Winnie flashed his muscles and said, in the barbarian world, 12 years old was already considered an adult and could follow a hunting party. But in Lin Feng's eyes, he was still just a child. Because you have a more important mission. Lin Feng stroked his head and said seriously, a more important mission? Winnie looked at Lin Feng in surprise. That's right. I need you to stay in the valley and protect Wen Qi and the four of them. Lin Feng said. Think about it, the four of them. The oldest, Wen Qi, is only 10 years old. What if we all leave and a fierce beast breaks into the valley? So, as the oldest brother, you need to protect them when they are in danger. Tell me, can you do that? Lin Feng asked seriously. In fact, the chances of a fierce beast appearing in the valley are basically zero. The players hunted around these days, and basically all the nearby beasts with a bit of strength had already been hunted by them. Of course, there were still a few beasts nearby, and a single player squad would not be enough to hunt them down. But the beasts that were strong were also highly intelligent. They knew that there was a group of powerful humanoids entrenched in the valley. So how would they dare to intrude inside the valley? They were already thankful that the human race hadn't organized a group to hunt them. So how would they come to seek death on their own? This was why Lin Feng dared to leave with all 30 players. If the possibility of a beast invasion existed, he said he would leave a few players behind to protect the children in the valley. Yes, Winnie replied seriously. I was really important in the patriarch's mind. He thought in his mind. Don't worry, matriarch, as long as I'm here, I'll never let any beasts harm Wen Qi and the others. He patted his chest in reassurance. Great. Lin Feng patted his shoulder in satisfaction. So easy to coax. And you say you're not a child? At noon, 30 players assembled at the mouth of the outer valley. Excitement was on everyone's face. This is the first major event in the game. Just now, the matriarch had already issued a mission. And as long as they succeeded in destroying the Jackal tribe, everyone would receive a base reward of 200 experience points and 20 contribution points. There are additional rewards for performing well in battle. In addition, you can also get the limited title Jackal Nemesis. How can you not be excited when the rewards are so great? Experience value and contribution points aside, the qualifying title, it was a status symbol. Depart. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng led the group towards the Jackal tribe. Wind Wolf obediently followed Lin Feng, surveying the players around him, secretly alarmed. He couldn't understand why these humans were so excited and not the least bit nervous. There were still more than 30 people left in the Jackal tribe, and even if these 30 humanoids won, it would surely be a close victory. The ones that make it back are probably less than half. The human race must have understood this. But why are they still so excited and not half scared? Leaving the valley, the group made their way forward, with several agility players scouting ahead to prevent any beasts from sneaking up on them. There are 4 agility players in the scouting department, namely I shoot you not guilty, Ranger, shoot a little bit of cove, and close the door. The 4 of them dispersed into a straight line, walking 700 to 800 meters in front of the large group. While they were walking, a sound of fighting came from the front. Looking at each other, I'll shoot you for not being guilty. I'll go over and take a look. He broke away from the group and quickly dashed towards the front, only to see 3 human men hunting a wild deer. When he arrived, the wild deer had just been killed. Who? The human race that had just killed the wild deer was none other than the 3 Pan family brothers of the Whitewood tribe. Seeing someone approaching, the oldest 2, Pan Hu, immediately opened his bow and arrow and aimed it at the visitor, asking cautiously, but after seeing clearly that the visitor was a human, he let out a slight sigh of relief. We are hunting, please leave. Pan Hu's voice eased slightly and said, in the savage world, snatching prey was a common occurrence. He wouldn't take it lightly just because the other party was a human. I will shoot you not guilty. Seeing Pan Hu pointing his bow and arrow at himself, he immediately stopped and spread his hands to show that he had no malice. It was a shame that I couldn't understand what this NPC was saying. I mean no harm, just passing through. I'll shoot you without sin, and said with a gesture, hoping that the 3 NPCs would understand. Hearing the unknown language spit out of his mouth, the 3 Pan family brothers were all a bit bewildered. Out-of-towners? What's with the out-of-towners on the east side of the island? Big brother, can you understand what he's saying? Pan Hu asked his knowledgeable older brother Pan Xiong. Can't understand. Pan Bear shook his head, but it doesn't look malicious. Let's hurry and take our prey away. It is naturally best if there can be no conflict. Pan Bear stepped forward and slung the freshly hunted deer over his shoulder, and was about to leave with his 2 brothers when he saw 3 more strangers approaching from the distance. The 3 brothers were immediately alert. Innocent, what's the situation? The ranger shouted from a distance. Nothing, there are 3 men hunting here. Humanoids, Innocent replied. Human. All 3 of the rangers' eyes lit up at the sound of his voice, and they hurried over at a quick pace. They hadn't seen any of the other clans yet, except for the matriarch and the 5 children of the tribe. There are other tribes of other people nearby? Shutterbug asked excitedly. He thought they were the only game tribe in the game, and the rest were all foreigners. Of course there is. Isn't it written on the official website's background information that there's another human tribe called the Whitewood tribe in the eastern part of the island? That said, don't you even read the background information? Ranger said. Background information? I never read that stuff. Do you watch the shooting? The Shutterbug shrugged and asked the shooting a bit of a library beside him. Not looking. Shooting a little coop cooperatively shook his head. Who in their right mind watches that stuff? That's right. Who in their right mind looks at that stuff? The 2 sang in unison, eliciting a blank stare from the ranger. A few people had already come to the side of I shoot you innocently as they spoke, curiously surveying the 3 NPCs in front of them. Who the hell are you people? When Pan Xiong saw that there were actually 4 people on the other side, he became even more vigilant. Although these people were human, their origins were unknown and their language was strange. As far as he could remember, there didn't seem to be any other ethnic tribes in the vicinity other than the Wind tribe. Seeing that this NPC gabbled something that he didn't really understand, a look of disappointment appeared on the faces of all 3 of the ranger. Sure enough, it's still not communicating. They had been expecting to trigger some hidden quest on these 3 NPCs. Do you guys think the planner of this game is suffering from some kind of major disease? Why make a new language when you can just make a game? If you're going to make a game, at least put subtitles on it. How can we play a game when we can't even understand or communicate with each other? Closing the door on the dog couldn't help but spit. His hidden mission was dashed because of the language barrier. To make the game seem more realistic, right? I don't get it either. The ranger shook his head. He also doesn't understand the game's intent in designing it this way, and it feels completely redundant. It seems like only the functional NPCs in the tribe know the Blue Star language. That NPC Winnie who issued the gathering quests. We didn't speak the Blue Star language when we first entered the game either. Then when we became the gathering quest NPC, we knew it. I'll shoot you not guilty said. The 3 Pan family brothers listened to the players' discussion with blank faces, completely unable to understand what they were saying. They're not discussing how to deal with us and take the prey again, are they? The 3 wanted to leave in a hurry, but they were worried that these people would sneak up behind them, so they could only hold their weapons in a stalemate. The ranger looked at the 3 and was fretting about how to communicate with them when he suddenly remembered that Daching had once said that on his first day in the game, When he followed the patriarch out on a hunting trip, he had encountered 3 NPCs from the Whitewood tribe. The patriarch and the NPC of the Whitewood tribe seemed to be very familiar with each other. He didn't know the language of this world, but he had often heard those kids in the tribe call out the patriarch's name and had memorized their pronunciation. Big brother Lin Feng. He mimicked the children's pronunciation and shouted at the 3 Pan family brothers. If these 3 knew the patriarch, they would have reacted. Hearing Lin Feng's name, the 3 Pan family brothers looked at each other in surprise. You guys know Lin Feng? Chapter 37, A New Helper. You guys know Lin Feng? Discord Bear asked in slight surprise. Lin Feng and the others can be too familiar. In the past, when Lin Feng was still in the Whitewood tribe, he lived next to their house. He remembered that Lin Feng didn't know anything at first, and even spoke strangely and incomprehensibly. Lin Feng's language, Lin Feng's first time going out hunting, and so on. Many things were taught to him by the 3 of their brothers hand in hand. Then again, the kind of unintelligible language that Lin Feng had spoken at the beginning seemed to be similar to what these people were saying. Lin Feng had said that he had drifted from the sea to Abbott's Island. These people, they couldn't be from the same place as Lin Feng, could they? The ranger only understood the word Lin Feng in Pan Xiong's words. Yes, Lin Feng is the patriarch of our tribe. He's right back there. The ranger pointed to the wilderness behind him and gestured. Big brother, what is he talking about? Pan, who was surprised to see his big brother communicating with these strange humanoids of unknown origin. He moved closer to Discord Bear and asked. Can't understand, but he seems to be saying that Lin Feng is right behind him. Discord Bear guessed. As they were talking, a figure appeared in the distance. It was Lin Feng, who had arrived with a large army. After reaching 15 points of agility, Lin Feng's eyesight had also improved a lot, and he could see the 3 Pan family brothers and I'll shoot you without sin and others in the distance from a long distance. Worrying that a few people would clash because of the language barrier, Lin Feng quickly ran over. Seeing Lin Feng, the 3 Pan family brothers' vigilance obviously slackened. Pan Bear was also very relieved to drop the wild deer on his shoulder to the ground. It's weirdly tiring to carry it all the time. Brother Pan. Lin Feng walked forward with a light smile and greeted him warmly. Speaking of which, he and the 3 Pan family brothers were quite destined to meet by chance in the wilderness twice in a row. Lin Feng, it's really you. Pan Xiong stepped forward and gave Lin Feng a bear hug. Then he glanced at I'll shoot you without sin and the others and asked, what are they? They. Lin Feng thought about it and said, they are human races that wandered from the sea and joined our tribe after coming to the island. So it is. The 3 Pan family brothers came to a realization. No wonder he talks so strangely. So he's really from out of town. They didn't doubt Lin Feng's words. For one thing, they believed that Lin Feng wouldn't lie. And secondly, this was the most reasonable explanation. This area was familiar to them, and there was definitely no such human race before. It would make sense to say that they had drifted over from the sea. Those are? Pan Hu asked in surprise as he pointed at the 20 or so players that were walking over in the distance. These out-of-towners are pretty much the same. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. That's not all. Some stayed in the valley and didn't come out. More and more players would appear in the future. And sooner or later, they would have to come into contact with the human race of the Whitewood tribe. By saying this, he was also giving the 3 Pan family brothers a precautionary shot in advance, and giving the players a reasonable origin. They're from the same place as you, aren't they? Pan Xiong even thought he guessed the truth and asked with a smile. Lin Feng froze for a moment and then replied, that's right, it's from the same place. How do you know? Big brother Pan? All from other worlds, barely the same place. Hey, I can't understand a word they're saying that's similar to what you said when you first came to the tribe. Seeing that he had guessed correctly, Pan Xiong scratched his head and laughed, his tone quite proud. What are so many of you doing there? Pan Hu inquired curiously. If you're hunting, you shouldn't bring so many people, right? Do you guys remember when we last met I said that a pack of jackals had appeared in the neighborhood? Lin Feng said, remember. At the mention of jackals, the 3 Pan family brothers' expressions all became much more cautious. We also encountered jackals on our hunt the other day, but luckily we realized it early and avoided it in time. Discord Bear said. Speaking of the experience of encountering the jackals, Pan Bear was still in a state of shock. They hadn't run into one jackal, but a pack. 13 of them. The strength of the 3 brothers was also considered strong among the hunters of the Whitewood tribe. However, when facing the jackals, they could at most defeat 2 of them when they joined forces, and they would have to rest when they encountered 3 of them. Not to mention 13? This time, we are going to crusade against the Jackal tribe and wipe them out completely. Lin Feng said truthfully, there's nothing to hide. What? The three brothers of the Pan family heard this, but they exclaimed in shock. You said to go on a crusade against the Jackal tribe? Panhu suspected he had heard wrong. Exactly. Lin Feng nodded. In the past few days, the Jackals attacked our tribe twice. The first time sending more than 10 Jackals, and the second time even more than 30. But fortunately, they were all eliminated by us. I feel that keeping them is always a threat, so it would be better to eradicate them earlier. Lin Feng said seriously. The three Pan family brothers listened to Lin Feng's narration as if they were listening to a mythological story. Destroy 2 waves of invading Jackals in a row? The second wave wiped out still more than 30? If they didn't know that Lin Feng wasn't of a casual joking nature, they would definitely have to suspect that Lin Feng was bragging. How many humanoids drifted from the sea and managed to destroy 2 waves of Jackals in a row? While the few people were talking, the players walking behind them had also come over, curiously sizing up the three Pan family brothers. New NPCs? Innocent. What's going on? A fish asked curiously. I don't know. We met 3 NPCs who seemed to know the patriarch quite well, but we couldn't understand what they were saying, and we don't know what they were talking about. I'll shoot you for not being guilty, and said with a show of hands. I've seen these 3 before. We've met them before when we went out hunting with the clan leader. It seems like they're from other clan tribes nearby. Daching came up and said. The 3 Pan family brothers were also very curious about these humanoids drifting in the sea. Looking at the temperament, they were indeed a bit different from the humanoids on the island. Panhu's eyes roamed through the crowd and happened to land on Windwolf. His pupils couldn't help but tremble as he immediately cried out in shock. Jackals! He shouted as he raised the bow and arrow in his hand. Pan Bear and Pan Wolf also saw the Windwolf, and both of them were also jolted into a fighting stance. Don't be afraid. His name is Windwolf and he is my prisoner, Lin Feng said hurriedly, signaling the 3 Pan family brothers not to be nervous. When the Pan family brothers heard this, they dropped their guard and put down the weapons in their hands. Come to think of it, how could a captured jackal have mixed with the human race if he hadn't? With only so many of you, can you wipe out the jackal horde? Seeing that there were only 30 or so players, Discord Bear couldn't help but ask. That's a small crowd, isn't it? They're all very strong, not weaker than the jackals one-on-one. Lin Feng looked at the players around him and laughed. The jackal horde only has about 30 people left. We'll sneak attack and hit them by surprise. We'll have a good chance of winning. The 3 Pan family brothers, however, still felt that Lin Feng's party had little chance of winning. Even if they did have the strength to not be weaker than the jackals one-on-one, the jackals still had the advantage in terms of numbers. Even if we win, it will surely be a bad win. Big brother, let's go help too. Disc Wolf, who hadn't said anything, suddenly opened his mouth. Pan Xiong nodded at his words and said to Lin Feng, we'll go with you guys. I wouldn't dare to say more than that, but the 3 of us brothers teaming up will still be able to help you share 1 or 2 jackals. The concepts of the 3 Pan family brothers were very simple. They were friends with Lin Feng, and when they encountered this kind of thing, they naturally had to go and help out. As for danger, in the savage world, every day you come out to hunt, which time you are not risking your life. Their parents left early, and all 3 brothers were unmarried, with no wives or children. Even if they die, they are still unattached. No need. This is our own business. How can we let you follow us and risk your lives? Lin Feng flatly refused. It wasn't that they looked down on the strength of the 3 Pan family brothers. As excellent hunters, the Pan family brothers' strength was already considered extremely strong among the ordinary human race, but the opponents were powerful jackals. Players can be resurrected when they die, not the 3 Pan family brothers. He couldn't risk them following. When Pan Xiong heard Lin Feng's refusal, his face sank and he said, it would be fine if we hadn't encountered this kind of thing, but now that we have, how can we not contribute? Or are you looking down on us 3 brothers and not treating us as friends? That's right, do you not consider us friends? Panhu followed suit. Discord Wolf didn't say anything, but the look he gave Lin Feng said the same line. Lin Feng cried and laughed at his words. Well, since you guys insist on helping, let's do it together. The 3 Pan family brothers insisted on helping, and if they had to refuse, they would appear to be treating them as outsiders. If you're going, let's go together. When fighting, just follow them yourself and protect them. Ha ha, that's right. Pan Xiong laughed and patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Let's go. Chapter 38 with me here. What are you afraid of? The 3 Pan family brothers joined the group and the group continued to set off. Players showed ample curiosity about the 3 new NPCs. These 3 NPCs are with us. Did the patriarch take them in and join our tribe? I don't know, but it looks like they're going on a crusade against the jackals with us. So it's just a friendly army anyway. Maybe they're plot NPCs, related to the Jackal plot, but unfortunately we can't understand what they're saying. Strongly request additional subtitles. Why are there 3 guys? How nice it would be if there were NPC ladies. What's so great about Missy? You don't understand. This game is so real. You might be able to talk to NPCs. Hey, I don't know if you can heckle NPCs. I just know that if you dare to heckle them, you'll definitely be banned. I can't believe you guys have thoughts about NPCs. You're so perverted. I love it. Why don't we try he. Get out. Asterisk 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 ing pervert. The players talked and laughed the whole way, and after more than an hour, the tens of meters high sky-high giant tree was already in sight. I'll shoot you not guilty, Ranger. Lin Feng called over the 2 highest ranked agility players in the tribe. The 2 just moved up to level 4 this morning. At the command of the Lord Patriarch, the 2 of them excitedly came to Lin Feng's side, their eyes glowing. The matriarch had named him individually, so he must have a special task for himself. You 2 go ahead and scout the Jackal tribe to determine the exact situation of the Jackal tribe and come back to me, Lin Feng said. Although Wind Wolf had said that there were still more than 30 jackals left in the Jackal tribe, and the number matched the number that De Qing and the others had scouted earlier. But before attacking, Lin Feng still decided to scout first. What if something unexpected happens? For example, it just so happens that another group of jackals migrated from somewhere else and merged with this Jackal tribe, or some other situation. This possibility, although extremely low, cannot be ruled out. Yes, don't worry, Matriarch. Promise to finish the job. Ranger and I shoot you without guilt looked at the scouting mission that had just been refreshed on the mission panel and said excitedly, sure enough there is a mission. Cool. Although the experience value rewarded by the quest was not high, only 30 points, a mosquito is still meat. And why didn't the matriarch order anyone else but us? It means that we have the highest level of goodwill with the patriarch. If we complete this mission, our favorability will increase a little bit. So if we have an important mission in the future, will the matriarch not think of us? It's a hidden treasure. The experience value and all that is just incidental. Trigger the mission? Seeing the excitement on the 2's faces, a player couldn't help but ask. That's right. Exclusive quests with high rewards. I'm going to shoot you for not being guilty with a smug look on your face. The quests that only he and the ranger received were, of course, exclusive. Dog Europeans. Shady. There must be something shady. Honestly, did you guys PY with the matriarch? Definitely PY over. Unless the matriarch sends me a mission too. The players were already all kinds of envious and jealous of their triggered quests. And at this moment, when they heard me shoot you for not being guilty of saying that the quest rewards were high, they immediately yelled. Amidst the yelling of envy and jealousy from a group of players, I'll shoot you innocently, and the ranger left the group and headed to the Jackal horde for scouting. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took the others and hid in a bush, waiting for news. 20 minutes or so later, the 2 men went and returned with good news. Patriarch, when we approached the Jackalmen tribe, we just happened to see a group of Jackalmen leaving. There were more than a dozen of them. Judging by their appearance, they should be out hunting. If the information provided by Wind Wolf is accurate, there are only about 20 adult jackals left in the Jackal tribe now, Ranger said excitedly. Good news. Lin Feng sniffed and said excitedly. In this way, the difficulty of their attack on the Jackal horde was greatly reduced. Wait to exterminate the jackals that stayed with the tribe, and then keep watch for the jackals that went out hunting to return. Rest for 10 minutes, then raid the Jackal horde, Lin Feng ordered. The 10-minute break wasn't all about resting. It was about waiting for the jackals who were out hunting to get a little farther away. Jackalope tribe. Patriarch Berserker Bloodaxe stood outside the tent, looking in the southeast direction, his face sullen. In that direction, there was a human tribe that had cost him dearly. Yesterday, he sent 2 of his tribe's warriors, Hunting Bear and Wind Wolf, with 30 of the tribe's stronger warriors to attack that human tribe. He had thought that it would be an uncontested victory. After all, according to the information brought back by Wind Wolf, there were only 20 or so human warriors in that valley, and there was no way that they could be a match for Bear Hunt. But accidents happen. One by one, the clansmen fled back in disarray, bringing back a bolt from the blue. They lost. Wind Wolf's information wasn't wrong. That human tribe indeed only had more than 20 warriors. However, the strength of those human warriors was unexpected. It was said that most human warriors fought them jackals one-on-one and were surprisingly undefeated. There were even a few that were stronger than their jackals. The 30 tribal warriors he sent out, only 9 eventually escaped back. The other 21, along with the 2 warriors of the hunting bear and the winged wolf. All did not return. If it wasn't for the clansmen who had fled back and swore their assurances, he would have found it hard to believe that there were human clans in the world that were so strong. This was the worst defeat he had ever experienced, and he had to make those human races pay in blood to wash away this shame. He would personally lead the team to exterminate those abominable human races. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw a figure appear on the distant horizon, heading this way. Being so far away, he couldn't see too well, so he could only stretch his neck, squint, and watch carefully. The figures were getting closer and closer, and he could finally see them. It's the human race. It was just as well that he didn't go to the human race to settle the score. But the human race even dared to come to his door? It is simply outrageous. Assemble and prepare for battle. Assemble. Prepare to fight. He shouted. As he shouted, he rushed into the tent and took out his own weapon. It was a huge wolfsbane that was over 1.5 meters long. Although the wolfsbane was huge, it didn't look out of place in the hands of the man who was over 2 meters 5 tall. The jackals in the tribe, some of whom were resting in their tents and some of whom were creating small jackals in twos, all rushed out of their tents when they heard his shout. Matriarch, what's wrong? Someone asked. Over there, a group of humanoids are coming this way, Berserker said, pointing into the distance. He was taller than the average jackal and had better eyesight than the average jackal. He could see humanoids in the distance, and there were many jackals who couldn't. A few with good eyes could only see a blur of figures approaching in the distance, but could not see if they were human or otherwise. But the matriarch said it was human, so it must be human. What? The human race still dares to come to the door? This time we must make them pay in blood. I'll tear them apart. The jackals screamed. Only the ones who escaped back from the valley yesterday, hearing that the human race had actually killed the door. Each one of them was terrified. They knew the horror of that group of people more than these clansmen who hadn't crossed paths with those people. That's a strong bunch of guys who don't want to die when they fight. Recalling yesterday's gruesome battle, 1 or 2 of the less courageous jackals had even begun to tremble. Shake what? Shake! Berserkers glared at them fiercely when they realized it. Look at you all. You have no talent. What are you afraid of with me around? Chapter 39, this is called not falling behind one-on-one? In a humble tent, 6 ragged human men gathered around. The 6 were all captured members of the Wing clan when the jackals attacked the Wing clan. The oldest was over 30 years old and the youngest was only 16 or 17. Their hands, their feet, were bound by ropes to death. As captives, they were usually tied up hand and foot and kept in this tent when there was no work to be done. It's only when you're working that you're let out. On each of them, strewn and crisscrossed, were scars, new and old, from the lash of the whip. The commotion outside caught their attention as well. Those jackals are yelling rally. Prepare to fight? Winning Battle whispered as he listened sideways to the sounds outside. Ingwar was the oldest of the 6 and the most powerful warrior of the Wind tribe. When the jackals attacked the Wind tribe, he led his clan in a desperate attempt to intercept the jackals' pursuit in order to allow the old patriarch and Lin Feng to leave safely with their children. By himself, he was holding off 3 jackals. In the end, it was Shattered Throat, one of the 3 warriors of the jackal tribe, who smashed him in the head with a stick and knocked him out. When he woke up, he had been captured by jackals. As if, I heard the same thing. Has someone come to crusade against the jackals? A few people speculated, and their hearts couldn't help but feel a little excited. The fact that someone has come to crusade against the jackals is proof that they have a chance of being saved, as long as the visitor manages to defeat the jackal. I'll sneak a peek. Winning Knight, the youngest of the 6, moved quietly toward the mouth of the tent. You don't want to die. Don't go. Winning Battle called out to him sharply. Have you forgotten what killed Winhwa? After stopping Winning Knight, Winning Battle blared fiercely and rebuked angrily. They were 9 when they were first captured, and the other 3, all of whom died at the hands of the jackals after they were captured. This includes Winhwa, as he calls him. The jackals stipulated that they had to stay in their tents and could never go out without permission. Winhwa was killed just because he poked his head out of the tent opening to take a look and was discovered by the jackals. Outside the tent, more than 24 jackals stood on the grass, waiting. Everyone gripped their weapons in their hands. Berserkers stood at the front, looking at the approaching group of clansmen with a serious expression. He understood that it was going to be a vicious battle. These human races were really good at picking the right time to come. He had just sent a 12-member hunting squad out to hunt when they came. If the hunting squad was still there, their chances of winning would be much higher. Far away, Lin Feng had wanted to sneak attack a wave, but when he saw from afar that the jackals had already gathered together, he knew that the sneak attack plan wouldn't work. Since you can't sneak up on them, it's better to go head-to-head and tough it out. They charged towards the Jackals, and when they reached a point where they were still 70 to 80 meters away from the Jackals, Lin Feng reached out his hand to signal the players to stop. Bows and arrows at the ready. The players took down the bows and arrows on their backs and drew their bows and arrows, aiming them at the Jackals on the opposite side. These days, leaving White Ink manufactured bows and arrows every day, and had long since satisfied the players with a strong bow in each hand. Leaving White Ink also proceeded with the quest of making bows and arrows, gaining a large amount of experience value and contribution points. Nowadays, he is not satisfied with making ordinary straight draw bows, and is searching for suitable materials to make recurve bows. In the past 2 days, with long-range striking means, Lin Feng naturally wanted to take advantage of a wave first. It doesn't matter if you shoot it or not, it's not a loss anyway. Everyone, free fire. With Lin Feng's order, the players loosened their bowstrings, and a sharp arrow was shot at the Jackals across the street. After practicing these days, the players' archery skills had long been different. A single sharp arrow, most of which traced a parabola in the air, was shot at the Jackals standing dozens of meters away. Very few shots miss. A scream rang out. Although the Jackals fought to dodge, there were still unlucky people who couldn't dodge as well and were hit by the arrows. The screams had just stopped when a second wave of arrows shot over. Berserkers used his wolfsbane to knock away the 2 arrows that flew towards him, and glared angrily at the human across the street. These despicable people were using bows and arrows in what should have been a proper head-to-head duel. Charge, and tear all of these abominable humanoids apart. Berserkers ordered a charge. There's nothing you can do if you don't rush. You can't just stay put and let people shoot you. Led by berserk slaughter, the Jackals wielded their wolfsbane clubs and rushed towards the players dozens of meters away. Meeting the 2 waves of arrows, the Jackals rushed close to the players. There was no need for Lin Feng to direct them. The players had already begun to move. Players above level 4, join me in holding the boss. Everyone else clear the small monsters first. Da Qing took the initiative to assume command of the regimental battle. He was one of the first players to enter the game, with a high level and strength. He commanded and the players were convinced. Of the 30 players, there were a total of 5 level 4 players. A big celebration of the power department and a drink over. The agility ranger and I shoot you for innocence. Kaleidoscope of the physical faculty. At Dikyo's command, Kaleidoscope held up a wooden shield and charged the taller Mad Butcher. Berserker was more than half a meter taller than the ordinary Jackals around him, standing like a crane among the Jackals. The status of the boss was self-evident. Seeing that Kaleidoscope dared to take the initiative to charge at him, Mad grunted angrily and raised his wolfsbane to smash up. Since you're in a hurry to die, let's take you. This stick. Mad Butcher used 10% of his strength, vowing to smash the Kaleidoscope to death with a stick to set up an example. Kaleidoscope raised his shield in his hand and resisted the blow. With a bang, he only felt a huge tremor in the shield in his hand as a powerful force struck him. He retreated 2 or 3 steps in a row before he was able to stabilize himself. This boss is so powerful. He couldn't help but marvel. At level 4, he has 15 points of constitution. Physique boosts defense and recovery. Defense does not only refer to the body's ability to resist blows, but also includes resistance to external forces. The higher the defense, the stronger the force that can be resisted. With 15 points of constitution, it is normal to be able to resist an attack from an opponent with 18 points of strength value without taking half a step back. This boss was able to knock him back 2 or 3 steps with a single strike, and his strength value was at least 18 points. This was definitely the strongest monster he had encountered since the opening of the service. While Kaleidoscope resisted one of Mad Butcher's attacks, Da Qing and Wine Over Wine also surrounded him and swung their weapons to attack Mad Butcher. The ranger then uses his speed advantage to get around behind Mad Butcher and attack from behind. I'll shoot you not guilty stood a dozen meters away and drew his bow and arrow, shooting at Mad Butcher. With a swishing sound, the arrow shot straight at Mad Butcher's chest. After several days of practicing hard, my archery skill of shooting you without sin was also finally reliable. Although it hadn't reached the point of 100 paces, shooting a large target like berserkers within 20 meters was already a sure thing. Mad Butcher was fending off Da Qing and the others when the arrow came flying with a whoosh, shocking him into a cold sweat. He hastily swung his wolf-tooth rod and knocked the incoming arrows away. But just as he was distracted from striking the arrow away, Da Qing had already bullied his way forward and smashed his arm with a stick. The attack power from the high strength value of 15 points caused Mad Butcher to let out a howl of pain. The 5 of Da Qing held back Mad Butcher, and the other players had already battled the Jackals. Against the Jackals, the players could be said to have been skilled beyond measure. The Jackal's means of attack. the rhythm of attack. They all knew it by heart. Except for the intelligence department players, the other players and the Jackal were not weak at all one-on-one. And the strength department players were even pressing the Jackal. Lin Feng mixed in with the crowd and didn't go to siege berserkers. Instead he specialized in picking on ordinary jackals. Since the players took the initiative to take on the heavy responsibility of besieging the boss, he was naturally happy to take it easy. Who knows what cards and tricks this boss has? Wouldn't it be bad if he went up to siege and this boss suddenly erupted with some big move that happened to be used on him? Players can live without their lives. He can only live once. It's still easier and safer to bully the little monsters. With his strength nowadays, dealing with ordinary jackals was a matter of 3 or 5 sticks. He roamed the battlefield with his wooden stick in hand, and in less than a minute, 2 jackals had already fallen under his stick. The 3 brothers of the Pan family teamed up to attack a jackal, and the 3 of them worked extremely well together, and it only took more than a minute before they had already knocked the jackal to the ground. But looking around, the jackals had already been knocked down by the players in a large swath. The remaining jackals, with their companions suffering heavy casualties, had no intention of fighting and began to flee, dropping their weapons. It hadn't even cared about the besieged Lord Patriarch. The players naturally refused to let them off easily. In their eyes, it wasn't the jackals that were escaping, but the living experience value. Strength players and physique players are not as fast as jackals and can't catch up without help. Not only could the intelligence player not catch up, he couldn't fight if he did, so naturally he wouldn't go after them. There were only a few agility players, who wailed and chased after them and started harvesting experience. The 3 Pan family brothers looked at this scene blankly, all of them having been dumbfounded. Lin Feng was really too modest when he said that these humanoids who drifted over weren't weaker than jackals one-on-one. Discord Bear said, scratching his head, "You call that not losing one-on-one? It's almost like a pressure fight." Okay. Chapter 40, the end of the battle. The jackals were killed by the players and died and fled, and in the blink of an eye, there was only one person left on the battlefield, Mad Butcher. The other players were left without a target, and they all set their eyes on Mad Butcher. After clearing the small monsters, it's time to fight the boss. Brothers, charge. Kill this boss and the reward will be in your hands. I'm going to rush level 4. No one is going to take it from me. The players yelled and rushed forward, ganging up on Mad Butcher. Let's go help too. Pan Xiong said that he was about to bring Pan Hu and Pan Wolf to surround Mad Butcher, but he was pulled back by Lin Feng. Just leave this jackal leader to them. Let's go search inside the tribe and see if there are any remaining jackals, Lin Feng said. He naturally wouldn't let the 3 Pan family brothers go to besiege the jackals, pulling the 3 of them towards the jackal horde. It was said to be a tribe, but it was actually 20 or 30 tents scattered around the giant trees in the sky. The tents were all rudimentary, constructed from branches of varying lengths and various animal skins. Lin Feng brought the 3 Pan family brothers close to the tent, and before they had time to search the tent, they saw the 4 Wood clan members who stood frozen in place. They were more than 3 meters tall, but their waists were only 60 or 70 centimeters, like a slender tree trunk. The legs were short, less than a meter, but the arms were long, hanging down from the shoulders to near the ground, at least 2 meters. The skin all over his body was like a piece of bark. Seeing Lin Feng's 4 people approaching, the 4 Wood clansmen lowered their heads together and sized up the 4 friends of the Wood clan. The jackals have been destroyed by us. You are free. Lin Feng waved his hand at them and laughed. He had only heard that there was a group of Wood people living under this giant tree in the sky before, but he had never seen them before. The looks are strange enough. Thank you, friends of the people. A Wood clan member spoke up. He spoke slowly, only slightly faster than the sloth called Lightning in Zootopia. No need to thank you. It's only right. Lin Feng smiled and asked, right, do you know where those human races captured by the jackals are? That was his main concern. They're being held in that tent. The Wood clan member pointed to a tent not far away and said slowly, thanks. Lin Feng thanked him and was about to go ahead and free his captured human companions when he was shouted at by the Wood clan. Wait, the Wood clan shouted, speaking a little faster because of their urgency. Anything? Lin Feng stopped and asked suspiciously. We have a humble request. May we follow you away and live in your tribe? The Wood clan man asked apprehensively. With only 4 of their clan left, it was hard to survive in this dangerous savage world. Clinging to a strong tribe is the best option. This human tribe was able to defeat the vicious jackals, so it was naturally a powerful tribe. I just don't know if people want to take them in. Join our tribe? Lin Feng looked up at the 3-meter-tall Wood people. Taking them in seemed like a good choice. The Wood clan had little aggression, were hardworking and strong. and taking them in might even activate a new hidden race for the players to choose from. We can work for you, and we don't need food. Seeing that Linfong looked up at them and delayed in answering, the other Wood clan member thought that Linfong didn't want to take them in and hurriedly said, "The Wood people have many retractable root systems in their legs that they can insert into the soil to absorb nutrients and water from the soil and do not need to eat." "Of course, welcome to the Gunstar tribe." Linfong laughed. He was a kind person, so naturally he wouldn't refuse to take in these poor Wood clans. "Thank you for your kindness." When the Wood people heard that Linfong was willing to take them in, they all smiled and bowed their heads towards Linfong. However, to Linfeng's disappointment, the system didn't pop up a prompt to activate a new hidden race. I don't know if this hidden race is not in the system, or if the system doesn't consider this situation to count as taking in a new race. Linfong told the Wood clan to wait where they were, so he took the 3 Pan clan brothers and headed to the tent where the human clan was being held. Inside the tent, the 6 people of Winning Battle perked up their ears and tried to listen to the movements outside of this. Their hearts hung in the air as they heard the sounds of the fighting outside getting smaller and smaller. Is the fight over? Did the Jackals win? Or did the Crusaders against the Jackals win? Why don't I sneak a peek? Winnow couldn't help but offer. This waiting for the unknown was very hard for him. Let's wait a little longer. When there's no more movement outside, I'll go check. Winning Battle thought for a moment and said, he naturally wouldn't let Win Wild take the risk, and if he had to go, it would be him. As he was talking, a footstep came out from outside. Several people immediately stopped talking and looked apprehensively at the mouth of the tent. The sound of footsteps came closer and closer. The tent's flap was lifted and a man's head poked in. Linfong. Seeing the person at the door clearly, Winnow couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone else also looked at Linfong in surprise. They had guessed many possibilities, but they hadn't thought that the one who appeared at the door would be Linfong. Win Wild. Win Battle. You're both still alive. Great. Linfong walked into the tent and said excitedly. He guessed from the start that the few human captives from the Jackal tribe should be from the Win tribe, but guesses are just guesses, and they can be wrong. Now that he saw that it was indeed Winning Battle and the others in the tent, he was naturally happy and excited. Why are you here? What's going on out there? Did the Whitewood tribe send a crusade against the Jackals? Winning Battle asked eagerly. The reason why he guessed that it was the Whitewood tribe that had sent people to crush the Jackals was because the Whitewood tribe had the strength to do so, and secondly, because he had seen the 3 Pan family brothers behind Linfong. They all recognized the 3 Pan family brothers and knew that they were from the Whitewood tribe. But that vampire Shiraki Mori would be so kind? It's not the Whitewood tribe. I'll tell you more about the specifics later. I'll help you untie the ropes first, Linfong said, stepping forward to help them untie the ropes from their hands and feet. The 3 Pan family brothers also rushed forward to help. How's the battle going out there? The ropes on Win-Win's body were untied, and his eyes were filled with wariness as he asked. Many of his companions in the tribe died in the hands of the Jackals, and he hated the Jackals to the bone. Now that he had regained his freedom, he couldn't help but want to go and fight the Jackals. The adult Jackals are pretty much dead, but there should still be some juvenile Jackals hiding in the tents, Linfong said. The Jackals were scattered by the players, and there were a few who desperately tried to rush back and escape with the young Jackals, but they were all intercepted by the players. The little Jackal people of the tribe are now hiding in their tents, afraid to come out. The little one can't stay either. A fierce aura flashed in Winning Battle's eyes. He naturally would not have any compassion for the foreigners, especially for his enemies. By the way, how are the matriarch and the children? Are they all safe? After asking about the battle, Winning Battle asked again. The matriarch escaped and died of his wounds, and before he died, he passed the position of matriarch to me, and all 5 children are still safe, Linfong said. Hearing that the old patriarch had been sacrificed, the Winning Battle 6 were all very saddened. Those damn Jackals, Winning Battle said through gritted teeth. Several people then came outside the tent. Berserkers was still being surrounded by players. He desperately tried to break out of the encirclement to escape, but he was intercepted by players time and time again, and could only let out a roar of impotent rage. It was only a matter of time before he was killed. Chapter 41, Illusion System, Skill System, NPC System. Winning Battle 6 people walked out of the tent and looked at the bodies of the Jackals on the grass in the distance, as well as Mad Butcher, who was roaring with rage under the players' siege, as if it was a lifetime ago. It was not until they saw it with their own eyes now that they dared to believe that the Jackals had indeed been wiped out. From now on, they're free. Linfong, thank you. Winning Battle patted Linfeng's shoulder and said gratefully, if Linfong hadn't brought people to rescue them, they would have been enslaved by the Jackals until they died. We're all on our own. Why are you so polite? Lin Feng laughed. Before the Wind tribe was attacked by the Jackals, the entire tribe of men, women, and children together was only about 30 people, and they were all very familiar with each other. Lin Feng and the winning battle few were also on very good terms. Let's search these tents and see if we missed anything. Winning the battle said. He led Win Wild and the others, as well as the 3 Pan family brothers, and began searching for the jackals hiding in the tents. The flap of a tent was lifted, and 3 small jackals huddled in a corner, looking fearfully at Winning Battle in the doorway. Winning Battle didn't let their young age soften them in the slightest and charged straight in. Screams rang through the tent. Lin Feng listened to the screams of the little jackals in the tent. Such was the struggle between the races, and in the place of the jackals, they would have had no compassion for the children of the human race. He cast his gaze towards the distant battlefield, where Wind Wolf stood at the edge of the battlefield, watching with a complicated expression as the players surrounded berserkers. Lin Feng walked over. Before attacking the Jackal tribe, he had asked Wind Wolf if there were any of his relatives left in the tribe. If so, he could spare them, seeing as Wind Wolf had already defected. However, Wind Wolf told him that all of his loved ones had already died at the hands of the Serpent people during the migration. This made Lin Feng have less scruples when attacking the Jackalman tribe. I thought you'd take advantage of the chaos to escape. Lin Feng came to Wind Wolf's side and said, Wind Wolves were, after all, jackals, not humanoids. He had thought that when they attacked the Jackal tribe, they had no time to care about the Wind Wolves, and that the Wind Wolves would take advantage of the opportunity to escape or even turn against them. However, it was unexpected that the Wind Wolf had been standing here quietly without making any movements. Run? Where can you run to? Wind Wolf shook his head and smiled bitterly. The Jackal tribes were all exterminated, and even if he escaped, he would just be wandering around. It would be better to stay in the Gunstar tribe. At least it would be safer. No need to run around and be precarious. And my sixth sense tells me that following you will be the best decision of my life. Wind Wolf said sincerely. Lin Feng laughed, taking it all as him kissing ass. What do jackals know about the sixth sense? As the two were chatting, not far away, the Berserk Butcher, who was surrounded by players, collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Yay! The boss is finally dead. Ha ha, the last hit was me. So much experience. The players let out a cheer. By killing Mad Butcher, the system rewarded the player with a large amount of experience points, ranging from 100 to 200 points. There were a few level 3 players, but they even went straight to level 4. Just as Mad Butcher fell, the system's voice rang in Lin Feng's ears. Congratulations on successfully completing the quest, Destroy the Jackal Horde. Experience value plus 1000. Obtaining the Illusionary Realm Jackal Tribe. The Illusionary Realm system is officially opened. Please choose a suitable location to build the Gate of Trials. The 1000 experience points rewarded by the quest allowed Lin Feng to directly rise to level 6, and he was only a few dozen experience points away from level 7. After leveling up to level 6, 2 more system prompts rang in Lin Feng's ears. Congratulations on reaching level 6. The skill system is officially unlocked. Congratulations on reaching level 6. The NPC system is officially unlocked. Leveling up to level 6 surprisingly directly unlocked 2 systems, plus the illusion system that had just been unlocked. It was equal to directly unlocking 3 systems. The gameplay is instantly rich. Lin Feng entered the system and carefully looked at the 3 systems he had just unlocked. First is the illusion system. To open the Realm of Illusion system, you need to build the Door of Trial. After the construction is completed, players can enter the Realm of Illusion through the Door of Trial. Building the Door of Trials didn't require any special materials or conditions. All you needed to do was choose a suitable location and the system would automatically generate the Door of Trials without Lin Feng having to worry about it. There are many types of illusions, including single-player illusions, squad illusions, team illusions, and legion illusions, to name a few. The Jackal Horde is a squad fantasy realm that allows squads of no more than 10 people to enter, with a limit of 1 entry per day. Slaying monsters within the Phantasmagoria earns you experience points, as well as equipment. Seeing the word equipment, Lin Feng was thrilled and burst into tears. Finally a way to drop gear. Players finally don't have to fight with homemade blank slate gear. After understanding the illusion system, Lin Feng began to check out the NPC system. That's a good system. After reading the introduction of the NPC system, Lin Feng's eyes widened in excitement and his heart thumped. It wasn't that he wasn't calm enough. It was just that this system was too powerful. If the illusion system was used to enhance the player's strength, the NPC system was used to enhance his own strength and that of other NPCs. Being the system owner, He had NPC status himself. On top of that, he can designate any intelligent being in the savage worlds as an NPC. The number of designatable NPCs is related to the combined strength of the tribe, and the Gunstar tribe's current combined strength is only 3 NPC slots. Savage worlds beings designated as NPCs can communicate with players and issue quests to them. If NPCs have skills, they can also teach them to players, and players need to consume a certain amount of experience value to learn NPC skills. The NPC issues a quest to the player, and after the player successfully completes the quest, the NPC will receive 1% of the player's quest experience as a reward. Don't underestimate the 1%. Now that the number of players is low and the total number of quests completed is low, NPCs may not gain experience as fast. However, as the number of players grows, so does the total number of quests completed, and NPCs can gain huge amounts of experience from players every day. In addition to quest experience, 20% of the experience value consumed by players learning skills from NPCs is also rewarded to NPCs. In this way, through the quest system and skill system, NPCs have a stable source of experience value and can level up continuously. Each NPC, later on, can become a high-level Jedi. In Lin Feng's opinion, the NPC system was the one feature that had helped him the most so far. For one thing, he himself gained a constant stream of experience value through the NPC system, rapidly leveling up. There was no need to upgrade with only the experience value rewarded by the system quests as before. Keep in mind that he was the one who issued most of the quests for the players now. Secondly, he could train some helpers native to the savage world through the NPC system. Players, while good, have some limitations, such as late night. Now he restricts players from logging in at night, and when there are more players in the future. Even if he liberalizes night logging in, the number of night players will be much less than during the day. After all, most people have classes and work during the day, and there's not much to do in the game at night, so naturally there won't be many players online. The NPC system, on the other hand, would allow him to cultivate some strong native beings to provide nighttime security for the tribe. In addition to the designated NPCs, he can still grant any Savage World's native beings the ability to communicate with players and the ability to issue quests. And there is no limit to the number of quests that can be issued. Like Win-E. However, such NPCs did not have system authentication and could not reward players with experience value when they completed quests, nor could they teach players skills. Then there is the skill system. Each Savage World's intelligent being may possess one or more skills. Upon becoming a system NPC, they can pass on skills to players, which is the only known way for players to gain skills. Players need to fulfill level conditions or attribute conditions to learn NPC skills and consume a certain amount of experience value. The amount of experience value consumed is determined by the system according to the strength of the skill. After a player successfully learns a skill, the NPC will receive 20% of the player's expended experience value as a reward. As the owner of the system gifted Lin Feng with 4 basic skills: Power Strike in the Power Department, the Agility Department's Blistering Steps, Defense Enhancement from the Physical Faculty, the Intelligence Department's Magic Bullet. Chapter 42. Inside the tribe of Jackals, the 3 Pan family brothers searched through the tents one by one, eventually entering the largest one, tent inhabited by the patriarch of the Jackal tribe, Berserker Bloodaxe. The 3 entered the tent and rummaged through the boxes, looking for anything of value. Panwolf opened a wooden box in the tent and rummaged through it to find a few epistles. He opened the epistles and looked at them carefully with a grave expression. "What are you looking at, Lao-san?" Pan, who saw him looking mesmerized and came over to ask curiously. He remembers that Lao-san can't read, right? "It says something on it, but I can't read," Discwolf said, scratching his head. "What are you looking at it for so long if you don't know the words?" Pan, who rolled his eyes and took the epistle from Panwolf's hand. "I told you to read more. You can't even read." Pan, who watched while lecturing his brother. "It's most annoying to read, which is not as fun as hunting," Panwolf muttered in a small voice, but he realized that Pan, whose face became very serious. "Big brother, come and read these letters." After Pan, who finished reading the letters in his hand, he opened the other few and read them for a few moments, and his face became very ugly. He held up the epistle and shouted toward Pan Bear. "What's so great about letters?" Pan Bear said as he walked over and took the epistle. After a few careless glances, the contents of the letter made him become serious. As he carefully looked at the contents of the letter, his face became more and more ugly. His gaze filled with unbelief. "How can this be? How is this possible?" he muttered as he watched. "Big brother, what exactly is written in the letter?" Pan Wolf asked curiously when he saw that both his elder and second brothers looked like this after reading the contents of the letter. He had never been more eager to know words himself. Pan Xiong, however, ignored him, but said, "If Lin Feng sees these letters, I am afraid that it will be a big mistake." Alas, he let out a long sigh, not knowing how to express it. "Why don't we secretly tear up these letters and not let Lin Feng?" Pan, who carefully proposed, but felt something wrong, consciously shut his mouth. "No way. These letters must be given to Lin Feng. He should know the truth," Pan Bear said flatly. "What the hell was in that letter?" Pan Xiong and Pan, whose conversation made Pan Wolf listen in confusion, and he couldn't help but pursue the question again. His curiosity, like a kitten, kept scratching. "Ugh, old 2, tell that to old 3. Discord Bear said with a long sigh. Lin Feng finished checking the 3 systems he had just unlocked and retreated from the system. The Jackal had been completely resolved, and it was time for him to sound the alarm. Just as he was about to ask the players to gather, he saw the 3 Pan family brothers walking over with complicated expressions. In Pan Xiong's hand, he also held several letters. "Why do you guys have that look on your faces?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "Lin Feng, look at this." Pan Xiong handed the letter in his hand to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the letters in a daze, opened one of them and read it. The more he looked, the uglier and icier his face became. After reading the first one, he opened a few others and his face was already so gloomy that it was about to drip. "Where did these letters come from?" he asked in a hushed voice. "In the tent of the Jackal leader," Pan Xiong said. "Lin Feng, you have to trust us. We don't know anything about it." "I know." Lin Feng nodded and looked in the direction where the Whitewood tribe was, a hint of coldness coming through his gaze. The several letters in his hand were written by Bai Mu Shang, the patriarch of the Bai Mu tribe, to the Jackal leader. Berserk slaughter. One of the earliest in time is a letter from Shiraki Mori wishing to befriend Madatsu and sending lots of food. In the second letter, it was Bai Mu Shang who told Mad 2 the location of the winning tribe and promised Mad 2 that if he was willing to help him attack the winning tribe, he would send a large amount of food as payment. The third letter was a thank you to Mad Butcher for attacking the Win tribe and delivering food as promised. The fourth seal was to tell Mad Butcher the approximate location of the valley, so that he could send his men forward to search it. Lin Feng could look at the letter in his hand. No wonder berserkers sent a squad of jackals to search around the valley. It turned out to be Shiraki Shang who was behind it all. It must have been the first day he took the players out to go out hunting when he encountered the 3 Pan family brothers. The 3 Pan family brothers went back and told Bai Mu Shang about it. And only then did Bai Mu Shang realize their approximate location and told the jackals to search and catch them. Of course, he believed that there was nothing in it for the 3 Pan family brothers. For one thing, he believed in the integrity of the 3 Pan family brothers. Secondly, if they had known, they would not have taken these letters to themselves. But what he didn't understand was why Haki Shang was doing this. How would it benefit Bai Mu Shang for the jackals to destroy the Win tribe? "Brother Pan, thank you for giving me these letters." Lin Feng put away the letter and said gratefully to Pan Xiong. The 3 Pan family brothers were, after all, from the Whitewood tribe, and after they had sent the letter, they were perfectly capable of secretly tearing it up, making the truth of the matter disappear forever. But they did not do so, but gave him the epistle. "Lin Feng, I feel ashamed and guilty for Bai Mu Shang's behavior." "I'm sorry," Pan Bear said with a face full of shame. He was from the Whitewood tribe, and when the patriarch did such a thing, he felt like he had no face to face Lin Feng. "Brother Pan, it's none of your business. Sooner or later, I'm going to get this justice back from Bai Mu Shang," Lin Feng said through gritted teeth. He was a person who kept his grudges separate, and he naturally wouldn't take his anger out on the 3 Pan family brothers for what Bai Mu Shang had done. "Big brother, Bai Mu Shang is so hateful. I don't want to go back to the Bai Mu tribe." Pan Wolf was full of contempt for Bai Mu Shang. "Why don't we join Lin Feng's tribe?" After learning what Bai Mu Shang had done, Pan Xiong was equally filled with disgust and contempt for Bai Mu Shang. Upon hearing Pan Wolf's proposal, his eyes immediately lit up. "Yeah, why don't they leave the Whitewood tribe and join Lin Feng's tribe?" The 3 brothers had been dependent on each other since they were young and did not have any relatives in the Whitewood tribe, so it could be said that they were all alone. Lin Feng's tribe was joined by those who were strong and had drifted from the sea, and the tribe was extremely strong. What reason did they have to remain in the Bai Mu tribe and pledge allegiance to a villain like Bai Mu Shang? "Lin Feng, can the 3 of us brothers join your tribe?" Pan Xiong looked at Lin Feng and asked. Although he had the intention to join Lin Feng's tribe, he still needed Lin Feng's consent. "Sure," Lin Feng said. "Tribes need not only players but also more natives to thrive, especially the human race. The three Pan family brothers were willing to join the tribe, so he naturally begged for it. In the evening, Lin Feng returned to the valley with the players. When they went, there were only Lin Feng, Wind Wolf, and 30 players. When they returned, there were only 23 players left, but there were 6 more winning battle, the 3 Pan family brothers, and 4 more Wood clan members. The players showed ample curiosity about the Wood people, and along the way, their eyes didn't leave them. They wouldn't have been back so late. It was only after killing Mad Butcher that Lin Feng thought about whether the Jackalman squad that had gone out hunting would return to the tribe, so he led the players to ambush a wave at the Jackalman tribe. After waiting for over 2 hours, the hunt finally returned to the Jackals. The result was naturally needless to say, a dozen or so Jackals, not enough for the players to have one each. The returning squad of Jackals was eliminated before they departed back to the valley. After returning to the valley, Lin Feng told the crowd to rest in the outer valley first, and then called Winning Battle to a corner alone. Big brother Winning Battle, didn't you keep asking where they came from on the way? Lin Feng said to Winning Battle as he pointed at the players who had gotten together to laugh and joke around in the distance. Now I'm telling you, they're all Skyfallers. With a solemn face, he said to Winning Battle. Skyfaller? Winning Battle froze at his words and looked at Lin Feng in surprise. What's that? Chapter 43 Skills and NPC Candidates. Lin Feng told Winning Battle again what he had said to snub Winning E. Winning Battle was dumbfounded by what he heard. Lord Human Emperor sent the Skyfallers into the barbarian continent to help the human race rise? Lin Feng was the leader chosen by the Emperor of Man? This sounded very metaphysical, but looking at the players who were talking and laughing in the distance, he thought it made sense. The heavens have finally begun to favor the human race. This matter is of great importance. If the other races of the barbarian world knew about it, they would definitely strangle our Chuanqing tribe in the cradle. I trust Big Brother Winning Battle you before I told you about it. You must not tell anyone, Lin Feng solemnly instructed. Don't worry. I swear on the honor of the ancestor of the Wind clan, even if I am killed, I will never reveal half a word. Winning the Battle excitedly pointed to the sky and swore. Lin Feng nodded and continued. The problem now is that the Skyfallers descend in the inner valley. If other people also reside in the inner valley, after a long time, it's easy to find out some clues. That's why I've decided to make the inner valley a forbidden place for the tribe, and no one will be allowed to enter without permission. Everyone else, all live in the outer valley. What do you think? Lin Feng asked Winning Battle for his opinion. Of course, it has to be, Winning Battle said without hesitation. The great cause of the rise of the human race is at stake, so how can it be sloppy? During this time, I've had the Skyfallers cut down many trees and stock up on wood. Starting tomorrow, we will begin building houses in the outer valley. Lin Feng said. What? Winning Battle was startled when he heard that Lin Feng had even let the Skyfallers do menial jobs like cutting down trees before. The Skyfallers are people sent by Lord Human Emperor to help me. Would it not be too good to let them do this kind of menial work? Just leave such things to us in the future. Winning the Battle said. What if the descendants get angry and leave? Lin Feng smiled. Don't worry. These Skyfallers are all very enthusiastic. As long as there's something for them to do, no matter what dirty work it is, they won't mind. I'm a gamer. I'm not afraid of getting tired. Just have a mission and experience. Worthy of a Skyfaller. So selfless and great. Winning Battle couldn't help but sigh. Lin Feng and Winning Battle returned to the crowd and announced the decision to prepare for the construction of a settlement in the outer valley. Construction begins tomorrow. The players let out a cheer at the news. To build a residential area, the NPCs will definitely release tasks for them to help. Whether it's helping to collect materials or helping to build houses, there's always an experience value reward. Even if you put aside the quest rewards, it's excellent to get a taste of building in the game. Isn't this much more realistic than those pixelated sandbox games? Winning Battle was originally worried that the Skyfallers would be reluctant to let them help build the residential area. At this moment, when he saw the Skyfallers let out a cheer, and each one of them jumped forward, eager to start moving immediately, he couldn't help but be a little moved. Not bad for a Skyfaller. So selfless and great. With the help of the players, Winning Battle and the others set up a simple campsite in the outer valley as a place to live until the outer valley settlement was completed. Afterwards, the full house showed off their cooking skills and made a great dinner to celebrate the day's victory. The sumptuous dinner received unanimous praise from everyone, especially Winning Battle and the others and the 3 Pan family brothers, who could simply be described as devouring it. Each compared to a real jackalope windwolf is even more spirited. In the evening, the players went offline one by one, while Lin Feng began to think about the candidates for the 3 NPCs. There are now 19 NPCs in the tribe. Winnie and the other 5 children, the 6 Win warriors, the 3 Pan family brothers, Win Wolf, and the 4 Wood clansmen. When choosing an NPC, it's natural to choose one with powerful skills. In this way, NPCs can not only teach skills to players to enhance their strength, but also use the experience value of players to learn skills to quickly upgrade themselves. It's a win-win, so to speak. He first checked the 4 skills he had acquired. Powerful strike, active skill can gather the strength of the whole body for a full strength strike, increasing the damage by 50%. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Racial requirements, none. Departmental requirements, strength. Level requirement, 2. Learning consumes 100 experience points. Gale steps, active skill speed increased by 50%. Immune to all slowing effects for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Racial requirements, none. Requirements, agility. Level requirement, 2. Learning consumes 100 experience points. Defense enhancement, active skill 30% increase in defense for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Racial requirements, none. Departmental requirements, physical. Level requirement, 2. Learning consumes 100 experience points. Magic bullet, active skill releases a magic bullet coalesced from mana, dealing damage to enemies based on their intelligence on hit. Cooldown time, 3 seconds. Racial requirements, none. Departmental requirements, intelligence. Level requirement, 2. Learning consumes 100 experience points. These 4, Lin Feng believed, belong to the basic skills given to players by the system. It's just that he, the system owner, upgraded too slowly, causing it to be unlocked only now, leaving players with no skills available all the time, especially the intelligence players. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't delete their numbers, they probably all deleted their numbers and started over. Now with the primary skill of Magic Bullet, the intelligence department is finally barely playable. After looking at his own skills, Lin Feng began to look at the skills of the other NPCs in the tribe. He's going to pick the best 3 of them to become NPCs. As soon as the intelligent beings of the savage world joined the swarming star tribe, Lin Feng could see their attributes and skills. First, there were the 4 Wood clansmen. Lin Feng looked at them for a few moments and directly ruled them out. It wasn't that they didn't have skills, or that their skills weren't powerful, but it was because of the racial requirements for the skills they had. All of them were Wood race. The Wood clan, a hidden race, had not been unlocked, and it naturally made no sense to make the Wood clan an NPC. Lin Feng looked over everyone's skills and after weighing them up, he determined the final candidate. Winning Battle, Winning E, and Win Wolf. Winning Battles is level 5 and has 2 skills, Tiger Strike and Will to Fight. Among them, Will to Fight is a very rare passive skill. Tiger Strike, active skill gathers strength to deliver a powerful blow, increasing damage by 30%, with a 30% probability of attaching a tearing effect after hitting, causing continuous bleeding. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Racial requirements, none. Requirements, strength, agility. Level requirement, 3. Learning consumes 200 experience points. Tiger Strike, like Power Strike, is a damage skill. While Tiger Strike doesn't do as much damage as Power Strike, it has a chance of attaching a tearing effect on hit and has a shorter cooldown than Power Strike. Importantly, both strength and agility can be learned. Tiger Strike is clearly stronger than Power Strike in terms of experience value consumed. The second skill, the Will to Fight. Will to Fight, passive skill after entering the battle state. For every minute that the battle state lasts, the full attributes are enhanced by 1%, up to a maximum of 30%. Racial requirements, none. Departmental requirements, none. Level requirement, none. Learning down consumes 500 experience points. Will to Fight is an all-race, all-family skill with no learning requirements. Of course, while the level requirement is none, the whopping 500 points of learning experience value still creates a level threshold. Level 5 to level 6 requires 500 experience points. This means that a player must be level 5 or higher for the experience slot to store more than 500 experience points for learning this skill. After winning the battle, there is Ing E. Ing E only had 1 skill. However, it was a very useful passive skill. The Eagle Eye. Chapter 44 Version 1. 0 Sourcebook Battle for Abbott Island. Ing E's level is 0, and the skill he possesses is Eagle Eyes. Eagle Eye, passive skill 30% increase in field of vision. Racial requirements, none. Requirements, agility. Level requirement, none. Learning consumes 500 experience points. Lin Feng thought that the skill, Eagle Eyes, was definitely a divine skill of the agility department. Boosts the range of vision by up to 30%. The agility value itself enhanced eyesight, allowing agility department players to have a far greater range of vision than other players. Coupled with the skill eagle eyes, the agility department players' range of vision would reach a terrifying level. Whether as an archer or as a scout, the ultra-long range of vision gives players a huge boost, especially the archers. See far enough to shoot farther and more accurately. In the future, there will surely be a large number of marksmen among the players. For the third NPC slot, Lin Feng decided to give it to Wind Wolf. After all, the only hidden race now was the Jackals, so naturally they needed a racial mentor like the Wind Wolves. Importantly, the Wind Wolf's natural skill, Transform Wolf, was also able to be taught to players. The Wind Wolf is level 4 and has 3 skills: Howl of the Wolf, Wolf Pounce, Turning Wolf. Wolf Pounce, active skill, pounces on the enemy at great speed, dealing damage based on the strength value. If the strength value is higher than the opponent, there is a certain chance to pounce the opponent. The greater the difference in strength value, the higher the chance of pouncing. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Racial requirement, Jackal. Departmental requirements, Strength. Level requirement, None. Learning consumes 100 experience points. Wolf Howl, status skill, let out a loud and clear wolf howl. Power value increases by 10% for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. Racial requirement, Jackal. Departmental requirements, Strength. Level requirement, 3. Learning consumes 200 experience points. Transform Wolf, active skill, transforms into a giant black wolf. Size depending on level. Cooldown, none. Racial requirement, Jackal. Departmental requirements, Strength. Level requirement, 6. Learning consumes 500 experience points. Windwolf's 3 skills were all powerful and useful. Predictably, the son of version is the Jackalope. After determining the 3 NPC candidates, Lin Feng entered the system. He first glanced at the number of recruitable players. According to his prediction, after the extermination of the Jackal horde, the players' range of activities became larger. The swarm tribe's sphere of influence became larger, and the player cap should increase. It will be raised to at least 50. Unexpectedly, the system gave him a big surprise. Number of players, 30/100. This line is clearly displayed in the system interface. He had thought that the player limit would be raised to 50, but he couldn't imagine that the system was surprisingly generous and directly raised it to 100. Overjoyed, he began editing and updating the information on the official website. With the appearance of the illusion system and skill system, this is destined to be a big update. It's also time to give the current version a louder name. Lin Feng had some ideas and posted the edited update announcement on the official website. Update Bulletin. With the joint efforts of 30 closed beta players, the Ultramarine tribe succeeded in destroying the Jackal tribe, laying a solid step for the rise of the human race. Version 1.0 of the documentary Battle for Abbott Island officially opened. The serpent people in the south of the island were foolishly trying to overthrow the four-armed giant clan's rule over Abbott Island. The shadow of war has enveloped the entire island, and a great battle is imminent. The Ultramarine tribe, along with the human race, will also join in this battle for supremacy. Skyfallers, follow the lead of Patriarch Lin Feng and participate in the Abbott Island scramble. This would be the beginning of the rise of the human race and the unification of the barbarian continent. The illusion system is officially opened. The skill system is officially opened. Hidden race system opens. Mirage system. A new building called Gate of Trials will be added to the inner valley of the valley, and players can enter the fantasy realm through the Gate of Trials. The Phantasmagoria, the Jackalope tribe, has been opened. The Jackalope horde is a squad mirage, which allows squads of up to 10 people to enter the Mirage Raider. Slaying monsters within the Phantom Realm will earn you experience value rewards and equipment rewards. More illusions will be opened in future versions. Skill system. Skill system officially opened. Players can look for NPC with the function of imparting skills to learn skills after logging into the game. Learning skills need to consume a certain amount of experience value. Open 4 NPCs with skills. NPC names and skills possessed are as follows. Clan Chief Lin Feng has the skills Powerful Strike, Blast Step, Defense Enhancement, and Magic Bullet. Winning Battle, with the skills Tiger Strike, Will to Fight. Ing E, with the skill Eagle Eyes. Wind Wolf, with the skills Wolf Pounce, Wolf Howl, and Transform Wolf. Skill details are listed below. Powerful Strike, active skill can gather the strength of the whole body for a full strength strike, increasing the damage by 50%. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Racial requirements, none. Departmental requirements, Strength. Level requirement, 2. Learning consumes 100 experience points. Hidden race system. Open the hidden race of Jackals. Players who choose the power system when creating a character will have a certain probability of triggering the hidden race Jackal, and after triggering, they can independently choose to enter the game with the Jackal race or the human race. The Jackal's initial and growth attributes are as follows. Initial attributes, 9 points in strength, 5 points in agility, 5 points in physique, and 2 points in intelligence. Growth attributes, +2, 2 to strength value, +1, 1 to agility value, +1 to physique value, and +0, 5 to intelligence value per level. Jackals can learn Jackal exclusive skills from NPC Werewolf. More hidden professions will be opened in subsequent versions. To celebrate the opening of the new version, the game closed beta quota has been raised to 100 people, and the additional 70 slots will be distributed today. So please pay attention to the information on the site for those who have already made reservations. After Lin Feng posted the update announcement on the official website, he exited the system and came outside the cave alone. Ying Yi and the other 5 children had also moved to the outer valley to live with Win Win and the others, and at the moment he was the only one left in the large inner valley. Toss him around all he wants and no one will notice. The moon was high in the sky, and the moonlight poured down, making the valley not look dark in the dead of night. Under the moonlight, Lin Feng skipped around the cave and finally chose a suitable location to build the Gate of Trials. It says it's built, but it's really just him picking a location and the system generating it automatically. Right here, Lin Feng said as he pointed to a vacant lot. Location has been selected. Is the Gate of Trials generated immediately? The system prompt rang in Lin Feng's ears. Yes. Lin Feng didn't hesitate to make sure. With his determination, a brilliant 7-colored light enveloped his chosen location, and the 7-colored light condensed into the silhouette of a building, which then slowly materialized. About 2 or 3 minutes later, a brand new building appeared out of nowhere. The Gate of Trials. Chapter 45, the first hidden race Jackal player. Lin Feng surveyed the door to the trial in front of him. As a whole, the Gate of Trials looked like a huge altar. In the center was a circular stone platform made of gray and white boulders, 2 meters high and 30 meters in diameter. Surrounding the stone platform is a circle of circular steps, each 20 centimeters. Is the top of the stone platform a step extending to the ground? Lin Feng walked up the stone steps onto the stone platform. In the middle of the stone platform, a light blue ball of light with a diameter of 3 meters was suspended in midair, about a meter or so from the ground. The ball of light bloomed with a faint glow, illuminating the surroundings. This ball of light is the entrance to the illusionary realm, and players will enter the illusionary realm by touching the ball of light after forming a team. Lin Feng walked forward and gently touched the ball of light. Unexpectedly, the Jackal Horde illusion option appeared in front of his eyes. I can enter the illusion too? Lin Feng was a bit surprised and hurriedly entered the system to scrutinize the introduction about the illusion system. Sure enough, it turned out that he really was able to enter the illusion. Not only him, but other NPCs who had been certified by the system could also team up with him to enter the phantasmal realm. Each illusionary realm had 3 levels: normal, difficult, and purgatory. At first, both he and regular players could only choose normal difficulty. He had to wait until the system owner, beat the normal difficulty before the hard difficulty would open. Once it's on, players will be able to choose the hard difficulty once they clear the normal difficulty. Tomorrow, call up Winning Battle and the 3 of them and try entering the illusionary realm. Lin Feng thought to himself. Just like the players, NPCs only had 1 chance per day to enter the illusionary realm. Naturally, he wouldn't enter alone and waste his once-a-day opportunity. However, unlike ordinary players, according to the system, NPCs will receive a mysterious reward for clearing the illusion for the first time. Any illusion, any difficulty, as long as it's the first time you pass it. This caused Lin Feng to look forward to what the so-called mysterious reward was. Skills? Or equipment? After opening the Gate of Trials, Lin Feng once again entered the official website and prepared to hand out the additional 70 closed beta spots. The number of reservations on the official website has come to 551. Lin Feng chose the 70 with the earliest reservation time to distribute the places. He then returned to the cave and went to sleep. Official website. With the release of the update announcement, players browsing the official website instantly boiled up and left messages on the official website. Unsolicited, couch. Have the new closed beta spots been given out yet? How come I didn't get a standing offer? Daddy Planner, look at me. A knife $9.99, huh? I got the short stop. Finally I can play. I'm going to pick the hidden race Jackal. Windflower, the skill system is finally open. The intelligence department is finally playable. Long live the planner. I'm not guilty of shooting you, I'm going to brush up on Phantasmagoria. I'm going to get the first pass. Shooting a bit of coop, don't even think about it. The illusionary realm first pass is definitely ours. I'm not guilty of shooting you, come try it. At shooting somewhat cool. Shooting a little library, who's afraid? Immovable king, it's not fair. Why does the agility department have 4 skills? And the strength department has 3. And we only have 2 in the physique department? Windflower, +1. And there are only 2 in the intelligence line, which is unfair. Wine over 3 rounds, that said. This hidden race Jackal is a bit strong. The strength value is much higher than normal strength players. And there are exclusive skills. Dodging, strong, right? Face swap. Anyway, if it were me, I wouldn't pick it even if I got lucky and triggered this hidden profession. Kaleidoscope, haven't you all noticed? Phantasmagoria can drop equipment. Finally, equipment without having to use homemade weapons and shields. Ranger, haha. Brother. Ink gets an epic nerf. Spare some ink. Players were heatedly discussing the new version. And new players who had secured a spot in the closed beta were even more jubilant. Players who didn't get a spot have been complaining in the forums. What shady what py deal what this game does not exist, draw the closed beta quota or trust Say what you will. There are also people who are purely watching, who have made reservations but don't believe that there exists any virtual reality game with 100% realism, with the mindset of experiencing it if they win the lottery and it doesn't matter if they don't. They don't have any psychological fallout. The old players blew the game out of the water. And they just laughed when the old players were blowing water out of the water. The veteran players naturally didn't care whether they believed them or not. And were all looking forward to logging into the game at night to experience the new version. Early the next morning, the login restriction had just been lifted. And the figures of a group of players appeared in the valley. There are old players and new players. They are stuck in to experience the new version as quickly as possible. After entering the game, the veteran players first began to look for Lin Feng and other NPCs, ready to learn the skills and then team up to try their hand at entering the realm of illusions. The new players, on the other hand, looked around with amazed faces. The empty valley, the trees all around, the grass on the ground, and the dewdrops on the blades of grass, the morning sun just appearing in the sky and the slightly blowing morning breeze. Everything, it's all so real. It's literally no different than the real world. I gripe. 100% realism is surprisingly true. How in the world can such a game exist? A miracle. This must be a miracle. Is this a game developed by aliens? Why can't you pick a gender when creating a character? I wanted to choose a female character, but I was forced to choose a male character. No freedom at all. Bad review. What do you want, brother? Vomit. Get out. I'm not interested in you. You want to play a siren yourself. Don't use us too as an excuse. His 2 brothers hastened to disassociate themselves from him. Just then, a loud laugh rang out from the crowd. Ha 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 ha. Hidden race? I really drew the hidden race. Who else? Only a jackal stood in the middle of the crowd, crossed his arms, and laughed up at the sky. The players were all shocked when they saw his idiosyncratic look. Asterisk 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 hidden professions. Awesome bro. I also chose the power system. Why didn't I trigger the hidden profession? Shady. A power munchkin looked at the jackal in front of him with envy and indignation. What's your name, brother? My name is Damasius Shield. Physique department. Let's team up together to challenge the illusionary realm in the future. A physique player came up to the jackal and greeted him warmly. Okay. My name is One Knife 999. Just call me One Knife. Jackal 1/999 laughed. He entered the game to run towards the hidden race jackal. And when he chose his attributes, he chose the strength department without hesitation. It turned out to be a stroke of luck that it actually triggered the hidden race. Let's go, brother One Blade. Let's go do the newbie quest together. Okay. The 2 hooked up and left. The newbie quests they were talking about were a chain of quests set up by Lin Feng to help budding players quickly familiarize themselves with the world. The first ring of the quest was to report to the clan leader, Lin Feng, who would give them a stone axe as a novice weapon and issue a quest to cut down trees. After completing the tree cutting quest, Lin Feng will send them to find the gathering NPC Winnie. When they find Winnie, Winnie will give them a quest to collect wild fruits. And after completing the quest, Winnie will send them to the hunting NPC Win War. Winning the battle would issue them a hunting mission. And the hunting target was arbitrary, as big as wild bears and boars, as small as pheasants and rabbits, or even a sparrow. Of course, the stronger the prey captured, the greater the experience value reward will be. The last thing the savage world lacked was wild animals, and as long as they were willing to put in the effort to look for them, they would always be able to find a suitable target. After completing the hunting mission, Winning battle would have them come back to Lin Feng. When they met Lin Feng again, he would grant them the attributeless title of Barbarian Recruit, and the chain of novice quests would end here. Normally, a budding player can complete all the newbie quests and level up to level 1 in a day. Of course, if one was unlucky, such as never finding the right prey while hunting, it would take 2 days or even longer. Throughout the quest chain, budding players waited until they were rewarded with experience points, familiarized themselves with the game, and leveled up. Lin Feng, along with Win E and Win Battle, received a commission on the experience of players completing quests. The tribe got a timber reserve and a food reserve. It can be a win-win-win. Of course, no matter if it was the player or winning E and winning battle, they all ultimately served Lin Feng. With a strong tribe, the system would unlock more content, which would also be of direct benefit to Lin Feng. Therefore, it could also be interpreted as Lin Feng winning 3 times. Chapter 46, An Invitation to the Great Celebration. In the valley, in front of Lin Feng, the players had formed a long line. Lin Feng warmly received one player after another. Older players were basically here to learn skills, and a beginner skill at 100 experience value apiece was a bargain for them. Of course, there are also veteran players who have just upgraded and don't have enough 100 experience points in their experience slots, and are working hard on cutting down trees or gathering to build up their experience when they come online. After all, compared to the hunting quests that required chance, the experience gain from tree cutting and gathering was the most stable. Lin Feng cheerfully taught the players the skills. For each skill taught, he gets 20% of the player's expended experience value as a reward, or 20 points. He was only 90 experience points short of level 7, and after passing on 5 players, his level came to level 7 and was steadily progressing towards level 8. New players, on the other hand, are here to pick up newbie quests. After receiving the newbie quest and the newbie equipment stone axe here in Lin Feng, they immediately rush towards the woods in the outer valley in excitement to start the logging business. Ha, skills, I finally have skills. From now on, I'll see who dares to say that our intelligence department is useless. Windflower Snowmoon managed to learn the skill Magic Bullet from Lin Feng and couldn't help but shout excitedly. No one can understand how bitter his heart is. He was the only one of the first 5 players to enter the game who chose the intelligence department. The other 4, Dacheng and Wine Over Wine from the strength department, Kaleidoscope from the physique department, and We Shoot You Not Guilty from the agility department, had all risen to level 5 after destroying the Jackal horde, and were definitely T1 level players in the entire service. Only he, because he couldn't form a team to do the hunting quests, could only rely on the gathering quests to slowly upgrade, and his output was low when he fought with the Jackals. Naturally his share of the experience value was also less, and now he was still stuck at level 4. The mix was not even as good as the other lineage players who entered the game later than him. People were able to press the Jackal one-on-one, but he was being pressed by the Jackal. Now, with the attack skill, he was finally salty. If it wasn't for the fact that when Lord Clan Chief taught the skill, he specifically instructed that it should never be used to destroy the environment within the valley, he wouldn't be able to resist the urge to fire a few magic bullets at the large tree next to him. The Gate of Trials. The 5 people of Dacheng finished learning their skills and gathered together. What skills have you all learned? Dacheng asked. I learned Blast Steps and Tiger Strike. Ranger took the lead. Me too. Shooting a bit of a library with a smug look on his face. With the skill, he felt like his entire being was different. When he encountered the Jackals again, he even felt like he could fight 2 of them. I learned Power Strike and Tiger Strike. Crackling super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex said. I only learned Magic Bullet. Su Ziyi laughed. Before, she was a jerk on this team, pure paddling. Although all 4 of the Daekyungs knew her well enough not to care, she was ultimately a little ashamed of herself. It's different now. With the skill Magic Bullet, she would also be a powerful output later on. I only learned Power Strike, too, Dacheng said. What? You're not learning Tiger Strike? Shooting a bit of a bank looked at him with a surprised look on his face. Tiger Strike isn't better than Power Strike? I'd like to learn it, but I just leveled up to 5 yesterday before going offline, and I've only saved up a little over 100 points of experience, Dacheng said helplessly. He'd saved just enough experience to learn Power Strike. It doesn't matter. One skill more or less in the early stages of the strength department doesn't have much of an impact on strength. Unlike the intelligence department, Ranger said, the power department mainly relies on flat A output, and attack skills are nothing more than icing on the cake. Unlike the intelligence department, which is a powerful output with skills, but only a paddler without them. Let's go into the illusion. Shooting a bit of a library couldn't wait to say. He couldn't wait to try out the power of his two newly learned skills. Wait, let's fill up the team first, the ranger said. The squad illusion realm can hold up to 10 people. It's too much of a loss for the 5 of us to go in. That's right. Dacheng nodded approvingly. Let's try to take the first pass of this illusion. There are 2 records for each illusion. The first pass record and the speed pass record. Both of these records would be inscribed in the illusion selection screen for all players to honor. The speed pass record may be set over and over again, but the first pass record, taken, is permanent. As the strongest team in the entire service, they naturally wanted to take the first pass of the game's first fantasy realm and make a name for themselves. Prepare for creating a guild later. The team of Wine Over Wine and the team of I Shoot You Not Guilty are both quite strong. We can find them together. Su Ziyi proposed. I just asked me to shoot you for innocence, and he said that their team's I'm a Fish has an elective class tonight, and that I can't challenge the illusions until he arrives. Ranger said with a show of hands. I also asked Wine Over Wine. He didn't have enough experience points to learn the skill and ran off to cut down trees. Said he wanted to gather enough 100 experience points to learn Power Strike before he challenged the illusionary realm. The Tyrannosaurus warrior said, scratching his head. Other than them, the 2 strongest teams had to wait a while before they could challenge the illusion. So what do we do? Should we wait for them, or group others? Su Ziyi asked. As they were talking, they saw Kaleidoscope holding a shield in his left hand and a wolfsbane in his right hand, walking in the direction of the Gate of Trials. We can pull Kaleidoscope in. He doesn't have a regular team. Seeing the Kaleidoscope, Su Ziyi's eyes lit up and offered. That's right, our team happens to be lacking a physique department. Kaleidoscope is also considered to be the #1 physique system player in the entire service, so pulling him into our fixed team would be considered a strong combination. Ranger said with approval. I'll go talk to him. Dacheng laughed. He also thought that pulling Kaleidoscope into his regular team was a very good idea. The 5 of them didn't communicate well when they created their characters, and none of them chose the physique line. Finding a strong physique player to join the team is imperative. As he spoke, Kaleidoscope had already walked to the bottom of the stone platform, and the 5 Dacheng people greeted him together. Hanakana, have you found the team yet? Dacheng asked as he walked up and looked at the door. Not yet, just getting ready to form a group. Kaleidoscope shook his head. Why don't you come to our team? We're just short of a physique department. The 6 of us and 4 more randomly grouped together, and we're good to go. Dacheng said. That's fine, but I'm going to bring Full House and Stay White. Inc. with me, and they'll be right over. Kaleidoscope said. Both Fuller and Stay White and Inc. are his real-life friends that he pulled into the game. However, these 2 were not doing their jobs, and when they entered the game, one became a chef and the other made bows and arrows all day long, causing him to not even have a regular team. Sure, no problem. Dacheng laughed. They're going to group again anyway, and it's the same with whoever they group. It just so happens that they are also more familiar with Stay White and Inc. and Full House. When the 2 of them come over, we'll form 2 more random groups and we'll be able to enter the illusion. Dacheng said. Good. Kaleidoscope nodded. By the way, you haven't fixed a team yet. Do you want to join our team? When the guild system opens in the future, we can create a guild together, determined to team up together to challenge the Phantasmagoria. Dacheng struck while the iron was hot and extended an invitation to Kaleidoscope. Fixed teams or not? Kaleidoscope hesitated and surprisingly declined Dacheng's invitation. For what? Dacheng looked at Kaleidoscope in surprise. He didn't expect Kaleidoscope to turn down his invitation. There didn't seem to be much reason for him to turn down such a good thing about a strong alliance. Did he? Chapter 47, First Experience of the Illusionary Realm. I also want to build a guild and be the president myself. Kaleidoscope scratched his head and smiled, voicing his ambition. I've played a lot of games over the years and created some guilds, but no matter how hard I tried to run them, they were never a match for those kryptonite bigwigs. Sometimes you build a guild, work hard to develop it, and then it ends up being broken up by the Kryptonian big guy alone. Now, it's hard to come across a cross-genre game like Rise of Man, where it's important to not have a liver or kryptonite, and it's all about the effort. So I thought I'd put up another fight and try to see if I could make a guild work without a Kryptonian bigwig. Kaleidoscope said with a clenched fist. This game, it's literally his dream game. 100% realism, like descending into a real world. Importantly, there is no kryptonite system. The game's official website also promises that the kryptonite system will never be turned on, regardless of closed beta or public beta. Being one of the first 5 people to enter the game, with all the first mover advantages, he naturally wanted to fight hard and make his own place in the game. So, he declined Dacheng's invitation. Pretty good. Dacheng smiled. He's pretty much the same as Kaleidoscope, except that in other games, he's what Kaleidoscope calls a Kryptonian bigot. Then when we all create guilds in the future, make an alliance and develop together. Dikyo smiled and put his hand up to the Kaleidoscope. If you can't be brothers, you can be friends. Ha ha, no problem. Kaleidoscope reached out his hand as well and shook Dacheng's. The theme of this game is the rise of the human race, and the player, from start to finish, the probability is that he can only choose the camp of the swarm tribe. Even if the guild system opens up later on, guilds will probably cooperate with each other and there will be less confrontation. At least it won't be like those national war games, where guilds, one by one, fight to the death. After waiting for a while, Staying White and Dotting Ink and Full House hurried over. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. I almost experienced learning skills and did a gathering quest before coming over. Stay White. Ink said with a slight apology as he carried a homemade longbow. He was all set to start working on a recurve bow, but with the advent of the equipment system, he probably wouldn't be able to use his homemade bow and arrows. I just finished learning the skills too, Manchu Candidate said. Being the only chef in the tribe, he had not been slow in upgrading, and had now reached level 4 as well. The Fuller is the physique system, and the Stay White and Ink is the agility system. They then formed 2 more groups of veteran players who had learned the skills, and the 10 of them entered the illusionary realm together. The 2 new players, one called Mango Sticky Rice, is a female player, has a cute doll face, intelligence. The other one is called Jing, a powerhouse. Among the 30 veteran players, Jing was considered a celebrity. He was famous not so much for his strength, but for the fact that whether he was hunting or fighting jackals, he did so with his bare hands and insisted on using no weapons. In his words, he's going to defeat his opponent with his ancestral dragonfall palm. He will not know if he will descend the dragon 18 palms, but a set of palms to perform a tiger in wind. But it is quite like that. 10 people came together in front of the blue ball of light, as the captain of the Dacheng reached out and touched the ball of light, selecting the illusion of Jackal tribe. To enter, a light extended from the blue ball of light to wrap the 10 people, and with that, the 10 people disappeared in place. In the next second, the crowd had appeared in an empty wilderness. The surroundings were very familiar, and seemed to be somewhat similar to the wilderness they had passed through when they had crusaded against the Jackal tribe. Looking up towards the distance, I could see the familiar giant tree in the sky. At the location where they appeared, there stood 2 3-meter tall stone monuments. The tablet on the left says First Pass Record and the tablet on the right says Fast Pass Record. Both monoliths, however, were now blank, with no names of any players inscribed on them. I can't believe that not only can the interface for selecting the illusion see the illusion's First Pass Record and Speed Pass Record, there are also 2 stone monuments inside the illusion. Come on everyone, we must carve our names on them. Looking at the stone tablet in front of him, Dacheng was full of fighting spirit. This illusion was generated based on the Jackal tribe we exterminated, and the Jackal tribe in the illusion should also be underneath that giant tree in the sky. The ranger pointed to the giant tree in the distance. What do you guys think would happen if we didn't go that way and headed in the other direction? Shooting a bit of a library asked out of the blue. You can try that when you get through the illusion. You'll probably run into a wall of air or something like that. The ranger laughed. The crowd walked towards the sky-high giant tree, not encountering any monsters along the way. You guys, the monsters in this illusion won't all be clustered together, right? Su Zi said. According to past game experience, the monsters in the illusionary realm should only be encountered in waves by walking a few steps, but they were almost at the bottom of the giant tree in the sky, and the jackal horde was already in sight, but they didn't encounter any monsters. It's very unreasonable. That would be a problem, Ranger said. Breaking monsters down individually in waves is certainly easier than fighting them all together. Soon, the crowd had arrived a few hundred meters in front of the jackal horde, somewhat different from the jackal horde they had exterminated. This jackal horde had a separate outpost to the left and a separate outpost to the right. Jackals are active in the outpost. Dacheng, how do we fight? Ranger asked. According to the game plan's thinking, it should want us to clear the monsters from the 2 outposts before attacking the jackal horde. Dacheng said. So we'll try hitting the left post first? Ranger offered. Good. Dacheng nodded. Everyone be careful. There might be elite monsters or mini-bosses in the outpost. After discussing the matter, the group walked together toward the post on the left. The so-called outpost was actually a few simple tents, with a group of jackals walking around them. The ranger counted 20 jackals. That means an average of 2 per person to deal with. Ranger, try to see if you can lure a few over here first, and we'll take them one by one. Coming 60 or 70 meters in front of the post, Daching said. Okay, I'll try. The ranger broke away from the group and headed ahead alone. With the blistering steps at his side, he wasn't afraid of being caught up by the jackals. He took a step closer to the left post. I don't know if it was a problem with the illusion's setting or if the monsters in the illusion themselves were more sluggish in their alertness, but the jackals inside the post only reacted when he kept walking up to 10 meters in front of the post. Humans, tear them apart. To the ranger's surprise, there was no language barrier within the illusion, and the jackal spoke a surprisingly blue star language that he understood. The 20 meters of jackals inside the post all swung their wolfsbane sticks and rushed over. Ranger spilled the beans. The jackal chased him all the way, chasing him for about 30 meters, but then suddenly stopped and returned to the post. Ranger ran all the way back to Daching and the others. It seems that the jackal's hate range is about 30 meters around the outpost, and they can't be lured any farther. And since their hate values are linked together and they rush up in a swarm, it doesn't make much sense to lure them or not. Ranger said, lure the monsters in order to attack each one. If one leads to a large group, it would be better to rush up and just fight. Straight ahead, Daching made a decision. Chapter 48, The First Boss. Physique and Strength Faculties, join me at the front. Agility Department and Intelligence Department output at the back. Pay attention. Don't pull the monster's hatred. Under Daching's command, the 10 players split into 2 echelons, with the Strength and Physique departments in the front, and the Agility and Intelligence departments in the back, and rushed towards the outpost by stepping on the weeds under their feet. Coming within 10 meters of the post, the jackals reacted immediately. Humans, tear them apart. 20 jackals rushed forward in a swarm. Block and protect the intelligence players. Intelligence players, pay attention to your alignment. Daching shouted. Out of the 10 people, there were 5 players from the physique and strength lineages, kaleidoscopes and fullers in the physique department, respectively. Strength-based Daching, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Jing. The 5 men were at the forefront, taking the lead and colliding with the charging jackals. Kaleidoscope and Mankind each held a wooden shield, raised in front of them, to ward off the jackals' attacks. The 2 of them, one level 5 and one level 4, had a high constitution of 17 and 15 points respectively, with strong defense. When they came into contact with the first wave of jackals, they coincidentally turned on the skilled defense enhancement again, and their defense was further improved. With 2 people, they blocked 5 or 6 jackals from advancing an inch. Daching and the Tyrannosaurus warrior, on the other hand, each held a wolf tooth stick and directly fought with the charging jackals. Jing, on the other hand, was bare-handed, and a jackal came at him with a club, which he sidestepped and then slapped out with his palm. Hyperion, he shouted Hyper Dragon on his lips, but the one he performed was Power Strike, slapping the jackal in the chest. The jackal thumped back 2 or 3 steps in a row, almost falling if not for his companion behind him holding him back. Behind them, the Agility Ranger, Stay White. Inc. and Shot. Kun bent their bows and arrows, firing towards the jackal. The 2 intelligence players, Glutinous Rice and Su Ziyi, cast their skills, and 2 magic bullets appeared out of thin air, shooting at the jackal. The magic bullet that bloomed with a faint white light arced through the air and smashed into the crowd of jackals. Boom! Boom! With 2 consecutive violent sounds, a jackal was struck in the shoulder by a magic bullet, and the location where it was struck immediately became a bloody mess, with the bones of the shoulder exposed. Another jackal was unlucky enough to be blasted in the chest, accompanied by a scream. He was directly blown to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion, rolling on the ground and wailing as he covered his bloody chest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What power? It doesn't make sense that the killing power is so strong. The version answer turned out to be the intellectual faculty? The other players were stunned by the terrifying kill. Take the strength department for example. Spamming a stick on a jackal, unless it happens to hit the head, the damage inflicted is extremely limited, and it's simply impossible to hit the jackal hard with a single blow. It was the same for agility players. Long-range archery, unless they hit vulnerable locations such as the throat and eyes, even if they hit the chest, it would be very difficult for the arrows to penetrate the jackal's tough fur and flesh and injure the internal organs. Physical players not to mention. Comparatively speaking, the intelligence-based magic bullet is a bit scary in terms of killing power. A blast to the chest would have killed the jackal halfway through his life. If it had hit his head, wouldn't he have been killed in seconds? It was also the first time Su Ziyi and Sticky Rice had cast the magic bullet skill after learning it, and this terrifying power had startled the 2 of them. Immediately, however, the expressions of the 2 turned from shock to joy. He, Let's see who dares to discriminate against our intelligence department in the future. Sticky Rice smiled cheekily. Once the 3-second cooldown had passed, the two cast another magic bullet each and shot it at the Jackal. The killing continued, and the players who had learned the skills could simply be described as transformed. Facing twice as many Jackals, they did not lose the slightest bit of ground. A constant stream of Jackals fell. After all, there's a difference between this game and traditional games. Traditional games have a blood bar setup, and no matter where you attack a monster, you have to clear the blood bar to kill it. And in the Savage world, as long as you hit the monster's vitals, such as the head, throat, or heart, you can do it in one hit. It also makes the gap between the strong and the weak even more pronounced. After all, the stronger ones possessed more power, speed, and were more likely to hit their opponents in the vitals. After falling a few companions, the Jackals also realized that they couldn't let those two human mages output recklessly, and immediately split off a few Jackals to rush towards Suzy Yi and Sticky Rice. Suzy Yi and Sticky Rice hastily backed away. Protect the intellectual faculty. Da Qing found out and ordered it immediately. Leave it to us. The three agility-type players immediately rushed up, using their attacks to harass the Jackals attacking the intelligence type. Harassed by the agility department, the Jackal could only slow down and watch as the two intelligence departments pulled away. Soon, half of the 20 Jackals had fallen, leaving only 10 still fighting. Just then, a rumbling sound was heard as a tent was torn apart from the inside. A tall Jackal then burst out of the shattered tent. Damnable human race, how dare you attack our Jackal territory? I, Shattered Throat Blood Axe, will tear you all to pieces. The tall Jackal, Shattered Throat Blood Axe, cried out in anger. His appearance was the same as the Shattered Throat Blood Axe, one of the 3 warriors of the Jackal tribe that Lin Feng had killed, except that he was much taller than the real Shattered Throat Blood Axe. While the real Shattered Throat Blood Axe was around 2 meters too tall, this Shattered Throat Blood Axe in the illusion was around 2 meters 78 tall, holding a giant 1.5 meter long wolf's tooth club, with muscles bulging all over his body. Attention everyone! The boss has appeared, Da Qing immediately shouted. All the players were pumped up and on guard. After Shattered Throat Blood Axe shouted his slogan, he swung his wolfsbane and rushed towards the player, and Kaleidoscope, who was of the physical system, immediately raised his shield to meet him. Shattered Throat Blood Axe was not polite either, and slammed his baton on Kaleidoscope's shield. The tremendous force caused Kaleidoscope to take several steps back. This boss attack is a bit strong. Everyone be careful. Kaleidoscope immediately alerted his teammates. His physique was as high as 17 points, and he was all knocked back several steps by the boss's baton. The boss's strength value was at least 20 points or more. Flower Cylinder, Manchu, you two take turns resisting the boss's attacks. We'll clear the small monsters first and then fight the boss together, Da Qing commanded. Yes. Kaleidoscope and Full Metal held up their shields to block Shatterthroat Blood Axe from attacking the others. A few of Da Qing's men, on the other hand, seized the time to kill the other Jackals. Shattered Throat Blood Axe glared angrily at Kaleidoscope and Full Metal, who were in the way, and slammed them up with baton after baton, each one knocking both of them back a few steps. The two of them took turns charging up to fend it off, which barely stopped Shattered Throat Blood Axe in its tracks. Ordinary Jackals fell one by one under the attacks of Da Qing and the others, and were eventually emptied of all of them. Just as the last Jackal fell, Shattered Throat Blood Axe Angstrom let out an elevated roar, and a bloody aura came out of his eyes. It seems to have gone into some kind of berserk state. Damned human race, you have completely angered me. Shattered Throat Blood Axe roared in anger, gripping the wolfsbane with both hands and smashing into the Kaleidoscope in front of him with the sound of whistling wind. The force of this stick was more than twice as strong as his previous attack. Kaleidoscope also sensed the power of this strike and hurriedly turned on the skill defense enhancement, holding his shield dead in front of his body. There was a loud bang. Kaleidoscope only felt a huge force that was hard to resist coming at him. Even with the skill defense enhancement, he was still unable to resist it. The shield in his hand flew off, and his body fell back uncontrollably. In the next second, Shattered Throat Blood Axe's second stick had smashed down. Chapter 49 Successive Massacres. Shattered Throat Blood Axe smashed the shield in Kaleidoscope's hand with one rod, and in the next second, the second rod had smashed into Kaleidoscope's head. In the nick of time, Manchu quickly rushed up and raised his shield to help Kaleidoscope block the blow. It also counts as saving Kaleidoscope's life at a critical moment. It was just that his physical attributes were not as good as Kaleidoscope's, and after receiving this furious blow from Shattered Throat Blood Axe, he was sent flying with his shield. His body flew out 3 to 4 meters horizontally, and then fell heavily to the ground with a bang, with a blow of the baton to fly away from the fuller. The wolf-tooth baton in the hands of Shattered Throat Blood Axe did not stop and once again slammed into Kaleidoscope, who had just risen up from the ground. Kaleidoscope did not have a shield in his hand. He did not dare to take it hard and hurriedly dodged. However, his agility value was not as good as the Shattered Throat Blood Axe, so he was ultimately a beat slower, and was smashed in the shoulder by a baton, sending blood and flesh flying. Immediately after that, Shattered Throat Blood Axe struck him in the chest with another blow, sending him flying several meters. The person is not dead, but is incapable of fighting because of his injuries. Without the two physicals in the way, Shattered Throat Blood Axe rushed towards the other players and went on a killing spree. Jing took on Shattered Throat Blood Axe with his bare hands, and a dodge was not enough and he was hit in the chest with a baton. He didn't have as strong a defense as the physique lineage after all, and was directly killed in seconds. The Tyrannosaurus warrior swung his wolf-tooth rod to block 3 rods in a row, and was finally hit in the head by a rod from the Shattered Throat Blood Axe, killing him on the spot. Although Daching's level was as high as level 5 and possessed 17 points of strength value, he was also dwarfed in front of the Shattered Throat Blood Axe, and was losing ground under the Shattered Throat Blood Axe's attacks. Seeing that Daching was in crisis, Ranger and Shooting a Bit of Cove rushed forward to help, attacking Shattered Throat Blood Axe from both sides. Su Ziyi and Glutinous Rice cast Magic Bullet and shot it at Shattered Throat Blood Axe, leaving White Ink was even bending his bow, aiming at the Shattered Throat Blood Axe and firing an arrow. Just then, Shattered Throat suddenly opened his mouth wide and let out a roar towards Daching. The invisible sound waves spread out, and the 2 magic bullets that flew in front of Shattered Throat and the arrow shot by Stay White Ink were actually directly shattered by the sound wave. The 3 Daching who were closest to the Shattered Throat Blood Axe only felt their eardrums explode and froze in place with dizziness. Shattered Throat Blood Axe took advantage of the opportunity to slam a baton into Daching's skull, killing him directly with a bang. This was followed by Shooting a Bit of a Gallery and a Ranger. Shooting a Bit of Ku was likewise crushed in the skull by a bat. The Ranger had just come out of his dizziness when he saw a huge wolfsbane had swung in front of him, and it was too late to dodge. The next moment, it also stepped into the shoes of Daching and Shooting a Bit of a Cove. In an instant, the 10-member team had already lost 5 in battle and seriously injured 1. The only ones who still had the ability to fight were the 3 long-distance ones, Stay White and Ink, Su Ziyi and Sticky Rice, as well as the Manchu who had just climbed up. I go. This boss even has a group stun skill. How can I play this? Unreasonable. Really unreasonable. The Ranger looked at the wide-open boss with a helpless face and cried out in irrationality. The next battle was no longer suspenseful. The 5 people who were still alive were successively killed by Shattered Throat Blood Axe, and the group was finally annihilated. The Gate of Trials. The 5 people from the Wine Over 3 squad were grouped together with the 5 people from the I Shot You Not Guilty squad to form a 10-member squad. They were all specialized combat players, and in terms of the team's overall strength, they were still above the Daching squad. Everyone's here. Hurry up and enter the illusion realm. Daching and the others have already been in there for more than 10 minutes. I'll shoot you for not being guilty of urging. He still wanted to take the illusionary realm first pass, but he couldn't let Daching and the others take it first. Okay, right in. As the captain of the team, Wine Passage put his hand towards the ball of light and was about to enter the illusion when he saw a figure appear on the stone platform one after another. It was Daching and the others who had just been reunited. How did you guys get out so fast? Past? I'll shoot you not guilty asked with a surprised face. I'm not even in the realm of illusion here. Pass a hair. The first boss is a group kill. Shooting a Bit of a Library said with an obscure look on his face. Ha ha. What boss is so powerful? I'm going to shoot you without guilt with a couple happy laughs, and then inquired about the boss, trying to get some intel from the competition. Just go in and try it. It's not like Shooting a Bit of a Library is stupid, so naturally he refuses to disclose it. He can't wait for me to shoot you not guilty. They also planted a heal and regiment out. Young man, so petty. I'll shoot you for not being guilty of spitting. Alright, I won't bother you guys to challenge the illusionary realm. The bosses in this illusionary realm are indeed quite powerful, so prepare yourselves mentally, Daching said. After that, he left with his team, Daching and Kaleidoscope, one of the strongest strength lineage in the entire service and one of the strongest physique lineage in the entire service. Grouped together didn't even take down this illusion. It seems like the illusion is quite difficult. Looking at the backs of Daching and the others as they left, I'll shoot you without sin and said as I stroke my chin. I don't like what you're saying. Kaleidoscope is the only level 5 physique lineage player in the entire service, so I'll concede if you say he's the strongest physique lineage. Daching and I are both level 5 strength lineage, So why is he the strongest strength lineage? The wine is over a face of disbelief. That's all I'm saying, you're the number one power line in the entire service alright. I will shoot you not guilty of helplessness. Said. It doesn't matter who is the number one power line in the entire service. Anyway, I'm the number one agility department in the entire service. I don't give a damn. Into the illusion. After the wine was said and done, the illusion was opened. The figures of the 10 people disappeared into the stone platform. Walking off the stone platform, the shot a bit of the bank looked back. You guys? They're not going to just pass the illusion, are they? He said worriedly. Although they were usually on good terms, when it came to the competition for the illusory realm's first pass, he naturally didn't want to be preceded by the other party. Don't worry. It's impossible. With the strength of the first boss, don't even think about it unless it's a team of level 6 players, Ranger said with a relaxed look on his face. On the strength of this illusion, without group destruction for 10 or 8 times, pass, don't even think about it. That's right, this is still just the first boss. If nothing else, there must be another boss in the outpost on the right, and there's even a final boss in the horde in the center. I have a feeling that this illusion, at least, can't be cleared until the whole team of players have risen to level 7. Level 8. Daching said. The first boss requires a team of level 6 plus players. Doesn't the final boss at least add a level or 2? Go upgrade. Tomorrow we'll go back in and try again to see if we can get rid of boss number 1. Daching continued. This time, although the lower illusionary realm didn't kill a single boss and didn't drop any equipment, at least 20 small monsters were killed and a lot of experience was gained. Work on upgrading today, and then tomorrow you'll put up a fight and maybe get to level 6. More than 10 minutes later, I shoot you not guilty. 10 people also regrouped out. Mud horse, this boss is too strong, right? A roar stuns 4 people. How can we play? I'm going to shoot you without sin, full of depression, and spit out loud. They also chose the outpost on the left, and after killing all the small monsters, the boss similarly went into a berserk state. Shattered throat, blood axe. Much like Daching and the others, with a roar from shattered throat, blood axe, they were grouped together. The attack power of the boss after it goes berserk is too high, and the front row physique department can't carry it at all. Once the physique department collapses, the boss rushes in and just kills indiscriminately. A fish said helplessly. I see that the boss enters a berserk state after all the small monsters are dead. Next time we can try leaving one small monster unkilled. One person will hold the small monsters back and the others will directly fight the boss. This way, the boss might not go berserk. Immovable Ming Wang proposed. Good idea. I'll shoot you for not being guilty. Eyes. Also be careful of the boss's roar skill. When the front row is stunned by the roar, it's best for the others to hold the boss for a bit to give the front row a moment to catch their breath. The immovable king of brightness continued to add. The 10 people gathered around, summarized the lessons learned, and made an appointment to continue teaming up to challenge the illusion realm tomorrow. Chapter 50. Lu Ban and Mosey. Lin Feng came to the outer valley. After the players sought him out to learn skills and receive quests, the veteran players went to team up to challenge the illusory realm, and the new players went to run the newbie quests, and in turn, he was the one who was idle. So he came to the outer valley and looked for Winning Battle and the others to discuss the matter of building a residential area. There is a small freshwater lake in the outer valley, oval in shape and over 30 acres in size. During the time of relocation to the valley, the tribe used water, all of which was taken from the lake. The lake is basically fed by natural rainfall. Lin Feng intended to build the residential area on an open area on the east side of the lake, so that it would be convenient for the residents to collect water. Of course, regulations should also be put in place to strictly prohibit residents from polluting the lake. Patriarch, if you want to talk about building tents, I am naturally skillful at it, but building a wooden house, I'm a little less good at it. Discussing about building a house, Winning Battle scratched his head straight. The Win tribe was a small tribe, with a total of 30 or so people in the tribe, and there was no need to build houses to settle down. Usually find a place and set up a couple tents or live in a cave. When the nearby prey is scarce, relocate to the next place. Building log cabins, he could build them, but whether they were sturdy or not he couldn't really guarantee it. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if all the hard work that went into building a large house was blown down by a gust of wind one day? Pan Bear, you Whitewood tribes all live in houses. Surely you understand. Winning Battle turned his gaze for help to Pan Xiong, who was on the side. Our tribe is in the Whitewoods, and the houses are built using readily available trees. To build a house in a clearing, I don't really know much about it, but I can try. Discord Bear said, scratching his head. He had the same concerns as Winning the Battle. It can be built, but whether it is strong and durable is really not guaranteed. Lin Feng looked at them and sighed helplessly. It looks like counting on them is out of the question. It's better to count on the players, and hopefully there's a talent or two in this group of budding players in this area. Lin Feng opened the system and released a quest to all players. Task name, house construction. Task, the tribe needs to build a residential area, but the chief, who has no experience in building, is having trouble with the construction of a house. If you know how to build a strong and beautiful wooden house, please report to the chief within 30 minutes. Quest reward, 10 experience points, 10 tribal contribution points. Since it was just a report to the clan leader, the system generated very little experience value, but it's clear that there is a follow-up mission to this one. Lin Feng set the quest time to half an hour, and after half an hour, the quest would be automatically cancelled. After the quest was released, all players online received a quest alert. In a forest in the outer valley, a group of budding players were wielding stone axes in their hands and struggling to cut down trees. This was the first loop of their newbie quest. Although cutting down trees is a boring and hard thing to do, but cutting down trees in the game, they do it with fervor and freshness. A few of the men close by made small talk as they watched the tree being cut down. I was dreaming that this game is really so real. The old players on the forum did not brag at all. I was in a game group to see the game's official website link. Out of curiosity clicked in to make a reservation. Look at this axe. This tree detail. This realism. Simply bunker ah. A player sighed as he cut down a tree. Amazing indeed. It's hard to believe that technology has advanced to such a point now. It is said that the body will enter a deep sleep state when logging into the game, which is equal to double the amount of time each day. This is going to move the company into the game. Working in the company during the day and handling documents in the game at night. This work efficiency mustn't be doubled? Another player said. Asterisk 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 you're the devil, aren't you? 996 becomes 247? Broad fear. The players were chatting away when the alert for the quest update suddenly rang out. Everyone subconsciously stopped what they were doing, opened the quest panel, and took a look. Building houses. Unfortunately, I don't know how. Who knows about that stuff if you've never moved bricks? It's no use having moved bricks. It's not like there are any bricks in the tribe, and it's obvious that they're going to build a log cabin. The quest has 10 experience points and contribution points. Should we go to the patriarch and turn in the quest before we say we won't? I'd advise you not to do that. I've heard from the old players on the forums that NPCs have hidden favorability. It's said that with a high favorability, it's easier to receive exclusive quests and hidden quests. If you go over and deceive an NPC like this, 9 times out of 10, you're going to lose your favorability. Then forget it. The players who had intended to go and cheat experience and contribution points immediately beat a retreat. Dropping an NPC's favorability for so little experience and contribution points was just not worth it. In the midst of the many budding players' discussions, the two players who were chopping down trees suddenly put down the axes in their hands and glanced at each other in tacit understanding. There were flames burning in his eyes. Here's our chance to shine. That's right, son. Here's our chance to show off our skills. Get the hell out of here. You're more like my son. The two of them were good friends in the same dormitory, studying in the civil engineering department of a university in Xia. By chance, they saw someone in a gaming group amping up the game. Originally they were of little interest, but when they read reviews that said the game was a perfect sandbox game, with mechanics that perfectly replicated reality, and the ability to build any building as if it were in reality, they were heartened. So they tried to make an appointment. I did not expect that just today. Too cool shape full of technology sense of black game helmet, really expressed to their dormitory. They couldn't wait to get into the game. When they entered the game, they agreed to take Lu Ban and Mozi as their IDs. Two of the most famous craftsman gods in the history of Xia. They're going to be the building gods of the game. However, after Lu Ban entered the game, he realized that his companion, who was supposed to be named Mozi, had the ID of Lu Ban's father. It made him burst into a rage. This dog, he knows how to take advantage of me. Luckily, he'd kept his own hand in. His ID is not Lu Ban, but father of Mozi. The two were barely a tie, except that the IDs were swapped, with Lupin becoming Ink, and Ink becoming Lupin. Let's go. Let's report to the matriarch. Walk. Lin Feng hadn't released the quest for a while before he saw two small players running over with stone axes in their hands. Report to the patriarch. We know how to build sturdy log cabins. That's right. It's guaranteed to keep out the wind and the rain, and it won't even fall in a 10-grade gale. The two of them ran up to Lin Feng and bragged hard about their abilities. 10 winds can't fall anything is naturally a bit exaggerated, but in this valley, 10 winds are also unlikely to appear. Besides, what do NPCs know about 10 gale force winds? It's done when it sounds awesome. Lin Feng looked at the two little munchkins who were frantically bragging in front of him with interest. The father of Lu Ban? Murray's father? The name looks professional. But why do you have to add father and father to it? Why can't these players get some normal names? Chapter 51, you two will be the chief engineers of the tribe's construction. Stop. Lin Feng interrupted the bragging of the two. Are you sure you can design and build a sturdy log cabin? There is a penalty for deceiving me, Lin Feng said with a slight threat. He was worried that these two guys were coming over to cheat themselves for that 10-point experience value reward. Patriarch, don't worry. Both of us are civil engineering students. Isn't building a wooden house or something handy? Not that I'm bragging, even if. Before Lupin could finish his words, he was interrupted by Murray tapping his shoulder. What civil engineering department are you pulling for the Patriarch? Where does the Patriarch understand? Mr. Patriarch, in short, we are the ones who study architecture. From the smallest wooden house to the largest sea-crossing bridge or skyscraper, we know how to build them all. Murray bragged about it nonchalantly. Knowing is knowing, but only if you have the equipment and materials to do it. Lin Feng looked at the two of them with a smile. He believed it when he said it was a civil engineering student, but he didn't believe that a student knew how to build a cross-sea bridge or anything. But building log cabins is certainly enough. Very well, since you are confident enough in your abilities, I will give you a chance to prove yourselves. You will start by designing and building a log cabin, and they will help you along. Lin Feng pointed at Pan Xiong and the others and said, to make it easier for the tribesmen to communicate with the players, Pan Bear and others, he granted the ability to communicate with the players. I'll inspect the wooden huts after they're built, and if they pass, I'll appoint you guys as the tribe's chief engineers, in charge of building the entire settlement. If you do a good enough job, you two will also be responsible for the planning and construction of the entire tribe in the future. Lin Feng drew a big pie for the two of them. It's not too much to ask for them to blow up so hard and backhand them a pie themselves, is it? After saying that, he issued a quest to build a wooden house to the two of them. Lupin and Murray, who received the mission, were very excited. Chief Tribal Engineer? It sounds energizing. It's important that NPCs know words like Chief Engineer. It looks like the programmers added some modern vocabulary to the text when they designed the AI for the NPCs. This is good news and will make communication much easier in the future. Lord Patriarch, I have one more small request, Murray said. Say, Lin Feng looked at him. As long as the request was reasonable, he would naturally try to fulfill it. After all, it is working for the tribe. We need some iron tools or brass tools, preferably with saws. Processing wood with stone axes and knives like these is too slow and too inaccurate, Murray said. It's hard for a clever woman to cook without rice. Without the right tools to do the job, it's definitely a half-assed effort. Lin Feng frowned and said, I can't satisfy you guys with this for now. The tribe doesn't have a channel to obtain iron and copper, but I'll try to find a way. Can your mission be completed without these? It can be, but the efficiency will be slower and the quality will be slightly worse, Murray said helplessly. To fine-tune the wood, you can't just rely on these stone tools in the tribe. It's fine to be a little rough, but it's a big step down in both quality and aesthetics. That's no problem. You guys go ahead and start working. I'll figure out the iron, Lin Feng said. It doesn't hurt to have slower efficiency and less quality. After all, that's the kind of condition the tribe is in right now, and it would be nice to build it. Iron was a luxury for the Gunstar tribe now. The tribes did not have iron mines, and even if they did not have the technology to smelt iron. The island did have a copper and iron companion mine, which was said to be quite large. But it was in the hands of the four-armed giant race. There are only two ways to get copper and iron weapons on the island. One is to make a trade with the four-armed giant clan, and the other is to make a trade with the Shur clan in the sea. However, a weak tribe like them was completely unqualified to make deals with the four-armed giant race. In the entire eastern part of the island, only the Red Feather tribe would travel to the center of the island from time to time to trade with the four-armed giant tribe. What the other tribes needed, they would then go and trade with the Red Feather tribe. But the price will be several times higher is all. The trade with the Shur tribe was the same. The Shur tribe would come to the island from time to time to trade. In the eastern part of the island, they would directly approach the Red Feather tribe and leave directly after the deal was completed, not bothering with the other small tribes at all. Other tribes that had something they needed could only go to the Red Feather tribe to trade at a high price. And the Gunstar tribe, right now, doesn't have anything of trade value. There were some furs from the prey, but the Red Feathers obviously wouldn't look at the rags. Lu Ban and Mosey took over the task and led Pan Xiong and other NPCs to prepare the wood and build the wooden house. Lin Feng looked at their backs as they left, calculating what would happen in the future. Once they have built the prototype house, which is indeed sturdy and reliable, they can officially start the construction of the residential area. At that time, he could release a universal quest for all players to participate in. This is, after all, a casual game with a relaxed orientation, so you can't have players fighting and killing all the time, and it's nice to play the sandbox mode once in a while. Just as the Gunstar tribe was thriving due to the injection of fresh blood, the Whitewood tribe, a few miles away, also welcomed a few special guests. 5 jackals. The few guards guarding the gate of the Whitewood tribe's fortress saw the jackals and hurriedly closed the gate tightly and took up their weapons in preparation for battle. We have no malicious intent. We just want to seek an audience with Patriarch Shiraki Shang, the lead jackal said politely as he raised his hand to show he was unarmed. It was not up to him to be polite. The tribe had been annihilated, and they were now a bunch of lost dogs. How could they dare to be arrogant? His name was Gale Bloodaxe, and he was one of the Patriarch's inner circle. Knowing that the Patriarch had been writing to and from the Whitewood tribe, now that the tribe has been destroyed, he has come to join the Whitewood tribe with the few clansmen who managed to escape. The Whitewood tribe was, after all, a large tribe with hundreds of people. Staying here was definitely safer than a few of them wandering around. If the Whitewood tribe will accept them, seeking an audience with the Patriarch? The guards of the Whitewood tribe were a bit surprised. What was a jackal doing asking to see the Patriarch? They, the Whitewood tribe, weren't interested in dealing with jackals. However, he was only a guard after all, and didn't dare to take it upon himself to refuse the group of jackals. So he said, "You guys wait, I'll go and inform Lord Clan Chief." In the tribe, Bai Mu Sheng couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard the guard's report. His contact with the jackal tribe was an extremely secretive matter, and it was always him who sent people over, and the jackal tribe never sent anyone over. Now suddenly 5 jackals had been sent to beg to see him. For what purpose? You go and bring them in. Shirokimori thought for a moment and said to the guard. Yes. The guards led the way. Evil Rock, go and transfer 2 teams of guards over here. Ambush them outside and wait for my order. After the guards left, Shiraki Shang instructed his personal guards. Evil Rock was the captain of his escort and one of his most trusted confidants. The jackal suddenly visited. He did not know the other party's intention, so naturally, he had to defend his hand. Yes, Evil Rock led the way. Chapter 52 by Mu Shang Shock. A few minutes later, 5 jackals were brought into the house by the guards. As they passed through the tribal streets on the way over, the tribesmen looked at the 5 jackals with surprise and awe. Why are jackals in the tribe? Inside the house, Shiraki Shang sat in his chair and surveyed the 5 jackals in front of him. They all carried wounds on their bodies and looked in a sorry state, as if they had experienced a vicious battle not long ago. Could it be that the jackal tribe had encountered an enemy and had come to ask for help? Bai Mu Sheng calculated in his mind that if that was the case, he would never go to the rescue. He and the jackal tribe were just using each other. He put out supplies and the jackals helped him do things he wasn't comfortable doing. It wasn't like they were any real allies. Did the mad butcher patriarch send you here? After surveying the situation, Shiraki Shang opened his mouth and asked. No, Gale Bloodaxe replied. Oh, Shiraki Shang was a bit surprised. It wasn't sent by berserkers? Patriarch Matu is dead, and our tribe has been exterminated, with only a few of us escaping. We came over this time because we wanted to join you, Patriarch Bai Mu. Gale Bloodaxe spoke out of turn. In the room, both Bai Mu Shang and Evil Rock and the other guards were shocked at the words. The Jackalope tribe was wiped out? Berserkers are dead? This is absolutely shocking news. Countless thoughts instantly flashed through Bai Mu Shang's mind, and the nearby forces that had the strength to exterminate the Jackalman tribe flew through his mind. Who did this? Why would you do that? Would these jackals escaping here and being known by the forces that wiped them out bring woe to the Whitewood tribe? What should he do with these jackals? One thought flashed through his mind. After a long moment of silence, he stared intently at the jackal in front of him and asked, what exactly is going on? Tell me in detail. He had to figure out which force was responsible for exterminating the jackal tribe before making a decision. Yes, Gale Bloodaxe nodded and began to narrate. It all started a few days ago, when the matriarch suddenly said that there were traces of human activity in the southeast of the tribe, so he sent Captain Shatterthroat with a small team to scout in that direction. Speaking of this, Gale Bloodaxe gave a somewhat awkward glance at the people in the room. He didn't realize that the patriarch's sending of people to scout for traces of the human race was instructed by Bai Mu Sheng in front of him. He was afraid that recounting the actions against the human race would cause displeasure for Bai Mu Sheng and the others. After all, the house was full of humanoids except for the 5 of them. The Jackals. Of course, we're not targeting the human race, just the group. Worried about causing Shiraki Sheng to recoil, he hurriedly explained. No harm done. Go on. Shiraki Sheng made a face to hide the embarrassment in his heart. Berserk Blood Axe didn't know the inside story, but he knew it very well in his own heart. The news of a human race in that direction was what he revealed to Berserk Blood Axe. Sending people to search in that direction was also signaled by him. As for why you're doing it? Because the winning tribe is so ungrateful. The eastern part of the island already had the Whitewood tribe, a large human tribe of several hundred people, and the 30 or so people of the winning tribe. Wouldn't it be fine to merge them directly? But they preferred to form their own tribe, and refused his solicitations several times. Refusal is refusal, and he is often said to be exploiting his people behind their backs. He's sheltering hundreds of his people, securing their lives. So what's wrong with exploiting them a little? Is dignity or life important? He had long regarded the Wind tribe as a thorn in his side. 2 human tribes are not needed for the eastern part of the island. It just so happened that the Jackal tribe had migrated from the south of the island, and after he got in touch with the Jackal tribe, he immediately thought of using the Jackal tribe's hands to completely destroy the Wind tribe. Yes. Seeing that Bai Mu Sheng did not mean to blame himself, Gale Blood Axe continued his narration. The patriarch sent Captain Shattered Throat to the southeast to look for signs of human activity, but the 13 clansmen, including Captain Shattered Throat, never returned. You should know that Captain Shattered Throat is one of our tribe's 3 warriors, so strong that ordinary beasts are no match for him. The patriarch sensed that things were not good, so he sent Captain Windwolf, who has the strongest scouting ability, to go scouting alone. Captain Windwolf indeed brought back news that there was a human tribe in the valley to the southeast, and Captain Shatterthroat and the others were in all probability killed by this human tribe. Gale Bloodaxe continues the narrative. What? There's another human tribe in the valley? Shiraki Shang was shocked in his heart. He first ruled out the possibility that this human tribe was the Wind tribe. It wasn't that he looked down on the Wind tribe. Even if the Wind tribe in its heyday, it was impossible to wipe out all 13 Jackals, not to mention the Wind tribe, which only had a handful of people who escaped after being attacked by the Jackal tribe. The news that there was another human tribe in the eastern part of the island that he didn't know about made him feel very uncomfortable. What mattered was whether the remnants of the Wind tribe had joined this tribe as well. For example, the guy named Linfeng that the 3 Pan family brothers had met. That's right, there is indeed a human tribe in the valley, and it is extremely strong. At the mention of that human tribe in the valley, a hint of fear flashed in Gale Bloodaxe's eyes. Those guys are just awful. After the patriarch knew that there was a human tribe in the valley, he sent Captain Hunting Bear and Captain Windwolf with 30 members of his clan to attack. But what greeted them was a crushing defeat. Captain Hunting Bear was killed, Captain Windwolf was captured, and less than 10 clansmen escaped back. The next day, the human tribes launched a counterattack against us, and dozens of them killed our tribe, rounded up the patriarch and killed most of the clansmen, and only the 5 of us managed to escape. Gale Bloodaxe recounted with a palpitating heart. No way. Right at this moment, the chief of the guards, Evil Rock, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. A few dozen humanoids. Even if they were all young and strong, it would be impossible to wipe out your tribe, right? Not to mention besieging your patriarch, he said with an incredulous look on his face. He was aware of the strength of the Jackalman patriarch Mad Butcher. Even if he was surrounded by dozens of humanoids, with his strength, it was still very easy for him to kill his way out. So how could he be surrounded? It's true, those humanoids are very strong, and they don't lose in one-on-one battles with our jackals. There are a few of them that even possess strength equal to that of our tribal warriors. We are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, so naturally we are no match for them. Seeing that Evil Rock didn't believe him, Gale Bloodaxe raised his voice and said, "Fighting jackals one-on-one without losing? How many other strong men with strength equal to that of a jackal warrior?" Shiraki Shang and Evil Rock were both shocked at his words. They, the Whitewood tribe, also had powerful warriors capable of fighting the jackals one-on-one, but no more than 20 of them. The guard leader, Evil Rock, was no weaker than the warriors of the Jackalman tribe, but there was only this one. If the human tribe in the valley really had dozens of warriors who could go one-on-one with the jackals, as this jackal had said, and a few warriors whose strength was equal to that of a jackal warrior, then it would be a bit scary. That meant that this tribe had a huge population base, and the number of clansmen was still above the Whitewood tribe. But if there really was such a huge human tribe nearby, why didn't they know about it at all? Patriarch. Evil Rock looked to Shirakimori. Bai Mu Shang frowned. He didn't care if the Jackal tribe was destroyed or not, but the news that there was such a powerful human tribe nearby was like a thorn in his heart, making it difficult for him to sleep or eat. More importantly, had his letter to the Jackal chief, Mad 2, been found by this human tribe? Chapter 53, The Meaning of the Existence of Hidden Races. Bakemushing couldn't decide for the time being what attitude to use to treat this human tribe that had suddenly appeared. But these jackals, they must not be kept. He glanced at Wicked Rock and made a gesture. Wicked Rock understood and clapped his hands, and 2 teams of guards rushed out, holding spears to surround the 5 jackals. Compared to the winning tribe, the Whitewood tribe escort guard was much better equipped, with a bronze spear in each hand. This was something that Bai Mu Shang had paid a large price to trade from the Red Feather clan. Patriarch Shiraki, what do you mean by that? Surrounded by the human guards, Galeblood Axe shouted in shock. Shiraki Shang didn't answer his words. Responding to him was the Wicked Rock next to him. Kill them all. Evil Rock ordered to the escort. Screams resounded through the house for a few moments before falling silent. 5 jackals, already turned into 5 corpses. Shiraki Shang told the guards to dispose of the body and clean up the blood in the house, while he himself brought Evil Rock outside the house. You send someone to the other side of the valley to probe the reality of that human tribe. Remember, don't clash with them. Being of the same human tribe, they think they won't have too much malice towards us. Shiraki Shang commanded. Yes. Evil Rock led the way. Also, control this news. Never let the clansmen in the tribe know about the existence of this human tribe. Shiraki Shang then instructed. What if the clansmen go out hunting and have contact with them and learn of their existence? Evil Rock asked. It's hard to be this close and not touch each other at all. Never having been exposed to it before is strange enough. The tribe, he suspected, had just recently migrated to the neighborhood. Shiraki Shang pondered for a moment. Wait until contact is made. And in any case, you can't voluntarily break the news to the clan. It wasn't that he wasn't worried that this tribe would turn against their Whitewood tribe. The Whitewood tribe was, after all, sheltered by the Red Feather tribe. And if that human tribe was any stronger than the Red Feather tribe, could it still be stronger than the Red Feather tribe? If they were weaker than the Red Feather clan, they would never dare to provoke them. His fear was that if the clansmen knew that there was another human tribe nearby, they would run to join that tribe. After all, his rule over his people could not be called lax and merciful. Hulu Valley. Toward evening, 1/999, who had been running newbie quests for a whole day, had finally completed all the newbie quests. He was also the first of the 70 new players to complete the newbie quest. There was no way around it. The Jackal players did have an advantage in the early stages over the human players. A whopping 9 points of strength allows him to cut down trees faster and hunt prey more easily. After completing the novice quest, his level reached level 1 directly. Finding the Patriarch and turning in his novice quest, the Patriarch suggested he talk to the Jackal's racial mentor, Windwolf. So he went to the outer valley and found the tribe's only Jackal NPC, Windwolf. Windwolf was standing on a big rock in the outer valley, looking out over the players who were doing logging characters and gathering quests in the valley, and his heart was filled with emotion. Not to be outdone, Skyfallers are really hard-working. Recalling the conversation between the Lord Patriarch and himself last night, until now, he still had a dreamlike feeling. Late last night, after constructing the Gate of Trials, Lin Feng found Windwolf. Greetings, Lord Patriarch. Awakened by the sound of footsteps, Windwolf saw the arrival of the Lord Clan Chief and hurriedly got up to salute. No need to be polite. Lin Feng waved his hand. He came here this time because he was ready to appoint Windwolf as an NPC. Appointing an NPC is not a simple matter. A prerequisite is that the intelligent being appointed as an NPC must agree to become an NPC from the bottom of his heart, with no resistance in his mind. There is any resistance to a successful appointment, and once appointed as an NPC, under the influence of the system, this intelligent being would be 100% loyal to Lin Feng, to the Gunstar tribe, and would not be rebellious over anything. This was also an insurance policy that the system had put in place for Lin Feng. After all, after becoming an NPC, it is inevitable that you will come into contact with some of the truths of the players, so how can you do it if you have second thoughts? I ask you, are you willing to serve me without reservation and never betray? Lin Feng asked. I do. Windwolf replied without thinking. Whether he meant it or not, there was no way he could say no at this point. Very well, next, I will tell you some of the tribe's most central secrets, Lin Feng said. Go ahead, Patriarch. Windwolf became agitated at his words. What did it say about the patriarch that he was willing to tell himself the tribe's most central secret? It shows that he has gained the trust of the patriarch with his loyalty. This is great news. Be quiet and listen to what I have to say next. And don't be shocked. Many of the warriors in the tribe are actually skyfallers sent by Lord Human Emperor from another world. They came to this world to help the human race rise in the barbarian world. They can become stronger and stronger by killing prey and completing quests issued by NPCs to continuously improve their strength. NPCs, you can understand them as administrators appointed by Lord Human Emperor. I am also one of the NPCs and the one with the highest authority. Once you become an NPC, you can issue quests to the Skyfallers, as well as teach your skills to the Skyfallers. In return, the NPC's strength will continue to increase. I've come to find you this time because I'm ready to appoint you as one of the NPCs to do your part for the rise of the human race. Are you willing to do so? Lin Feng briefly explained the existence of NPCs to Wind Wolf and asked. Wind Wolf was so dumbfounded that it felt like he was listening to a mythological story. But come to think of it, the matriarch Sama didn't seem to have the need to play such a joke on himself. In other words, what the patriarch said was true. No wonder those warriors in the tribe were so powerful. So they were all heavenly descendants sent by Lord Human Emperor from another world. The thought that he, a jackal, could be a part of such a great cause thrilled him beyond belief. Excited and a little terrified at the same time. Willing? Of course I am, but I'm only a jackal, not a human. Will Lord Human Emperor recognize me? Windwolf asked with trepidation. Lin Feng smiled. The Human Emperor Lord would naturally recognize it. After all, this Human Emperor Lord was just something he made up. In other words, himself. Of course, there are thousands of races in the savage continent, and if our human race wants to rise, it is naturally impossible for us to kill all the living beings outside of the human race. Some of the races that are willing to submit to our human race and give their allegiance will be able to follow our human race's lead and rise together. This was Lin Feng's true thought. The savage continent was vast, with millions of races and tens of billions of living beings. Even with the help of the players, it was impossible for him to wipe out all the intelligent races outside of all the human races. Even if tens of billions of pigs, he couldn't finish killing them in a lifetime, let alone intelligent beings of varying strengths and weaknesses. So taking some of the races that were willing to submit into their own hands was a given, just like the few wood people he had taken in, as well as the wind wolves. These aliens, if used properly, will not produce strange results in certain situations in the future, to say the least. And the existence of hidden races would allow him to reduce a lot of resistance when it came to subjugating the foreign races. Lin Feng thought that the system had designed the hidden races to remind him of the attitude he should take towards other races. It is not a matter of killing, but rather an eclectic mix of people, so that they can become an aid to the rise of the human race. That's what the hidden races exist for. You are the first Fae to submit to us. And the Lord Human Emperor has decided to send a portion of the Skyfallers to descend into this world in the form of jackals. And you will be responsible for guiding them to become stronger. And you, countless years later, will become the most legendary and greatest existence in the history of the jackals. Lin Feng unceremoniously drew a big pie for Wind Wolf. Now that you understand what NPCs stand for, I'll ask you again. Are you willing to become an NPC and fight for the rise of the human race? Lin Feng asked again. Chapter 54 Advantages of Human Players. Naturally, Wind Wolf would not be unwilling. Thus, he became a member of the Ultramarine Tribe NPCs and the only Fae NPC today. 1/999 finds the Wind Wolf. The matriarch told me to come to you, that you could instruct me to become stronger. Looking at the Wind Wolf standing on the boulder, OneBlade 999 said. Wind Wolf looked at 1/999 with an affectionate gaze. In fact, he had been watching 1/999 today. After all, it was the only Skyfaller to descend in jackal form today. According to the matriarch, it would be some time before the next batch of Skyfallers descended. That means that this will be the only jackal Skyfaller for a long time to come. Windwolf jumped off the rock in what he thought was a cool pose. Of course, I'll train you to become a supreme powerhouse, Windwolf said with no modesty at all. Anyway, the matriarch had said that the Skyfallers would continue to grow, and wouldn't it be only a matter of time before they became overwhelmingly powerful? It's not a snub to say so yourself, but it's a bit late today. So come find me tomorrow and I'll personally take you out hunting to improve your strength as soon as possible, Windwolf said. After all, it was the only jackal Skyfaller, so it was only natural for him to take it personally as a sign of importance. Yes, 1/999 had a look of surprise on his face. NPCs personally lead the leveling? I can't believe this is a good thing. This hidden race was so rightly chosen. In the evening, Players went offline. As the players left, the entire valley became quiet while the forums buzzed with activity. Budding players who haven't had a good time with the game after a full night of livering, so they take out their excess enthusiasm on the forums. Lin Feng had nothing else to do, so he also logged into the forums and looked through the players' posts. As a game planner, he naturally wants to be the first to understand the players' views and suggestions on the game and make targeted adjustments. Players become more hepatic when they have a good time. The more players liver, the faster the tribe grows. It's a win-win for everyone. Most of the posts are about how real, awesome and fun the game is. One of the posts, however, caught Lin Feng's attention. The maximum pain degree can only be adjusted to 30%. Isn't that a bit too low? Battles without pain are tasteless. Strongly request that the maximum pain level be adjusted upwards to 100%. The poster is a new player with the ID Lu Fengxian withdrew. The post wasn't long, but there were a lot of replies below. Eat my halberd, support. Strongly request that the pain level be adjusted upwards and fixed at 100%. Anyway, I haven't drawn the closed beta yet, so it's none of my business if it hurts anymore. I'm not guilty of shooting you, 30% isn't enough? A few days ago I handily adjusted the pain level up to 30%, and that pain when I was ripped open by the Jackal's chest, I almost fainted straight away. Shooting a bit of a library, what do you call that? I just came into the game with my pain level set to 30% and got kicked in the vitals, and it was a blast. Su Ziyi, you deserve it. Ranger, deserved +1. Drinking, I do think that the upper limit of the pain level can indeed be adjusted upwards a bit, and the lower limit can just stay the same. Players who are afraid of pain can adjust it down a bit, and those who like excitement can adjust it up a bit. I am a fish, the 3 patrols of the Big Brother speak just right. Strong cold and flu. Do you guys think there's a possibility that it's not that the planners don't want to raise the pain cap, but that it's only up to 30% for technical reasons? 1 leaf. 1 Bodhi, not unlikely. Lin Feng looked at one of the discussions below the post. The discussion was attended by both closed beta players and cloud players, each with their own opinions. But when he saw that the powerful cold spirit began to suspect that it was a technical problem, Lin Feng could not bear it a little. Doubt anything, but never doubt my skills. He had set the pain level to adjustable at first, rather than fixing it at 100%, for fear that the pain would make players become afraid to fight. Since some players like excitement and want a higher pain level, why not satisfy them yourself? Of course, satisfaction is satisfaction, and setting the cap at 100% is impossible. In the event that someone is really stupid enough to crank up the pain level to 100% and happens to encounter a beast that eats them alive, the pain level might cause mental damage and psychological shadows to the player. This is, after all, a casual game with a relaxed orientation that can't put too much pressure on the player. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to now adjust the adjustable upper limit of the pain level upwards to 50%. Let's first observe how well some of the players tolerate the pain level in combat with it cranked up to 50% before deciding whether or not we should continue to adjust it upward. Of course, players can also temporarily turn down the pain level if they are in a heated battle. Making plans, Lin Feng exited the thread as he prepared to post an update announcement about adjusting pain levels before going to bed. And just as he was browsing through this thread, another thread had already been top trending, causing heated discussions among players on the strength of hidden races and whether they destroy game balance. Today's new version opens up the hidden race Jackals, which lineage-wise belongs to the power lineage. The Jackal's initial attack is 9 points, while the initial strength of the human player is 7 points. The Jackal's strength growth is 2, while the human strength player's strength growth is only 2. Whether it's initial strength or growth strength, the Jackal is superior to the human strength player. I have to ask, is that fair? Some people may say, Jackal intelligence growth is only 0.5. The human power department's intelligence growth is 1, twice as high. However, as a power player, what's the point of having a high intelligence? Therefore, it is strongly requested to remove this hidden profession that destroys the balance of the game. If you can't cancel it, please convert me to a Jackal as well. The ID of the player who posted the post is called Wang Sledgehammer. Lin Feng finished reading his post. I have to say that makes a lot of sense. When he had just activated the hidden race of Jackals, Lin Feng had also considered this question. Weren't Jackals a bit too strong? It wasn't until the skill system was activated that he was able to dispel that doubt. According to the introduction in the skill system, players will enter a new realm and activate a racial talent skill after reaching level 11. Thereafter, new talent skills are activated at levels 21, 31, and 41. The talent skill activated by human players at level 11 is fixed, and is called Total System Mastery. After activating the total proficiency, human players will be able to learn any skill regardless of the requirements in the skill learning process. Power players can cast magic bullets, and intelligence players can deliver a powerful blow in melee. It's just that power players have a lower intelligence value than intelligence players, and the power of magic bullets will be much weaker, that's all. The initial 4 basic skills are more for players to familiarize themselves with the main fighting styles of their lineage. When the player reaches level 11, the racial talent of all proficient will make the human player an all-round warrior with almost no weaknesses, which is an advantage that the hidden races don't have. In the future, it is likely that there will be similar types of players such as magic swordsmen, melee mages, phaetons, magic archers, and so on. Overall, hidden races will have an advantage in a single aspect, such as the Jackal's strength, and will be unbeatable on a given battlefield. However, the human player is more versatile and has a better overall ability for more complex and varied battles. On balance, the two are fairly balanced, with advantages and disadvantages to each. Chapter 55, I like furry things. There were many replies below the post, both in favor and against. One of the replies, 999 in one cut, was topped with a hot comment. 1/999, slander. You're definitely slandering. Jackal players are strong? That's exchanged for face value and IQ. You only see the toughness of our Jackalese players, but you ignore the sacrifices of our Jackalese players. A bunch of comments below. Mighty miracle, Eurodog showed up. Quickly tell me if you're applauding PY now, or why are you the only one who drew the hidden race? Jinji, you are too beautiful, this honored present. Everyone applauded. Windflower, what you Jackal players? Obviously you're the only Jackal player. Where did you get them? I'm not guilty of shooting you, there's nothing wrong with what he said. Choosing the Jackal race is a sacrifice of face value and the right to choose a mate for life. Who would like a Jackal? Ha ha. Mango sticky rice, who says no one likes it? I like furry things. Shooting a bit of a library, misnomed to lend a hand. I have furry things too. Crackling super invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex warrior, shoot you dead pervert. Don't disgrace our squad here. Suzy, that's it. Shame on you. Ranger, +1 to disgrace. Shooting a bit of a library, what's so sick about me? What have I lost? I'm talking about the fluffy bear doll I found last time I caught a doll. The building gradually started to go askew here. Lin Feng thought about it and also posted a comment under the post. I'm going to give a unified response to the question about hidden races here. In terms of a single attribute, the hidden races would indeed be a bit higher than human players, and this was for the purpose of enriching the content and gameplay of the game. However, human players also have their own advantage, which is a stronger overall ability. In advance, I would like to reveal to you all that after human players rise to level 11, they will unlock the talent skill called Total System Proficiency, which allows them to ignore the lineage requirement and learn the skills of the entire system. At that time, everyone can freely combine skills according to their own preferences. Of course, hidden players will also have their own natural skills, which are also very powerful. Being a relaxing casual game, our aim is to bring the best gaming experience to all players. Soon after Lin Feng's comment was posted, someone replied, after all, his officially certified planner phone ID was too conspicuous. Suzy, wow. Couch, fresh planning bigot. King Sledgehammer, the planning guru actually replied to my post personally. Happy. Windflower, I want to get to level 11 so fast. I want to learn melee skills. I want to become a battle mage. After 3 rounds of drinking, this is only reasonable. Otherwise what's the use of such a high intelligence value for us strength players? I want to become a powerful magic swordsman. Flame Chop, Inferno Dragon Wave. Ranger, in that case, the human race is not weaker than the so-called hidden races at all. It's simply all around in melee and long range. I'm not guilty of shooting you, this game is called Rise of the People. How can the people be weak? One Blade 999, you guys aren't calling me a European this time, are you? I've said it all. We Jackals are powerful in exchange for our face value and intelligence. Inside a certain apartment, 1/999 was lying on the bed, smiling as he used his cell phone to post comments on the forum. To be honest, he was a bit worried when this post appeared just now. He was afraid that the opinions of other players would be too great, and the planners would be pressured to really delete the Jackal as a hidden race. Now that the planner personally came out to leave a message, and other players are fine with it, the hidden race of Jackals is naturally preserved. As for human players being more well-rounded, what's he got to do with it? He chose the Jackal just to be different. It didn't matter if it was strong or weak, just enough to catch the eye. Lin Feng wandered around the forums for a while, posting an update announcement about adjusting the pain limit in passing. and then backed out. He's also going to experience the illusion with the NPCs in the tribe. He brought winning battle, winning E, and wind wolf over. The existence of the Gate of Trials was naturally well explained. It was a gift from His Majesty the Human Emperor. As for the illusionary realm, it was an illusionary realm constructed by His Majesty, the Emperor of Humanity, which allowed people to go in and experience and improve their strength. That makes sense. The four of them came to the door of the trial together. Looking at the blue ball of light that blossomed on the stone platform, the three winning warriors all looked in awe, as if they were worshipping a divine miracle. No, it's a miracle. Matriarch, is there anything I need to pay attention to after entering the Gate of Trials? Winning Battle asked nervously. Windwolf and Winnie also looked at Linfeng with nervous faces. They were instinctively in awe of this unknown miracle, even though they were now NPCs recognized by the Human Emperor. There's nothing you need to pay attention to, just listen to my command. It doesn't matter if you get hurt or die within the illusion. It's just an illusion. It doesn't do any harm to your real bodies. Linfeng laughed. He could understand their nervousness. They were, after all, the original inhabitants of the savage world, and not understanding how the illusionary realm existed, it was normal for them to be fearful. Go in there a few more times and you'll get used to it. The four of them ascended the stone platform together, which was illuminated by the ball of light like day. Linfeng stepped forward and gently touched the blue ball of light to enter the illusion. In the next second, the four of them had appeared in a wasteland. Unlike the illusionary realm that players entered, inside this illusionary realm, there were no stone tablets for first pass records or speed pass records. Is this inside the illusion? So real. Winnie surveyed the surroundings in amazement, looking exactly the same as the players who entered the savage world for the first time. This illusion realm was generated based on the Jackal tribe, and our enemies, too, will be a group of jackals. Wind Wolf, you won't have any psychological burden, right? Linfeng asked jokingly. No, since it's an illusion, naturally it's all fake. Wind Wolf shook his head decisively. Besides, even if it's real, for the sake of the tribe, I won't be soft. After becoming an NPC, his thinking had shifted under the influence of the system to absolute loyalty to Linfeng and the Gunstar tribe. From the Jackal's point of view, it had been a complete wolf trader. 250. Very good. Linfeng nodded with a light smile. Just now, when he browsed the forums, there were also some players discussing the situation in the illusionary realm. From their discussions, Linfeng also had a rough understanding of this illusionary realm. 30 veteran players, divided into 3 teams, entered the illusionary realm. One of the teams, Dacheng and Wine Over Wine, both chose the left outpost and encountered the boss Shattered Throat Blood Axe. And then it all went down in a regiment with a roar from Shattered Throat Blood Axe. Windflower's team chose the outpost on the right, and the boss in the outpost was hunting Bear Blood Axe. They were not as strong as the first 2 teams, and before the boss's skills could be forced out, they were already reunited. New players, there is also a part of the group into the illusionary realm to break into a little, but the boss are not even forced out by the small monsters to the group destroyed. There was even a group of smart new players who bypassed the 2 outposts and attacked the horde under the giant tree. It was said that just after entering the horde, the bosses and mini-monsters from the left and right outposts rushed en masse, and together with the jackals from the horde, they wrapped them up in a dumpling. It was a horrible death. Obviously, a direct attack on the center horde is not advisable, and you have to clear out the minions and boss off the left and right outposts first. Linfeng and the others walked towards the direction of the sky-high trees for a few minutes before the Jackal tribe and the 2 outposts to the left and right came into view. Linfeng thought about it and decided to start with the post on the left, the one guarded by Shattered Throat Blood Axe. Chapter 56, The Confidence of a Hexagonal Warrior. Winning Battle. Wind Wolf, you 2 and I will storm the Jackal post together. Win E, just hide in the distance and shoot arrows. If any jackals come after you, I will help you stop them. Linfeng said. The 4 of them, there was quite a difference in strength. After he completed the quest to exterminate the Jackalese tribe, his level had reached level 6, and he was only a few dozen experience points short of level 7. During the day, 30 veteran players had approached him to learn beginner skills. All 4 primary skills consumed 100 experience points, and after the player learned them, he could share 20% of them, or 20 points. 30 players learning the skill brought him a total of 600 experience points. Add to that the 1% of experience value he shared when the player completed the mission, and it added up to more than 100 points. In just 1 day's time, he had actually gained more than 700 points of experience value. The level goes straight from 6 to 8. Right now, His full attributes were 21 points. Definitely not weaker than any boss in the illusionary realm. At least not weaker than the first two bosses. Of course, it was the first day that players all came to learn the skills that he was able to reap so much experience value. After the players had learned the skills, the speed at which he gained experience value would naturally slow down. But when new players come into the game, he'll have more than enough to harvest another wave of experience. It's a long-term deal. Winning the battle level is level 5. The Wind Wolf level is level 4. The two people in their own skills. Encounter ordinary jackals can also 1 to 3 without losing the wind. The weakest is Winnie. He also shared more than 100 experience points from the players today, going from level 0 to level 1, but was still no match for the Jackal. So Lin Feng arranged him to shoot arrows from a distance. He came with the Eagle Eyes skill after all, and Eagle Eyes, which on the skill description was enhanced vision, actually had a certain level of accuracy in archery. After all, if you can see correctly, you will naturally shoot more accurately. Patriarch, I'm a little scared. Looking at the jackals that kept walking in the outpost, Winnie said nervously. The hand holding the bow trembled a little. He was, after all, only a 12-year-old child, and everything in the illusion was so real that nervousness and fear was a proper reaction. What are you afraid of? This is an illusion. It's all fake. Lin Feng smiled and rubbed his head. Besides, even if it's real, we'll still protect you. In fact, this challenge to the illusion realm, with or without Winnie, had little impact on the overall strength. The reason for bringing him in was also to familiarize him with the real world and prepare him for real-world battles in the future. Aha! Winnie nodded vigorously, trying to overcome the tension in his heart. These are fake. I'm not scared. I'm not afraid even if it's true. I'm going to be a strong warrior. He mentally cheered himself on. Okay, let's go. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he was already carrying a wooden stick and rushed up ahead of the others. Wind Wolf and Winning Battle followed close behind. The 20 jackals in the outpost were originally patrolling aimlessly, and when they saw the 3 Lin Fengs rushing over, they immediately became alert. Human! Tear them apart! What's with the jackal? What the hell? Tear them together! 20 jackals swarmed up. Lin Feng, who was at the front, was the first to make contact with the jackals. He raised the wooden stick in his hand and smashed it against the jackals in front of him, with a strength value of up to 21 points. It was simply not something that an ordinary jackal could resist. His 21 points of agility value, moreover, allowed him to strike as fast as lightning, so that ordinary jackals would not be able to react in time. With a bang, before the wolfsbane in the jackal's hand could be raised, he was hit in the head by Lin Feng's baton and planted on the ground. Lin Feng attacked one after another, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, basically one jackalope per stick. Occasionally a smash misses and it's just a matter of adding another bat. Winning Battle and Wind Wolf also battled the jackals. The two were also extremely strong, each facing the attacks of 2 or 3 jackals at the same time without losing the slightest bit of ground. Winnie stood at a distance, drew his bow and took careful aim, and shot an arrow. The arrow whizzed through the air and struck a jackal squarely in the shoulder socket, and the jackal that was shot let out a scream. As an original inhabitant of the barbarian world, Winnie had practiced archery since he was a child, and his archery skills were much better than those of the players. Under the attack of Lin Feng's 20 jackals quickly died or were injured by more than half. A roar rang out as the tent was torn apart from the inside, and the tall Shattered Throat Blood Axe rushed out of it. Wow! How did Shattered Throat get so tall? Wind Wolf, who was very familiar with Shattered Throat, couldn't help but let out a gasp when he saw this Shattered Throat Blood Axe in the illusion. If only I could get that tall and powerful. I'll take care of him. You guys go on with the other jackals, Lin Feng said, already taking the initiative to meet the Shattered Throat Blood Axe. According to players' analysis on the forums, the power value of Shattered Throat Blood Axe was estimated to be over 20 points. His strength value was 21 points, and he didn't know which was stronger or weaker. Lin Feng wasn't worried. Not only did he have 21 points of strength value, he also had 21 points of agility and constitution. Even if his strength value was slightly weaker than the Shattered Throat Blood Axe, he could still finish him off with his agility and physique. That's the confidence of a hexagonal warrior. Human race, suffer death. When Shattered Throat Blood Axe saw that Lin Feng was unknowingly taking the initiative to meet him, he shouted angrily and slammed his baton at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't show any weakness either. He raised his wooden stick and directly met him. With a bang, the two sticks clashed together, but it was Lin Feng who had a slight advantage. The wolfsbane in the hands of the Shattered Throat Blood Axe was smashed straight back by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart was greatly determined. This boss's power value, judging from the exchange just now, was at most 20 points. The strongest attributes of the boss were inferior to his, and he had already eaten this boss. The only thing to control is to not let him go into a berserk state. In fact, even if the boss went into a berserk state, he wouldn't necessarily be unable to defeat it. It's just that he didn't want to add variables to the fight. Don't kill all the jackals, leave one or two. Lin Feng shouted towards winning battle and win wolf. According to players' analysis, as long as they don't kill all the small monsters, the boss won't go into a berserk state. The players summarized the strategy. He naturally had to make use of it, and could not live up to the sacrifices of the players. Yes, although winning battle and win wolf did not understand why they had to keep one or two jackals, they still responded with a mouthful. It doesn't matter if the patriarch's command is clear or not. What matters is that it is followed. Lin Feng swung the wooden stick in his hand and smashed it successively into the Shattered Throat Blood Axe. Shattered Throat Blood Axe raised his wolf Feng stick and fought back, but he was losing ground and was being pressed by Lin Feng. The two had similar strength values, but the difference in agility and physique was too great. Especially the difference in agility allowed Lin Feng to swing the bat faster. With the same strength, the faster you swing the bat, the more powerful it will naturally be. Shattered Throat Blood Axe retreated more than 10 meters in a row under Lin Feng's furious storm of attacks, and looked to be tired of dealing with it. He could only perform a stunt to turn the tide of battle, only to see him suddenly grow his mouth, revealing his sharp fangs and letting out a loud roar towards Lin Feng. Invisible sound waves attacked Lin Feng. Chapter 57, Skill the Lion's Roar. Lin Feng had naturally known that Shattered Throat Blood Axe would have this move when he was watching the players' discussions on the forums about the illusionary realm, but it was useless to know. A sonic attack. Other than covering his ears, he really didn't know how to resist it, and he wasn't stupid enough to plug his ears. He wanted to try and see if he could harden himself against the Shattered Throat Blood Axe's sonic attack as a way of determining if the stun effect of this sonic attack was related to his own attributes. If it can be resisted, it means that it must be associated with some property. The roar rang in his ears, and Lin Feng only felt that his eardrums hurt as if they had been pricked by needles, but there was no feeling of vertigo. As it turns out, the stun effect really isn't fixed. It is likely to be associated with one of the four attributes: strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence. Agility can be ruled out first, and intelligence is unlikely. Most likely it's strength or physique. Lin Feng sighed softly. The trouble with being omnipotent was that one simply didn't know which aspect of one's abilities played a role. Resisting Shattered Throat Blood Axe's roar, Lin Feng directly bullied his way forward and swung his wooden stick to smash it. Shattered Throat Blood Axe hurriedly swung his wolf tooth stick to resist, but Lin Feng sent the stick flying from his hand. Immediately afterward, the wooden stick landed on his skull with a thunderous force. Shattered Throat Blood Axe let out a miserable scream, only to feel his eyes go black and nearly faint, followed by batting second and third. Shattered Throat Blood Axe's huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Lifeless, the two remaining jackals can be killed. Lin Feng shouted towards winning battle and win wolf, who were not far away. The two had left two jackals unkilled, one for each of them, and were leading them in skittering circles. Okay. Receiving Lin Feng's instructions, the two of them immediately stopped and brutally killed the jackals chasing after them. The two of them then joined Win Yi and quickly came to Lin Feng's side. On the grass, the body of Shattered Throat Blood Axe faded and disappeared, leaving behind only a book with a golden cover. Skill book. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Exploding skill books is the patent of NPCs. Players will only explode equipment when they challenge the illusion. Only he will explode skill books when he brings NPCs to challenge the illusion. After he and other NPCs learn skills through skill books, players then approach them to learn them. What is this book? Winnie also saw the skill book on the ground and asked curiously. This was bestowed upon us by His Majesty, the Emperor of Man, after we defeated the powerful monsters within the illusory territory. This kind of book is called a skill book, and it contains powerful skills. In addition to skill books, His Majesty the Human Emperor may also bestow us with powerful equipment. Lin Feng bent down and picked up the skill book on the ground. The illusionary realm's drop was said by him to be a gift from His Majesty. It's all the same thing anyway. He glanced at the name of the skill book on the cover. The Lion's Roar. Why do jackals roar like lions? What an inexplicable setup. He flipped through the books and naturally saw the skill descriptions. Lion's Roar, gather all the strength of your body and let out a huge roar, inflicting sonic attacks on the enemy. There is a certain probability to stun the enemy. The greater the difference in power value, the higher the probability of stun. Cooling time, 10 minutes. Racial requirements, none. Departmental requirements, strength. Level requirement, 5. Attribute requirements, 20 points of strength. Lin Feng himself was able to learn the full range of skills, and his power points were already over 20, so he could directly learn the Lion's Roar skill. If players want to learn it, the strength system players can only exceed 20 points of strength value after level 7 to fulfill the requirement of learning the skill. Human players of other lineages need to wait until level 15 to gather 20 points of power. On the contrary, the Jackal player, 1/999, only needed to level up to level 5 to learn it. Lin Feng opened the skill book and chose to learn it. The skill book in his hand turned into a golden stream of light and merged into his body. In the skill bar, the Lion's Roar had appeared. At the same time he saw the experience points needed for players to learn the Lion's Roar. 500 points, with a learning requirement of 500 experience points. It was estimated that most players wouldn't be able to afford to learn it until they had risen to level 11. The three of them, winning battle, watched the scene of Lin Feng learning a skill with astonished gazes. It's worthy of being bestowed by His Majesty, the Emperor of Man. It's amazing. Okay, let's move on to attacking the next post, Lin Feng said. Later on, you can test the power of the Lion's Roar on the second boss. The outpost on the right was similar to the one on the left, with 20 jackal monsters. After Lin Feng's 4 killed half of the monsters, the boss hunting bear blood axe jumped out of the tent. Like the shattered throat blood axe in front of it, the bear hunt blood axe's body was much more massive than in reality, emphasizing the boss status. Lin Feng directly carried his wooden stick to meet him. Human race, suffer death. Bear hunt blood axe's lines were all exactly the same as shattered throat blood axe's, and after a roar of rage, he slammed his stick at Lin Feng. Lin Feng swung his bat to meet him. Only a muffled bang was heard, and each of the 2 sticks bounced away, neither one taking advantage of the situation. Lin Feng felt the vibrations coming from his tiger's mouth and looked at the hunting bear with a little more surprise. He himself had only sparred with the hunting bear by utilizing his speed advantage, indicating that the hunting bear's strength value was still above his own. Since there was no advantage in strength, there was no need to fight hard. With a sway of his body, he had arrived at the flank of the hunting bear and slammed his stick into the back of the hunting bear. The hunting bear hurriedly turned to resist, but he didn't want Lin Feng's strike to be a false move. The wooden stick in his hand was instantly withdrawn, and the person had circled around to his back, a blow to the back of his head. The hunting bear stumbled from the smash and took 2 or 3 steps toward the front before he could stabilize himself. The pain in the back of his head caused him to let out a roar as he turned around and rushed towards Lin Feng, slamming a heavy stick at him. Lin Feng, however, didn't clash with him, dodging to avoid his attack. Moving his feet quickly, had circled around to his side and smashed his shoulder with a stick. Lin Feng just wandered around the hunting bear's side, looking for gaps to keep attacking. The hunting bear roared angrily as he was beaten, but the disadvantage in speed made it impossible for him to touch Lin Feng's clothes. Damn human race, go to hell! The hunting bear roared violently and raised the wooden stick in his hand high in the air, but instead of smashing it at Lin Feng, he smashed it into the ground as if he was venting. The wooden stick smashed into the ground with a loud rumbling sound. The ground unexpectedly appeared to undulate in a circle with the hunting bear as the center, spreading towards the periphery like ripples. Wavy undulations came to his feet. Lin Feng only felt a huge tremor under his feet, and his entire body was unexpectedly shaken into the air uncontrollably. This boss actually knows the knockout skill. It's still a group knockout. Lin Feng, who had been shaken into the air, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just wait to kill the boss and drop the skill book for this skill as well. However, the hunting bears took advantage of Lin Feng's gap when he was shaken away and rushed over at full speed, slamming a stick into Lin Feng. Damn human! Let's see how you can still hide this time. Chapter 58, the first piece of equipment. Lin Feng's person was in the air, and there was indeed no way to dodge anymore. Even because he was knocked away too suddenly, he had lost his balance in the air and was unable to use the wooden stick in his hand to block the hunting bear's attack. But he doesn't panic. For one thing, with his high 21-point physique, his life would be safe even if he took a hard hit from a hunting bear. Secondly, he can perform other skills, like the lion's roar. Lin Feng opened his mouth and a huge roar emanated from his throat, turning into invisible sound waves that spread in all directions. The one drawback to this skill is that it will attack all life and range indiscriminately, regardless of enemy. This is a common drawback of ranged attacks. After all, this isn't a real game, and there's no such thing as friendly immunity for ranged attacks. Unlike other games where skills are randomly placed and hitting friendly units doesn't do any damage, so be careful when casting ranged attacks. The sound waves spread out, and the hunting bear, who was only a step away from Lin Feng, bore the brunt of it. He only felt a roar in his ears. His mind instantly stopped and he entered a state of vertigo. The wolf toothstick that was swung at Lin Feng naturally stopped. Lin Feng, who had been shaken into the air, twisted his waist and landed firmly on the ground with his powerful core strength. The hunting bears had also slowly recovered from their stunned state. Only the Lin Feng in front of them still had a few heavy shadows. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let go of this rare opportunity. His feet pushed hard and rushed towards the hunting bears. The wooden stick in his hand smashed into the hunting bear without mercy. Skill Tiger Strike. Hunting bear hurriedly swung his stick to block, but because he had not yet completely recovered from the stun, he misread the trajectory of the attack of the wooden stick and blocked alone. With a bang, the wooden stick that had been augmented by the Tiger Strike slammed heavily into the top of the hunting bear's head. The hunting bear cried out in misery as blood flowed down from his head and into his eyes, blurring his vision. The next battle was out of suspense. Under Lin Feng's continuous attacks, the hunting bear's huge body collapsed to the ground. The body slowly fades, disappears, leaving only a handsome black leather armor on the ground. No skill books were popped out, so Lin Feng was a bit sorry. It's okay to pop a piece of equipment though. Lin Feng took a few steps forward and picked up the black leather armor on the ground. The equipment produced by the realm of illusion doesn't have attribute descriptions such as defense, attack, or anything like that. For example, in the case of defenses, the strength of the defense all depends on the material, and you need to judge for yourself based on the effect of the actual battle. At the same time, there is no defense bonus for unprotected locations. For example, this leather armor, worn on the body, is to protect the front chest and back. The head and limbs are completely unprotected. The same goes for weapons. There will not be a numerical value for attack power. The strength will only depend on whether the material is tough and sharp. There would only be one attribute displayed on the equipment, and that was the additional 4-dimensional attribute. Strength value, agility value, physique value, intelligence value. Each piece of equipment that comes with one or more of the 4-dimensional attributes, with varying values. Generally speaking, the more valuable the equipment, the higher the 4-dimensional attributes attached to it. Players can use this to roughly judge the value of the equipment. Attributes attached to equipment are only effective for players and NPCs. Other people wearing equipment produced by the system can only enjoy the performance of the equipment itself, and the 4-dimensional attribute bonus is not effective. Lin Feng picked up the black leather armor and checked the attributes of the leather armor. Dark black leather armor. Strength +1. A little bit of attribute is just a bailout, and that's probably the most basic white suit. This bear hunt blood axe is at least a boss, and it's popping this kind of trash equipment? Lin Feng wore the leather armor on his body with a disgusted face. Even more trashy equipment was stronger than this rhinoceros leather armor on him. The rhinoceros leather armor he was wearing was also rewarded by the system, but unfortunately it did not add any attributes, so naturally it was inferior to this black leather armor. The replaced rhinoceros leather armor was treated as a quest reward, and it was good to find a chance to reward the player. Matriarch, this leather armor is so cool. Winnie looked at the brand new black leather armor on Lin Feng with envy in his gaze. Ha, don't worry. You guys will have a few more illusions in the future. Lin Feng surveyed the leather armor he was wearing and laughed. Not to mention, this leather armor is not known to be made of the skin of what beast? The body is black. The texture is tough. Wearing on the body does have so many handsome. Having raided the left and right outposts, their goal, now, was only the centermost tribe of jackals. The 4 men came to the front of the horde and, using the cover of the bushes, surveyed the interior. A large group of jackals were walking from tent to tent in the tribe. Lin Feng roughly counted at least 40 to 50 of them. Can't see the figure of the final boss. I guess it's the same as Shattered Throat and Hunting Bear. They are hiding in the tent and will only appear after triggering some kind of condition. Meanwhile, among the 40 to 50 jackals, there were a few jackals that were clearly taller than the others, but not as tall as the 2 bosses in front of them. It should be an elite monster. Do it, protect yourself, it's okay to die out if you can't. Lin Feng said, facing 40 to 50 jackals. He wasn't capable of fighting while still protecting Winnie and the 3 of them from death. They weren't high-leveled and weak right now, so they really couldn't help much. Of course, later on, when they leveled up, they would become a powerful aid. Yes, the 3 winning battle people nodded in unison. Go! Lin Feng got up from the bushes and rushed towards the jackal horde first, with the winning battle trio following close behind. The appearance of the 4 immediately drew the attention of the jackals in the tribe. In technical terms, it's pulling in the hate. Human, tear them apart. What's with the jackal? What the hell? Tear them together. The gargoyles, with lines similar to the ones inside the first 2 outposts, wailed and charged. 40 to 50 jackals, like a raging tide, instantly drowned the 3 Lin Fongs who were rushing ahead. Win Yi, on the other hand, hid in the distance and kept shooting with his bow. A few jackals noticed him and rushed towards him. Lin Fong was surrounded by jackals. He only felt that there were jackals in front and behind him, and a wolf tooth stick received like rain towards him. No matter how fast he was, he would not be able to withstand such a dense attack. He also gave up resisting, relying entirely on his up to 21-point physique to fight hard, and raised the wooden stick in his hand to the jackal in front of him. 1 or 2, 3 at the most, would smash a jackal. This was also thanks to the fact that the jackals were armed with wolfsbane sticks, which were blunt weapons that inflicted limited damage in the face of his super high physique. If the jackals were holding sharp weapons, such as swords and spears, and stabbed them in, he wouldn't be able to carry them, unless his defense can be so high that these weapons don't break against him, while he could resist the siege of the jackal people. Wind Wolf and Winning Battle couldn't carry it. Under the attacks from all sides by the jackal people, the two of them quickly died in battle and exited the illusionary realm. Winnie was also approached by a few jackals and sent out. I'll fight you. On the stone platform of the Gate of Trials, Winnie struggled with his hands, his mind still stuck on the fact that he was fighting the jackal in the illusion a second before. Win Yi, we've come out. Winning Battle stepped forward and patted Win Yi's shoulder as he shouted. Only then did Win Yi react, lowering his hands and scratching his head in slight embarrassment. Chapter 59, The Final Boss. Worthy of being an illusion constructed by His Majesty the Human Emperor. It's just too real, especially the pain when I was hit. I almost fainted. Recalling the pain of being clubbed to death by the jackals in the illusionary realm, Wind Wolf couldn't help but shiver. These guys, they show no mercy to their own kind. Simply no wolf. Unlike the players, who can adjust the pain level downwards. A more intense fight won't feel particularly painful as long as the pain level is turned down. NPCs are different. The pain they suffered in the Phantasmagoria was real, though they would likewise not actually die. Those with less willpower may die once in the illusion and not dare to go back in. Of course, after practicing in real battles in the fantasy world time and time again, and after getting used to the pain from injuries, you will become more courageous in real battles as well. The pain is indeed too intense. Win-Win nodded with deep sympathy, then patted Ying Yi's shoulder. Ying Yi, you can still carry it, can't you? His greatest worry was that Ying Yi would not be able to withstand the pain from the battle. Ying Yi was, after all, only a 12-year-old child. Unlike him, he had hunted outside all these years and didn't know how many fierce beasts he had encountered and how many times he had been injured. Pain was something he had long been accustomed to. No problem. Ying Yi nodded vigorously. It did hurt, so much that for a moment he thought about giving up. Anyway, the patriarchs were so strong and had so many skyfallers to help them. Wouldn't it be better to hide behind them and enjoy themselves? But he quickly dismissed the thought and was ashamed to have had it. A man himself. I'm going to become strong and help the patriarch lead the tribe to rise together. So, no matter how much pain, I'm not afraid. Ying Yi's gaze became firm. Touching his firm gaze, Winning Battle smiled in relief. Not bad. Worthy of our Win Clan's men. Winning Battle smiled and patted his shoulder. I wonder how the patriarch is doing and if he can beat those jackals. Ying Yi said with worry as he remembered the patriarch who was still struggling in the illusionary realm. The matriarch is so strong. It will be fine. Wind Wolf looked confident. Now, he had become a staunch follower of Lin Fong, a loyal devotee of His Majesty the Human Emperor, loyal to the point that even if Lin Fong asked him to dig up the jackal's ancestral graves, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. He didn't see it as a betrayal. The jackals also have a human character within them, and having a human character means that they are more or less related to the human race. How can serving the human race be called betrayal? Illusion. Lin Fong kept waving the wolf toothstick in his hand and fought furiously with the jackals. The jackal's wolfsbane slammed into him with a muffled thump. The bone and stone fragments on the wolfsbane slashed his skin, making him bruised and battered. Although he did his best to protect his head, he still took a few unavoidable blows to the head, and blood flowed out. The whole person looked like a bloodbath god of war. It had to be said that the black leather armor that Hunting Bear had burst out of the ground had helped him a lot in the battle at the moment. Although the black leather armor only added a little bit of strength, the material was exceptionally tough. The jackal's wolfsbane slammed into the leather armor, and the bone and stone fragments on the wolfsbane simply couldn't cut through the leather armor's defenses enough to cause damage to his flesh. Scratches from bone and stone fragments aside, the smashes caused by blunt weapons were quite bearable against his whopping 21-point physique. Without the protection of the black leather armor, the wounds on his body would definitely be more than double. To him, the loss of stamina caused by bleeding wounds could be much more serious than the damage caused by the smashing of the wolfsbane. He naturally watched the death of the 3 winning warriors in battle, and could not help but sigh that the team was too small in number, and that they would indeed suffer in this illusionary battle. It's much easier to switch to 10 players and only have to deal with 4 or 5 jackals per player. The wound was bleeding and his strength was declining. Not only was his physical strength declining, but the pain coming from one of the wounds on his body was hitting his mental defenses. It was all he could do to grit his teeth and hold on for dear life, to keep himself from being crushed by the pain. This was the heaviest injury he had received since he was reborn. Although there was no death in the illusion, the pain at the wound was real. He couldn't help but start envying the players. If only he could regulate his pain level too. He had a hunch that there might be NPCs in the future that were afraid to enter the illusion because they were afraid of pain. Of course, if there really was such an NPC, he would definitely strip it of its NPC status unless it really had special talents. No pain, no gain. If you can't even endure this pain, what qualifications do you have to become an NPC and gain the qualifications to become a strong person? Ah! Lin Feng roared angrily as the skill lion's roar was unleashed, stunning the group of jackals around him. It also takes the pain out of your body. With that, he took out his own pain on the stunned jackals around him. Stick after stick slammed into the jackal's skull. The high strength value of 22 points made his attacks exceptionally terrifying. Stunned jackals were basically killed in one hit when he smashed their skulls with his rod. Even the elite monsters that were a bit taller were no exception. After killing 5 or 6 jackals in a row, he finally killed a gap from the jackal's encirclement and rushed out of the encirclement. In the battle just now, he had turned on defense enhancement in the middle of the jackal's siege, which barely managed to carry the siege. If he didn't rush out quickly, he definitely wouldn't last long enough to kill all the jackals, and he himself would fall first. The 3 winning warriors had all been killed in battle. No one helped him share the jackal's attacks, and it was absolutely the most foolish behavior to foolishly steal himself with the jackals again. Compared to the jackals, he had an absolute advantage in speed, and the best plan was naturally the kite tactic. The jackals awoke from their dizziness and saw that Lin Feng had broken out of the encirclement, wailing and charging. Lin Feng took a swing towards the jackal that rushed at the front. Not caring if he killed the other party or not, he turned around and ran. After running a few steps to put some distance between himself and the charging jackal, he turned back and struck again. The speed of the jackals was too much inferior to his, and whether they were in hot pursuit behind him or detached a part of them to encircle from the side in a circuitous manner, they were never able to effectively close in on him. There were originally 40 to 50 jackals, but he killed a few by carrying them hard, and a few more after he stunned them with his lion's roar, leaving a total of only 30 or so chasing him. 30 or so jackals, no less, no more. Under his kite, the jackals continued to fall, their numbers dwindling. Lin Feng had thought that the final boss would be the same as the previous 2 bosses, appearing when half of the small monsters had died, but there were already less than 10 jackals chasing after him, and the boss still had no intention of coming out. No regard whatsoever for the little brother. With less than 10 jackals left, Lin Feng naturally had no need to kite anymore and turned around to kill them one by one in a frontal battle. Soon the last jackal fell to his rod. He stood on the grass, covered in blood, and all around him, the bodies of jackals. Blood flowed, coloring the yellow-green grass red. A roar rang out as the largest tent was torn open, and the 3-meter-tall berserker blood axe roared out of the tent. The weapon in his hand was also no longer the giant wolfsbane in reality, but a blood-red long-handled battle axe. The handle of the battle axe was about 1.78 meters in length, and the blade of the axe was 50 to 60 centimeters long, shining with a blood-colored light under the sunlight. With the blood-colored long axe in his hand, it instantly made the name of Mad Slaughter Blood Axe true to its name. Human, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Berserker Blood Axe glanced at the jackal corpses all over the ground. His eyes flashed red and he roared as he rushed towards Lin Feng. Chapter 60, Scarlet Battle Axe. Being a boss, Mad Butcher's speed was also extremely fast, rushing in front of Lin Feng like a chariot and slashing his axe. Lin Feng hurriedly raised the wooden stick in his hand to fend it off. Only a whooshing sound was heard as the sharp axe blade swept through the middle of the wooden stick, and the wooden stick in Lin Feng's hand snapped with a sound. Your sister! Lin Feng threw aside the half-broken stick in his hand and cursed in a low voice. Should it be so real? It's just an illusion. Can't I block the tomahawk with a stick? Berserkers missed with one blow, and the second axe had already chopped over. Lin Feng didn't have a weapon, so he could only dodge and evade. A 21-point constitution value was indeed not low, but it was not yet at the point where he could use his physical body to fend off a battle axe. Mad Butcher swung his axe into the wind, chopping horizontally and vertically, left and right. Each axe is powerful and heavy, with a whistling wind sound. It was a good thing that jackals belonged to the strength family, and their agility was always a bit worse, even for a big boss like berserkers. Judging from Mad Butcher's speed, Lin Feng estimated that his agility value should be between 15 and 18 points, which was at least 3 points lower than himself. The difference in agility of over 3 points allowed Lin Feng to be able to barely dodge under Mad Butcher's frantic attacks without being hit. But you can't kill the boss by just dodging. You have to find a way to fight back. Lin Feng dodged the attacks while thinking about how to return the favor and deal damage to the boss. If he was a pure strength-based warrior fighting barehanded against a long-handled weapon, the only way to do so without being able to use skills like Qigong Wave or Gangchi Slash was to cut in front of the boss and get into a close-quarters tussle. But look at Mad Butcher's 3-meter height, and he might not be able to take advantage of it in a close-quarters tussle. The good thing was, he wasn't a pure strength-based warrior, but a hexagonal warrior with all 4 faculties. Intelligence skills, he knows them too. With the opening of Gale Steps, his speed instantly increased by 50%, and in an instant, he had already opened a distance of 20 to 30 meters from the boss. Human, don't try to escape. Berserkers still thought that he wanted to escape and shouted angrily, carrying his battle axe and charging over at a fast pace. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth hooked up into a light smile as the skill magic bullet was unleashed. A pale white magic bullet appeared out of thin air and shot towards Mad Butcher. So what if the boss is strong in melee? So what if the axe is sharp? With his speed advantage and magic bullets, he could easily kite them to death. As for why you didn't use magic bullet when kiting that horde of small monsters just now? Lin Feng admitted that he was used to close combat and had just gotten too high from fighting and forgot that he had such a long-range skill. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that the boss was so strong that it split his weapon with a single axe, he would have chosen melee combat as well, instead of kiting the opponent with magic bullets. The magic bullet that shone with a white light drew an arc in the air and smashed into Mad Butcher. His intelligence value was a few points higher than the highest-ranked intelligence player, and the power of his magic bullets was naturally much stronger. Mad Butcher, who was charging, didn't flash or avoid, and directly slashed his axe at the incoming magic bullet. The axe blade struck the magic bullet, which blossomed with dazzling white light and exploded. Berserker's charging momentum also stopped at the explosion, and the shockwave from the blast struck him, causing him to let out a roar of pain. Lin Feng waved his hand again, and another magic bullet shot towards Mad Butcher. Mad Butcher had just suffered a loss, and this time he learned the hard way, dodging to the side in a flash. The magic bullet hit the ground, and immediately dirt flew across the ground, blowing a large crater 30 to 40 centimeters deep in the grass. Lin Feng backed up while magic bullets were fired. 3 in a row, all of which were dodged by Mad Butcher. Only 3 large craters were blasted into the grass. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. This magic bullet is good at everything. Short cooldown and powerful enough. It just doesn't have the ability to lock on to a target and track hits. It doesn't shoot fast enough either. If the enemy is held back by friendly melee in a group battle, the magic bullet can still hit slightly harder. In this one-on-one fight, it's very difficult to get a frontal hit when the enemy is slightly more agile. The way to improve the hit rate, naturally, is to close the distance between the enemy. The closer you are, the shorter the reaction time left to the enemy, the higher the hit rate will naturally be. So Lin Feng stopped. The distance between him and berserkers was originally about 30 meters, and he waited until berserkers rushed to within 10 meters, about 7 or 8 meters away from himself, before he cast a magic bullet to attack berserkers. The method worked. Berserk Slaughter, who was quickly charging towards him, saw the magic bullets coming towards him and hastily dodged. But the speed of his forward charge coupled with the speed of the magic bullets made it too late for him to completely dodge them. The magic bullet hit his left shoulder and exploded. The light from the explosion cleared, and his shoulder was already a bloody mess. He roared and continued to charge at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng always maintained a distance of 5 to 10 meters and kept blasting away with magic bullets. With such a close distance, the hit rate of magic bullets was really much higher, and both magic bullets could hit at least one. Berserker was getting hurt under the bombardment of one magic bullet. Damn human race, if you have the ability to stop, fight me squarely, Berserker roared. Lin Feng naturally didn't think that was a capable choice, and ignored him, continuing to use magic to flick kites. A few minutes later, the vile human race. After Mad Butcher angrily shouted out these last words, his huge body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Seeing the boss finally fall, Lin Feng stopped and let out a long breath. finally got through, attacking the Jackal horde. From killing the small monsters to killing the boss, he had continuously fought for close to 20 minutes. Even though his physique was as high as 21 points, he felt very tired. It's good that it's finally over. He walked over towards Mad Butcher's corpse, which gradually disappeared, leaving only a blood-colored battle axe on the ground. It's not like they popped a skill book. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He didn't even know what the skill of the last boss was. Berserkers hardly released any skills from the beginning until his death. The first two mini-bosses had skills, and as the final boss, it was naturally impossible for Mad Butcher to not have skills. Lin Feng guessed that Berserker's skill should be a melee skill. He had been kite from a distance by himself and hadn't had the chance to cast it. After all, unleashing a melee skill in place when you can't hit your opponent sounds pretty silly. Being the final boss with his own pride, Berserkers naturally wouldn't do such a stupid and embarrassing thing. Poor guy. Although no skill books were popped, it was quite good to have a piece of equipment popped, especially if it was a weapon. Finally, no more fighting with handmade sticks. Lin Feng picked up the Scarlet Battle Axe on the ground and checked his attributes. Scarlet Tomahawk. Strength +5. Not bad. Looking at the attributes of the Scarlet Battle Axe, Lin Feng's heart was delighted. The Scarlet Battle Axe added 5 points of strength and the black leather armor added 1 point of strength, increasing his strength value by 6 points out of nowhere, equal to the power value gained by leveling up 3 levels. The next time he challenged Mirage Realm and encountered Mad Butcher, there was absolutely no need for him to use Magic Bullet to slowly kite his opponent. He could use Scarlet Battle Axe to fight him head-on. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully cleared Jackal Horde normal and has received a mystic reward. Being the owner of the system, he could obtain a mysterious reward for the first time he cleared any illusion. It was said to be a mysterious reward, but in actuality, it was a randomly selected item of props given to him, which might be equipment, skills, or something else. It's all about luck. Mystery reward drawing in progress. Chapter 61 Proof of Hidden Race Advancement. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mysterious reward Proof of Hidden Race Jackal Progression. The system's voice echoed in Lin Feng's ears. Passing the Jackal illusion and obtaining Jackal-related props would make sense. What's the point of this thing, though? Lin Feng opened the system and checked the attributes of the Hidden Race Jackal Progression Certificate. Because it was a system prop, it did not exist as an entity and was stored directly in the put system. Proof of advancement of the hidden race. The Jackals. After use, the Hidden Race Jackal can be advanced to a higher level hidden race related to the Jackal. The direction of advancement is random. Please use with caution. Upon use, all Jackal players and Jackal NPCs within the tribe are automatically transformed into the new race and retain their original skills. The advancement of the Jackal to a higher level of hidden race sounds pretty good to me. It's just that the direction of progression is randomized, so it wouldn't be good if you progress to some weird race. It's better to get Windwolf's opinion on whether or not to use it. Putting away the loot from clearing the illusory realm, Lin Feng chose to leave the illusory realm, the stone platform of the Gate of Trials. The three of them, winning battle, hadn't left after exiting the illusionary realm, instead choosing to wait for Lin Feng on the stone platform. Expect Lin Feng to successfully pass the illusion. A light flashed, and Lin Feng, who was wearing black leather armor and carrying a blood-colored battle axe, appeared on the stone platform. Seeing the blood-colored battle axe behind him, the three winning battle people couldn't help but stare. There's surprise, there's envy. As a warrior, who wouldn't want to have such a cool weapon? Patriarch, the blood-colored axe on your back is so domineering. Was it also bestowed by His Majesty the Human Emperor? Winnie couldn't help but ask. That's right, I defeated the ultimate Jackal leader, and His Majesty, the Emperor of Men, bestowed this weapon upon me. Lin Feng said, worthy of His Majesty the Human Emperor. Winning battle couldn't help but sigh. It would be nice to have one for myself sometime. By the way, I also obtained an item in the illusionary realm, which was also bestowed by His Majesty the Human Emperor. Should this item be used? Lin Feng looked to the side at Windwolf, who was listening like a story. Windwolf, it's time to get your opinion. Me? The Windwolf looked surprised. Well, His Majesty, the Emperor of Men, has bestowed upon me an item that will elevate the Jackal race to a higher level. After using it, both you and the Skyfaller, who appears in the image of a Jackal, will become the new race. The new race is only guaranteed to be related to the Jackals, but not sure exactly what race. You are the only Jackal NPC in our tribe. I would like to hear your opinion on whether or not to use it. Lin Feng explained. After hearing this, Windwolf thought seriously and asked, will it become stronger? He didn't care if he was a Jackal or not. all he cared about was, if he could get stronger. Stronger in order to provide more help to the patriarch and shine for the great cause of the rise of the human race. Since it's a higher level race, it should be stronger. Lin Feng said with some uncertainty. After all, it's random, and it's anyone's guess what ends up coming with it. I believe that since it is something bestowed by His Majesty, the human emperor, it will never be bad. Patriarch, I hope you can use it. Wind Wolf said firmly. He did believe in the patriarch and in His Majesty, the human emperor. Good. Lin Feng nodded. Since Wind Wolf had already agreed to use it, there was naturally no reason for him not to use it. Entering the system, he found the prop proof of hidden race Jackal advancement and chose to use it. Congratulations to the host. The hidden race Jackal has advanced to the hidden race werewolf. The prop was successfully used, and the system's pleasant voice echoed beside Lin Feng's ears. A werewolf? Just one word missing? Lin Feng was thinking about the difference between a jackal and a werewolf, when the wind wolf in front of him was already covered in a glow, and the system began to transform him from a jackal to a werewolf. Winning battle and winning, he looked at the scene in front of them in amazement. Is this the greatness of His Majesty, the Emperor of Man? It's a miracle. Lin Feng took advantage of the time when the wind wolf was being transformed and evolved to check the attributes of the werewolf. On the initial attributes, there were still 9 points of strength value, 5 points of constitution value, 5 points of agility value, and 2 points of intelligence value. Nothing has changed with the jackalope. Growth attributes, on the other hand, are adjusted to a strength value of 2 points, an agility value of 1 points, a constitution value of 5 points, and an intelligence value of 2 points. A huge boost in physical growth compared to the jackal, paid for by a further drop in intelligence growth. Eyes on the bottom. It's a good thing that the intelligence value affects only spell affinity and has no effect on IQ. Meanwhile, compared to jackals, werewolves have 2 more racial traits, as follows. Werewolves are human. Werewolves can switch between human and werewolf form, and can learn power skills limited to the human race, but can only use them in human form. But you can only use them in human form. In human form, all attributes except intelligence are reduced by 30%, and intelligence is increased by 50%. Full moon, on the night of the full moon, the werewolf is forced to enter werewolf form. All attributes except intelligence are increased by 30%, and intelligence value is decreased by 50%. These 2 characteristics are interesting. In werewolf state, it's 100% attributes. In the human state, the full attributes are reduced by 30%, and intelligence is increased somewhat. That is, in the human state, the attributes are not as good as the average power player. However, on the night of the full moon, after transforming into a werewolf, the full attributes could actually be increased by 30%. It's a horrible addition. Overall, werewolves get stronger physical growth relative to jackals. A high physique means stronger defense and recovery. Coupled with the 2 racial traits, it definitely qualifies as a significant enhancement. In addition to the enhancement in attributes, werewolf players can maintain their human form in normal times, and no longer have to worry about finding a CP because of their weird look. It's also another kind of reinforcement. Spiritual strengthening. Lin Feng could imagine that after he posted this tweet to the official website, there would definitely be people saying that Jackal players were getting epic enhancements and all sorts of acid. The only beneficiary today is Lucky One Cut 999. Of course, this enhancement is nothing in front of the human race's racial talent of all-round proficiency. Not to mention that the hidden race is triggered by chance. Even if they can choose directly, I believe most players will still choose the human race. After all, total mastery smells too good. On the stone platform, the light that enveloped the wind wolf gradually dissipated. Winning battle and winning, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing in front of them. The original naive and cute jackal had disappeared, and in its place was a burly man with a height of about 2 meters and a stout figure. The system also very kindly gave him a set of animal skin clothes to cover his body, made of the same material as those on the player. Windwolf surveyed his hands, torso and limbs in wonder and amazement. I'm becoming human. There was surprise in his tone. As a system-certified NPC, he naturally knew everything about werewolves after transforming into one. It's like the inherited memories of some powerful races. Being able to switch freely between his human form and his werewolf form was a heavenly surprise to him. In the future, he would be able to move around freely in his human form in the tribe without worrying about being looked at differently by the others. Never been subjected to it though. It's also written on the racial talents that werewolves are also human. His own service to the human race became more legitimate. Not only is it in name only, but it's also justified, especially with his skill transform wolf still in place. A normal werewolf could only switch between human and werewolf form, while he could further transform into a real wolf when he turned into a werewolf, equivalent to having 3 forms. Blood Money. Chapter 62. The Patriarch has changed his equipment. The official website for the game. Update Bulletin. The hidden race Jackal has been adjusted and upgraded to a new hidden race werewolf. Werewolf initial attributes. Strength value, 9. Agility, 5. Physique value, 5. Intelligence, 2 points. Werewolf growth attributes. Strength value, 2. 2. Agility value, 1. 1. Body mass value, 1. 5. Intelligence, 0. 2. Racial identity. Werewolves are human. Werewolves can switch between human and werewolf form, and can learn power skills limited to the human race, but can only use them in human form. But they can only be used in human form. Full moon. On the night of the full moon, the werewolf is forced to enter werewolf form. All attributes except intelligence are increased by 30%, and intelligence value is decreased by 50%. The hidden race werewolf is triggered in the same way as Jackal, without change. Players who have chosen the Jackal race will automatically be transformed into a werewolf when they come online, with no change in level or skill. Jackal NPC Wind Wolf, upgraded to Werewolf NPC. After posting the update announcement about werewolves, Lin Feng exited the system and entered Dreamland. Players who had been spamming the official forum saw this update announcement and one by one began to bubble. Unrequited, the couch. Shooting a bit of a library, epic enhancements for Jackal players. At 1/999. Dottie Darko You're Too Beautiful, Son of Version Stonehammer. Ranger, upgrades and enhancements just one day after launch? That doesn't make sense. Wine over 3 rounds, really unreasonable. Strongly request to strengthen the human players as well. All 4-dimensional growth +1. I'm invincible and you're free to do as you please. A liar's game and pretending to update all day to post some update announcement is laughable. Little cutie. Just believe it. Little cutie. Just went to make an appointment. I'm a fish, dude. What's up with that book tab on your homepage? At I'm invincible feel free. I'm not guilty of shooting you, haha. Cutie. It's actually myself. Strong cold spirit, say something bro. At I am invincible at your leisure. According to Lin Feng's settings, players who have entered the game will have the player label. Players who have made reservations will have the reservation tag. This is to make it easier to distinguish between players who are already in the game and those who are cloud players, which are potential players who have made reservations, and which have not and are just up in arms on the official website. People see I'm invincible. You can do whatever you want said who believe who booked who is a little cute, but he himself is wearing the label of reservation. They have spoken out to mock. The comments section is filled with cheer. Except that this brother posted a comment and then disappeared, not bubbling up even after all the ads. I don't know if it's a dive or if it's really gone. Early the next morning, players began to come online one after another. Lin Feng came out of the cave, breathing in the fresh morning air and stretching. Winnie and the other 5 children had already moved to the outer valley to live with Win War and the others, and now the entire cave had become his territory alone. Not to mention, living in a cave is quite comfortable, no worse than living in a house. He had another dream last night and it was outrageous. He dreamed of countless jackals fighting an unknown group of blood-red alien creatures on an unknown planet. The blood-colored alien creatures were strangely shaped, between 3 and 5 meters tall, somewhat like bugs or aliens in sci-fi movies, walking upright. The scarlet alien creatures were few in number, but each one was strong and rushed into the jackals and began to slaughter them. The outrageous thing was that the weapons of this group of jackals were not wolfsbane, but sci-fi-filled laser guns, laser cannons. There were also some jackals that transformed into a 2 or 3 meter tall giant wolf and roared as they rushed towards the blood-colored alien creatures. The strongest one of them was 4 or 5 meters tall after transforming into a giant wolf, and a small mountain collapsed with a single claw. But such a powerful jackal could not take the slightest advantage of fighting the scarlet alien creature one-on-one. Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. It was fortunate that the jackals he encountered weren't this strong, or else the number of players wouldn't be an opponent even if the number of players doubled 100 times. Luckily it was a dream. At the entrance of the cave, Lin Feng was wearing the black leather armor that he had exploded yesterday in the illusionary realm, and he was slung across his back with a blood-colored battle axe that was nearly 2 meters long. The players who had just come online were shocked to see him in this attire. ********* The matriarch has changed his gear. NPCs can still change equipment? It's worthy of being a 100% realism game. It's so real. That blood red long axe is so cool. I want it too. Leather armor is pretty cool too. The players surveyed Linfeng with astonished gazes and murmured. When they went offline yesterday, the patriarch was still armed with a wooden stick, in proper primitive tribal style. After a night's absence, he had changed into a brand new outfit, turning into a fantasy warrior style, which was a far cry from what he had been before. The five of Daching came online together and were preparing to find the clan leader to pick up a hunting quest and level up a bit before going to fight the illusionary realm. Seeing Linfeng in brand new equipment from afar, the five of them were also stunned. The matriarch changed his equipment? It doesn't make sense that an NPC in this game can change equipment, Rangers shouted in awe. In the games he used to play, the models of the NPCs were basically fixed, and the styling wouldn't change from the opening to the closing of the service, which was like this game, where the camp NPCs changed to a new outfit so quickly, progressing faster than their players. What's so strange about that? The game has entered the official sourcebook. Isn't it normal for the matriarch's equipment to be upgraded a bit? Daching looked like he was taking it for granted. The five people came to Linfeng in pairs. Lord Patriarch, we are going to go out hunting to add some food reserves to the tribe, Daching said. According to past experience, after he finished this line, the clan leader would release the hunting mission to them. Very well, I hope you will have a fruitful harvest. With that, Linfeng issued hunting quests for the five people. This time, though, he added an extra line. In the future, for hunting missions, you can also look for winning battle, win wolf, or in E to take them, and you can find them in the outer valley. Linfeng said, decentralizing the authority to issue daily tasks was a decision he had made long ago. After all, with the increasing number of players, it would take up a lot of his time if all the quests had to come to him to pick up. The tribe had many matters for him to deal with, and he couldn't afford to waste most of his time on posting quests. Diverting tasks is the best option. Okay, Daching nodded. Adding NPCs that can take quests is definitely a good thing for them players. After all, the NPC locations in this game were all fluid, and sometimes it took a lot of time to search all over the valley for the NPCs that issued quests. Now that there were more NPCs posting quests, it was naturally easier to find them. Linfeng issued a few quests, and when he saw that no one came looking for him again, he came to the outer valley to inspect the progress of Moz and Luban's construction of the wooden house. Mr. Moz and Mr. Luban had also come online early, and found Pan Xiong and the others in the outer valley, where a group of people were processing wood with the rudimentary tools in their hands. To the side, there was a small half-built wooden house within the residential area that Linfeng had planned. Rows of stakes were buried in the earth to act as a foundation, and the cabin was already partially built on top of the foundation. It does look pretty sturdy. What's being built now is just the model home. Once the prototype house was constructed and confirmed to be sturdy and safe, able to block the wind and rain, he could mobilize all the players to build it together. What's the progress? And roughly when will it be built? Linfeng walked up and asked. Chapter 63. What is an elite warrior? Seeing that it was the patriarch, Moz and Luban, who were processing the wood, hurriedly stopped what they were doing and put fawning smiles on their faces, trying to make a good impression and add some goodwill to the Lord Patriarch. Enlighten my most honorable clan leader. According to the current progress, it is expected to be completed by tomorrow at the earliest. It's actually not difficult to build a wooden house. It's mainly because the tools are too rudimentary that slows down the progress. Moz reported ahead of Lupin, his tone respectful and fawning. Being upstaged by him, Lupin could only stand behind him and skulk. The most honorable patriarch. Isn't that disgusting? As a player, to go so far as to lick an NPC was simply shameless. I, Lupin, am ashamed to be associated with it. Listening to Moz's report, Linfeng nodded. The construction of the settlement was mainly for later, and now that there were not many native inhabitants in the tribe, the progress was not in a hurry. There's no rush on progress, quality comes first. Linfeng instructed. You can rest assured that the quality is guaranteed without any problems. Murray was confident. The structure of the cabin was designed by him using modern building mechanics, so naturally there would be no problems. Very good. Linfeng patted Moz's shoulder in satisfaction. The action sent a wave of ecstasy through Murray. Up. Definitely up. The favorability rating has definitely gone up. On the side, Luban looked at the smug Mercury with an envious and jealous gaze. This time you kid got the jump on me. Next time I'll get ahead of you. Mia walked through the wilderness, followed by a team of well-equipped guards. The Whitewood tribe consists of clansmen with 3 surnames: the Whitewood, Wicked, and Pan. Among them, the Whitewood clan had the largest number of clansmen, accounting for more than half of the tribe's population, and the tribe's patriarch had always been a member of the Whitewood clan. Pan had the smallest number of people, only 30 or so in total. Bai Mu was the cousin of Patriarch Bai Mu Shang, and this time he went out with a mission from the Patriarch. Go to a valley 15 miles away and make contact with an emerging human tribe. There are other tribes in the neighborhood besides the Wind tribe? He was very surprised when he heard the news. It was rumored that the Wind tribe had all been destroyed by the Jackals. So where did this new human tribe come from? When he set out, the Patriarch cautiously warned him not to easily clash with the other party, no matter what their attitude was. This human tribe was very strong, and the Jackal tribe that had recently migrated over had all been annihilated by this human tribe. In order to show off the strength of the Whitewood tribe, the Patriarch had even sent 10 guards to follow him along. These were the clan leader's personal guards, each with a bronze spear, carrying a strong bow, and wearing leather armor made of animal skins. Definitely the most elite warriors of the Whitewood tribe. Hearing that the Jackal tribe that had recently migrated over had been destroyed, Bai Mu was quite happy in his heart, and the hunters in the tribe finally didn't have to worry about being attacked by jackals when they went out to hunt. Going out hunting can be a very dangerous thing, like the 3 Pan Xiong brothers of the Pan clan, who went out hunting 2 days ago and never came back. It happens all the time. If you don't come back in 2 days, 9 times out of 10, you've died in the mouth of some kind of beast, and you're basically declared dead. After the emergence of the Jackal tribe, the danger of the clan going out to hunt increased dramatically as they had to watch out not only for the beasts, but also for the jackals. He had advised the Patriarch to send troops to wipe out the Jackal tribe, but the Patriarch just wouldn't listen. Now the Jackal tribe was finally wiped out by this strange human tribe. He had also gained a lot of goodwill towards this strange human tribe. When we arrive at the valley later, you must be careful to puff out your chests and raise your heads, and bring out the aura of our Whitewood tribe. Getting closer to the valley, Baekmu he instructed the guards behind him. Having a good feeling about it, he couldn't easily degrade the prestige of the Whitewood tribe. Yes, in the eyes of the 10 guards, there was a confident gleam, confidence in their own strengths. They were all excellent hunters in the tribe, and were chosen by the Patriarch to join the escort. From now on, they don't have to risk their lives to go out hunting, but they can enjoy a superior treatment. Even if they encountered vicious jackals, one-on-one, they would be able to keep their lives under the jackals and retreat in one piece. How many elite warriors like them could that tribe of people living in the valley have? Don't worry, I will definitely let that human tribe know what an elite warrior is. One of the guards raised the bronze spear in his hand, a confident smile on his face. As soon as the words fell, a loud roar suddenly came from not far away, startling the crowd. What's that noise? Shirikai stopped in his tracks and looked around in alarm. The roar of a powerful beast naturally carries an appalling deterrent power, causing people to smell and fear. The loud roar was just that. Just by hearing the sound, one could tell it was a powerful beast. Sounds like that black bear, one of the guards said in a shaky voice. Black bears are rare, but hunters occasionally come across one. But there's only one in the neighborhood known as the bear. It was a mutated black bear, standing up to more than 3 meters tall, with thick skin and strength. The hunters hunting in the neighborhood knew that no matter how many people were in the hunting party, when they encountered this mutant black bear they just ran for their lives. No matter how many people there was no way it could be a match for it. As he was saying this, another loud roar came, and the voice seemed to carry a bit of anger and aggravation. The loud roar was a few moments closer than it had been a moment ago. It seems to be charging this way. Let's hide. It'll be a disaster if it finds us. Bai Mu was so frightened that his face turned white and his voice began to tremble. His proposal was well received by the crowd. It just so happened that there was a leafy forest next to them, and several people hurriedly ducked into the forest and climbed up into the canopy of the tree, hiding their figures in the lush branches and leaves of the canopy. Not long after they hid, they saw a huge black bear running playfully toward the horizon in the distance. While running he also looked back as if something horrible was chasing him behind. The black bear was getting closer. What's wrong with this black bear? One of the guards asked in surprise as he saw the black bear's abnormality. Looks like it's running away? Escape? The crowd was dumbfounded. What horror could make this fearsome black bear run away as if it were playing for its life? Just as he was thinking, he saw several figures breaking through the grass along the way like riding the wind in waves, quickly chasing towards the black bear. These several figures were extremely fast, especially the ones at the front, as fast as lightning, and were about to catch up with the mutant black bear. The crowd couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, wanting to see what kind of terrifying creature could make the terrifying mutated black bear run away so playfully. The black bears and the figures chasing behind them were getting closer and closer, and those with good eyes among the guards could vaguely make out the figures. Well, it seems to be human. The good-eyed Whitewood tribe guard rubbed his eyes vigorously and said with an unconfident face, "Human? You're kidding, dude. You need to listen to what you're saying. A human can whisk away that scary mutant black bear? Do you think it's possible with your ass?" No one believed him. Not to mention others. Even he himself didn't believe his eyes. "Maybe I've been using my eyes too much lately." As he spoke, the black bear and the pursuing figure behind him got a little closer. Now everyone could see it clearly. Well, it seems to be really human. Chapter 64, The Archery Skill of the Gods. After the Daching squad took the hunting mission, they came to the outside of the valley and happened to run into the I Shot You Not Guilty squad that had also taken the hunting mission. Hunting common prey gives less and less experience. "Why don't we team up and go up that black bear?" Daching proposed. "The experience for killing prey is not fixed. The higher the level, the less experience value you get for killing the same prey. Nowadays, the experience gained from hunting ordinary prey such as pheasants and rabbits was already minimal for them. The experience value rewards given by the hunting quests were also much less. It could be that the system thought that with their current strength hunting these ordinary prey was no longer much of a challenge. Yeah, I've been looking at that black bear for a long time. Last time, it chased me for 5 miles and almost prevented me from entering the game for 24 hours. Today, I must taste what a bear's paw tastes like. I'll shoot you not guilty," said through clenched teeth. And Daekyung was a match. There were several monsters near the valley that they couldn't deal with before, and the mutant black bear was one of them. Now that they had leveled up and learned skills, their strength had increased greatly. With the two teams joining forces, taking down the mutant black bear would definitely not be a problem. They often hunted in the neighborhood and knew the den and activity range of the mutant black bears like the back of their hands, and easily found the traces of the mutant black bears. Start the hunt. Seeing that this group of humanoids dared to come to trouble themselves, the mutated black bear felt that his majesty had been provoked and became furious. But once they exchanged hands, they realized that this group of people was too strong, and they were no match at all. So he found an opening to break out of the encirclement and started running for his life. Daching and the others naturally wouldn't let him off easily and decisively began to chase after him. This led to the scene seen by Miu and the others who were hiding in the canopy. Chasing at the front of the pack are the 4 agility players on the team. "I shoot you not guilty. Close the door, Ranger, and shoot a bit of a cove. You guys hurry up, don't let it get away." Daching yells hard from the back. "Don't worry, you can't run away. I shoot you not guilty," confidently replied. The wind step opened. A few up and down has chased to the side of the mutant black bear. Of the 4 agility department players, he had the highest level and was naturally the fastest. He leapt up in the middle of his run, and while he was in the air, he had already completed the action of bending his bow and arrow, aiming at the black bear to shoot out an arrow. The whole set of movements is in one fluid motion. Both his fellow players and the Whitewood tribesmen hiding in the canopy of the trees were stunned by his set of flowing and handsome moves. The only regret was that the arrow was shot 3 meters away from the mutated black bear, not even hitting a single bear hair. "Don't be so cool, just get in front of it and stop it," a Shutnin dog said angrily. As he spoke, he had also turned on his gale steps, surpassing the black bear and circling around in front of it, casually picking up a basketball-sized rock on the ground. He threw it as hard as he could at the running black bear. The boulder smashed over, and the black bear hastily slowed down and changed direction, naturally slowing down, shooting a little gallery, and the ranger caught up with them, and the 4 of them spread out in a fan shape in front of the black bear, blocking its path. Behind them, Daching and the others were also closing in. The road was intercepted. The black bear roared up to the sky, and the 4 bear paws powered up, charging towards "I shoot you innocent." In the face of the speeding behemoth, "I shoot you innocently" was toweringly unmoving. He calmly drew an arrow from his arrow pouch, drew his bow, and pulled the bowstring into a full moon. His eyes stared at the charging black bear with a look of a mountain crumbling in front of him without a change in color. The fingers pinching the tail of the arrow were loosened, and the offstring arrow was like lightning, shooting towards the charging black bear. The black bear is also considered some wisdom. See the sharp arrow attack. Head subconsciously toward the left side of a crooked, to avoid the head hit by the arrow. But it was fine if it didn't tilt its head. But when it did, the arrow shot right into his most vulnerable left eye. The black bear let out a wail of pain. The intense pain from the arrow in its eye made it subconsciously try to stop. But because the speed of its charge was too fast, it actually threw itself down and rolled several times on the ground before stopping. What strong archery! In the canopy of the tree, a guard from the Whitewood tribe couldn't help but marvel. He was one of the top archer of the Whitewood tribe. As the saying goes, insiders look at the doorway, while outsiders look at the scene. Being an archery expert, He could tell at a glance that this arrow was terrifying. Trying to shoot a stationary target isn't hard. Most hunters can do it with a lot of practice. But it's not so easy to shoot at a moving target, especially when an arrow hits a black bear in the left eye as it runs at a breakneck pace. He also noticed a detail that after the arrow was shot, the black bear had an obvious tilt of the head to avoid it. But even so, it was still hit in the eye by an arrow from the divine archer on the opposite side. This can only mean one thing. That divine archer had predicted the black bear's evasive maneuver in advance. This arrow could only be described as divine. He couldn't help but glance at the longbow at his back. He had always prided himself on his archery skills, but today he realized that there were people outside of people, and there was a sky outside of the sky. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel an urge to kowtow and worship his master. Not only are their archery skills amazing, their speed is also fast, almost several times that of ours. That said, are they really human? The other guard couldn't help but marvel. If these are the people, what are we? Far away. Ha ha, nice shot. Catching up. Daching saw that I shoot you not guilty of one piece of shooting the eyes of the black bear, and could not help but give a thumbs up to praise. That's for sure. I'm the #1 divine archer in the entire service. I will shoot you not guilty. Proudly raised the longbow in his hand and waved it towards Daching. What's there to be proud of? It's just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. Catching up with Daching, I am a fish unrelentingly tearing down the stage. As a teammate of the same squad and a roommate of the same dormitory, he simply doesn't know too much about the true caliber of my shooting you without sin. To say that his archery skills had indeed grown a lot since he first entered the game, but to say that he could hit the eyes of a running black bear, he would never believe it. It must have been a blind cat that found a dead mouse. This kid is not a great person, but he is quite lucky, and this is not the first time. Bah, you're just jealous. Jealous of my superior archery skills. I'll shoot you not guilty of returning fire without mercy. Since the opening of the service, his archery skills, but left countless high moments. Only the guy called Stay White and Ink can barely compare to him for a second. Alright, let's finish off this black bear first. But I've heard that injured beasts become more ferocious, so be careful of the gutter. Immovable Ming Wang held up his shield and charged towards the black bear. He was the only physique department in both teams, so naturally he had to be at the front. The others followed him and rushed towards the black bear. Only Su Ziyi stood alone at a distance and silently threw a magic bullet. Although the mutant black bear was strong, in the end, it was hard to beat it with 2 fists. Under the siege of the crowd, it eventually let out a wail and drank its hate in the northwest. Ha ha, finally finished this black bear. I'll shoot you for not being guilty of stepping over the black bear's body and laughing. Everyone else was very excited as well. The quest rewards were only secondary. The main thing was the sense of accomplishment that came from killing powerful monsters. When they brought the corpse of this black bear back to the tribe, it would surely drop the jaws of the other players. Chapter 65, by Muse Speculation. Little Fish. 500. What are you two waiting for? Quickly help Daching carry this bear back with the Tyrannosaurus warrior. I'll shoot you not guilty till I'm a fish and borrow another $500 from the sky shouted. Why don't you help? A fish questioned angrily. I'm not a strength guy. This kind of power work isn't for me. I'll shoot you not guilty. Spread my hands and look like I'm taking it for granted. If you guys don't do this kind of strength work, who will? It's international practice. Okay. In the end, it was the 4 strength players who together carried the huge black bear and returned to the valley together. The woods. Seeing with their own eyes that the players had killed the invincible mutant black bear, the people of the Whitewood tribe had been shocked beyond words. The shock was especially at its peak when they saw Su Zai release a magic bullet with their own eyes. Did you guys see it? Did you see it? That woman was able to cast spells. They couldn't have come from the barbarian continent, could they? There was some speculation. As everyone knew, the Abbot Island they were on was only a large island in the southeastern waters of the savage continent. In this sea area, there were 3 large islands, namely Panlai Island, Ingzhou Island and Abbot Island. Of the 3 islands, Abbot Island and Ingzhou Island were similar in size, and Panglai Island was the largest. Panglai Island is the closest to the barbarian continent. Ingzhou Island was located to the north of Panglai Island and was about the same distance from the savage continent as Panglai Island. The Abbot Island was located in the southeast of Panglai Island, the farthest from the barbarian continent. Because it was far away from the barbarian continent, it resulted in the overall strength of Abbot's Island being the weakest of the 3 islands as well. Although the 3 islands were large islands, compared to the entire savage continent, they were just a piece of bullet land that couldn't even rise to the top. The reason they guessed that Su Ziyi was from the barbarian continent after they saw him casting magic bullets was because rumor had it that there were human races who had mastered spells on the barbarian continent. The barbarian continent was full of strong races, and the pressure to survive was naturally much greater than a sea island like Fangzhuan Island. The overall strength of the human race that could gain a foothold in the savage continent was naturally much stronger than them. All be quiet. Bai Mu frowned lightly and signaled the crowd to be quiet. It was so noisy that it was interfering with his intelligent brain thinking. I guess that they are probably the clansmen of that human tribe in the valley. As for their origins, I think they should have failed to survive in the barbarian continent and crossed the ocean to our abbot island. Bai Mu analyzed with his head in his hands. This kind of thing is not uncommon. Almost every year, there would be races that couldn't make it in the barbarian continent that would come across the ocean to the three islands. Only most of them would go to Panglai Island and Yingzhou Island, which were closer to the land, and very few would come to Fangzhuan Island. The guards listened to his analysis and nodded in agreement. This is the most reasonable explanation. It was impossible for a human race with such a strong strength to exist on Abbot Island. They must be from the barbarian continent. After determining the identity of the players as human beings from the savage continent, the original confidence in the guards' hearts suddenly vanished. Among the humanoids on the island, they do qualify as elite warriors, but in front of the human race from the barbarian continent, they were a bunch of hicks. Should we go say hello to them? One of the guards looked at Duqing and the others, who were drifting away with their prey, and suggested. Their mission was originally to contact this human tribe, and now that they had encountered their hunting party, they could naturally greet them first. No! With a wave of his hand, Bai Mu decisively rejected this stupid proposal. I vaguely heard them communicating just now, using a language that doesn't seem to be the same as ours. They are carrying their prey, and for us to show up rashly with our weapons like this will probably cause misunderstandings. Baekmoka voiced his reasons for refusal. In the savage world, hunters are at their most vigilant when they are carrying their prey. Any stranger who appears out of nowhere may be recognized as an enemy ready to take the prey. It's better to just find their tribe and pay a friendly visit. Properly. The guards listened to his explanation and expressed admiration for his wisdom. As expected of the matriarch's appointed diplomat, he had thought this through. They waited where they were for a while, waiting until Daekyun walked away before getting down from the tree and continuing toward the valley. On a piece of wilderness in the middle position between the Hulu Valley and the Whitewood tribe, a boar fell to the ground with a thud as Kaleidoscope and the others hunted it. The friends that Kaleidoscope realistically pulled in were originally only the two people who stayed white and dotted with ink and full of beans. And after he challenged the Phantasmagoria with Jing and Mango Sticky Rice yesterday, he pulled the two people into his team again. Finally got a squad of 5 together. After coming online early in the morning, they made an appointment with the Daqing squad to challenge the illusionary realm together in the afternoon. So they picked up the hunting quest and came out to hunt. With 5 people joining forces, taking down a boar was naturally no big deal, without needing to be reminded by the bystanders. As the only strength player in the group, Jing took the initiative to step forward and carry the boar on his back. 300 pounds of wild boar on his back without blushing or gasping. Around his waist, he also had 3 pheasants. Is it heavy? Let me help you. Stay White. Ink came over and offered to help. No, I'll be fine on my own. Jing pretended to be polite, but in his heart he thought that it would indeed be easier if 2 people carried it. As he was saying this, he saw Staying White and Ink directly remove the 3 pheasants from his waist. We're brothers. Why are you so polite? Staying White and dotting the ink. He hung the pheasant on his waist and laughed. Jing was a bit speechless. 3 pheasants. I need your help? Not far away, in a bush, several figures lurked. They were a hunting team from the Bai Mu tribe. There were 6 of them. The leader was called Bai Mu Fei Ying, the clan leader Bai Mu Sheng's own nephew. Just now they heard the howling of a wild boar over here from afar, and they came over at speed. In the wilderness, wild boar is a very popular prey. Easy to hunt, nice and meaty. Hunting a wild boar tops a day's harvest. When they arrived, the wild boar had already been hunted by Kaleidoscope and the others, and they didn't see Kaleidoscope and the others hunting the boar. So as not to attract attention, they hid in the bushes. Too bad the boar has been killed by them. A hunter lamented. Where did this group of human tribes come from? There are human tribes in the vicinity besides our Whitewood tribe and the Wind tribe? The other hunter asked suspiciously. Maybe it's the Wind tribe. Another person said, didn't they get attacked by the Jackalmen tribe before and relocated? These people, they might be the remaining Wind tribe clansmen. It's possible. You see, there are women among them. The fact that women are sent out to hunt means that their tribe is running low. The hunters of the Whitewood tribe discussed. Bai Mu Feiying listened to the crowd's discussion. and his eyes narrowed slightly, transmitting a hint of coldness. Get ready to do it. We'll snatch the boar down, he said. Ah. What? The others were shocked at what they heard. Captain, it's not good to forcefully take their prey when they are both human, right? A man whispered. Humph. What same human tribe? Just a bunch of guys who don't know how to appreciate themselves. The patriarch invited them to join our Whitewood tribe several times, but they didn't agree. Since they refused to join us, why do we need to be polite? Shiraki's soaring eagle said. With that, he had stood up, drawing his bow and aiming it at Kaleidoscope and the others in the distance. Do it! He let out a low gulp and shot an arrow. The arrow transformed into a residual shadow and shot towards Kaleidoscope and the others. Chapter 66, Handing over to the matriarch. Look out! The sound of breaking air caught the attention of the players, and Kaleidoscope was the first to react, blocking the flying arrows with the shield in his hand. The arrow hit the shield with a thumping thud, and the arrowhead didn't go into the shield. The arrow swayed more than a little. The five of them looked towards the direction the arrows flew from in unison, and Jing even threw the boar on his back directly into a fighting position. Seeing that his arrow was blocked, Bai Mu Feiying once again opened his bow and fired another arrow. What are you waiting for? Do it! As soon as he shot an arrow, he didn't forget to urge his companions beside him to do it. The others looked at each other, although they didn't approve of this approach, but the captain had already made a move, so they naturally couldn't watch from the side. They took out their bows and arrows and shot at the five players in the distance. Hanakana, what the hell? Stay White. Ink asked while dodging the arrows. What else can we do? Them. Kaleidoscope said angrily. The patriarch set the rule that all players are not allowed to attack neutral NPCs without reason, inviting right and wrong to the tribe. Breaking the rules will be penalized and may result in a ban at the worst. Lin Feng had set this rule because he was also worried that players would let themselves go too far and get into trouble with strong enemies. However, if they encounter an enemy who is actively attacking, then players can counterattack infinitely without worrying about any consequences. I'll do it. Receiving the command from Kaleidoscope to counterattack, Mango Glutinous Rice directly released a magic bullet that was shot at Whitewood Flying Eagle and the others. The appearance of the magic bullet completely stunned Shiraki's Soaring Eagle and the others. They immediately realized that they had messed with someone they shouldn't have messed with. Duck! Shiraki's Soaring Eagle shouted sharply, and the six of them scattered. The magic bullet blasted where they had just been, bursting with a loud bang and sending dirt flying. Taking advantage of this opening, Kaleidoscope and the others had rushed over. The agility department's Stay White. Ink was the fastest, rushing in front of the Whitewood Flying Eagle like a bolt of lightning. Bai Mu Feiying raised the bronze spear in his hand and wanted to counterattack, but was left White Point Ink to an empty hand into the white blade. A hand will be held by the spear shaft, bullying forward to Bai Mu Feiying's size as a punch. A level 4 agility player also had a strength value of 9 points. This punch caused Whitewood Flying Eagle's eyes to glisten and cry out in pain. Staying White. Ink takes advantage of the situation with a takedown and presses Shiraki's Soaring Eagle to the ground. On the side, several other hunters from the Whitewood tribe had also been tackled by Kaleidoscope and the others, without even a chance to escape. The slowest of the players was much faster than them. The opponent was a human after all, and the players didn't just kill them like they did with the monsters, but tackled them all. Who are you people and why did you attack us? Kaleidoscope asked, glaring. Unfortunately, his words were not understood by the people of the Whitewood tribe. The 6 captured Whitewood Flying Eagles had been stunned by the strength of the players, especially Mango Sticky Rice's magic bullets, which had caused them to lose any thoughts of resistance. Bai Mu Feiying, who was pressed to the ground by Stay White. Ink, was even more eager to give himself a few slaps. What kind of people am I messing with here? Unfortunately, remorse couldn't change anything. The only thing he could do now was beg for mercy. Good man, spare your life. We are from the Bai Mu tribe. The patriarch Bai Mu Shang is my own uncle. Bai Mu Feiying begged loudly for mercy, bringing up his uncle's name. The other hunters, too, opened their mouths to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, the players couldn't understand a word they were saying. What are they gabbing about? Jing scratched his head. Can't understand it. It's not supposed to be cursing us, is it? Sticky Rice guessed. Big sister. Look at their expressions. They don't look like they're scolding us either. It must be begging for mercy. Stay White. Ink said. Who are you calling big sister? Sticky Rice blankly glanced at him. I'm only 16. 16? I remember this game can't be reserved until you're 18, right? Brother Jing demolished her without mercy. The fact that you could only make a reservation if you were 18 years old was deliberately set by Lin Feng. The reason stated on the official website is that some of the in-game graphics can be gory and are not suitable for minors. The actual reason for this was that most of those under 18 were middle school students who were more heavily controlled by their parents. Lin Feng was worried that their gaming helmets would be confiscated by their parents, wasting the precious quota. To Lin Feng, any player was precious property. What about these guys? Leave White Ink asked Captain Kaleidoscope for his opinion. Why don't we just kill them all and maybe get some experience? Sticky Rice proposal. Tie them up in a bunch and bring them back to the tribe and put them at the disposal of the patriarch. Kaleidoscope thought for a moment. Give it to the patriarch, and maybe the patriarch will even give a reward. At the very least, a little favorability boost, right? Okay. A few people found some sturdy vines nearby and tied the hands of Whitewood Soaring Eagle and the others, stringing them together. Their weapons, in turn, became trophies for the players. The most precious of them was naturally the bronze spear of the Whitewood Flying Eagle. Ha ha, bronze spear. I finally have a metal weapon. Stay White Ink fiddled with the bronze spear in his hand and shouted happily. Unsurprisingly, this is the first metal weapon the player gets. Several people from Daching carried the small mountain of mutated black bear corpses and entered the valley, carrying such a huge black bear all the way back. Sparing the strength players, the four of Daching were also panting from exhaustion. On the contrary, I shoot you not guilty of them. Full of red face, looking left and right, with the excursion-like, contrasted with the power players who are being tired to death. Asterisk 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 you guys killed this black bear. Cow, 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 bear paw. I want a bear paw. The players in the valley boiled over when they saw the black bear carcass and came up to watch. Calm down. All calm down. A black bear is just a black bear. Isn't it a piece of cake to kill it? I will shoot you without guilt with an expression that this is just an insignificant and trivial matter. But the smug smile on his face betrays his true thoughts. Piece of cake? Forget who was chased 5 miles by this black bear in the first place? A veteran player couldn't stand to see him get carried away and came out to break it up. Humph. Then what does a level 2 me shooting you without guilt have to do with my level 5 me shooting you without guilt? I'll shoot you for not being guilty of vibrating, causing the players to burst into laughter. The whole valley was filled with joy. Lin Feng, who was supervising the construction of the wooden house by Mosey and Lu Ban, also noticed the bustle over here and curiously walked over. He was also a bit surprised to see that the players had actually killed the mutated black bear. This black bear is a famous beast in the neighborhood, and no one from the nearby tribes dares to mess with it. But thinking about it, with the players' current strength, it was no longer a problem to surround and kill this black bear. The players have grown up. Lin Feng suddenly had the comfort of an old father. Matriarch, here's the black bear we hunted. Over to you. I will shoot you without sin. Seeing Lin Feng offering treasure seems to come up and say. Chapter 67, damn. Got mounted by this guy. You guys did a great job. Lin Feng said approvingly. He never skimped on compliments to players. And compliments don't cost money anyway. Getting praised by the patriarch himself. I'll shoot you without guilt with a proud face as I look at the surrounding players. Did you hear that? The matriarch complimented me. That's how high up in the patriarch's mind I am as one of the first veteran players. If there's a special mission in the future, can the patriarch not think of me? You guys move the carcass of this black bear into the inner valley first, and I'll find someone to deal with it later. Lin Feng said. The carcasses of prey need to be disposed of as soon as possible. Leaving them for a long time will affect the quality of the meat. In the past, there were fewer people in the tribe, and the prey caught every day was also less. Basically all of them were handled by manhwa. Nowadays, the tribe has more people, and more prey is caught every day, so it is unrealistic to hand over all the prey to manhwa. People are here to play a game, and even if they have quest rewards hanging over them, they can't spend all their online time disposing of prey carcasses. This is the kind of work that should always be left to the natives. Lin Feng began to think of suitable candidates. Okay. Daching and the others were about to carry the black bear's corpse into the inner valley when suddenly, 2 players hurriedly ran into the valley. Matriarch, there's a group of people coming outside. We can't understand what they're saying. A player said. Oh, I'll go check it out. Lin Feng raised his feet and walked towards the outside of the valley. The players on the sidelines had nothing better to do and ran to see what was going on. Chang, the Tyrannosaurus warrior looked at the black bear carcass on the ground. Meaning, are we going to watch the fun? Or are we going to carry the black bear carcass into the inner valley first? Let's go check it out too. There might be an important plot. Daching said. It's not like you can lose a black bear carcass if you leave it here. And if you miss the plot animation, you'll never have it again. Outside the valley, Bai Mu and his party stood near the mouth of the valley with a worried look on their faces. They managed to come to the valley and also met the people of this human tribe. only to find that the voice was not working. Bai Mu gestured with a few players for half a day, and the players didn't understand what he was trying to say, so he signaled them to wait here, and the two players ran in to inform the clan leader. Lin Feng came out of the valley and recognized Bai Mu and his party at a glance. After all, he had lived in the Whitewood tribe for some time, and the people in the tribe knew each other when they met, even if they didn't know each other well. Bai Mu was also a little surprised when he saw Lin Feng, who was surrounded by players. Walking out, Lin Feng recognized them, and he naturally recognized Lin Feng as well. It was just that Lin Feng hadn't lived in the Whitewood tribe for very long, and he hadn't had much contact with Lin Feng, so he already had some trouble remembering Lin Feng's name. Are you Lin Feng? Shirakai tried to remember and finally came up with it. What are you doing here? Lin Feng asked with a frown. Ever since he saw Bai Mu Sheng's letter to the Jackal leader, he basically no longer had any good feelings towards the Bai Mu tribe. If Bai Mu Sheng appeared in front of his eyes, he would definitely chop him up at the first opportunity to avenge the clansmen of the Win clan. Of course, he wouldn't take his anger out on these ordinary clansmen of the Whitewood tribe for no reason. He estimated that not many people in the Bai Mu Sheng tribe should know about the matter of Bai Mu Sheng secretly contacting the Jackal tribe and instructing the Jackal tribe to attack the Win tribe. This kind of thing, there was no way Bai Mu Sheng could make it known and affect his image in the hearts of the clan. The matriarch heard that there is a new human tribe over here and sent us to get acquainted. Your Win tribe has joined this tribe as well? Bai Mu made his intentions known and then asked. You could say that. Lin Feng nodded, then asked in a mocking tone. Bai Mu Sheng heard that there's a human tribe over here. Who did he hear that from? He had just annihilated the Jackal tribe in 1 foot, and Bakemushing sent someone over to make contact in the next. Who would believe him if he said there was no connection between them? I'm not sure. Shirakai shook his head. He really didn't know where the patriarch got his information. It is rumored that a few jackals came to the tribe yesterday to look for the patriarch and were killed by the patriarch's men, and I don't know if it was those jackals who told the patriarch. Of course, he definitely couldn't say this kind of thing. Saying it would inevitably make people misunderstand that there was collusion between their Whitewood tribe and the Jackalman tribe. The patriarch killed the 5 jackals without hesitation, drawing a line in the sand with the jackals, and collusion was naturally out of the question. I would like to pay my respects to the patriarch of your tribe. Could you introduce me? Shiraki Shang asked politely. Lin Feng's attitude wasn't good, but after all, he was an acquaintance, and he believed that Lin Feng wouldn't refuse to help him with an introduction. There's no need to introduce me. I'm the clan chief of the Gunstar tribe. Just talk to me if you have anything. Lin Feng said. What? You're the matriarch? Bai Mu was shocked at his words. He had thought that Lin Feng had joined this new human tribe along with the winning tribe, and he had never expected that Lin Feng would be the patriarch of this tribe. At the same time, he also saw the few strong men who had just hunted the mutated black bears. At the moment, those few powerhouses were standing behind Lin Feng, looking at them with curious gazes. It was indeed as if Lin Feng was the main focus. What? No? Lin Feng asked rhetorically. No, of course, Bai Mu said hurriedly, his attitude instantly becoming respectful. He saluted Lin Feng in a very formal posture. Bai Mu, he of the Bai Mu tribe. Meet Patriarch Lin Feng. Our patriarch sent me here this time to formally get acquainted with your tribe. We're both human tribes and we should support each other. Support each other? Lin Feng sneered in his heart. It would be nice if that guy Shiraki Sheng didn't stab me in the back again. As for befriending? I'm afraid I'm here to poke around. Very well, now that we have made our acquaintance, you may return, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. He didn't think that he had a need to interact with the Whitewood tribe. Maybe one day, he would lead his men to kill the Bai Mu tribe and save the Bai Mu tribe's people from Bai Mu Sheng's evil rule. Lin Feng's attitude caused Bai Mu to be a bit at a loss for words. He could feel some hostility towards the Whitewood tribe in Lin Feng, yet he didn't know where it came from. Patriarch Lin Feng, is it convenient for us to visit your tribe? The task given to him by the patriarch had not yet been completed. Bai Mu was naturally unwilling to go back just like that, so he tentatively asked. Inconvenient. Lin Feng flatly refused his request. Okay. Seeing Lin Feng's resolute attitude and knowing that Lin Feng wouldn't be kind to them if they continued to stay here, Bai Mu he had the urge to back out. Let's go, he said to the guards behind him. Wait. One of the guards, however, suddenly spoke up. His name was Pan Falcon, and he was one of the top divine archers in the Whitewood tribe in terms of archery. However, just now, after he saw me shoot you innocent with an arrow that struck the eyes of the mutated black bear, he had been completely convinced by me shoot you innocent's divine archery skills. Now that he had once again seen me shooting you without guilt standing behind Lin Feng, A bold idea sprouted in his heart. He gathered his courage and came to me to shoot you not guilty, kneeling on one knee. Honorable Lord Divine Archer, I am Pan Falcon from the Whitewood tribe. I am thoroughly impressed by your exquisite archery skills. May I ask if you can take me as your disciple and allow me to follow you around to practice archery? Pan Falcon lowered his head and said respectfully. Lin Feng stared wide-eyed, stunned by his words. He looked at Pan Falcon, who was kneeling on one knee, and then looked at the bewildered look on his face as he shot you are not guilty. Archer? Masterful archery? This Pan Falcon is afraid that he has some misunderstanding about me shooting you not guilty. The players couldn't understand what Pan Falcon was saying, and were a little surprised to see him kneeling in front of I shoot you not guilty. What is this NPC gibbering about? Can't understand. Why is he kneeling before innocent? Did something happen to them? Don't you all understand this? Kneeling down on one knee is definitely a marriage proposal to innocent. Hiss. Is this game ethos so open? Together. Together. Some female players looked at Pan Falcon and I shoot you not guilty with both eyes. The more they looked at it, the more they felt it was a good match, and they couldn't help but shout loudly. Together. Together. The other players followed suit and shouted. Pan Falcon was on his knees, head down, and couldn't understand what the players were shouting, but listening to the tone and looking at the atmosphere. It should be in support of Divine Archer Sama accepting himself as his disciple, right? He felt hopeful at once, raised his head, and looked at me with a hopeful gaze. Shoot you not guilty. That's enough of you. Shut the up. I will shoot you without guilt. Glared at the surrounding players who were up in arms and said angrily. What together? Disgusting old man. He asked Lin Feng beside him for advice. Patriarch, can you translate for me what he's saying? His mind was in a state of turmoil. It's not really a proposal, is it? If it's true, how can I meet people in the future? They'll be laughing their asses off. The game is unplayable. Lin Feng looked at him with an odd expression on his face and said. He said that he was convinced by your exquisite archery skills and wanted to worship you as his master. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the surrounding players froze. Together was no longer shouted, and the air seemed to freeze. Worship the unreliable guy I shot you without sin? And impressed by his mastery of archery? What kind of archery skills does this kid have? This NPC is afraid of some major brain disease. What? I will shoot you innocent was also a little confused at first, then reacted, and a smug smile immediately appeared on his face. He wore a mask of arrogance and looked around the players in triumph. Did you guys hear that? The NPCs were all bowled over by my archery skills and cried out to be my master. I'll see who dares to doubt my archery skills in the future. This wave is literally enough to blow yourself up on the forums for a year. If it wasn't for the fact that this NPC was still kneeling on the ground, he wouldn't be able to help but get offline right away and go to the forums to blow off some steam. The players shook their heads as they looked at his arrogant and smug expression. Abominable. It's loaded to the hilt by this guy. Chapter 68, The Patriarch is angry. Patriarch, please help me tell him that my lifelong pursuit is to reach the Arrow God realm. Before becoming an Arrow God, I won't consider taking on a disciple. I will shoot you without guilt with my hands behind my back, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and said faintly. Although it was cool to pretend, he was still somewhat self-aware of his true level. Although he didn't know where this NPC had learned about his archery skills being out of this world. If he really wanted to take him as his disciple, he wouldn't be able to teach him for more than 2 days before his true level would be revealed. That's why a disciple is never a good idea. It's better to let your image of a strong man live in their hearts forever. I'll shoot you without guilt. Words made Lin Feng roll his eyes. I've seen those who can pretend, but I've never seen those who can pretend so well. I'm the head of the Gunstar tribe, the system owner, and I'm not even this loaded. However, Lin Feng still translated his words truthfully to Pan Falcon. Please ask for me what is the Arrow God realm. Hearing the two words Arrow God, Pan Falcon's gaze was filled with longing as he respectfully asked. Lin Feng translated. I will shoot you without sin. Listening to Lin Feng's translation, he calmly looked at the disc falcon and pointed to the sun in the sky. See the sun in the sky? Reaching the Arrow God realm. I can shoot it down with a single arrow. He pointed to the sun and said, I'll be damned. I can't take it anymore. This kid is so loaded. Crooked. Demonic spirit? I'm reporting it. There's someone pretending here. Which God help? Quickly take this sinful animal. The players around them couldn't look away and spat. Lin Feng translated my words of shooting you not guilty to Pan Falcon. Pan Falcon was shocked at his words. Not only was Pan Falcon, but the rest of the Whitewood tribe was shocked beyond words when they heard it. Arrow God realm. An arrow shoots down the sun. Can we, the human race, really reach this realm? Regardless of whether or not they could achieve it. Just this pursuit alone had already made them look and sigh. ashamed of themselves. I've been taught, if you can really reach the arrow god realm one day, I hope you can accept me as your disciple. The disc falcon reverently paid a bow to I shoot you not guilty, as if he was worshipping a god. I'll shoot you for not being guilty of spitting out a word. May I know your first name? Pan Falcon asked again. After listening to Lin Feng's translation, I'll shoot you not guilty thought for a moment and said, not guilty, not guilty. Pan Falcon burned the name into his heart. This name, from now on, would be the deity in his heart that would guide him forward when he was lost. Patriarch Lin Feng, we'll take our leave. The matter of the disc falcon and me shooting you not guilty came to an end. Bai Miu respectfully told Lin Feng and was ready to leave with his guards. He would have to inform the patriarch of the power of this tribe as soon as possible. He was not jealous or scornful in his heart because of the power of the Kuner tribe. In his opinion, it was a blessing for the human race to have such a powerful human tribe on a boat island. Just then, in the distance, a group of people walked over. It was the 5 men of the Kaleidoscope Squad, as well as the Shiraki Flying Eagle and his party that they had captured. Bai Muhi and the others were flabbergasted when they saw the 6 Bai Mu Feiying eagles with their hands tied by the tree vines. What's going on? When Bai Mu Feiying saw Bai Muhi, it was like seeing a savior, shouting towards him, 6th uncle, save me, save me, what's all the shouting about? Stay White. Ink slapped him on the head, slapping him so hard that he didn't dare to squeak anymore. Clan Chief Lin Feng, do you think there's some kind of misunderstanding between your clan and Fei Ying and the others? Bai Miu turned to look at Lin Feng and said with a compensatory smile, although he didn't know what had happened. There must have been a conflict when people had captured the Whitewood Soaring Eagle and the others. What's going on? Lin Feng asked to Kaleidoscope and the others. He knew that the players couldn't have tied these people up for no reason. He also knew Bai Mu Feiying, what kind of virtue this person had. He knew very well. It's absolutely true that the kid was ungrateful and messed with the players, and the players just kidnapped them back to the tribe. Reporting to the patriarch, we had just hunted a wild boar, and these people didn't know what was going on and suddenly fired arrows at us to attack us. We represent the honor of the Gunstar tribe, so naturally we couldn't endure when we encountered such a thing, so we kidnapped them back and handed them over to you to be sentenced. Kaleidoscope said. Lin Feng sniffed and instantly realized what was going on. It must have been the Whitewood Flying Eagle that saw the players hunting the boar and wanted to snatch the prey away from them, so it struck out to attack the players. It turned out to be anti-tied by the player. He had to give a mental commendation for a job well done. Bai Mu Feiying is Bai Mu Sheng's own nephew. He had been worried about the iron tools, and now that he had kidnapped the group and returned, he had the tools. It's not too much to ask to trade a couple of live ones for a couple of tools, is it? My people told me that after they hunted that boar, the Whitewood Flying Eagle tried to take their prey and attack them. Lin Feng pointed at the wild boar that Jing was carrying on his back with a look of righteous indignation. Bai Miu, I need a reasonable explanation. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Bai Miu broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly wiped it with his sleeve. If things were really like Lin Feng said, then they were completely out of their depth. This kind of thing is generally done and done. As long as you didn't mess with the powerful, nothing was a problem. But once it's brought to the forefront, it's kind of reviled. Soaring Eagle, is that right? Bai Mu he glared at Bai Mu Feiying and asked angrily. Yes. Bai Mu Feiying lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Bai Mu he. In this situation, he naturally didn't dare to lie to deny it. You stupid ass. Hearing him admit it himself, Bai Miu couldn't help but scold him loudly. What a make or break thing. Pan Falcon and the other guards looked at Shiraki Soaring Eagle and the other 5 hunters of the hunting party with contempt. It was surprising to do something like snatching prey, and the target was still a human. It's shameful. The Whitewood tribe's face was disgraced, and they all felt disgraced as they stood here. Especially the disc falcon. Secretly glanced at me to shoot you not guilty twice, ashamed to raise his head. Innocent-sama won't look down on me because of this, will he? In case Lord Innocent refuses to accept me as his disciple in the future just because these people are involved. The more he thought about it, the more he was angry. Gas shaking cold. Looking at Bai Mu Feiying and the others' gaze has been specialized from contempt to hatred. Coming into contact with the contemptuous gazes of the clansmen, the 5 hunters beside Whitewood Soaring Eagle had a resigned look on their faces. Whitewood Flying Eagle insisted on doing this, and couldn't be persuaded. So what could we do? Patriarch Lin Feng, I apologize to you for their foolish behavior. I hope that you'll be kind enough to forgive them once. Bai Miu bowed and apologized to Lin Feng. Now he had nothing better to do than apologize. Ha! Lin Feng sneered. Do you think this is something that can be solved by apologizing? This time it was because my clan was strong that they didn't get it. What if my clan was weak? Not only would the prey be snatched away, It's unlikely that the people would have been killed by them. This kind of thing, do you think it can be solved with just an apology from you? Lin Feng asked angrily. The only pity he felt was that the players were too strong not to have one or two of them killed by the whitewood soaring eagle. If he was killed by one or two, he would be in a better position to ask for a price later. I know apologizing won't calm your anger. What do we need to do for you to let them go? Bai Miu asked in a low voice as he wiped the cold sweat from his head. Lin Feng took a deep breath, as if he was suppressing the anger in his heart, practically figuring out how I should ask for it. Originally, when this kind of thing happened, I would have definitely executed all of them, so that they would know the price of attacking our Gunstar tribe, Lin Feng said sternly. Hearing the two words of execution, Bai Mu Feiying was so scared that his little face turned white, and his whole body was paralyzed on the ground, his crotch wetting a large area. The few Whitewood tribe hunters next to him looked at him with disgust. Bai Miu gave him a hard stare. Disgraceful stuff. Didn't you hear what he said? There must be more behind it, but however, for the sake of fellow human beings, I'll give them a chance to live. We need some iron tools, axes, saws, hammers, chisels, and so on. On top of that, we need some yellow rice seeds, Lin Feng said. Yellow rice was a crop of the barbarian world. The size of the grains of rice was similar to the rice of the earth, only the color was greenish yellow. Lin Feng had eaten it a few times and it tasted good. The Whitewood tribe planted some near the tribe, but because of insufficient irrigation water, the yield was not high, and it was often trampled and nibbled by wild animals, so the harvest was limited and could not satisfy the food needs of the entire tribe. The hunters in the tribe still need to go out and hunt to make sure the tribe has enough food and no one starves to death. Lin Feng asked for yellow rice seeds, also to prepare for the future. When the tribe was small, food could still be satisfied through hunting and picking, but when the tribe has more people, such as in the late stage when there are thousands and thousands of players, hunting alone can't solve the problem of food at all. Where's the hunt? Several large tribes on Abbott Island, numbering more than 1,000 people, basically grow large areas of yellow rice. Chapter 69, Harmless Lies. Hearing Lin Feng's request, Bai Miu's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. The seeds of yellow rice were a matter of indifference to them, but iron tools were also very precious things in their Whitewood tribe. After all, their Whitewood tribe also did not have the ability to smelt iron, and all the iron tools were bought back from the Red Feather tribe at a high price. May I ask how many iron tools and how many yellow rice seeds you need? Shirikai asked cautiously. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. It's not how much I want, it's how much you think they're worth. Bai Mu he returned to the Bai Mu tribe with heavy steps. This trip to the Gunstar tribe had hit him hard. The appearance of such a powerful human tribe on the island was a good thing in his opinion. However, the trouble caused by that idiot Whitewood flying eagle had cast a shadow over this good thing. Upon returning to the tribe, the first thing he did was to find the patriarch, Bai Mu Shang, and report to him. In the room, apart from Shiraki River, who had come to report on his work, there was only the duo of Shiraki Shang and Evil Rock, the matter of that human tribe in the valley. He didn't want too many clansmen to know about it for the time being. The 10 guards that followed Bai Miu along with him. He also gave a gag order. You met the patriarch of that tribe? How many of them are there and how strong are they? Shiraki Shang, sitting in his chair, asked eagerly. They didn't let me into the tribe. Not sure how many there are, but there were dozens of young, strong men that I saw, and in normal proportions, there are at least 300 to 500 people in their tribe. Shiraki Shang said. The figure of a few hundred was not something he had made up, but had arrived at through meticulous calculations. First of all, there were about 30 young and strong men that he saw at the mouth of the valley. All the young, strong men of this tribe couldn't happen to be at the mouth of the valley at that moment, could they? Counting him as a third well, that makes about 100 young men in this tribe. There are about 100 young and strong men, so men and women, old and young, combined, there must be at least 300, 400, 500. Right? Just like their Whitewood tribe, there were more than 100 young and strong men, and the population was more than 400 close to 500. 300 or 500 is okay. Shiraki Shang nodded. They, the Whitewood tribe, also had nearly 500 people, and were no less numerous than the other side. Although their numbers are small, they are extremely strong. I think that in terms of fighting strength, they are no weaker than tribes with more than 1,000 people. Whitewood River continued. No weaker than a tribe of 1,000 or more? Bai Mu Shang's eyes jumped as he sniffed. How many tribes of more than 1,000 people are there in the whole of Abbott Island? Of course, tribal strength can't just be based on numbers, but also on individual strength. The four-armed giant clan only had a few hundred people. Yet they were still the undisputed hegemon of Fangzhuan Island, because every adult four-armed giant had the strength of the peak of the mortal realm. Some exceptionally powerful four-armed giants could even reach the transcendent mortal realm. For a human tribe of a few hundred people like them, 2 or 3 four-armed giants of the transcendent realm would be able to sweep them away. The tribes with more than 1,000 people, and by Mu-He's words were naturally based on the human tribes. They're strong? Evil Rock, who hadn't said anything, asked. Very strong. Bai Mu nodded. At least the ones I've seen are several times stronger than our tribe's warriors. They hunted that mutated black bear with only 10 people. What? 10 people killed that mutated black bear? Evil Rock was filled with shock. He was considered to be the most powerful warrior of the Whitewood tribe, and it was not a problem for him to fight several of the ordinary humanoids alone. But let 10 of him hunt that mutant black bear. The most he could do was to keep that mutant black bear full for a few more meals. That strong? Bai Mu Shang was also incredulous. This simply overturned his perception of the human race. That's right, and there's a woman among them, wielding spells. Whitewood River popped another one. Spells. Spells. Unsurprisingly, both Shirokimori and Evil Rock were shocked. Are you sure it's a spell? Bai Mu Shang asked hurriedly. Sure, I saw it with my own eyes. That woman released a mana ball blooming with white light out of thin air. About this big. Bai Mu gestured. After the spell ball hit the black bear, it exploded with a bang, and the black bear was blown to a bloody pulp. A brief silence fell over the room. After a long period of silence, Evil Rock first broke the calm. Having strength that far exceeds that of a normal human tribe, and being able to cast spells, I guess that this human tribe should be in possession of a technique that is suitable for our human race to cultivate. Speaking of feats, his gaze became fiery. If he was able to possess a gong method, he could also become an existence far beyond the ordinary. It should be a merit law. It's just that I don't know if it's a mortal realm merit technique or a transcendent realm merit technique, Shiraki Shang said. At the mention of the gongfu, his breathing couldn't help but become rapid. For anyone, merit, there was an incomparable temptation. I guess it should be a mortal realm technique. If they possessed a transcendent realm technique, they would be able to find a powerful race in the barbarian continent to become a vassal no matter how bad they are, and it would be impossible for them to wander to our Fangzhuan Island. Evil Rock analyzed. Mortal realm techniques could be cultivated up to the peak of the mortal realm, and it was possible to cultivate to the transcendent mortal realm with transcendent mortal realm feats. The transcendent realm, those were all existences that fought 1 against 100. Kung Fu! Kung Fu! Shiraki Shang stood up excitedly and kept walking around the room. As he walked, he chanted the word Kung Fu. If we can obtain this merit law, even if it's only a mortal realm merit law, it will increase our tribe's strength greatly. This merit law, we must obtain it, he said excitedly. But, they won't easily pass on their feats to us, right? Evil Rock said. The matter lies in the people. Let's communicate with them first and see what kind of price we have to pay before they are willing to pass on the technique to us. If that doesn't work, then we'll think of another way, Shiraki Shang said with both fists clenched. By the way, have you seen their patriarch? How did he treat you? After the excitement, Bai Mu Shang asked towards Bai Mu-He. Attitude matters. If the other party has a friendly attitude, the chances of obtaining the feats through communication will be higher. If the attitude is indifferent, it is much less likely. See, Bai Mu nodded. Their tribe is called the Chuanxing tribe, and you recognize the tribe's patriarch. I also recognize? Bai Mu Shang was a bit surprised at his words. Then his face sank. It's someone from the winning tribe? The human tribes he knew were either from their Whitewood tribe or the Wind tribe. It was naturally impossible for someone from the Whitewood tribe to become the leader of the Gunstar tribe, so it would have to be the Wind tribe. Yes, it's that outsider called Lin Feng. He lived in our tribe for a while as well. He was able to become the patriarch of the Gunstar tribe, so he must have come out of the Gunstar tribe before. Whitewood River said. They all knew that Lin Feng wasn't a native of Abbot Island, but had floated over from the sea. Lin Feng. Rings a bell. Shiraki Shang said with a nod. What he was most worried about right now were the letters he had written to the Jackal chief. Mad Butcher. If Mad Butcher had read the letter and directly destroyed it, that would naturally be the best. But if he didn't destroy them, and the Gunstar tribe happened to find those letters after destroying the Jackal tribe, that would be troublesome. What kind of favor could Lin Feng have for him after seeing which letters? I'm afraid I have the heart to kill him. You haven't said how he's treating you? Shiraki Shang pursued. He desperately wanted to know Lin Feng's attitude towards the Whitewood tribe. If the attitude is very bad, then in all likelihood they have gotten those letters. If the attitude was still good, or even very friendly, It meant that those letters hadn't fallen into Lin Feng's hands, and he could feel slightly more at ease. Attitude. Well, Shirakai thought about it and decided to tell a harmless lie. He was originally quite nice to us and even wanted to invite us into the tribe to visit. But it's because of that stupid whitewood flying eagle that his attitude towards us has become bad again, Bai Mu said indignantly. Chapter 70, The Backstabber Whitewood Flying Eagle. The reason why Bai Mia had to tell such a lie was for the sake of his own face. How humiliating is it to say truthfully that you were given the cold shoulder and not even allowed in the door? Will the patriarch think he's not doing a good job? If there was no such thing as the whitewood flying eagle, he couldn't tell a lie even if he wanted to. But with this incident, the lie was much more logical. It's not that I, Bai Mu he, don't have enough face, or that I'm not doing my job well. It's that I've been dragged down by that pitiful bastard, Bai Mu Feiying. Soaring eagle? What's the matter with him? Shiraki Shang asked with a frown at his words. There was no whitewood flying eagle among those he sent. Patriarch, you don't know, but I originally had a good conversation with Lin Feng, the patriarch of the Chuanqing tribe. During the time Lin Feng lived in our tribe, I took care of him quite a bit, and he bought my face very much, warmly inviting me to visit inside the valley. Baekmu made up nonsense without blushing, but just as I was about to go into the valley with Lin Feng for a visit, the whitewood flying eagle and a few hunters from the hunting party came walking over with their hands tied by 5 Gunstar tribe warriors. I thought they had some kind of misunderstanding and rushed to plead with Lin Feng, but when I asked, I realized that it was actually Bai Mu Feiying and the others who had attacked the hunters of the Kunshi tribe, trying to snatch people's prey. The sneak attack didn't work and they were all captured instead. Lin Feng was furious when he heard about it, and immediately ordered all of them to be put to death by Bai Mu Feiying. I begged for half a day before Lin Feng reluctantly agreed not to kill them for my sake. Don't to release them, it requires us to take something in exchange. Bai Mu he was vocal and put all the faults on Bai Mu Feiying. That asshole. After listening to Baek Muhi's account, Baek Mu Shang was infuriated with rage and kicked the chair in front of him to pieces. If it wasn't for the fact that Bai Mu Feiying was his own nephew, he would simply have the heart to kill him. There was one piece of news, though, that gave him peace of mind. That is, at the beginning, Lin Feng treated Bai Mu very warmly. What does that mean? This meant that Lin Feng hadn't seen those letters at all. If Lin Feng saw those letters, it was impossible for Bai Mu to have that attitude. In other words, that asshole kid, Soaring Eagle, is still locked up in the Gunstar tribe? Bai Mu Shang asked angrily. Yes. Besides him, there are 5 hunters from the same hunting party. Whitewood River said. I do think that Soaring Eagle being locked up in the Gunstar tribe isn't a bad thing. At least he can see some of the Gunstar tribe when he's locked up inside the valley. Evil Rock said. Not bad my ass. If it weren't for him, Old Six would have been invited into the valley and seen no more than he did as a captive? Shiraki Shang said angrily. The Old Six in his mouth was referring to Bai Mu. Of the Bai Mu clans their generation, Bai Mu he ranks 6th. Exactly. Shirakai nodded thoughtfully. And if there hadn't been this incident, with Lin Feng's enthusiastic attitude towards Old Six, maybe we could have gotten him to pass on the gong method to us through communication. Now that this has happened, Lin Feng will definitely be prejudiced against our Whitewood tribe, and the matter of imparting the gongfu will definitely add a lot of difficulties. The more Bai Mu Shang spoke, the more angry he became, and he couldn't wait to immediately give that idiot Bai Mu Feiying 2 mouths. The matriarch has a point. Whitewood River continued to chime in. What did the Gunstar tribe ask us to trade for Soaring Eagle and the others? Shiraki Shang asked, although he was angry by Bai Mu Feiying's teeth, but after all, it was his own nephew. Save or save. Patriarch Lin Feng says they need iron tools, and seeds for yellow rice. Shirakai answered truthfully. Iron tools. How much does he want? Hearing that Lin Feng demanded iron tools, Bai Mu frowned. Iron tools were also a scarce item for their Whitewood tribe. Didn't say. Bai Mu shook his head. Patriarch Lin Feng said that it's not how much he wants, but how much we think Fei Ying and the others are worth. Bai Mu Shang's teeth gritted as he sniffed. If Lin Feng made a direct offer, then everything would naturally be fine. He felt that the price was right, and directly sent the things over to exchange the Whitewood Flying Eagle and the others back. If you don't think it's a good fit, you can haggle. But now Lin Feng didn't want a price at all, instead letting them make their own offer. How is he going to give it? Giving less is definitely not an option. If he gave more, in case Lin Feng still said it wasn't enough, should he keep giving? In this case, you will make another trip to the Gunstar tribe tomorrow and bring 5 sets of iron carpentry implements, 5 sets of iron farming implements, and 300 pounds of yellow rice seeds to them. Shiraki Shang said. Would that be too little? Shirakai asked. This is still less? Bai Mu Sheng's eyes glared. How many iron tools does our tribe have in total? We can't give them all. Iron tools were a scarce item on Abbot Island and were expensive. Over the years they had traded between the Whitewood tribe and the Red Feather tribe, and had only accumulated a total of more than 20 sets of carpentry implements and 30 sets of agricultural tools. Giving away 5 sets of each is a lot. Good. Then I'll go talk to them again tomorrow and try to get them to release Soaring Eagle and the others. Shirikai said with a nod. He doesn't matter. Anyway, even if the Gunstar tribe felt that they were giving too little and refused to release them, it was none of his business. The main thing is to redeem the Flying Eagle. The other 5. It's naturally best if they can come back, but there's no need to pay more for them. Understand? Shiraki Shang said. Yes. Whitewood River responded. Gunstar tribe. In the evening, Lin Feng asked Winning Battle and the others to pause the work at hand and helped Manshuhan to take care of the black bears that De Qing and the others had hunted. Dinner was a hearty bear stew with wild mushrooms. The chef is naturally a full house. Manhun, you don't do bear meat very well. Jing held a large bowl of bear meat and muttered as he ate it. The bowls were wooden, and with the current conditions of the Gunstar tribe, metal and porcelain bowls were naturally a no-brainer. A couple of new players who don't like wooden bowls are looking into firing pottery, but have fired a few pieces out that are not of good quality and are now frantically checking the internet for information. Judging by their enthusiastic energy, Lin Feng believed that it wouldn't take long for the tribe to use pottery products. Jing complained that the bear meat wasn't great. Not that he thought it was awful, but it actually tasted okay. But there was a bit of a gap between the flavor and what he had imagined, and it felt like the flavor was not at all sorry for a high-end ingredient like bear meat. The only seasoning is coarse salt. It's already good enough to make it like this. You want me to make a mountain of food without any seasoning? Do you really think I'm the god of cookery? Manchu candidate said. There's food in so much crap. Eat if you like. Put the bowl down if you don't. It was all thanks to a jar of coarse salt found while scavenging for loot after exterminating the Jackal horde that it could achieve the current flavor. It would taste even worse if it didn't even have salt. Lin Feng squatted aside with his bowl and listened to the players' discussion while he ate. It was true that the tribe had too few spices now, and when the opportunity arose in the future, they would have to find a way to get some back. He kept a small notebook of this incident. Right. Winning Knight, you'll send a few bowls over to Bai Mu Fei Ying and the others later as well. Lin Feng confided in Winning Knight beside him. Winning Knight was one of the 6 Win clan members he had rescued from the Jackalese tribe, and was 16 years old. They attacked our tribe's warriors and they let them eat? Let them starve to death. Winning Knight said. He was outraged to learn that the Whitewood Flying Eagle had attacked the tribe's warriors. Ha ha, they're not worth much. Starving to death isn't. Lin Feng laughed. Chapter 71. This is not enough. After dinner, players began to go offline one after another. Da Qing and other veteran players challenged the illusion again in the afternoon, but unfortunately still hadn't defeated the first boss. After the players had all gone offline, Lin Feng took the winning battle trio to fight the Jackal illusion once more. After passing through the normal difficulty illusion last night, the hard difficulty option is already available today. However, after thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng gave up on the difficult difficulty and chose the normal difficulty. For one thing, the strength of each boss in a difficult difficulty illusion would be increased by several times. Even if he was as high as level 8, it would be difficult for him to kill any of the bosses. If you can't kill a single boss, it's not as rewarding as clearing a normal illusion once. Secondly, he also wanted to exercise the strength of the winning battle trio. Entering the difficult illusion realm, they couldn't even deal with a small monster, and they couldn't get any exercise at all. This time, when he entered the illusionary realm, Lin Feng didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he let the 3 winning warriors make the first move, and he himself swept the battlefield from the sidelines. When the 3 winning warriors encountered a crisis, he would then step in to save the 3, and then continue to prey on them from the sidelines. Of course, the boss still needs to come on his own. With this equipment, the Scarlet Giant Axe, his strength had increased a lot, and fighting the boss was much easier than yesterday. The first boss, Shattered Throat Blood Axe, gave out a black leg armor with physique +1, which he put on his body. The second boss, Hunting Bear Blood Axe, didn't explode anything. This made Lin Feng a bit surprised. He had previously thought that bosses were bound to explode equipment or skill books, but now it seemed that this was not the case. The first time I challenged the illusionary realm I exploded 3 items in a row, and I don't know if it was just luck or if the first challenge of the illusionary realm had an explosion rate bonus. The final boss, Berserker Blood Axe. Lin Feng didn't choose kiting tactics this time. Instead, he wielded his scarlet battle axe and fought the boss head-on. This time, he finally saw the skills of Mad Butcher. Cyclone Chop, only to see Mad Butcher like a swinging axe, spinning like a gyroscope at a rapid speed, like a gale sweeping through. If it wasn't for Lin Feng's high agility value and quickly pulling away, he might have had to turn over in the gutter. It is foreseeable that players will definitely suffer when they encounter this skill. What Lin Feng regretted was that after killing Mad Butcher, he didn't explode the skill, but instead exploded a longbow with agility +2. The additional attributes of weapon-type equipment do not take effect when they are carried on the body, but only when they are used. Lin Feng was not good at archery, so he gave this bow to Ying Yi, who had the best archery skills. The next morning, Lin Feng was overseeing the construction of a wooden house by Mosey and the others when a player came to report. Those men came back yesterday with a lot of stuff and are waiting at the mouth of the valley. Lin Feng was overjoyed at his words. The delivery of tools and seeds came. He arrived at the mouth of the valley and met the Dusty Bai Mu and his party. Just like yesterday, it was still Bai Mu with 10 guards, including the Pan Falcon. Unlike yesterday, they were carrying a lot of things this time. Lin Feng saw the chainsaws, hammers and other tools among them at a glance. Patriarch Lin Feng. Our patriarch asked me to bring 5 sets of iron carpentry implements, 5 sets of iron farming implements, and 300 pounds of yellow rice seeds. These things, do you think they're enough to replace Fei Ying and the 6 of them? Bai Mu stood in front of Lin Feng and said respectfully, I'll look at things first. Lin Feng said, of course, after you. Bai Mu immediately stepped aside and the guards placed their tools on the ground for Lin Feng to inspect. Lin Feng checked them one by one. They were indeed all iron tools and very complete. Take woodworking tools. There is no shortage of big saws, second saws, open saws, and hand saws. Axes, chisels and hammers are also available. Too bad there's no planer. Lin Feng also understood in his heart that it wasn't that the Whitewood tribe was sneaky and deliberately didn't give it, but that they simply didn't have a tool like a planer. After checking the carpentry implements, Lin Feng checked the farming implements, shovels, hoes, scythes and so on, confirming that they were all iron products. He checked the yellow rice seeds in the bag again. The bags were sewn from animal skins, and there were 10 bags of 30 pounds each. He examined it closely and there was nothing wrong with it. You guys, take these tools and seeds and bring them back to the valley. Lin Feng pointed at a few players who were watching and said, the players look at me and I look at you, somewhat reluctant to move. How is moving stuff into the valley more fun than watching the episode animated here? Although he couldn't understand what the matriarch and these NPCs were saying, he could guess by looking at the movements. But if you don't go, you're afraid that if you don't listen to the matriarch, you'll lose your goodwill. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly realized that the quest interface had unexpectedly been updated with a quest. Help the matriarch bring tools into the valley. And one tool is rewarded with 2 to 5 experience points, depending on size. Help the matriarch carry seeds into the valley. And a bag of seeds rewards you with 20 experience points. I got it. I got it. I got it. The seeds are mine. I'm in the strength department. One person can take 10 bags. Don't you guys grab them from me. Asterisk 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 off. Do you have 10 hands? Give me this bag of seeds. Don't grab it. Soul. This saw is mine. This hammer is mine. This shovel is mine. This axe is mine. I'll go to you animals. And you won't leave a single piece for me? 5 sets of carpentry implements, 5 sets of farming tools, and 10 bags of seeds had been looted by the players in the blink of an eye, hugging and running inside the valley. Some players who hadn't grabbed anything felt unwilling and followed closely behind them, thinking if they could sneak a piece or two down. Bai Mu and the 10 guards looked at this scene dumbfounded. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Feng was standing by with a smile on his face, they would almost have to wonder if they had met a robber. Robbers aren't even this efficient, are they? But Bai Mu looked at Lin Feng. The things were all taken, meaning that it should be possible to release Shiraki Soaring Eagle and the others, right? After all, if the stuff wasn't enough, Patriarch Lin Feng should have asked for more. Patriarch Lin Feng, thank you for your generosity. Please release Bai Mu Fei Ying and the 6 of them. I will definitely teach them a good lesson so that they won't dare to do such things again. Whitewood River said, who says I'm releasing the 6 of them? This is not enough to get 6 people back. Lin Feng shook his head and said, but don't you have all the stuff already? Bai Mu looked at Lin Feng with a confused expression. That's no way to play. You have all brought the things, so I naturally have to take them. These things aren't enough to exchange for 6 people, but they're enough to exchange for 5. Aside from Whitewood Flying Eagle, you can take everyone else. Lin Feng waved his hand and said graciously. Bai Mu he sniffed and cried. His main purpose was to redeem Bai Mu Feiying. Others were secondary. If the matriarch knew that he had brought so many things with him and only exchanged them for 5 accompaniments, and had not exchanged the main thing, the white wooden flying eagle, back, would he not have scolded him to death? Patriarch Lin Feng, do you think this will work? I'll redeem the whitewood flying eagle first this time, and I'll redeem the others next time? Whitewood River proposed. When the few guards behind him heard this, especially the few from the non-Bai Mu clan, their expressions became a bit subtle. What? You Shiraki clan people are more golden? You don't even want the 5 of them, but only the whitewood flying eagle himself? It's too much to treat us pan and wicked like human beings. That's not good. Lin Feng shook his head and flatly refused Bai Mu's request. This time you can only take the other 5. The whitewood flying eagles, which need to be exchanged for something equal to this time. Chapter 72 Chief Engineer of the Kuner Tribe. Bai Mu. He once again returned to the Bai Mu tribe with trepidation. He was considered to have completely failed in what the patriarch had entrusted to him. The tools and seeds were all given away, but the whitewood flycatcher was not redeemed. But what can he do? Lin Feng had already had the things he brought moved into the valley, so he naturally couldn't ask for them back. The person was in Lin Feng's hands, and if Lin Feng refused to release the whitewood flying eagle, he couldn't possibly rob him hard. He could only return with the 5 hunters Lin Feng had released first. House. In order not to be scolded by Shiraki Shang, Shiraki River decided to tell another irrelevant lie. Reporting to the patriarch, I came to the Chuanxing tribe with tools and seeds, and Lin Feng flatly insisted that he needed 15 sets of carpenter's tools and 15 sets of farming tools, and 1,000 pounds of seeds before he would release them. Bai Mu said with a sad face. What? Hearing Lin Feng's outrageous offer, Bai Mu he sniffed and glared angrily. 15 sets? Selling the whitewood flying eagle wouldn't even be worth that much. That's right, that's what I told Lin Feng. 15 sets, don't even think about it. Bai Mu echoed with a big wave of his hand. And then what? Shiraki Shang asked. I told him that there would be a maximum of 10 sets, and not one more, and, to give me the flying eagle first, and I'll give him the remaining 5 sets. Whitewood River said. 10 sets. Of 10 is okay. Bai Mu Shang nodded. With the 15 sets of the previous asking price as a cushion, he instantly felt that 10 sets were not unacceptable. Lin Feng agreed? He asked. He agreed that 10 sets would be fine, but he didn't agree to release the flying eagle first, presumably because he was afraid that we would go back on our word after releasing the flying eagle. But after I argued my case, he released the other 5. Bai Mu said with his chest out. 6th brother, you've done a great job. Bai Mu Shang was very pleased and patted Bai Mu He's shoulder. If everyone in the tribe was as strong as you, I would have saved myself a lot of trouble. Shiraki Shang couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Why didn't you realize old 6 was so capable before? It's a bit of a condescension that important matters have not been given to him. If someone else had gone this time and didn't have such strong negotiating power as 6th brother, he wouldn't be able to say that he would have to bite the bullet and pay for 15 sets of carpenter's tools and farm implements. No matter how great the cost, as long as it is within the bounds of affordability, it is always impossible for a close nephew not to save. In this case, while it's still early, you take your things and make another run to the Chuanxing tribe to bring the flying eagle back. Bai Mu Shang affectionately patted Bai Mu He's shoulder. Old 6. Hard work. It's not hard to work for big brother. For the tribe. Shiraki said righteously. Gourd Valley. After Bai Mu left, Lin Feng brought 5 sets of carpenter's tools to Moz and Lu Ban's construction site. Patriarch, you've come at the right time. This wooden house is basically finished. It's absolutely solid and sturdy. When Lu Ban saw Lin Feng, he immediately greeted him warmly, and then he saw the tools in the hands of the several players following Lin Feng. Matriarch, what are these? His eyes lit up. Some woodworking tools, see if they fit. Lin Feng said. Double big saw, open saw, hand saw, quite a variety. Reuben looked at the tools in the players' hands and cracked a smile. With these tools, the work behind, twice the effort. Too bad there's no chainsaw. After being happy, he said with some regret, you're thinking about fart eating, and a chainsaw. You come to generate electricity artificially? Murray walked over as well. With these tools, we will be much more efficient and the wood processing will be much finer. Mosey looked at the tools and laughed. It's just a little less. Here are 5 sets. And not surprisingly, 5 more will be delivered this afternoon or tomorrow. Lin Feng said. That's enough. Murray nodded. There are only so many people in the tribe, and more tools won't help. Patriarch, you can first take a look at how the wooden house we designed looks. If the quality is up to par, we can start building it on a large scale. Without leaving any traces, Lu Ben squeezed Mosey behind him and said to Lin Feng, "You're the only one who's going to be in the limelight." "Good." Lin Feng nodded and entered the wooden house that had just been built under the guidance of Lu Ben and Mosey. The cabin was about 40 or 50 square feet in size and was divided into 2 rooms, the inner room and the outer room, which was the bedroom, and the outer room was the living room. The toilet was naturally absent, and the kitchen could not have been designed inside the cabin. Lin Feng checked the main structure. The beams, purlins, rafters and so on were all there, quite sturdy. "Nice job on the roof." Lin Feng looked up and surveyed the structure of the roof and praised it. The structure of the roof is an important part of how strong a house is. The construction of the roof was also thanks to the help of those few brothers of the Wood Clan, or else it would definitely take a lot more effort. Lupin said with a smile. "The Wood Clan helped out too? That's pretty good. It's a contribution to the tribe." Lin Feng smiled at his words. After the extermination of the Jackal tribe, he had taken in those 4 Wood people out of compassion, and to his surprise, they had come in handy now. "Patriarch, do you think the quality is okay?" After Lin Feng checked the wooden house inside and out, Lu Ben asked invitingly. "Not bad, I'm satisfied." Lin Feng nodded. "The houses in the residential area, just build them all according to this. I'm now officially appointing you 2 as our tribe's chief engineers, fully responsible for building the residential area," Lin Feng said. When he finished speaking, he rewarded the 2 with the unattributed title of Chief Engineer of the Gunstar tribe. No attribute rewards, no need for him to consume experience value, equal to empty gloves. Mosey and Lu Ben, who had been rewarded with the title, were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves. "Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for your trust. We will definitely continue to work hard and build the residential area beautifully, and never fail to live up to your expectations," the 2 said excitedly. This is a very rare title reward. It is said that since the opening of the service, the clan leader has only given out title rewards twice. The title of Craftsman was awarded to the old player called White Ink, and the title of Jackal Nemesis was awarded to the 30 old players who eliminated the Jackal Horde. But neither title sounds as impressive as their chief engineer of the Gunstar tribe. The titles in this game can't be held over your head, but they can be displayed on the personal attributes screen and the profile screen on the official website, and behind the forum ID. When you blow water on the forums later, the title will shine through and the compulsion is simply too full. In the afternoon, Whitewood River visited again. This time, Lin Feng naturally had no more reasons not to release him, and graciously released the Whitewood Flying Eagle, getting 10 sets of carpentry tools, 10 sets of farming tools, and 600 pounds of yellow rice seeds for nothing. This wave was simply profitable. He looked at Shiraki Soaring Eagle with reluctance. When he came into contact with Lin Feng's gaze, the Whitewood Flying Eagle was startled. This time, it was his own luck that he happened to meet Uncle Six visiting the Gunstar tribe and redeeming himself. If it wasn't for that, he himself might have been clicked by Lin Feng. "Patriarch Lin Feng, I promise you that I will never do such a stupid thing and attack your tribe's people again." Shiraki Soaring Eagle swore his assurances, so close to pointing to the sky. "Young people make mistakes. It won't hurt you to make this kind of small mistake once or twice more." Lin Feng patted by Mu Feiying's shoulder and said amiably, "Once a day is good. Patriarch Lin Feng, please believe me, I truly know that I'm wrong." Whitewood Flying Eagle still thought Lin Feng was saying the opposite and cried out in assurance. "All right, go ahead." Seeing by Mu Feiying in this state, it was assumed that he really wouldn't do it again. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him and lost interest. Wave off the guests. In the evening, players went offline, and Lin Feng logged onto the official website and released an event announcement about building residential areas. For the first phase of the settlement project, he intended to build at least 30 log cabins. Although the matter of building the residential area had been handed over to Mosey and Lu Ben to take full responsibility, but relying only on the 2 of them and a few NPCs, building the residential area would probably have to wait until the monkey's age. All players must be mobilized. The best way to mobilize players is, naturally, in-game events. Chapter 73 New Activities. Event Announcement. In order to encourage players to develop more and more creative sandbox gameplay, the game will start a new event, Build a Neighborhood, from tomorrow. All players can find the NPC Lin Feng to receive the quests related to the construction of residential areas. Tasks are divided into several categories such as felling timber, transporting timber, processing timber, building houses, etc. Players can choose the corresponding tasks according to their personal preferences. Completing the tasks will earn you experience rewards and activity points. At the end of the event, players can consume event points to draw the mystery prize. The final explanation right of the activity belongs to the official. Lin Feng posted an event announcement on his official website. In the final points lottery, Lin Feng decided to use his replaced rhinoceros leather armor as the final prize, which was also considered to be the best use of the money. Although it didn't have any attribute bonuses, it was barely a fashion, or an out-of-print fashion worn by the matriarch. I'm sure the players will be interested. Other rewards, Lin Feng hadn't thought of yet. It would take a few days for the players to complete the event anyway, and the rewards were just a matter of taking their time to figure it out. The big deal is to add some attribute-less titles in, and I'm sure players will love it. After posting the announcement of the event, Lin Feng exited the official website, brought along the winning battle trio, and once again entered the Mirage realm. It would also be excellent if you could pop some equipment in the Phantasmagoria and reward the players as event rewards. While Lin Feng left, the official website was buzzing with activity. With no way to log in during the day and being hooked on the game, the best way for players to spend their time is naturally to blow off steam in the game forums. You can't play the game, but you can have a good time. The game announcement made by Lin Feng caused players to comment underneath. Ranger, Couch, Unseeker, new activities are opening up again? We haven't even gotten into the game yet, and you guys are having wave after wave of activities. Planner Dad, look at me, begging for closed beta qualification. Father Lupin, chief engineer of the Gunstar Tribe brothers. Why is there a string of characters after my name? Does anyone know what's going on? Father of Mercury, chief engineer of the Gunstar Tribe, so annoying. I also have a string of characters after my name and I don't know what it means. Can someone help me explain? Da Ching. I'll shoot you without guilt. Jackal Nemesis, I'll go. These two guys are too dejected. It's just a title. Like anyone doesn't have one. Brothers, show your titles to these two guys. Shooting a bit of bank. Jackal Nemesis +1. I'm a fish, Jackal Nemesis +2. Immovable King of Light, Jackal Nemesis +3. Super Invincible Crackling Tyrannosaurus Rex, Jackal Nemesis +4. Windflower, Jackal Nemesis +10,086. Veteran players have been flashing the title of Jackal Nemesis. Spare some ink, so many Jackal's Nemesis. A knife 999 hiding in the nest shivering. A knife 999, not the least bit panicked. Jackal Nemesis. What's it to me, werewolves? The buzz on the forum was naturally invisible to Lin Feng. He was leading the winning battle trio to struggle in the illusionary realm. This time, after fighting 3 bosses, only one piece of equipment was rewarded. Scarlet Tomahawk. Strength +2. The third challenge to the illusionary realm exploded the same equipment as the first challenge to the illusionary realm, the Scarlet Battle Axe. But the properties are very different. The attribute of the Scarlet Battle Axe obtained from the first kill of the final boss Berserker was a strength value of +5. This time it's a +2 to strength. Lin Feng instantly understood something. The same equipment may be popped out in the Phantasmagoria, but the value of the additional attributes may not necessarily be the same. This gives the same equipment a difference in quality. It was also unknown if his blood-colored battle axe with a strength value of +5 had reached the highest standard of blood-colored battle axes. The second piece, the Scarlet Battle Axe, Lin Feng gave to Winning Battle. Judging from the attributes, Winning Battle was also on the strength side. It was only natural that this strength equipment would be appropriate to assign to him. Lin Feng thought that he would take advantage of the few days of the event to obtain as much equipment as possible. The equipment that didn't fit any of the 3 winning battles, he could then add it to the raffle at the end of the event to make the prize pool even richer. The next day, as players came online one after another, the event officially opened. Normally, after players go online, they either go to do hunting quests, gathering quests, or challenge the illusions. However, this time, players flocked to Lin Feng to receive the Build Residential Area quest. Enthusiasm is at an all-time high. Daily quests can be done every day, and illusions can be challenged every day. It can be a limited time event, so if you miss it, it's gone. The entire Gunstar tribe, both players and NPCs, were engaged in hot construction work. A thriving scene. While the players were too enthusiastic, Lin Feng was in distress. The reason for the agony is that iron tools are somewhat less than adequate. In the case of the iron axe, the use of an iron axe to cut wood is naturally much more efficient than a stone axe. But there are only 10 iron axes in total. Who are they for? As an NPC, Lin Feng's main thing was to be fair and consistent in his treatment of players. Includes distribution of tools. He thought about it for a while and finally came up with a good idea. That's the contribution points that players get through quests but never get a chance to use. 30 veteran players, with the highest contribution points, had accumulated more than 1,000 points. At the very least, there are 700 or 800 points. Even the 70 new players who had only been in the game for a few days each had over 100 points of contribution value. Lin Feng hadn't been thinking about how to use these contribution points, but this event was an opportunity. So he made a rule. All players wishing to use iron tools, whether axes for logging or saws for processing wood, must rent them using contribution points. It takes 10 contribution points per hour. Each player can only rent for a maximum of 5 hours per day. Players who rented iron tools consumed contribution points but gained higher work efficiency and were able to earn more activity points, so naturally they did not lose out. As for Lin Feng, he had finally made contribution points valuable and no longer just a number on the attribute panel. It's a win-win, so to speak, and with up to 5 hours of rental time, every player has the opportunity to rent iron tools, saving him the hassle of assigning them. He won again. Once this rule was announced, there was a positive reaction among players. Ha, the contribution points I've accumulated for so long will finally be able to come in handy. I have one. 358 contribution points. I'm going to rent iron for 5 hours every day. Veteran players cheered. It's not fair. The older players have more contribution points than us and are taking too much advantage. Strongly request a discount for new players. New players have said it's not fair, especially new players with only about 100 contribution points. Renting an iron tool requires 10 contribution points per hour, and you can rent it for 5 hours per day, which means you have to consume 50 contribution points per day. They only have 100 or so points, and they'll be depleted in 2 or 3 days. Naturally, they felt it was unfair. Of course, some players have raised questions. We consume contribution points to rent the tribe's tools and then use the tools to work for the tribe. It always feels a bit wrong, doesn't it? Chapter 74, The Pan Tribe from the south of the island. Time passes day by day. Players play with full enthusiasm and devote themselves to the construction of the residential area. Under the command of Mosey and Luban, they processed wood into suitable shapes and built a wooden house. Most players, except for the once-a-day challenge illusion, basically stay at the site. Adding to the construction of the tribe is on the one hand. On the other hand, the experience value gained from the construction quests is also very substantial, quite a bit higher than both the hunting quests and the gathering quests. In addition to experience value rewards, you can also earn event points for a raffle when the event is over. Lord Clan Chief has promised that the final prize of the raffle will be a limited edition fashion. The rhinoceros leather armor he wore. That's a limited fashion. The same model as the matriarch. Not to mention the defense. At least wear it with dignity. Everyone was riveted to their feet, trying to get more activity points to win the grand prize. In addition to the players, the natives of the tribe were busy. Winning battle and the others helped the players process wood and build houses. When the players encountered something they didn't understand, they were there to give them a few pointers. The 4 wood people acted as biocranes, helping to carry lumber and build the roof, working from morning to night and playing a key role in the construction effort. Importantly, they don't need to consume any food for all the heavy work they do. They just need to sink their roots into the earth to absorb some water and nutrients. Simply the perfect labor force. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise himself for what a wise decision he had made when he decided to take in the Wood Clan. Everything is in order. A group of ragged humanoids, in a scattered line, walked in the wilderness. The procession totaled more than 200 people, and there were old men with stooped figures, supported by their children, who soldiered on. There were also children held in the arms of their mothers, who from time to time let out a few cries, breaking the silence in the wilderness. The men shielded the old man and the children in the center as the procession continued to move forward. Many of them were carrying wounds. Although the beasts of the wilderness do not usually attack such large groups, they should never be taken lightly. Any carelessness in the wilderness can be fatal. At the front of the line was a stout man carrying a meter-long wooden-handled iron axe in his hand. On the axe head, it was stained with dark red blood that had dried. Big Brother Panyu, there seems to be a valley up ahead. Should we go in and take a rest? We don't have much food left, so we can pick some wild fruits in the valley. A scout who was scouting ahead ran up to him and pointed ahead. The man known as Panyu's elder brother looked back at the old people in the group who were hobbling, and the women who were holding their children as tired as they could be, and nodded. Okay, then take a break, but leave as soon as you can, Panyu said with a grim expression. We've all entered the eastern part of the island. This is Red Feather Clan territory. The serpent people won't catch up, right? The other human man said. Panyu shook his head. The Snake People clan is ready to overthrow the Four-Armed Giant clan. Do you think they would care about the Red Feather clan? I even suspect that the fact that we were able to escape from the Snake People clan so easily might not be something the Snake People clan did on purpose. Panyu said. On purpose? The man next to him was a little puzzled. That's right, purposely letting us into the eastern part of the island and then using the hunt for us as an excuse to start a war with the Red Feather Clan. Panyu looked in the direction where the southern serpentine race was located and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. So what if you know what the serpents intend to do? Even if he knew that, he could only follow the serpent people's plan and escape to the eastern part of the island. Can't stay in the south of the island and wait to die. As for whether or not it would be a trigger for the snake people to invade the eastern part of the island, he couldn't care less in front of the tribe's life and death. Even without their Pan tribe, the snake people would always find another trigger if they wanted to invade the eastern part of the island. They're just unlucky people who happen to be chosen. Panyu led the group and headed towards the valley. Arriving near the valley, they were shocked to find that the mouth of the valley was blocked by a 3-meter-high wooden fence with a closed gate. Apparently, the valley had been occupied by some tribe. Big brother Panyu, what do we do? Looking at the 3-meter-high fence and closed gate at the mouth of the valley, one of the clansmen asked. Go, Panyu said helplessly. Why don't we make contact with the races in the valley and see if they can aid us with some food? A clan member offered. Do you think it's possible? Panyu asked helplessly in return. Unless the ones in the valley were human race, they might even look at the fact that they were also human race and aid them a bit. After all, in the savage world, the human race as a whole was still quite united. Just too weak. If it were any other race, it would be largely unlikely to help them. He also had some knowledge of the situation in the eastern part of the valley, and had heard that there was a human tribe called the Whitewood tribe, with a size of several hundred people. They had come to the eastern part of the island this time because they were preparing to defect to the Whitewood tribe. The Whitewood tribe was rumored to be sheltered by the Red Feather tribe, and might be able to shelter them from the snake people's pursuit. If the Whitewood tribe refused to take them in, they would find a location to put down roots and plan for the future. Anyway, whatever the end result, it's better than staying in the south of the island and waiting to die. Panyu was about to leave with his men when he suddenly saw half a body poking out of the 3-meter-high fence. Looking at the looks, it was actually a human. Big brother Panyu, it's the human race. It's the human race. A clan member shouted excitedly from the sidelines. Panyu also nodded excitedly. The one who occupied this valley was a human race and might be able to help them. Perhaps the human race in this valley was the Whitewood tribe they were planning to defect to. Although according to the map left to them by the old patriarch, the Whitewood tribe was still some distance away and was said to be in a Whitewood forest. But that's a few years old maps too. Perhaps the Whitewood tribe found this valley more suitable for settlement and relocated to it. Come on, let's go over there, Panyu said. This fence, Lin Feng had asked Winning Battle and the others to build it with the 4 Wood clansmen the other day, since he was preparing to build a residential area in the outer valley. The mouth of the outer valley became the gateway to the tribe, and naturally it could not be left open for people to come and go as they had been before. He then ordered the construction of this fence as a gate for the tribe. Naturally, there could not be no guards at the main gate, and the guards were made up of the 3 Pan family brothers, as well as the 5 members of the Win clan besides Win Battle, working in groups of 2 and taking turns to act as guards. Why not appoint players? For one thing, the players didn't know the language of the savage worlds, and in case an outsider visited, the language barrier would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. Secondly, players aren't suited for a job as boring as gatekeeping. Letting them guard for an hour or 2 was fine. Really letting them guard for a whole day without changing places, even if it was 2 shifts, 3 shifts, the players couldn't stand it. Of course, if the experience reward was high, there might be players who could withstand the boredom for the experience value. But Lin Feng had tried posting a guard mission once, and the system only gave a reward of 5 experience points for an hour. This experience, naturally, has little appeal to players. On duty today were Win Fei, a member of the Win clan, and Pan Wolf, one of the 3 Pan clan brothers. Seeing a large group of people coming from outside, they were immediately on guard. If it wasn't for the fact that the other side was full of human clansmen, they might have already blown their alarm whistles to alert the clansmen in the valley. Panyu had the large troop stop 200 or 300 meters from the valley, and he himself took 2 of his clansmen and came under the fence at the mouth of the valley. Who are you people? Standing on top of the 3-meter-high fence, Winfei looked down at the Panyu trio and asked warily. Unlike the simple fence built at the connection between the inner and outer valleys, the fence at the mouth of the valley was extremely complex and sturdy, more like a wooden wall than a fence. The walls were more than half a meter wide, with ladders on the inside that could go up and down, and near the top there were raised platforms that allowed people to sit and lie down, which were nearly a meter wide. The guards are usually posted on this platform. We are the Pan tribe that came from the southern part of the island. May I ask if you are the Shiraki tribe? Pan Yu asked aloud as he looked up at Winfi at the top of the wooden wall. The Pan tribe. When Pan Wolf heard the name, a light flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but probe out to survey the three Pan Yu under the wooden wall. He had heard his elder brother say that the Pan clan of the Whitewood tribe was the one that had split from the Pan clan tribe in the southern part of the island more than 10 years ago. At that time, big brother Pan Xiong was still just a child, and he hadn't even been born yet. No, we're the Gunstar tribe, Winfield shouted back. The tribe of the stars? Pan Yu and the two clansmen looked at each other. The old patriarch did not tell them that there was another human tribe called the Gunstar tribe in the eastern part of the island. We've run into some trouble. Please, can you help us? For the sake of being of the same human race, Pan Yu shouted. You guys wait a bit, we'll go report to the patriarch, Winfield said. Chapter 75 Lin Feng's Attributes. Outer Valley. Residential construction area. Lin Feng was inspecting the construction progress. In 5 days, more than 20 cabins had been built, and a dozen more were partially constructed. He had originally planned to build 30 huts in 5 days, but seeing that the players were so enthusiastic, he decided to extend the event to 10 days, expecting to be able to build 70 huts, enough to house 200 or 300 people. The tribe did not have that much population for the time being, but as the tribe developed, the population would naturally increase slowly. A well-built house is never wasted. If there was really no one to live in it, you could also sell the constructed wooden house to players at a high price and let them buy it with contribution points. Although players don't need a house to sleep in at night, but to be able to have a house of their own in the game world to store some items, I think players will be very happy. Pan Wolf hurriedly ran and found Lin Feng. A situation? Seeing the panting Pan Wolf who was running, Lin Feng asked, with his understanding of Disc Wolf, if there were no special circumstances, Disc Wolf would never go AWOL and run here. A group of people came from outside, about 200 in sight, claiming to be from the Pan tribe in the south of the island. Pan Wolf reported what had happened at the mouth of the valley to Lin Feng. From the south of the island, Lin Feng thought about it and shouted towards Wind Wolf, who was sawing wood not far away. Wind Wolf, come over here. The Jackal tribe was from the southern part of the island, and Wind Wolf should know something about this Pan tribe. Yes, Wind Wolf responded, handing over the work at hand to the aside one blade 999 and quickly stepping to Lin Feng's side. After his race advanced to become a werewolf, he was a human strong man close to 2 meters tall in his human state, with no trace of a jackal or werewolf. What are your orders, Lord Patriarch? He stood in front of Lin Feng, his head lowered, and asked respectfully. The Pan tribe in the south of the island, do you know it? Lin Feng asked. Naturally no. The Pan tribe is the largest human tribe in the south of the island. There are 600 or 700 people. The patriarch is called Pan Hong. It is said that his age is not young. Although Wind Wolf didn't know why Lin Feng had suddenly asked about the situation of the Pan clan, he still told him what he knew about the situation of the Pan clan. When I fled the southern part of the island with the Blood Axe tribe, I heard that the Pan tribe had declared their complete submission to the Snake People clan, and that they were obedient to the Snake People clan. It's rumored that under the orders of the Snake People clan, they also wiped out 2 tribes that refused to submit to the Snake People clan. Wind Wolf said, have completely submitted to the serpents? Lin Feng sniffed and frowned slightly. That's not quite the same as Disc Wolf's narrative. According to Pan Wolf, those human races outside the valley who called themselves the Pan clan tribe looked like a group of escapees. Those who came to negotiate also claimed to be in trouble and in need of help. If they had completely submitted to the Snake People, how could they have ended up in this situation? Perhaps they were lying, and they weren't so much escapees as they were the vanguard of the serpents sent to invade the eastern part of the island, claiming to be in trouble and just trying to trick the valley into opening its doors? Or was there a change in the southern part of the island that he didn't know about, causing the Pan clan to be reduced to the current situation? Matriarch, what happened? Seeing Lin Feng frowning, Wind Wolf hurriedly asked. By all rights, the Pan tribe was in the southern part of the island, and the Patriarch shouldn't have asked about them. There's a group of humanoids outside, claiming to be from the Pan tribe in the south of the island and needing help. Lin Feng said. What? The Pan tribe is out there. A trace of hard-to-conceal fear flashed in Wind Wolf's eyes. He wasn't afraid of the Pan clan tribe, but the Snake People clan behind the Pan clan tribe. Does the appearance of the Pan clan here mean that the Snake People have extended their black hands to the eastern part of the island? But on second thought, it was just the Serpent People. So what was there to be afraid of? He was now no longer that weak jackal, but a powerful werewolf warrior, an NPC appointed by His Majesty the Emperor of Man himself, and one of the great implementers of the plan for the rise of the human race. A mere Snake People. What are you afraid of? You and I will go out and meet them and see what's going on. Lin Feng said. Yes, Wind Wolf said as he puffed out his chest. After overcoming the fear of the Snake People tribe in his heart, he was already fearless, not to mention that it was just the Pan Clan tribe. Even if the Snake People clan appeared outside the valley, he would dare to go and meet them for a while. Lin Feng and Wind Wolf were walking towards the entrance of the valley, and Pan Wolf was about to follow them, but he was called back by Pan Xiong and Pan Hu, who had just arrived. They had been processing timber, and when they saw Pan Wolf from afar, they accelerated to finish the work at hand and ran over. What happened, Lao San? Pan Bear asked as he walked up. There's a group of people coming outside claiming to be from the Pan tribe in the south of the island. Pan Wolf recounted what happened at the mouth of the valley once again, and then looked at his big brother, Pan Xiong, and asked, Big brother, didn't you say before that we are the ones who came from? Hearing the name Pan Clan tribe, Pan Xiong's expression became a little complicated. Not bad, our Whitewood tribe, the Pan Clan, is from the Pan Clan tribe in the southern part of the island. Discord Bear said, as if remembering something. 18 years ago, at the tender age of 10, he followed his parents and a group of uncles, aunts, cousins and siblings to leave the Pan tribe in the southern part of the island and came to the eastern part of the island to join the Whitewood tribe. At that time, Pan Wolf had not yet been born, and Pan Hu was just a child being held in his arms. He was the only one who still had some memories of the Pan tribe. He could no longer remember the faces and names of many of the people in the tribe, but he remembered a few of his closest friends, brothers, in the tribe, Pancha Karma, Pan Lai, Pan Yu, and I wonder how they are doing now. Come on, let's go check it out too, Discord Bear said. He was, after all, a child who came out from the Pan Clan tribe, and now that the clansmen of the Pan Clan tribe had come to his doorstep and seemed to be in trouble, he naturally had to go out and take a look. Lin Feng came to the entrance of the valley, climbed the wooden wall and looked at the situation outside the valley. 3 human men stood close by, and when they saw him, they immediately cast measuring glances. A large group of humanoids stood 300 meters away. Men and women, young and old, about 200 at eye level. Seeing the old people and children in the crowd, Lin Feng's heart relaxed. If these people were really pioneers sent by the Snake People, it was impossible for them to be dragging their families around like this. Winfrey, open the gate, Lin Feng said. Matriarch, these people are of unknown origin. Will they be dangerous? Winfrey looked a little cautious. Don't worry, no problem. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and laughed. These days, the experience gained from challenging the illusory realm, the experience gained from issuing quests, and the experience gained from teaching players skills had allowed him to reach level 10. Not counting the equipment bonus, he had reached 25 points in all 4-dimensional attributes, and after obtaining the Scarlet Battle Axe, Black Leather Armor, and Black Leg Armor, in the past few days, he had obtained 2 more pieces of equipment that suited him in the illusionary realm. Wolfskin Boots with +2 Agility and Wolf's Tooth Necklace with +2 Strength. Counting the equipment bonus, his current attributes were a Strength value of 33 points, a Constitution value of 26 points, an Agility value of 27 points, and an Intelligence value of 25 points. With such an exaggerated attribute, it was not polite to say that just for the 200 or so people outside, he wielded his Scarlet Battle Axe to be able to kill 7 in and 7 out of the crowd. After leveling up to 10, the only thing that made it difficult for him was the experience value needed to level up to 11. Until level 10, the experience value required for upgrading is regularly increasing. Level 1 to level 2 requires 100 experience points. Level 2 to level 3 requires 200 experience points. Level 3 to level 4 requires 300 experience points, and so on. According to this rule, level 10 to level 11 should require 1000 experience points, but now the experience value on his attribute panel was 113/10,000. Level 10 to level 11 surprisingly required a whole 10,000 experience points, 10 times more than the theoretical value of the experience. Does that make sense? Absolutely unreasonable.